where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Last time, this ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done, it's why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till your phone can't hit it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my plan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up! I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fair.
seeing red.
This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. And we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Oh, it's you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake. False intentions, preconception. You built me up, only to watch me break. I stuck around, didn't wanna let you down. I think I might. I thought I knew you. I thought I did. You see what we want to. Was it all in my head? Now I'm replaying things, moments and memories. Maybe they weren't coincidence. Now I'm replaying things, my lies and remedies. The first time it's making sense. Thought I knew you. Turns out I never did.
ESL One Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello and welcome everyone here to the final day of the group stages for ESL 1 Germany, powered by Intel. It's been 5 rounds so far. We've only got 3 slots left in our playoffs. Now for the final time for the group stages, it's time for us to get ready for our Mercedes-Benz pre-show. Myself and Gaz are all rested up and ready for another full day of Dota 2 here, but we can't do it alone. So that means I've got my panel back here for another day. I've got Danok and I've got Darcy on the end. Lads, it's the fifth and final round here. It means we've got 3 matches up for a grabs today, and that means we've got 3 playoff slots left as well.
And 6 teams remaining, so it's
a lot of numbers.
Pretty hype, yeah. And I mean, it's pretty close. All 6 of these teams have been pretty even across the board. Some different storylines coming into all 3 different matches, and I'm keen to see the result.
Yes, some overperforming, others not so much, and I feel that's why it's so close between them right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, before we start diving into these series today, lads, we do have to go and have a quick look at how yesterday panned out as well. Actually, not yesterday, 2 days ago for us here in the studio. So we had another set of 2 play-in games there, where we had 2 more teams joining the upper echelon of teams for ESL 1 Germany in the playoffs, and 1 team heading home as well. Viking GG versus Cyber Legacy. There was an interesting series coming out there from Cyber Legacy, with Viking GG being able to get the 2-0 victory for them, and then sending Cyber Legacy outside of the tournament as well. Now, Viking GG, they're in our final round here as well, and aiming for that playoff slot as well.
Oh, this was the crazy game that we saw from Muggolems as well. Just going this how does it work kind of strategy, but it did. You know, that last pick IO coming through, and Milan showing that it's not just these crazy, you know, heroes that he's much more conventional on, that he's effective at. And then, of course, we saw the series where Team Liquid looked super dominant against the 5-men. You know, even with some clutch steals of Black Holes, it wasn't enough to take down this beast that is Team Liquid.
Yeah, Mickey looked really strong there from Team Liquid, and the entirety of Team Liquid looked strong as well. And that was where we had the Broodmother last pick from Chessie as well. And we talked to Tiger in that interview, and we actually talked to Insania in that interview, and they said that they were fully prepared for that Broodmother when it came out, and we saw it in that game.
I mean, when you've got a Broodmother picker on your team, you're always having that in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're the one team that I would be probably most scared to pick it into, just because they know the ins and outs, they know when it can be punished, and they did it accordingly.
Yeah, against Liquid, I mean, they're just so flexible with lanes and matchups, and I just feel it's really hard to kind of get them off guard as well. Secret tried to do so as well, but I felt like Liquid adapted quite well, so unfortunate, maybe would have worked against some other team, but not so much against Liquid.
Well, as we said, we've only got 6 teams remaining here for ESL 1 Germany, so that means we've got 5 teams in the playoffs and 5 teams out of the tournament. So let's go and have a look to see which of those teams they are. So our 5 teams are in the playoffs so far. Team Secret, Alliance, OG, Mud Golems, which is a bit of a surprising one there coming in so early. And as we continue through the standings, we can see where the rest of these teams are sitting at. All these teams that are playing today are sitting at that 2-2 record. So they need 1 series win or 1 series loss, and they're either in or out of the tournament. So we can see the rest of the teams that are 3-1. We have, what did we have from yesterday, lads? We had an interesting one. Liquid won. So they're sitting at 3-1, and now the teams that we've got for today will be Ninjas in Pyjamas. We've got Na'Vi that's sitting here as well. We've got Viking GG that's sitting at 2-2 as well. 5-men will be there. We've got Nigma that's there, and our boys Yellow Submarine are sitting at 2-2. And then unfortunately for everybody else that's sitting towards the bottom part of these standings, they're unfortunately out of the tournament. Windstrike's there, Hell's Razors are there, Cyber Legacy, Extreme as well as Tempo Esports. So unfortunately for everybody that's sitting at the bottom 5 slots, they're out of the tournament. We won't get to see them for the rest of it. But we've still got 6 teams left. Means 3 more series for us today, lads. Exciting ones ahead of us, and we've got some really good storylines as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the discussions that we had with, you know, Boom and Saberlight, they were like, oh, we're pretty keen to play against our fellow countrymen, you know, maybe knock them out if the draw goes our way, and sure enough, it has. So one of those teams will be moving forward, one of them unfortunately being knocked out, and then of course the CIS showdown as well.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, obviously the staple of the CIS region, coming up against the young guns, the more unproven talent from Yellow Submarine, and we've been really impressed with them.
Yeah, most definitely. I just think Yellow Submarine, for an unknown team, they're just so so good. I mean, they played into OG, although they got 2-0, they were just on par when it came to fighting execution. And I think that's really important, is if you have that chemistry as well as the synergies when it comes to fighting execution, it can really get you so far.
They're so good, and they've got so bad on their roster as well. So that's always nice. And then, of course, the first series of today, the 5 men going up against Nigma. Very much the tale of two journeys, I suppose, through this group stage. You know, Nigma starting out a little bit shaky, Yellow Submarine taking that first series off them, then having an easier run, then losing again, then having another easier run, and now they've got a real challenge coming up against the 5 men.
Well, as Matt did touch on, we've got 3 series for today. Let's go have a look to see how our schedule will be panning out. As Matt said, 5-man versus Nigma will be our first one for today. We've got a bit of a spicy one for our second one. It's the boys in yellow facing off against each other, and only one of these CIS teams can join us in the playoffs. It's Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine, and then our final one to round out round number 5 will be Viking GG versus Ninjas in Pyjamas. Both these teams are super excited to play against each other, and both these teams are looking for redemption as well, heading in towards playoffs. But lads, touched on it a little bit beforehand. Which one are we most excited about? You have to pick one. Only one.
Na'Vi,
yeah.
Right.
Na'Vi Yellow Submarine, just because, you know, old guard versus young blood, and also whoever this team is that moves forward, they're the only CIS team that will be in the playoffs. So they've got the weight of a region on their shoulders. So it's going to be a lot to be playing for.
What about you, Darcy? Why are you so excited for the Na'Vi one?
I mean, you know, they're my boys, right? And then they're
No,
going
they're
up
QO's
QO's boys,
yeah.
so that's it.
It's a bit of a fight of boys here on the panel, but I'm super excited to see that CIS showdown as well. I'm also super excited to see Viking GG versus Ninjas in Pyjamas as well, to see if, I don't want to say the smack talk, but they have a bit of a history against each other, right? They've got, you know, a few series where they played against each other through these other tournaments, and I'm interested to see whether or not Ninjas in Pyjamas can continue that high streak they've been going on, and whether or not Viking GG can kind of rectify a few of those mistakes they made towards the middle part of the tournament.
I feel like Viking have, you know, they identified that their drafting style was a little bit flawed. Not necessarily the drafting style, but their hero meta. You know, we always talk about within tournaments, there's this own meta that develops. And I feel like they've identified that. They've removed a couple of heroes completely from their considerations. And it looked like it worked for them in that series against Cyber Legacy.
They were just a little too predictable for their openers. And heroes like Slaughter just couldn't really work against teams who were already prepared for it. As you mentioned, they already admitted it even on the interview itself. So we know that coming forward, they already have this kind of fixed out already.
Yep. All right, well, you've heard it here from my panel first. Let's go check in with our casters for today. We've got Gazza and Kosti on the line. Lads, welcome here to another day of ESL 1 Germany. It's the final time that you guys will be joining us, so we're quite sad here on the panel to see you guys go. So I've got a question before we start diving into the series for today. Who are you guys picking to win the tournament that's not Team Secret?
Oh, Lacoste, do you want to go first?
It's a tough one, considering how good Team Secret played in the last, 6 months. I'm not sure if they're going to be contested, but if I had to pick one team, I'd probably go with OG.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd go Team Liquid. I think, I like the Team Liquid, the style. I think they can pull it out. If there's any team there, I think it's probably Insania and the boys.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, we touched on the panel that the winner of the Na'Vi Yellow Submarine series, they're the only CIS team that's going to be representing the region. Do you feel like that's just showcasing the dominance of EU, or is there something else at play?
Yeah, we boys from EU have been dominating the scene for way too long, and it's not fun anymore. We want to see some other region also stepping up.
Yeah, I think with the kind of drastic shuffle they've had in a lot of rosters, they don't have the settled squads just yet. So it was a good starting tournament for the CIS region to kind of reboot themselves after this kind of period of shuffling teams and squads around. And we don't have VP or VPP in here either. So I don't think it's telling, but it might, the performances we've seen from some of the CIS teams, Yellow Submarine especially, might be a signal of good things to come.
Yeah, and Gambit just released their new roster as well. So even though they weren't part of this tournament, there's, lots more shuffling going on.
Yeah, what's been the most unpredictable elements so far in this tournament? Either be a team overperforming or underperforming? What do you guys think so far it's been kind of showcasing?
You can go
trying
first,
to figure
Gary.
out why Oracle buys Dagon. Trying to figure out why Oracle bought a Dagon in that game the other day. Yeah, that was definitely the most surprising thing for me. I'm still in shock from that series.
I don't know. What surprised me is that Garrett was still not fired after all the dumb stuff that he said throughout the tournament.
I never say dumb stuff, Lacoste.
I'm surprised that I still have a job. If Gaz has still got a job, then I'm sure my job should be safe. But lads, before I let you guys go, who are your picks for our 3 series today? Who are we going to be seeing in the playoffs out of these 3 series?
Ooh.
Watching Nigma play, you know, they're still shaky. There's a reason why they're playing their series today, but I still feel like they're gonna overcome 5 men. I've been really not impressed the way they play. 5 men can win against any of the teams in the world, but they can also lose to any stack that formed like a week ago. And Na'Vi, Yellow Submarine, we're gonna see like which CIS team is gonna go big this time. And for Viking against NIP, I'm a big believer in Viking, even though NIP, as I already mentioned before, they've been impressing me because every single time they play, they look much better than they used to.
I'm going to go with the easy answer. Nigma, Na'Vi, NIP. Just choose all the team names that begin with N. Super simple.
That seems to be a super simple way to get this done. But Gazza and Kossi, we'll leave you guys to get prepared for our first game between Nigma and 5 men.
Bye.
Bye.
See you guys. Bye. It's always good to hear from those guys because usually when those guys get on camera, it's a little bit before the game starts and they've still got to talk about the game. They've got to talk about the draft. They've got to talk about everything else. But I like to hear the insights across the tournament as a whole because they don't get to cover everything. You know, we've heard a bit from OD Pixel and Fogged as well. So they've got some good picks for the rest of today. But I think Gazza might be copping out a little bit with the whole...
A little bit of that strategy. I mean, Lacoste just normally busy jamming on his guitar most of the time, you know, during the draft and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, they've been on point with their predictions all throughout. And, yeah, I'm keen to hear them again.
I'm keen to see something else that is here. We've got our Mercedes-Benz top 4. Let's see if it has changed up across these last couple of days. It is only the final day here for our group stages, so we still got playoffs to play in, but some of these players are already out. So let's chuck it up on your screens and see where our Mercedes-Benz top 4 is sitting for today. We had Matumba Man in that first slot. He's still there. Miracle's still there in that second slot as well. Nisha's still there in that third slot. Let's see if Lil's in that fourth slot as well for today. Oh, we got Thompson back. Okay, so the recently acquired Dadhood has pushed himself into that top 4, but I don't know. I haven't seen too much social media push from these guys. I guess most of these guys don't really need it as MVPs, but, you know, I guess you can't really be sad if either one of these 4 do win it.
Well, Thompson, you know, like you mentioned, he is now Dadson, so maybe he's got, like, you know, some sort of sports convertible, and he needs more of a family car, you know?
A Tarago. Yeah. Just walking up, just being like, I need that Mercedes-Benz so I don't get laughed at when I go to lands in a Tarago.
Very good, very good.
What about you, Darcy? You feeling like this top 4 is pretty solid?
I mean, now that Lil's out, it's not really so surprising, right? Because there's no more games for him to play, so there'll be less opportunity to showcase. But the OG guys, I think they play really fancy-looking Dota, so it's going to be pretty easy for them to kind of like get those MVPs raking up. Yeah, I think we'll be probably expecting more of them, I think, coming towards the playoffs itself.
Well, I'm super excited to see how playoffs does pan out. But instead of us just screaming into the void, we'd like you guys to talk to us as well. You can join us on Twitter and on Facebook. Make sure you do use the hashtag ESL1. Let us know where you guys are watching these games from, and let us guys know how your Mercedes-Benz top 4 is panning out, whether or not it's the same as you've seen on your screens, or whether or not you want to see a few more of those players up in there. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's break number 1 of round number 5 here. And on the other side of it, we're going to get into our series between Nigma and 5 men. We'll see you then.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eating to lose, just fasting you. Fasting you. I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eating to lose, just fasting you. I tell you the truth. Just fasting you.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everybody. Here it's round number 5 for ESL 1 Germany, and it's Nigma versus 5-Man. One of these teams goes in the playoffs. One of these teams gets out of the tournament. It's going to be your pick. It's going to be our pick as well to see who comes out on top in this best of 3. I've got my panel back here. I've got Danog and I've got Darcy on the end as well. Lads, 5-Man versus Nigma. As you said, Matt, in the pre-show, there was a little bit of a checkered pass for both these teams. A little bit of ups, a little bit of downs, and let's see who comes out on that up here for this 5th series.
Very good. I think it's going to depend a lot around how 5-Men are going to be drafting, because Nigma, when they've been successful, it's been around we are having a good game, as well as RMN feeling a lot more comfortable. I feel like Miracle's been pretty solid and stable. Mind Control, honestly, very much the same. GH, a little bit less so, but I feel like that's the case where he doesn't shine as much if Weeha's having a bad time.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Enigma. I think if Weeha has a good time, he enables everyone else in the team. Pretty much GH can play around him, as well as just having Miracle have more space to farm. And we saw in that game where he's playing Luna, he just had 15 minutes of just free farm. He got a Manta, he's got his MOM. I think 20 minutes he had his Butterfly. It was insane.
Yeah.
So,
well, on the other side of this coin, boys, is 5 men here. This is a roster that's got some pretty stable names in it, as well as, Zibe and Chessie. They're coming in on the rear there. They are still amazing players in their own right as well. So what are we expecting here from 5 men? Who do they have to enable, and who do they have to try and get good matchups to try and take it over Enigma here?
I think the mid lane is really important because Chessie is one of the players we've been kind of very surprised at his performance, and we had an interview as well with him, and he was saying that he does a lot of 1v1s. And we were just talking about how Nigma needs, Weehard to actually perform, but he's going up a player who we feel is doing really well. So just getting shut down by Chessie is just very important. It's a key factor for their gameplay to actually win out.
Yeah, even in unfavorable matchups, right? We had that discussion with Chessie after he had played a Tiny into a Shadow Fiend, which that is a loss, like, most of the time, but he came out with a dominant performance. It feels like it's the same script every single time that 5 men win. Chessie pops off, it enables Ace to have the space to build his hard carry win condition style, and they win the game from that. I feel like if I had to pick out a big weakness from 5 men, it would be that. It would be that if Ace doesn't have his space, nothing happens in the game, and you can get run over.
So does that mean that they're going to be more focused on Chessie having a good lane, trying to give him those good matchups? You guys did touch on the fact that he doesn't mind these unfavorable matchups because he is so skilled in that mid lane, but do we feel like the draft is going to favor a way where Chessie's going to have those stronger lanes to take down somebody like Weehard?
Well, it could even be like thinking 2 levels ahead, right? Because GH, for example, loves playing as Phoenix. Not the best roamer, not the best rotator. You need to be able to stay in lane, get those experience, get those levels that you need to be able to have that mid to late game impact. But if, for example, 5 men let them do that and then pick a hero for Misery that wants to rotate, then suddenly you secure the rune. You make Chessie's game a lot easier, you make Weehard's game a lot harder, and you can snowball the win off of that.
Yeah, another thing as well to mention is that they have a few hero picks that are very important to their lineups. The Vengeful that they both play with Jar lineups, as well as the Magnus. I think these two are the key factors in this matchup right now.
All right, well, you heard it from my panel, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's hear from 5 men. We caught up with Zibe before the tournament started with Siraction Slacks.
Hey guys, here with Sibe from 5 men. I know I'm butchering it, but I cannot say your name, sir. I'm so sorry. How do you say it in Swedish?
Sibe is the proper way for all the casters out there. I've heard way too many butcherings of my name in my short career so far. Like, I don't know what the worst is. Cheeb is probably the worst.
Cheeb? Okay.
Cheeb.
You're going to need to call out that caster immediately. It's probably me.
I don't
anyway,
even remember who was the...
All right, my friend. Well, talk about being the new guy on the squad. You are one of the younger talents. Well, not younger, but less seasoned people on 5 men. And I find 5 men pretty fascinating. There's so many guys that have done so many things. How does this squad compare to other teams that you've been on?
Oh, it's very different, for sure. Just that part with the mentality, kind of, that I can basically tell that these guys they've already made it in a sense. Misery, he has been a TI runner-up. I think Pi was considered the best player in the world at some point before I even started playing, and they kind of have the bearing of that type of player that has already made it. While I've never made it, and I'm like, it's just a different. You can tell it. I can really tell the difference in mentality there.
But I mean, you're good enough where they want to play with you. So how did that happen? How did they find you and get you onto this team?
I think I got recommended by Chessie. I think they reached out to Chessie first. I'm sure they noticed we played against all 3 of them. Actually, they were playing in Cloud9 before. If we should mention that the run they had. But yeah, the 3 of the members on our team played in Cloud9 before, and we met them at Summit. Me and Chessie played together in OG Seed. And well, we had a pretty good run there, and I'm sure that's where they found out about me and Chessie, basically. And then they reached out to Chessie, and he recommended me, and here we are.
So this is a very serious question. If you could change your look into being your logo, a balding, mustachioed man, but you got to beat Team Secret 2-0, 3-0 in the grand finals even, would you make that trade?
That's a difficult question. I mean, in 20 years, maybe that's a good look.
Well, I'm not asking 20 years, man. I'm saying now. Would you take the plunge for your team?
I mean, if that's like a sacrifice I can make, and then I kind of keep that look for the next 20 years, then in 20 years I'll be very, very, very happy that I made that choice. Suddenly, would be the best team in the world, and all I had to pay for it was my current exterior. I wouldn't mind at all.
Well, typically spoke from a man as yourself, so dedicated to victory. Well, thank you so much. I hope it doesn't come to that, and you guys have a great run here at ESL. Thanks a lot for your time.
Pretty interesting thing to sell your soul for, to try and beat Team Secret here at ESL 1 Germany. Let's see if 5-man can do it. Let's see if 5-man can beat Nigma, because that is their opponent ahead of them here for this series. Do or die series, lads. So both these teams are really looking to play their best here. But Nigma, they've been a team... We came into this tournament, we're like, okay, it's Nigma. They don't have Kuroki. He's still in, I don't know, whatever he's having to do right now, recovering from his hand surgery. Yeah. And now they're coming in with their coach as well. They might not have been performing to their previous standards, but in the last couple of series, they're starting to look a little hotter. Weeha's actually starting to get into that mid lane and really starting to play his heroes and really starting to carry the team Nigma here. But, I mean, can they do it against 5-man? That's the real question.
I think they can. I don't know. It's just the tale of two stories. Don't listen to me. I've a horrible Nigma prediction. I think I'm like 1-7 so far with who's going to win. You get baited at the start. Coming in, I had them ranked number 3, I think, for my overall where they would place in the tournament. But based off those first 3 series that they played, I was kind of sweating a little bit. But they've definitely come back into form with that last series that they played against Winstrike. It was absolutely dominant.
Yeah, and normally, well, realistically for everyone as well as ourselves, we would think 5-man versus Nigma, easy game for Nigma 2-0, right? But I don't think that's the case here. I really think it's going to come down to the draft. I think 5-man have been overperforming. Nigma's obviously underperforming in this tournament. And they've only really stepped up in the previous series, but I mean, it's already been a few series now, and we haven't really seen the best performance, right? So I think it can be those cases where it's going to just come down to the day, and maybe they might be feeling good and they might play well, maybe they're not, and they play poorly, and 5-man just capitalize that and they take a win from it. So it's very hard to gauge this kind of matchup right now.
Yeah, and Lacoste mentioned it when we had our chat with him before. He was like, look, 5-man are capable of taking a game or a series off anyone in the world, but they could also lose to a 5-man stack. Yeah. So it's like, which team is going to show up on the day? I mean, you can look at the draft and you can think, okay, this team's going to win, but the execution matters so much. So I think having that mental edge, the first game I think is going to be even more important this series versus anyone else.
Exactly. Well, speaking of our first game, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take our break so we can get into game number 1 draft here between Nigma and 5-man. We won't be long. We'll see you on the other side of it.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm out of fever, picture at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
I told you we wouldn't be long. I'm sure that a few minutes was enough to you guys get your satisfaction ahead here of Nigma versus 5men. Game number 1 draft is just around the corner here, but I do have to introduce my panel once again. I've got Danog and I've got Darcy here. Lads, we talked about this quite a lot in the pre-show, the fact that this Nigma versus 5men series will all come down to the draft. So let's break it down. Let's talk about some heroes we're going to see contested. Let's talk about maybe some strategies we might see from both these teams to try and counter one another.
Yeah, I think the Magnus is probably the most commonly picked one across both of them, so I think that first pick is going to have a real priority there, and as well the bans. I think Weeha is the one that you need to focus on if you're on 5men.
Yeah,
it seems like, honestly, I don't want to say his only good games, but he just looked so dominant on that Viper and the Batrider, especially when he has a really good matchup, and we know how important Chessie's game is for the 5men.
Yeah, I think as well, the Viper is one of those heroes that they don't really care if it doesn't have a good matchup. I've seen it against Lina, and normally Lina wins middle against Viper, but it doesn't really, because you just Netatoxin level 1, you push out the lane, you jungle, you get your item timings, and then you got your corrosive skin, you can't kill the Viper anymore as a Lina. So it's just kind of redundant picking a Lina to beat the Viper, then it doesn't do its job.
Yeah, and the only other game that Weeha's really popped off was when he was against a Viper, and he obviously knows the counterpick to that, which is the Wind Ranger. So, we'll see how that one goes, but...
What about some other Weeha heroes then? Because you guys talked about this Weeha versus Chessie mashup where it feels like this mid lane is going to dictate the pace of both these teams. Does Weeha have to start going back to his old heroes that he used to play quite a lot outside of, the Viper, the Wind Ranger, those heroes and the Batrider that we've seen quite a lot from him?
The problem I see there is that normally they want a mid enabler so that Miracle has that hard carry free farm game. And I think that's when they really play well, is when Miracle just gets so fat early into the game, his timings accelerate, and then you just use him to kind of dictate the pace of the game in the mid game. But it's very important that Weeha plays an enabler but does well, because it's just when you're playing an enabler from behind, you're just a useless hero pretty much. We've seen games where I think he was playing bad in this tournament as well. Not the previous series, but he just had a poor start. I think it was against Storm, Boroniha's Storm.
Yeah, against Mud Golems, yeah.
And he just didn't do anything throughout the whole game.
Who was he playing in that one? Was he a Queen of Pain or something?
No, he was
like
a Batrider.
Yeah, it was Batrider
against
against
Batrider,
Storm.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Queen of Pain is another one of his heroes. Void Spirit, I feel like, fits that similar mold, but I don't think we're going to be seeing any sort of like Weeha TAs. Weeha Meepo didn't work out all that well in the first series against Yellow Submarine, so it's kind of a narrower hero pool, but if there's anyone that can make it work, I trust Weeha. He's a 2-time TI runner-up for a reason.
Do we think that that first series up against Yellow Submarine kind of gave Weehar a little bit of a sting? You know, picking... Obviously, it was a pretty bad Meepo game, if we're being honest here. It was not that good of a Meepo game.
I think he was just most concerned about looking bad in front of Super Rudy. I think that was his biggest thing, right? Because he's the man, the myth, the legend. You can't be having a showing like that in front of the god of Dota.
So is that why he started to default back to his, you know, Bat Riders, his Vipers, his Moon Angel, and all that kind of stuff?
He went back to school, basically.
Pretty much. But we'll see if that's how it does pan out. But another player that we talked about a little bit on Nigma is RMN. Like we talked about a few of his heroes that he's really comfortable on, his Disruptor, his Oracles and stuff like that. Is that something else that they're going to be prioritizing quite a lot here for Nigma?
I think so. I think there are a few common heroes across both lineups. Venge is probably number one. But we know that Pyjamas, he's kind of got away from it, but he plays this certain style of, like, you know, medic, where he goes, you know, things like the Pugna, the Oracle. I think those are both very highly contested picks as well. One, because RMN plays the Oracle very well, but also Pugna is another one of these Weehai heroes that can be that space creator, that can be that lane dominator. So I'm interested to see where and how deep they go into the draft or banning phase.
Yeah, I like how they've finally been adapting on the medic role. They're not necessarily picking it every single game, depending on the game. If it looks good, they can go for it. If not, pick something else. They went for the Venge. They've already done IO, I think, as well in this tournament, which is really nice to see. And just in general, having this flexibility allows your game to be played out differently. But the Venge Drow is one of the lineups that I'm kind of worried in the series, because they can just pick it up, pair it up in the first phase, play like Secret.
And their most recent series as well, it was kind of really surprising because you pick Pyjamas, something like a Nature's Prophet, and they actually gave him more farm than Misery. You know, it was crazy. All Misery really needed was, I believe, the Blink Dagger, and then he was like, look, it's all yours, buddy. You know, I'm happy to sit back, take a back seat, and let Pi not be that position 7 anymore.
I mean, we've seen that across a few of these other teams. I think Liquid is the biggest one that comes to mind when it comes to changing farm priority depending on the hero matchups that you have. And I think it's we've seen it, you know, in the first couple of years of Dota, a lot of people were very stock standard in their roles. Mid players only played mid, carry players played just carry, and then we saw a few rotations between carry players and mid players being able to switch a lot. And then we got to a point where we're now seeing 4s and 3s being able to change up, and now we're seeing 5s and 4s being able to change up. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I know you guys have all been waiting ever so patiently for this draft, so we're a little bit deep into this one. We do apologize for that, but we've got it up on your screens right now. Enigma versus 5 men. Lads, let's start to dive into it.
Very interesting. I mean, we expected the Magnus, right?
Yep.
We were thinking about Venge, perhaps one of these games we see a Venge Drow lineup, but we see a Winter Wyvern into Anti-Mage opener after the Magnus Zeus, which is really interesting because Zeus as an opener is also not stock standard. Anti-Mage is a miracle hero, obviously, but it looks like Nigma's already approached a way that where they already decided this is the win condition. We're just going to have this anti-mage pick. We're going to delay the game by utilizing this Winter Wyvern. And obviously we have strong lanes with the Undying. We just need to play a way that we can create enough space so that the anti-mage gets to the late game and he can win. But obviously, the Zeus doesn't necessarily mean it's mid, right?
Ace Lone Druid, that is something that's kind of coming out of the history books. Fun fact, though, he hasn't won in a competitive match with the Lone Druid for about 2 years. I think he's picked it 3 times in
the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like
that
Ace
used to be a hero that you would think that Ace would be playing a lot.
I mean, that was back on like the Secret days, basically, where he was playing with them. And I mean, Game 1, I think that's the time where you can pull out these sort of niche things, right? I think the Zeus that early on might be punished a little bit, but you can see in the banning phase, like we were talking about, Batrider's gone, Viper's gone, Void Spirit's gone. So I'm really liking the bans coming up from 5 men. It's just, you know, the order of things in their pick phase that I'm a little bit more concerned about.
Yep, and Nigma's bans are just according to having your best anti-mage game. You don't want to deal with the Slaughter in the lane, you don't want to deal with a combo as well. PA just comes online too quick, and it's a very good way to get that burst damage instantly, especially since they lack this disable. They don't have the best crowd control. So far, it's really just the Curse as well as the Centaur stun, but
I mean, conversely, they don't really have it on 5 men either, right? You've got Charge, you've got Bash, you've got the Root from the Lone Druid, and of course RP. The thing I was thinking of that they might have gone for was, again, this global strategy. You've got a Spirit Breaker that can be anywhere at any time. You've got a Zeus, so once you get that Nimbus and Thunder Gods, I thought they might have been leaning more towards a Spectre, but I feel like, again, they just do need that extra little bit of lockdown for this anti-mage.
What I'm now wondering for 5-man is this mag just going to be for Pyjamas? Can they just flexi this mag? Because Zeus as well is one of those heroes that hasn't really seen much flexibility in this tournament. So far, it's always just been the mid, but they normally pick it in the 4th or 5th pick. picked, right?
Yeah.
So having the Zeus opener might mean it could be a position 4, it could be a position 2, Magnus could be a position 3, a position 2, or position 5. So you don't really know what's going on for 5-man, but all you do know is they have a way to take down towers, they have very strong lanes, and they have this ability to just chase down the anti-mage. And the nice pair up here I like is the Zeus Nimbus with the Spirit Breaker in the later stages of the game.
Ooh, these two bands coming in here from Nigma do tend me to lean towards something like a Weehaw Invoker, boys. It's something that we've seen from the history books from Weehaw. He's had an amazing performance across so many tournaments on that hero, and we've seen the resurgence of it a little bit here in this tournament. A lot of Coswex Invoker, a few Exorts.
It's okay, but it's a little slow in my mind, right? You've already got an anti-mage that's going to be wanting to take a back seat, that needs his first 3 items, you know, Battle, Fury, Manta-style Basher, before he's really able to do anything in a lot of these team fights. Ooh. And Venomancer is definitely going to slow him down for that. You would assume that that's probably going to be... I mean, where is that even going to be? I think maybe it's a Pile Die sort of hero. We see a few teams mix that up and put it into the position 5 role against a Centaur. It's okay, but like anti-mage, you can just blink out, right? You don't have the kill potential if you're laning that against it. But it does hinder a big win condition for Nigma, so I think they've still got some flexibility here between the Mag and the Veno as to where they're going to be played.
Yeah, I think, although that being said, I think Veno is going to be played as position 3. You need a hero that can pressure the anti-mage and always keep supports down there. If you force the enemy to react to your Veno position 3, you have Lone Druid on the other side lanes who can just pummel down the towers. And we're going back for the Lina. This is a hero where Weehaw was very comfortable in the past, and one of the heroes that he innovated, playing that physical right-click damage build-up on the Lina mids.
I'm sure Lacoste is moulding right now, just looking at this draft. Last pick Lina again here. He's hated it for the entirety of ESL 1 Germany, so let's see if Weehaw can have a hot performance on this hero. But lads, seeing these all in all, we've got Jubice playing, picking up the Venomancer. There's a position 4 Spirit Breaker, and a 5 Magnus coming in again here from Pile Die, so...
Yeah.
Bit of an interesting one, lads.
I think the 5 mag is actually alright here because Wyvern is not the strongest laner early on. You know, maybe level 3 you can get some decent damage and slows coming out with the Centaur being able to stun and combo to follow up on that. But it means that you get that first little bit of farm. You're not going to be pressured all too much. And I think the big priority is going to be for 5-men getting Zibby at least his level 3, and then Misery is just going to be roaming around the map constantly. Wyvern not the best roamer as well, so I think Misery, his main role is to make sure that Chessie does have a good game in this mid lane.
Yeah, for me, I actually like Nigma's draft, despite the fact that it's a Lina mids. We all hate it. Kosti hates it, but it enables their team. They have follow-up damage. It's going to be a decent lane. It doesn't necessarily have to own the lane. It just has to do well. And yeah, she's a little prone to the Spirit Breaker, but at the same time, I think the win condition for Nigma is pretty simple. Just don't get run down too much early game. Play around the anti-mage, and I just don't like this Magnus pick here.
Yeah, all right, lads. Well, we saw the GG bet odds. They are favouring Nigma here, so we're going to hand it over to our casters for game number 1. It's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys, and here we are. First game of our first series of the day as 5 men take on Team Nigma, and we're getting ourselves into position for our laning phase here, as we've got a Miracle AM, but Lacoste, I think what we want to talk about, or what you want to talk about, is the final couple of picks. Venomancer came out, an audible groan from Lacoste, where it's like, oh, that's disgusting, and then the Lina, where he was actually disgusted. 10th pick Lina, something you're not a fan of, but do you think it's all right here?
I think it's all right here. Usually, I'm the guy who's going to say this pick is super shitty, especially if it's 10th pick. But considering the heroes that they have, they know what win condition is. You have your anti-mage. You just want to buy time. You do not want to get ran over by the strat that 5 men have. So they needed someone that's going to push out the lane, someone's going to do well in the laning stage against Zeus. And it's a comfortable pick for V as well. So I can understand why they went for it. You expected me to go ham on the 10th pick, Lina, didn't you? Huh?
No, that's why I said it's all right here, isn't it? It's not as devastating as sometimes you like to make it out to be. Bounty rune contest already beginning. My Control's going to sneak one away from Pile Die bottom. As up top, GH already battling with Misery's Spirit Breaker. Getting that Arctic Burn going. Bit of chip damage there. Long cooldown on this level 1 spell. We've seen a fair few Wyverns go for like Splinter Blast level 1, especially just to secure range creeps. But we'll see exactly what this Wyvern gets up to.
Wyvern, not particularly strong laner, 46 damage with Null Talisman, you know.
Oh.
A bit of yikes.
Doesn't feel so great. Pyjamas, what are you up to? Boots on the Magnus. Something that the panel pointed out, you know, obviously Magnus doesn't feel like a great hero here. They had to kind of shift him into the position 5. Nobody for him to really empower in this game either. Maybe you give it to the bear. We'll see exactly what Pyjamas has planned as he shockwaves the creep wave. Tries to drag it away, but both GH and RMN giving chase onto Pyjamas. Try and body block the wave, stop him from dragging. Nah, just let him take it.
So Pyjamas is just buying time so that Venomancer can get some XP on the top lane. Venom's starting with the Poison Stink, pretty standard stuff. AM, we see that quite often where they tend to get 1 Ring of Regen, sometimes even 2 if you're playing like Void into Venomancer. But let's check the mid lane. Zeus 6-1 so far, pretty good. We only sitting at 3 CS and 1 deny, and he's very low on HP. Also, he needs to be very careful about using that healing cell because it can easily get cancelled by Chessie.
Yeah, against a Zeus not buying a magic stick, trying to rush into that bottle as quickly as he can. I didn't really place any wards to spot the Radiant high ground in that mid lane. There's just one watching for the rotations of Misery Spirit Breaker off towards that bottom rune spot. So I guess we thinking that he's not likely to get any charges anyway, as Chessie can just play Fog. And we gives it as good as he takes. Good little light striker right there with a right-click harass. And then bottom lane, our final lane. Ace on the Lone Druid. Mind Control, and now GH down here as Misery Spirit Breaker, trying to get towards the courier, but he's just going to bash around the Centaur for a little bit.
Anti-Mage is pre-farming on the top lane, getting very close to his Ring of Health. Once you get that, you don't care too much about Venomancer at all, especially because it's a position 5 mag, starting with the Boots of Speed. They might actually swap things around, give priority to mag in this game so that he can get to mid lane. Chessie, he'll drop.
Oh, we diving onto tier 1 and the Shockwave misses. Level 2 Dragon Slave there from the Lina. Able to keep that damage going from reasonably long range. A great start for Yelena already. And this is in large down to the fact that Misery hasn't been able to make any rotations mid, really. Mind Control and GH both keeping the Spirit Breaker bottom. And also, Misery has to kind of give this experience to the Lone Druid, so he's been trying to keep out of creep wave range while still trying to harass his opponents.
It's a good start for V on a mid. Because of that kill and solo XP, he will get faster 6 than Zeus and might even grab another kill. Also has a bottle, so someone will need to go and check the rune just to secure it. Like, what I dislike about 5-man draft is that they are giving free lane to Anti-Mage. Like, Zibe is gonna keep harassing him with the Poison Sting, but the Ring of Regen and Ring of Health plus regeneration coming from the tower will be enough for AM to sustain in this lane. And Magnus does not give you any kill threat, at least not on AM.
Well, they try on the Undying. RMN just pops a quick decay and TPs away. GH getting bashed up mid as Chessie's chased by Wee. One Mango is ready here for the Lina. He's trying to keep going for this, and the Light Strike Array, no, it's the Dragon Slave that secures it. Misery charges forward. GH, what's he got? Arctic Burn and nothing much else, so the trade will be there. Little collapse.
Interesting.
From 5
Misery
men.
only got 200 gold for that kill.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. 182 experience as well. That's not a lot. Doesn't seem like we lost any money really either. So not too bad for Team Nigma there.
Charge on Miracle. I don't think they can kill him, but at least they can try to harass him a bit, unless he misuses the blink. But no, Mag is not there, and even if he was, he has no mana just trying to secure the bounty runes.
At the very least, that move secures a couple of bounty runes for 5 men. Bottle refill for Chessie. But a really weird, unconventional tri-lane up top. Pylar Die, Misery on this Magnus Spirit Breaker. Double melee supports. Struggling to find an avenue towards any kind of aggression this match.
Alina has boots coming to her, and she is level 6, so if she lands LSA on Zeus, he's dead.
Oh yeah, he's straight up dead. And Mind Control might be in a little bit of trouble bottom. Cutting creep wave. Ace is going to come in to try and find him. He's still got 500 HP. Maybe Pylar Die can cut him off at the staircase as MC stuck around for a creep wave too many. Entangling claws are there, and Zeus will secure the kill, while top lane RMN dropping also. Misery and Zibe. Almost found Miracle. 100 HP left on that anti-mage, but like you were mentioning before, Ring of Health plus the Ring of Regen keeping him topped up at least.
Yeah. RMN dying there. I think RMN stands for Rudy Molding Now. That's what it stands for.
Oh, you found the perfect one, Lacoste.
Yes,
you got
I
there
did.
in the end. Oh, that's a good one. Ace getting gone on. Splinter Blast slowing him down with the Arctic Burn. Mind Control trying to get around the tree and cuts through it. But Pylar Die arriving now with that Spirit Bear going wild. Who's he? It's a genuine question. Who is Pylar Die going to empower this game?
Bear.
It is just the bear?
I mean, he does not have a target. You can try to empower Spirit Breaker.
Oh, top lane RMN. Chased under the tower. Weeha's rotation comes in. Lina with a Laguna Blade just zaps Zibe down, and Misery, can he get away from this? There's a Light Strike array being held. He tries the charge, but the stun hits.
Lands the stun.
Wee, beautifully done. First rotation, he gets 2 kills.
That's a good rotation. They not only saved one of the heroes, but got 2 kills, and now Anti-Mage will get some solo XP, get himself to level 6, and will continue to farm. Neutral items will start dropping right now. Let's see if he finds the Iron Talon, as he usually does. Good stuff for Zeus. Finds the Keen Optic. Spirit Breaker refills the bottle for him. They might start to play aggressively on V, but GH already there. Sitting behind him knows something's cooking.
Yeah, they know how fragile this Lina can be. Always needs backup. Cold Embrace could potentially save her life. But there is always a Zeus on the enemy team with a lot of magic damage. Mind Control has pretty much given up playing the lane properly. Just wave cutting. He's got raindrops now to try and mitigate any of that damage coming in. As Misery has made the long charge from top down to bot. And MC Centaur forced to stomp.
He's still 5.
Pylar Die still trying to stick around here, and has allowed Chessie to come in to gather up the kill.
At least I deigned to notice you.
Yeah, no stampede.
I believe Mind Control knew he was already dead and just tried to bought a bit of time.
And there's smoke up heading top again as Ace makes a nice little pull down bottom lane. Just trying to reset his wave, farming jungle camps. And he is incredibly farmed. 57-24. Nearly has that Mask of Madness. Oh, it is coming out, in fact. Towards his bear on the courier, and look at how Team Nigma are moving. They know Lone Druid is pretty much the win condition here for 5 men, so they're going to gather up around him. Light Strike Array, Laguna Blade, everything you've got. We pretty much solo kills the Lone Druid as they might think about pressuring the tier 1 bottom as Anti-Mage top. Charged up, there's the bash. Hitting him with a stun, but he blinks back. And he looks perfectly fine. We with another rotation. We just moving from lane to lane, finding the stun, and Misery. He's just about done. RMN has to retreat as the skewer blocks the advance, but Chessie is the one to get the only kill from that top lane with a long-range global ulti.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We is playing so active right now, getting all the runes, getting the big kills, especially the one on Lone Druid, helping AM on the top lane. I mean, he understands that he's not the win condition, AM is, and he needs to secure the lane. He's farming nicely, not the best one, sitting at 3.3k net worth at the moment. And who found the Iron Talon? It's 5 men. Charge.
Mind Control has to stampede away. So now AM getting back into that jungle. Poor man's shield comes up for him, not too bad. As the Radiant scan, bounty runes are coming. Oh, Misery. So close to getting the charge, but in comes Lina now, and Misery has to bail. Too many Team Nigma heroes down here for him to contend with.
Undying almost got him. He almost stunned him. Just kidding. This hero can do so little.
They're still going in, though. Look at Ace. He has the Fairy Fire. He's got a 5-second cooldown on his bear respawn. RMN's Undying, deep in behind enemy lines. All the way under that tier 1. And Chessie forced to move in here for a kill on a pos 5.
Man proposes, God disposes.
It's very important
So
that
far.
your Zeus is getting the last hits, getting the kills. Etherlands, Keen Optic, a lot of mana regeneration on Zeus. And this is a fast-looking lineup from 5-man, where Lone Druid will get the Mask of Madness, possibly a Desolator, or maybe MKB as the next item. And you have Venomancer, who's farming nicely. And with 4 points in Plague Wards, or Curse used.
And Wee's coming in. He's going to be able to get the Dragon Slave and just a couple of right clicks. Light Striker is there to secure the kill. And Team Nigma, it feels like they're kind of frantically moving around the map, but they're getting the big kills that they need to slow down this early game tempo that you're mentioning that 5-men have. They want to hit their item timings around Lone Druid, but they're being stalled a little bit here.
It's also very important that they keep their tier 1 towers alive. Mid 1 almost full HP. Same goes for the top. You know, you're playing against the Lone Druid, you're playing against the Venomancer. You want to keep them alive as long as you can. Ace, scouting things out on the bottom lane. It's hard to execute a gank with Nigma unless they use one of the ultis, like Wyvern into Lina stun and combo, or if Centaur is using ulti, because you have like Wyvern, who's not really a hero that wants to rotate, and, you know, you also have Undying.
That's why they're putting a lot of emphasis on this Centaur to try and get that Blink Dagger now. Lots of little items for MC as he buys up Cloak, Bracer, Phase Boots, even a little Ring of Protection there. Blink Dagger queued and 700 gold saved as Wee gets the Yules up, finding Pylai die, but he got the Invis rune. Huh. Off he goes. Level 10 Zeus with Ether Lens. Chessie has just been sitting on his side of the river, pretty much farming. Try to accelerate into that Aghanim Scepter so they can look for those global pickoffs with the Spirit Breaker.
Now, no shenanigans, like everyone's just buying the cheapest possible items. Lone Druid going for Deso. He's getting straight Aghanim Scepter. Highlight die, still Invis. Let's see if he decides to go for RP.
2 supports there, not the ideal targets. And no Observer Ward on the high ground, just a couple of sentries placed by either side. Quite uncommon, seeing Undying and Wyvern just holding a tower together. Lina farming back near her tier 1. AM is in his jungle. Centaur's holding on top, trying to defend against that Veno who just keeps pushing and pressuring. Glimmer Cape on Sibbe. Gonna help them out a little bit when that Lina does come looking for you. Charge. Stopped in its tracks. Mind Control with a great stomp there, keeping Misery at bay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Things slow down a little bit. 5-man looking again for those primary items, while this anti-mage on Team Nigma. Battle Fury closes in, and Miracle is always going to be that late game security for you.
It's still going to be a decent timing on Battle Fury, like 15-minute mark, considering that they did not get any kills, they did not get any towers, and he got pressured a lot in the lanes. There was Spirit Breaker coming, there was Zeus ulti, plus Venomancer put some pressure. Venomancer now going for Spirit Vessel. I think they definitely need that item. Like, there's a bunch of heal coming out from Soul Rip and Wyvern's Cold Embrace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it would be a great pickup for him.
You'll Scepter set up on mid.
Yeah, they stopped the charge coming in, and now the Winter's Curse. Chessie stunned up, but they've got the Nether Strike. The Cold Embrace comes, but the magic damage is overwhelming. Now the Undying's on the run as the Stampede ends, and Lone Druid sends his bear forth, a couple of hits. In comes Misery as well, but the charge in. RMN's about to drop, and so will GH. 5 men starting to run over Team Nigma, bringing the numbers into that mid lane, forcing them to fight around Alina again, who is very fragile right now.
If she uses Yule Scepter offensively, if you try to set things up, then you're not going to have an ability to stop a charge or take care of yourself, dispel things. This should be a quick and easy tier 1 tower for 5 men. Scan. Radiant connects. Mind Control getting close to his Blink Dagger, just 700 gold away. So he can start playing with the team. They also need another form of initiation besides the Centaur ulti.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they desperately need it. They can have Undying pretty much front line for them. Try and bait stuff to start these fights, but Centaur needs to be that surprise initiation coming in from
Mind
the fog.
Control, he's dead.
MC's about to die. They've got charge on him, so they see exactly where he's heading. Chessie just gives him the punches. And Roshan opens up. 5 men are into the pit. This has been really snappy, decisive maneuvering from 5 men. Even with Wii having a great start and getting those early kills, we see the dangers of picking that Lina last.
Maybe I should have went ham on that last pick, Lina. I'm just kidding. But we did a good job, but it's only things like you can do. He had some really nice rotations, but problem is your position 4s and 5s have not very maneuverable heroes, and you can't create that much space for AM. Like, Miracle will need to carry this one hard. Try to creep skip as much as he can. Battle Fury is online, but let's see how 5 men are gonna address this. They have Aegis on the Lone Druid, the Deso, and Mask of Madness ready, plus Empower, so Bear deals ton of damage to the towers, top lane pushing in. I don't think Nigma defends this tier 2 tower, so they need to get something out of the map.
Yeah, and Pylai Dai has been given a decent amount of farm. You take a look at him, and he's saved up 1,800 gold. Blink Dagger isn't far away. It's 17 minutes in, and Pylai Dai nearly has an item. The panel was saying that 5 men have done a great job in recent weeks especially, changing that farm distribution and priority of itemization. As Misery just going to go for, you know, casual blade mail, giving much more of that net worth as Ace is just demolished by his own bear. One Winter's Curse and he dies. Trying to send it forward as the Yule's up will stop any skewer RP play. The Light Striker A in onto Pylai Dai and he's gone. Now Ace trying to get into true form, dodging out with a Savage Roar. Zippe gets a good ulti down as Wee's forced to turn and run. But Ace is losing his life slowly but surely, and the AM stops his TP. Glimmer capable by a bit of space, but Zippe is also trapped in behind the tier 2.
And now they're
3 for
chasing.
3. On to Misery we go, but he'll charge out of danger.
This was such a crucial Winter's Curse coming out from GH. Solo kills the Aegis on Lone Druid and stops this momentum that 5 men had. So they need to be very careful about it. Man, GH, what a player.
Super great setup. And that was a fight without Chessie, really, though.
Mid lane.
As he now has his Aghanims done. Nimbus is ready. Can we get it on top of the nice little Nether Strike there? They're holding on to it.
Nimbe was ready. He did not want to pop it.
I'm wondering if Chessie thought they just didn't have enough damage. Misery was going fully wild for it, though. It looked like they had a good shot.
Yeah, you mentioned the farm distribution that 5 men have between position 4s and 5s, where there was a game when Pi played Beaver and he had like 15-minute Aghanim Scepter on position 5, and I already mentioned that they should shift farm priority in this one, give Magnus a possible Blink Dagger so he can also follow up when they group up around the Winter's Curse or just group around the Tombstone. Blink Dagger ready on a Centaur in a second.
And then we'll have that blink on blink action. I even think, you're talking about the blink RP, I even think Pylai Dai might just have it in his mind, I've got to RP this anti-mage. They are lacking so heavily on lockdown that just having that ulti available for the key target in Miracle's AM might be worthwhile.
They will need to take care of Wyvern. This is the most important hero in a team fight. Take him out first, if possible, and they have good things to scout him out. They have good ways to close the gap with the Spirit Breaker, Zeus, Thunder God's Wrath, and even if they use like Cold Embrace, they can place Nimbus on top of that. Spirit Vessel completed, not just completed, he has 3 charges on it, so...
Radiant's bottom tower
Sibe,
is under attack.
as he said that we need to call him.
I can't believe someone called him Cheeb. I really want to know who that caster is as well. When he said some caster called him Cheeb, I'm thinking, what? Thunder God's Wrath helps them get a kill on GH. As Team Nigma, they were grouping up down bottom. Solar up there keeps RMN a little healthier, but the charge arrives onto Mind Control. RMN's dropping very low. In comes the rest of 5 men, and they've cleared up a double kill for Chessie. Both supports down, and another strike's there. Mind Control just pummeled into the ground. 16-9. And a 6k lead here. Putting 5 men in a really good stead just to keep this momentum going.
Chessie, he's getting all the last hits. Boosted travel ready on him, even more global presence once they use the charge. Blink Dagger finished on Mag. Now they're chasing Miracle. Not sure if they can get this kill, there's no real follow-up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Misery just asserting dominance. A charge into the bash. Force Miracle to blink all the way up to top. We is lurking, blinking, stunning, killing. Lone Druid yules up into the air now, but look at Wee, he's dying. Mind Control's arrived with a blink stomp, but the backstab comes in. The Nether Strike, it's going to be trying to stun up Miracle as that Spirit Breaker just 1v1s the AM. AM's not winning that fight. A great RP comes in from Pyjamas, the empowered Spirit Breaker. That's where the damage is going to come from. Now RMN is backstabbed by Zibe. Ace is still making his escape as Mind Control hiding away in the trees. That play,
when the game
though,
started, you ask who's gonna get empowered. The answer is Spirit Breaker, Misery. Like, becoming a core, even though he's like 4 and a 5, he's not even a true position 4. But with the Empower, he can also clear the waves. Now they're pushing the bottom. Oh, Mind Control. He also wants to creep skip as much as he can. Like, just stop the momentum. 11k gold lead for 5 men. Next Roche may respawn in 2.5 minutes. They lost the first Aegis very quickly, but there's still 2 tier 2 towers to take.
But you can see how much emphasis Team Nigma are putting on killing Lone Druid. We really going for it with that backstab all the way from that bottom right-hand corner. Even AM jumped into the midst of it all. Oh, Mind Control. His TP got cancelled out by the Nimbus. The charge was coming from Misery. They kept tabs on him, and the vision was there. Clumsy net from Misery again. And MC, he's going to be able to blink off to the side somewhere, but still with no TP. And the Thunder God's Wrath will scout him once more. So with Chessie arriving, it is as simple as you like.
It's very hard for them to play this type of a game since you're playing against the Spirit Breaker's charge. Now, even with the Nimbus, they have a lot of ways to scout you out. If you're hiding in the trees, cancel your TPs. Manta Style completed on AM. Ooh. Like right now, Nigma, what they're doing and trying to do is just delay the game. Let our anti-mage get another item. Split push as much as we can without losing too many heroes.
Keep on
I see
buying
Venomancer
time.
queuing up Aghanim Scepter. It's a big item on Venom, but what I would prefer for him to get is Ethereal Blade. Like, you need some kind of save once Wyvern gets on top of someone. It could be a really game-changing item.
Especially if you have the Lone Druid Bear hitting people as well. We saw how quickly Ace died top. Now with Hyperstone on the Bear, attacking much faster.
The thing about the Ethereal Blade on Venomancer at this point is he can farm it easily. He can get that item in less than 2 minutes.
Oh, look at this. Pyjamas has Blink and RP. And there's some big juicy heroes here for him to get, but he misses! Pyjamas so close to beautiful perfection, yet so far away.
Alright, we'll pretend we did not see that one.
It's too late,
saw
Lacoste.
him, yeah. The outpost caught him. Miracle being charged on the mid.
They might commit for this. They're still going. Nimbus is ready as well. Miracle keeping the blinks going off to the right-hand side, and Misery does finally give up to stop and deward. The map is getting smaller, though, for Team Nigma. Top lane shoved by Ace Lone Druid. Full Assault Cuirass now done, as Roshan respawns in 1 minute 45. There's plenty of time here for 5 men just to keep forcing out these lanes and farming up.
Zeus is getting too much. Like, he's just a recipe away from Refresher. 2 ultis, 2 Nimbus, Nimbai.
They found Mind Control, hey? Clumsy net. Can they trap him inside the Nimbus? They don't even need to. Thunder God's Wrath. Again, super long range and getting that Chessie Zeus even closer to Refresher Orb, which is just a recipe away from. Lina does spot Ace on the low ground. Yules up the bear to try and make her escape now. RMN is charged. And this Undying has nowhere to go. You can't hide in your own forest. There's an angry bear on the hunt.
It's so little you can do with Undying at this point of the game. Like, you have max Soul Rip, max Tombstone, but your team is playing from behind. You're not fighting at all. Like, you're literally just a walk-in ward. Kill me, please. Let's see where the heroes are so my AM can get some farm on the map.
And kill some couriers. Out goes the Basher recipe. That would have pretty much finished it off for the Lone Druid Bear. Give them a little bit of added lockdown, which they are lacking. Zeus is being eyed up now by Nigma, though. Chessie showing on the map. Blink, stun as Mind Control makes his move in.
The gap.
Stampeding forward, but missing the Light Strike array. Chessie, though, doesn't really have a way to escape. Miracle's there to secure the kill, and the Wicked Six streak, giving a lot of money to Miracle's anti-mage.
Yeah, they could have not asked for anything better to happen at this point. Venomancer, he's being alone. Okay, so Venomancer decided to go for a different kind of a item build, which I really like, instead of going for Aghanim Scepter. So some more armor, more attack speed if he wants to throw that on a bear, and it can also be a saving tool that I mentioned during the Winter's Curse. Just pop the armor on that ally, RMN, fishing, baiting, trying to see if they can overextend, put themselves in a bad spot, and the GH was ready with the Blink Dagger to just counter-initiate.
And you can see AM is farming just, you know, a blink away from where this fight is starting to kick off. But Roshan being alive now gives 5 men a great opportunity to pop into the pit. While Anti-Mage is out on these lanes showing and shoving. They would love to get a pick off first, though. 1 Radiant Observer Ward deep in that dire jungle, scouted out the Centaur and now the Undying. So they've got a good idea that there's 3 or so heroes up here, and they are charging in towards RMN. We is a bigger target, blinking away, the Lena's out. And RMN is just going to be left as a sacrifice here. Trails and crumbs of the path of Lena back to safety. Mind Control might actually still be in a spot of bother, but a great blink away. Tries the TP and succeeds.
And this is a pretty big item. Spirit Breaker with the Aghanim Scepter, so charge, lower cooldown, 6 seconds. That's pretty insane. And it's you can control, like, it's like AoE bash with a 6-second cooldown.
And he just keeps on going. Keep on chasing that AM. Roshan.
Another Rosh.
You're absolutely right. Aegis and Cheese this time around. Spirit Bear has the Imp Claw. Lone Druid Hero has the Ring of Aquila, sharing out these neutral items very effectively. As Magnus Venno, they're moving down bottom. Nimbus forces out the Manta style. 2 supports holding onto the tier 2 against AM, Wyvern, and even Mind Control Centaur is lurking in the shadows, waiting for a brawl to kick off.
Haste.
This has been a great performance from 5 men so far, as Nigma, even with we having that, you know, 3-1 start, now 3-2-8, he hasn't found himself any additional kills. His net worth is suffering as he now dips behind the Venomancer, and Anti-Mage isn't at the top of the board. That is the biggest factor here for Nigma, as they do stampede. Anti-Mage still hiding in the trees. Mind Control and GH trying to blink away, but Misery has that charge forward, keeping eyes on the target, and Centaur is going to get slowed down and just damaged over time, little by little, by the Venomancer and the Spirit Breaker. While AM clears up the bottom tier 2, sorry, and he's baiting with an illusion. Look at that, they're charging an illusion. Got ya!
Now Mag was ready to RP.
He sure
realized there's no way this is real AM. Man, Misery is getting so much farm with the Empower.
Yeah, almost 10,000 now. That's a good way to accelerate your position 4. Yeah, Mag gets Blink. He's got 1,600 gold saved up on Pile Die, in fact. Curious to see what he goes next. They already have. Oh, are they still going on AM? Light Strike array towards Misery, and the illusions do burn through the majority of his mana. We and Miracle looking to get out of danger.
I feel like Nigma
Abyssal Blade
didn't want to take a fight at
Mind
all
Control.
this game.
Oh, is he going to get out of here? Thunder God's Wrath, not enough, but the second Nimbus. Refresher Orb shown off, and RMN has walked into the middle of this disgusting fight. Throws his Tombstone down. That's going to be free gold as 5 men clear up 2 kills and on the doorstep of the Dire team.
If they misuse Winter's Curse, this game might just end it, or at least they get 2 set of Raxes.
Well, Ace has to be careful to not get all cursed up and hit by his bear.
Right now, they're super spread. They're doing it nicely. No, they're not giving chance of Intervivor to land a good curse.
Tanking up the tower. Spreading wide. As Pyjamas jumped in. Anti-Mage makes that first move, but Pyjamas has the Gun Cape to save him, and the charge arriving. Misery's in with a clumsy net on the AM. The Abyssal Blade catches GH. Wyvern's down. Forced to buy back as Mind Control leaps into action. TP straight to the front lines. But 5 men, they've got a tier 3. They're forced to buy back from Wyvern. They don't really have to keep forcing things when they have another 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Nothing for your troubles. Miracle still holding the front line. Needs to be careful. Mag doesn't have any mana. He just brought a Clarity and a Mango. It's still not going to be enough for any like big kind of plays. You also need to be using Empower on the Bear, Spirit Breaker, pinging the bottom. Like, I need to clear this. Let's just go through the bottom. We force the buyback from Winter Wyvern, and if we kill him one more time, then we have a good opener going for the Raxes.
Yeah, they just have to wait for about 1.5 minutes. Refresher Orb cooldown is coming back up for Zeus.
Double damage. It's almost 500 damage on Spirit Bear.
Holy shit.
Okay,
the Yules. Yeah. Bless the Yules on Lina.
Hype gone.
See ya. Buildings still alive. Oh, Misery, like you said, he clears out bottom. Now he charges top. That Aghanim Scepter letting him get across the map incredibly speedily. And Refresher Orb
on top, he will scout it out. So Zeus will pick it up. Refresher ready in 40 seconds. They will have 2 Nimbis and Thunder God's Red 2 times.
And you can see Chessie blinking and spider-legging all the way to that top rune. And they've drawn the lines on the map. Pyjamas says, let's close them in. Don't give this AM an opportunity to get out and split push. And you can see how afraid Miracle is. He hasn't left the base in a good 2.5 minutes. Usually an anti-mage in this kind of situation, he would be, behind tier 1 mid lane, like where they're pinging now. Orange pings mid lane saying, keep that creep wave alive, because AM could go and take it.
Check Spirit Breaker. He went for Echo Saber.
Hell
Even
yeah.
more farming tools, like I want to fight. He knows that he will scale, and I love the build because he's playing against the AM. They just want to have an extra hero. Imagine scoring a bash on AM in a crucial situation because of the double hit.
Gonna be huge.
It's gone.
And there's the jump onto the bear. Trying to bring it down, but it's tanky. Doesn't have any mana left. But it's gonna rip through the barracks. Hot knife through butter this. Big old teddy bear. RMN pops his ulti, but in comes the Thunder God's Wrath. The charge forward as well towards GH, and they've blown up both supports. No buyback on the Winter Wyvern, so no Winter's Curse. And Dying buys back, and Mind Control blinks in. Misery stomped up, but he's so tanky. 3,000 HP on this Spirit Breaker with a Glimmer Cape and a Solar Crest on him. 5 men are running away with this game now.
I don't see Nigma winning a team fight when there's no Wyvern. Like, there is no counterplay once they decide to go in. And AM, he needs to be careful. If he pops the Manta style right now, then he does not have a defensive duel. RMN gone.
And where is the anti-mage? He's in the fountain. He's hiding. The coward doesn't want to fight. He jumps forward now to try and take down the Zeus, but Weehar's already gone. No buyback on Lina, and it's AM against the world. He's bashed up and cleared out, and that's got to be game over. A double kill for Ace as 5 men sprint towards victory here in game 1. Ace Lone Druid breaking the losing streak and looking really good doing it.
Yep, GG is called. I love how they executed their lineup. They were getting so many kills on Chessie. They itemized perfectly. Mask of Madness, going for the Deso. Like all the cheap items that comes online fast. Getting that Aghanim Scepter on Zeus, Venomancer with the earlier Glimmer Cape. We had a good start first 10-15 minutes of the game. But it's hard for them to take a fight. Like all the other lanes are not going well. And this global presence that 5 men had from the Zeus. You also got a pretty fast Aghanim Scepter. Add Nimbus on top of that, they could not play the split pushing game.
Yeah, and you look at the two supports, not really anything that the Wyvern and Undying could do. Heavily reliant on mind control, getting an early Blink Dagger to keep that pace up with the Lina and her good start. But well executed, beautiful stuff from 5 men as Chessie ends the game 14, 4, and 12, sniping out a number of kills. And you mentioned it, 7-8 minutes in. Give Zeus all these kills so he can keep accelerating with that farm. And his item build shows it at the end there. Refresher, Aghanims, Blink, Ether Lens, and of course, Ace on that lone druid. His main hero, just movement speed items, Windlace, Brown Boots. But the bear, Abyssal Blade, Deso, Assault Cuirass, just shredding through towers. And his 5 men, they hit their timings, well executed. And that's game 1. Panel was saying very important for momentum, morale, team mentality. What do you reckon? Is game 1 going to dictate how the series goes?
If 5 men can draft like this again, I mean, this was pretty impressive, I would say. Like, how they executed it, they had a real plan. Like, you could see them coming into this, not just this game, probably into this whole series where they know what they're doing. Like, they did their homework.
We'll find out if they did. Game 2 coming up after this break. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime I
A red-hot start here for 5men in their series against Nigma. They get the first map victory and put themselves only one more map victory away from ending up in the playoffs here. It's not the start that Nigma wanted, but they've still got game 2 and 3 to come back into this series. And now, I welcome back my panel here to break down game number 1 for you all at home. I've got Danog and I've got Godot here on the end. Lads, game number 1 there between Nigma as well as 5men. It was a bit of a spicy one. Weeha performed really well in that laner, but unfortunately, you run into a lone druid. You have no real good way to dealing with the bear, and they just ran over the top of this anti-mage.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were just reliant on like treating the anti-mage like he only does damage through his mana burn. And, you know, at that stage of the game when they were pushing to finish it, it was the case, and there was nothing you could do against this big old bear.
I feel Nigma played so poorly, though, this particular game. I mean, they had a good start. The only lane that kind of suffered was the Miracle lane, but that's the recovery lane anyways. And Weeha rotated there, got a few kills. He went bottom, killed the bear as well. You got a timing where you can just avoid them and let Miracle farm, but you're just running into the enemy side of the map, and they're playing there, so you can't really do anything when it comes to actually fighting at that point in time. You just have to rely on Miracle to get 3 items. Once he hits those 3 items, he can actually come to the fights, but before that even happened, they just kept feeding them kills, and I didn't really understood what's going on.
Weeha couldn't have possibly done any more than he did that game. You know, a couple of solo kills onto the mid lane, good rotations, but that bot lane, you just don't do anything early on as a Winter Wyvern, right? Level 3, you've got some kill potential, but you've always got the bear sitting on the front line, so you don't really care all that much. This was the one instance of poor positioning coming through from the 5men. Should have never happened. Ace standing right next to his bear, making sure that that Winter's Curse was able to hit onto him, getting rid of the Aegis, but beyond that, I think Misery, his gameplay was fantastic.
Yes,
both
agreed.
his shot calling as well as his charge targets just gave Miracle no time at all to be that hard late game character.
Yeah, there was a few things I didn't like from both teams here. I mean, at that point before the fight where they killed 3 heroes up top, Nigma definitely had an opening here to kind of snowball from there on out and just avoid and let Miracle, you know, be the Miracle show. But 5men kind of capitalizing, found a lot of pickoffs, utilized the SP with the Zeus as well, with the Aghanim Scepter pickup, which was really nice to see. And they just played so fast, controlling the game, choking out Nigma, and it just came to a point where they try to take a fight, but you just don't have any more damage because of the deficit in golds.
Yeah, it really did feel like that this Winter Wyvern wasn't a GH hero, right? They opened it up first phase in the draft here, so it gives them a general understanding about how they want to play with this Winter Wyvern, feeling like it is one of those heroes that they want to use quite a lot, but it just wasn't a game where you see GH popping off like he usually does. He's one of those players that has been star-studded throughout his entire career in that position 4 role. And yeah, he had one good Winter's Curse, but that was basically about it. You know, you play a Winter Wyvern, you got to try and get those good Winter's Curse targets, and unfortunately for him, they just couldn't make enough space for Miracle to carry the game.
Well, they picked it up pretty early on as well, right? Was it their first pick? Yeah.
Yes,
and then 5men just drafted fantastically around it. Like, Zeus never wants to be on the front lines next to anyone. Venomancer never wants to be that. You had Pylite Eye playing the Magnus, and, you know, frontline pos 5, never going to happen. So it was basically you could curse the bear and stop some damage for a little bit of time, or curse Misery and you probably have Stampede procced, so it's going to last for half the time. It was just really good drafting out of the 5men and punishing them accordingly.
I think the main mistake Nigma did is not necessarily the Winter Wyvern pick early, because they wanted to flexi this hero, but I think it's because they picked this Undying, and then you have an Undying with a Winter Wyvern, which doesn't make sense. If Roman was just playing the Winter Wyvern as a position 5, even if they have a losing lane, they can just drag out the game. GH can play those more active enabling heroes, and at that point in time, they have 2 heroes that can actually start in tempo for the Nigma lineup, which would be Mind Control's Centaur as well as GH's hero, but they don't have it this game. They have a Winter Wyvern and Undying, which didn't necessarily win lanes either.
No,
so
they
it's
lost
just
hard. Like,
redundant
I think
picks.
Mind Control was like 0, 10, and 2 at the end of the game. Like, it was, he just never had any space because, like we were saying before, there was these constant rotations coming through from Misery. You have the Thunder Gods, you've got the Nimbus that was able to pick him off, and yeah, I mean, you can't really get any sort of kill potential out of that Lone Druid lane unless Weeha rotated, which he did once, and you got the kill, but still, that's just not enough to pull things back in your favor, and Wyvern, very, very poor laner in those early levels.
So we're expecting something more along the lines of the GH heroes of old, your Rubiks, your Earth Spirits, those heroes that can provide a little bit more space for, you know, Mind Control, Weeha, as well as Miracle to continue to carry the game for Nigma.
Yeah, I wanted to see the Earth Spirit, you know? It's something that can roll in onto the back line. They were putting, like, where is the initiation? You had a Blink Dagger on GH because he felt like he needed to get it onto the backlines and get a great curse off, but kudos to 5men, great positioning, and even then, you had a Venomancer, so I felt like Sibe was pretty on point with his Plague Wards as well. So if you get caught out with that, suddenly Centaur, Blink Dagger, disabled. GH Blink Dagger, disabled. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, another problem as well is when you're playing a Venomancer 3, you don't want to get roamed upon at level 1. You can, if you have an Earth Spirit, for example, with the Winter Wyvern Anti-Mage, it sounds weak on paper, but you can go for those level 1 kills, especially if the Anti-Mage buys that Orb of Venom, but they don't even have those options this game, so they just don't have any way to enable the laning phase.
And just on the AM as well, just starting with the 1 ring of regen, not 2 against a Venomancer, which I thought was a little bit questionable. You know, you need to be able to have that more extended sustain in the laning phase, and it works out better than a Tango in the long run.
Well, it seems like Nigma is going to have to take this break and use it well heading into game number 2. But at the end of game number 1, as customary here at ESL 1 Germany, it's time for our DHL drop quiz. We're 12 days deep here into the tournament. That means we're 12 questions deep as well. And we've been seeing across the entirety of these DHL drop quiz that the questions are getting spicier. So let's throw up our day number 12 question here for you guys playing along at home. How many different graphical types of illusions are there? A, 4, B, 5, C, 6, D, 7. So graphical illusions are illusions that look different to the main hero. So heroes that when they spawn an illusion, you can tell that it's an illusion. So there's quite a few in the game. There's a couple that come off the top of my hand that I'm not going to tell these guys here. So there's certainly going to be more than 4, and there's going to be no less than 7. So lads, we're expecting a bit of a spicy one here for day number 12 for our DHL drop quiz. It's an interesting one for you guys at home. But if you do guys want to participate in our DHL drop quiz, make sure you do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give. There's also a motion blog below where you guys can see our live leaderboard. But that is it. We're going to go to a break in between game 1 and game 2. We'll give you guys the answer for our DHL drop quiz and game number 2 draft. Join us after this.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
lowest region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL 1 Germany. It's time for us to reveal our DHL drop quiz answer for day number 12. Usually we goof around with the stuff that you guys can win here, but this is something that you cannot goof around with. I've got my lovely i9 processor here from Intel. It's an amazing processor, and you guys can win this by being a part of our DHL drop quiz. So let's throw up the answer for day number 12 here.
It's
an interesting one. It's 6. So if you guys want to read off what these images could be.
Let's see. Like a phantasm illusion, a wall of replica, conjure image or reflection, doppelganger, dark portrait.
Okay, so Matt's pretty bad at this. I was expecting him to be a little bit better at this, lad. So everybody that's playing along at home, graphical types of illusions are illusions that look different to you as you use them. So things like doppelwalk, you've got the mantra illusions, you've got dark portrait, reflection.
I don't micro, all right? I'm not about that life.
So there's 6 of them for those of you guys playing along at home. That is not including your default model as well. So if you guys want to look them up, they're up on the wiki there. But lads, game number 2, Enigma 5 men. We've got a draft underway here. What are we expecting? What's something special?
Well, we saw how the mag was prioritized, right, in game number 1, so I feel like that's probably going to be the same case. The bans, I mean, 5 men, they don't really have to change anything. It worked out in their favor. Yes, we had a good lane, but it wasn't that... Honestly, he did dominate the lane, but Chessie still got so much out of it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I feel like the execution of Era for Enigma should be a little bit more simplified, just because they don't really seem to be playing to their usual form. And, I mean, as we can see here, I think this works pretty nicely. Magnus faces Void. It's one of those heroes, Mac, that they can actually flexi pretty often. In the position 5 as well as position 3, sometimes we see Mind Control playing middle with the Magnus pick as well.
Yes.
So it's going to be pretty good for them because this is something they're comfortable with. Obviously, the Faceless Void is just a high win rate pick right now in this tournament. I think it's over 70%. And
Mag's
it's one of
on the
those
other
heroes...
end of the scale, though.
True that, 25, right?
Yeah, something pretty low, like 30, 25. Most of the time, though, it is Mind Controls here. I think lanes, yes, you can switch that up a little bit, but I haven't been super convinced when I've seen RMN play it. And the thing is that they had the first pick overall, so they chose that. They had the side selection, they chose first pick, and then Radiant went to the way of 5 men. So
I'm liking the bans, though, here by Enigma. They've respected a lot of the heroes that 5 men have normally played in the past, as well as in the previous game. Lone Druid is Zeus. But, yeah, I mean, right now, we've been seeing a lot of this early pick carries currently in ESL, in the previous tournament as well, Dota Pits, BTS Pro Series, and it just seems pretty simplified because you picked a hero, you flexi around your other picks, and you just draft adapting according to the enemy picks.
Yeah, and I think they're just trying to take away a lot of the ease of execution as well from the 5 men end, right? Like, you've got a Faceless Void, get rid of the Snapfire, get rid of the Lena, some stuff that's easy to just pump in damage into that Chronosphere. Same thing with the Bat Rider and the Viper. It's just comfort, right, that they don't want to be giving away.
But yeah, same bans as well, coming from 5-man here. You don't want to give Weeha the Vipers, you want to give him the Battle Route. I felt he played a really good Lina last game, but
They
it was
got rid of it.
Yep. But yeah, right now it's like you're gonna have to give him a hero that's not he's not gonna be extremely comfortable on. I mean, you can go back to these Invoker Quas-Wex picks that he used to play. He used to mainly play Exort Invoker, but it's a pretty good hero here that you can pair up with the Face Forward. You play this buffer strat with the Cyclone EAP as your kind of reactive spell. Obviously, doesn't necessarily have to win the lane, you just have to really create space.
And with this Axe pick, we've seen 5-men do this before where they play Misery in the position 4 Axe, something a little bit unconventional, but you would think with this Phoenix that that's mostly likely going to be Misery's hero, so Sibir probably picking up the Axe this time around. But there's a little bit of flexibility, you know, they can change things up depending on the lanes, and we saw how important that lane setup is in game number 1.
Yep, well, the thing is I would like them to have some sort of pair up with the Axe, because right now it is flexy, it can be position 3, you can obviously just do the Phoenix 4 or 5, but if you do put it as a position 4 in your Phoenix's position 5, you want that hero that can set up for him. Either it be starting the fight so that he can follow up with his call, either it be just, for example, we've seen in the past where Secret used the Winter Wyvern Curse to start the fight for the Axe to follow up, and that was about a year ago, I'd say.
Yeah.
So there are definitely some synergies here. It seems like they're going for the same kind of idea as last game. It's going to be Misery position 4 Axe, and then Zibe is most likely going to be playing the position 3 Venomance, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Because against Faces Forward, you want a hero that can constantly pressure. I would like to see the double ring of regen, as you mentioned before.
Yes.
That would be very helpful if you're versing a hero like Venomancer.
Because you can't just time walk off the damage, right? It's Venomancer. It's lots of slow damage over time. You get him running away. You can even get that battle hunger leveled up as well. So we're not going to see this counter helix super maxed out on the Axe. I think this is one of those games, I suppose there's a bit less of the potential because Piladai, you would assume, is going to be playing the Phoenix, where you can give a bit more farm away to the other support if they need it, right?
All right, here we
All
go.
you really need is the Blink Dagger.
We got the GH here, surely. So we're looking like a Mind Control Magnus, either it be middle or in the off lane. Their lanes, though, are not that strong right now. It just seems like they're just trying to play to get something out of the lane and then play for their timings, which would be just Faces Forward Chronosphere or just farming with the Empower. And it's going to be a similar playstyle, I feel, whereas 5-men, they play very fast. We've seen it before. They play extremely fast lineups, controlling and choking out, and I think their playstyle is very good against Nigma style because you want to just slow down as Nigma and just farm, but 5-men doesn't allow that.
Yeah, they play a fast lineup. Obviously, Spectre, not the fastest hero, and Ace as well likes to build the Midas into it. But the thing is, he goes like Midas, Manta, Abyssal. So wanting to get super aggressive super early on so that you can get those backline pickoffs and, you know, potentially just win the game off of a 30-minute game.
Yeah, and the big difference is that you can always use this global presence, which 5-men have used a lot in the past. They've used the Nature's Prophet, they've used the Zeus. They're very comfortable playing these kind of global presence heroes.
And Nigma have banned out those heroes, right, to prevent that. So I think good respect coming from the Nigma side, so I'm appreciating that. I'm still kind of favoring the 5-men draft, though, so far.
Me too. They have strong lanes, very easy to kind of execute. Their late game is just as strong. You just have to really be careful with these big ultis, the Chronosphere as well as the RP. But if they get control like they did in the last game, it's going to be even easier to choke him out here.
And you've got the last pick overall for, we would assume, Chessie's hero. And
Oh,
we've
yeah.
seen how dominant he is. Tiny's not banned out, but yeah.
And remember, this last game was a game where he got solo killed twice by Weeha, and he had an amazing farm, amazing impact in the game. Now imagine a game where he's going to start from ahead. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
And
What are we thinking for these final picks then, lads? You talked about this Weeha Chessie matchup, and we feel like these are the last two heroes for both of them. A lot of the cheese picks being taken out here for Weeha, so he's going to go back to the Voka.
Yeah. I called the boys.
Okay, so we're going to see some classics from all of these players.
I'd like to
easy
see
to
a
execute.
tiny middle here.
Yeah.
Is my prediction.
Well, they banned out the Ricky here on 5-men, so they don't have that quick and easy counter. But is there anything outside of the Tiny you guys can think of? You know, we still got Queen of Pains that are hanging around. There's still some spirits left in
I
there.
want
Yeah, we still got
a
the
hero that
Amber.
can set up fights or just be the secondary initiator, because right now we're looking mostly at a position 4 Axe. You don't really have that fast blink timings, right? So that's why we want Chessie here on a fast hero that can do well in the lane, can rotate to the side lanes, create that pressure, and as well be someone who can get the backline in the later stages of the game.
Puck's not bad. Puck's not bad either. I
Puck
feel
is
like
pretty
Puck
good here.
works.
Yeah, really good at silencing up that Faceless Void, getting these combos off. You can just very easily hit a nice dream coil as well when people are trying to hit the egg. That's the big thing that I'm scared about, right? Yes, there's a ton of burst damage and teamfight and wombo combo potential on Nigma, but it's just the same. Like, you drop an egg in a vulnerable spot, blink calls, suddenly the fight's completely turned around.
Yeah. 40 seconds. One thing we didn't point out is Nigma was running out of time pretty early in the second phase picks. They were just down to their reserve time in most cases.
Do you have to keep thinking about this GH Rubik here if you're 5-men to make sure you don't give them good spells? Like, if you pick up the puck here, you always have to be careful of the Rubik turning it back around with a Dream Coil, or maybe even a Waning Rift or a Silence.
Puck.
And it's going to go for the puck. All right, lads, look like you guys are pretty hot and heavy here when it comes to your predictions, but let's see if you guys can predict who the winner's going to be. 5-man versus Nigma, game number 2, lads. How are we feeling about these drafts so far?
Well, based off the first game, my game score predictions when it comes to Nigma games is now 1-8, so I'm not feeling too confident, but I'm liking the 5-man draft. I think it's, very good at most stages of the game, and they've got, reasonable matchups in all 3 lanes.
How do you feel about this draft, Darcy, from both these teams?
I feel like with Nigma, it just comes down to execution. I think the last game they could have won. It's just they underperformed, and 5-men have been playing really well. And I think this is a lineup where they come online really quick. Nigma needs timing, which kind of is pretty hard in a game like this where they can't really win lanes. So I'm going back to 5-men this time.
All right, we'll see. Looks like the GGBet odds have swung in the favor here of 5-men after their game 1 victory. So, lads, predictions, 1 team name each before we head into it. 5-men. All right, looks like my boys here on the panel are going to give us a 2-0 here for 5-men. So we're going to leave it with our casters for game number 2. It's going to be Gaza and Kosti.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And if the panel's to be believed, Lacoste, it's going to be a 2-0 victory for 5-men here. How are you feeling about this, though? Because there's a Void and a Magnus on Team Nigma.
Yeah, this is the lineup that should not be underestimated. Even if things are not going well, all you need is like 1 decent Chronosphere. Eventually, Invoker will get that Aghanim Scepter, and there is not a single save on 5-men. There's no Disruption, no Wyvern, anything Oracle, nothing that can disrupt the team fight, save anyone who's caught inside the Chronosphere. And every single time I see it, I feel like Faceless Void is just having a free game.
Yeah, it looks like, and when he's paired up with a Witch Doctor, right, he's got the addition of the Maledict and the Death Ward to be able to bring down a Spectre, for example, in this game especially, inside that Chronosphere. As we get ourselves into game 2, 5-men, 1-0 up against Team Nigma so far. They go back for their Venomancer, but a completely different draft outside of that for them, as they've got a position for Axe for Misery, something he's pulled out from time to time. We'll see exactly how well he can do. And a Chessie Puck, moving away from his Tinies and his Zeuses and things like that, giving him a bit more of a mobile hero to be able to catch up to that Spectre as they jump around the map.
Yeah, they needed a hero that has a good catch, has a good reach. Besides Axe, it's a position for Axe. You said it, Misery ran it before as position 4. I believe they won that game, but still, the Blink Dagger didn't come online as fast as it should, but still managed to work around it. But with the puck, they have a guaranteed lockdown and something that Faceless Void does not like to play into, coil, and any kind of silence.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, I think that Axe game, he went for Urn and Tranquils first, and then back into Blink, as the Misery +4 Axe can change up his items at will. It looks like Team Nigma going for a bit of a shift around, though. We on that Invoker is up at top lane with a side lane item build. Magnus is ready mid with pooled tangos. So it looks like they're trying to put the Invoker against the Veno, have that Quas sustain up against all that damage over time. Magnus, the melee hero against the Puck, can probably farm and do reasonably well. But for me, this aggressive tri lane is the interesting part. Witch Doctor, Rubik, and Void.
I mean, they should pressure Spectre a lot, Faceless Void, unless they decide to put the Witch Doctor on top. I see RMN going towards the top lane, so it might just be a standard 2 versus 2. I don't think Invoker would get much farm against Venomancer. Yeah, you said it, he's going to have enough sustain coming on from Quaswags, but he also needs someone to deal with Axe.
Yeah, we know how oppressive this lane can be with Battle Hunger, plus all of that poison from Zibe. We will have the backup from RMN, like you said. Witch Doctor makes his nice little wander up to the top lane. Already going to throw a Maledict in onto Misery. Trading hits with a Battle Hunger, though. And Misery is getting a lot of damage here onto RMN. 5 seconds for another spell. Misery won't be able to give chase under tier 1. But already setting the standard in this lane for how the regen trading is going to go, at least.
Once they get level 2 in this lane, I think they can get an easy kill. Like Venomancer, he puts a point in Venomous Gale, it's just so much slow.
Positioning from RMN is going to have to be key here as they do make a move onto Zibe. A little over-eager there to get that aggressive harassment and damage over time. He's going to tick low, but he's got a salve to fall back on, so he'll be able to stick around in lane. And we can take a quick peek while they are regening up into the mid lane, where 8-0 Magnus and 8-2 Puck are just farm trading. Doesn't feel like there's going to be too much kill threat there unless a rotation happens. And then down bottom, Pylai Dai taking a beating from Miracle and GH. And Ace just trying to keep the farm rate up as he is even in the CS.
Phoenix
Tied up
only
with
level 1,
Miracle,
just
but
got
they
2.
do telekinesis him back. Levels up the dive now. The bash from Miracle. Nicely timed on the retreat there as the Phoenix will survive and salve yet again.
I don't think we're going to see a kill on a mid lane. Mind Control with the Bracer. He has a healing salve. I also see a bottle queued up. That means he's going to have enough sustain to get through any kind of harassment coming out from Puck. So maybe we should just look at the top lane RMN. Like, they want to kill him so badly. Whenever Misery has a battle hunger, he's going to throw on him. Venomancer's still saving a point to see if he needs to put the point in Venomous Gale. Because right now the lane is pushing towards their tower, so 5 men can't play aggressively on top.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to go into your Plague Wards a little earlier. Let's see what Zibe gets done. He does get the Gale now. After this wave is cleared, they could go towards RMN. Witch Dogs are pretty far forward, but Misery's the one that's been forced away. And these other lanes, like you said, you know, mid lane, pretty calm. Not much happening there. Just farming away. Everyone is pretty happy to get into those early bottles. And it's going to be the mid laners that make those first rotations really work for themselves. Puck especially very good at TPing to these side lane tier 1s and looking for those turnaround plays. Try and get some use out of that Dream Coil once Chesty does hit level 6.
Misery going for Courier. Speedy Demon, not so speedy after all. And Misery right now just jungling because Venomancer's farming underneath the tower. V has a Tornado, but it's pretty short range.
Yeah, so Zibe just going to rely on those tangos to heal back up. Misery with Tranquil Boots should be able to get himself a decent amount of experience.
GH forced the TP out on the bottom. Dive from Phoenix and Spectre.
And top lane, Maledict with the stun. Misery caught up in the cold snap. Zibe's trying to turn a bit of damage back onto Wii, but Misery's going to pop here, it looks like. One more touch. He's going to try and tango up.
Tango.
There's no way he survives this. The final hit comes through, and RMN claims up that first blood for himself.
RMN gets the first blood. RMN, you know what it stands for? This is actually Rudy playing on his account. Rudy modernized Nigma.
He modernized the team for sure. Everyone's a big Super Rudy fan now. How many more have you got? How many more RMN acronyms do you have in
I'll try to think of something else.
Very
We being dived by Axe. Like, I think Axe can afford to just try to farm jungle a bit while Venomancer puts more points in the Plague Wards. And RMN's positioning, he's been really well this game. Like, he understood I need to stand back so much further away from my Invoker because they're not going to go on him. Even if they do, I'm just going to use a cask. But if they go on me, like, I'm 99% dead.
Well, Chessie coils up Mind Control, sneaks away with one of his bounty runes.
Radiant
He's going to get the second bounty rune off to the west side as well, it looks like. Scan doesn't connect, so they know that nobody's gone to steal it away from them. And that leaves MC with an empty bottle. As GH moves back down bottom, tried to get in there to defend the bounty runes, and RMN being chased into the dire jungle. He's got a lot of damage over time on him. Wee's going to try and come in, maybe for a deny. The Gale, it expires, and it looks like RMN barely survived until the second Battle Hunger arrives.
RMN is fine.
And he's got 3 1 charges and a Fairy Fire. He is absolutely fine, you are correct. As always, Lacoste.
He might not even pop it yet. This man, very cold-blooded. The extra regeneration kicking in from the tower, actually keeping him alive.
Cold-blooded killer. And another rune for Puck. Chessie has had pretty much full rune control here. Invis rune with Dream Coil coming back up. TPs are ready. Definitely ready for Chessie to make that first move. It looks like he was thinking about mind control there, but it will be the wraparound in towards bottom lane. As that wave reaches the tier 1 down there, Catapult arrives. Level 4 Void. GH making the move in onto Phoenix, but the dive away, saving Pyjamas die while Ace is getting bashed up, and the arrival of Chessie's Puck. Dream Coil up onto GH with a silence from the Waiting Rift, orbing forward, but it's not enough damage. Chessie comes in with everything he's got, but RMN's rotation will make sure to keep the Puck away from this bot lane for now.
Because bottom lane is going well, Faceless Void goes straight for the Mask of Madness, and they start to play aggressively. Like Spectre, she needs to be careful. If there's no Puck rotation, I don't think Faceless Void dies to like Spectre and Phoenix 3 points in Bash, and they also want to leave some solo XP to Faceless Void so he gets a Chronosphere, and then they can start pressuring Spectre even more.
Yeah, and they do leave the Invoker top alone. And Zui seems pretty comfortable against Zibe for now. Misery's going to try and make that rotation again. Tranquils into that Urn of Shadows. And then the Blink should come immediately after for Misery. Ace farming onto tower now. 40 CS. A little bit behind the Faceless Void, but not a drastic amount whatsoever. But we should see a lot more use out of that Void once he hits level 6 with the Mom you mentioned and the Chrono as soon as he gets up there.
Even Mag came and actually empowered Faceless Void on bottom to possess more kill threat. He's just 2 CS away from the Chrono. There's a rotation from Witch Doctor. The problem is they don't know that he's gonna hit 6 right now. There's a Chrono.
And he throws the Chrono straight away. Phoenix gets caught out. Dream Coil down, and they do silence up the Void. The trade back is coming as long as they can get the final bits of damage, but the time walk out. Miracle still going to get slowed down. The battle hunger is there, and there's no escape for the Void this time around as RMN tries to get a bit of damage onto Ace. The Maledict is going to pop, and that's a good trade. 2 for 2. And all things considered, not too bad.
Because RMN turned in actually landed that Maledict on Spectre, it's a decent trade for Nigma. Otherwise, it would not be worth it. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Magnus just continues to farm. Even though he is a mid laner, he's still gonna go for the offlane type of the items, where he gets a bottle, gets Arcane Boots for more mana sustain, since he will be spamming that Empower. And I see Blink Dagger queued up, just 1,000 gold away.
He should be that additional form of initiation. RP and Chrono, pretty long cooldowns, so you do want to be cycling between those two abilities to try and win these team fights. As MC smoked up with RMN, they know that this really slow, sluggy hero, the Venomancer, is probably just going to be farming the camp off to the side. And Zibe, I don't know if he needed the RP there, but it's going to definitely signal to the rest of 5 men that they shouldn't bother TPing to try and help.
Was it worth your life to try for my horn?
And now Faceless Void can continue to farm jungle with the Mask of Madness and the Empower, but Misery will be there. 3 points in Battle Hunger. Will pressure him a bit, but you can't really man-fight him.
Yeah, you can't go toe-to-toe with that Void. A good Dire Observer Ward up top spots the Puck. There's Chessie coming in for some bounty runes. Falls back towards where Mind Control is, and even throws the Dream Coil in on him. So these stacks, which are being made up by the Radiant team, are contested by the Magnus to dive in with a Supernova. But a Skewer away, and Pyjamas die. Not able to keep them all stuck in place. The juke around the trees, and Jessie's dying to Death Ward. No phase shift means that the Puck is gone. Now the turnaround onto RMN, it is the lowly Witch Doctor, which is traded back as Roshan killed off Mind Control, and Spectre with a Horn in. Not able to get anything more than just the RMN Witch Doctor.
And Axel will live in the Fountain because of the Tranquil Boots region and the Raindrop. It's a must-have item when you're playing against the Witch Doctor. Chronosphere will be back up in 10 seconds, so they need +1 on the bottom lane to try to get a kill on Spectre.
And it would be nice to see the Witch Doctor come down there again with a Maledict. It will be the Rubik with the Magnus, though, as they chrono up the Spectre. 8-1 charges in the pocket of Ace, as he'll try and get out of this with a dagger off to the side. Through the trees he goes, and that Sunray keeping the Spectre topped up, allowing her to shovel and bring up a Kobold. As the salve comes in from the backpack, and Ace can stick around.
Enigma. GH also using a dagger, trying to find Ace. He found
Oh,
him.
it's going to
Where's
be
the follow-up?
close. Ace again with this dagger, allowing him to get over the tree line. Through the forest he goes. This means Chessie gets a lot of damage in onto the tier 1 mid lane, forcing the glyph. As Top the dive in, Misery going to get death warded by RMN. Goes a little bit too deep there, as Zibe wasn't able to commit to the dive himself.
Interesting build by Chessie. Not even putting a single point in a phase shift.
Yeah, it showed in that last fight, where he maybe could have phase shifted some of the death ward damage. I guess against a Magnus, you know, melee hero, you don't necessarily need it.
Still, you need 1 point. Just 1 point, Gary, that's all it takes. You know, it's a 6-second cooldown. Can dodge a lot of projectiles.
Man, just being able to like dodge cask or something would be super handy for Chessie. This game seems pretty pivotal for 5 men. That they get the Spectre into a good position. Blade Mail there, pretty much completed for Ace. Will allow the Spectre to fight from an earlier stage than that Hand of Midas Manta Abyssal Blade, which we've been seeing a fair amount. Getting ready for top now, though. 5 men realizing that the tempo creator for Nigma is hiding under his top tier 1. Gets off an EMP and a cold snap onto Axe, and into the invis he goes, but he's been dusted up. So 5 men there, take down the Invoker, and the reaction from Nigma is going to come into a supernova. Pilot Eyes there, setting it up beautifully. The Death Ward's launched out, but Chessie is jumped in aggressively. Death Ward finally killed off. A 2 for 2. As you do lose your Venom and your Axe, and maybe even a Phoenix here as Miracle's rotations arrived. Faceless Void with the Mask of Madness going to try and bash away at the Phoenix. Pilot Die, the first hit comes beautifully for Miracle. And he's also empowered to clear through the creep wave.
Even without Chronos here, Miracle still TPs to, you know, help out his team. Chrono is ready in 5 seconds. Let's see if someone decides to man up and TPs here. There's a Chrono. Misery says,
straight away.
Tank it.
Doesn't even hesitate. Sees a target, Chrono's a target, and kills it as well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, this looks stupid, but if you think about it, it's much better if he tanks the Chrono instead of a Spectre or Puck.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tactical Chrono baiting. Five men still mounting that defense on the top tier 1. Enigma, they did bring 5 heroes top, to be fair. It was a lot of effort to come and try and help the Invoker win that team fight. A slight net worth lead for them now. 5 kills to the good.
Radiant are scanning.
But in the meanwhile, Ace
Dire's middle tower
gets free reign of that bottom lane, just continues farming away. And in fact, it's 5 men who smoke to try and make this move. Coil
on Void
with the Haunt, and they've silenced up the Void. He's in a lot of trouble here. Time Walk might come up in time, but no. The Death Ward's out and focusing on the Spectre, who has Maledict on her. And an RP there from Mind Control is going to drag her back with a Skewer into the midst of all the rest of Nigma. So the Pos 1s trade their lives for each other. And now we're left with a bunch of heroes that don't have any spells left.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Once Puck gets a Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier for them to initiate. Your position 3 doesn't provide any. Same goes for 4 and 5. Misery going for... He wanted to go for Urn, but then decided to get Blade Mail into Blink. It's a lot of gold spent, you know. It's almost a full Urn already done, but your Venomancer said, like, I'm going Spirit Vessel.
Your Venomancer's getting jumped by the Void. And GH with a stolen Sunray burns through that slimy Slugman. Miracle trying to lifesteal himself up through the Poison Over and the Gale as they find Axe, who was lurking around. And Puck is blinking forward, coiling too, and slaying the Void. At the very least, 5 men can count themselves a little lucky there that they do get the position 1 yet again.
Meanwhile, Mind Control continues to farm the bottom lane, having a decent amount of farm in this game. Very high level, level 12 already. I see Pipe keep it up just to mitigate magical damage coming out from Puck. And Phoenix also, Venomancer on top of that. Might even get a Guardian Greaves after that, you know, just be that full utility.
And keep everyone sustained. Pyjamas closes in on Meteor Hammer. Once he's finished that top wave, he should have it. Oh, GH giving him the old deny. Oh, he's going to deny another one. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Pyjamas will not have Meteor Hammer after that top wave. And then quickly looking down to bottom, oh, he was in position there. I don't know if he saw Misery. But the Invoker unable to track back on the axe. He was doing a great job hiding. Everybody wants to just calm down a little bit now. Put Void back in the jungle. Sanjay Yasha on top of his Mask of Madness. As they jump top. Waning Rift into the coil. Trying to burst through GH. This man seems way tankier than expected, though. Pops his stick charges in the Fairy Fire as they dive with a Meteor Hammer. And there's a bit of payback, but the deny from Wii, beautifully timed. And now going on to the Venomancer with a snap and EMP connecting. That do a lot of damage to Zibe, but no killing blow, no final threat on his life.
Yeah, so Faceless Void can play a bit more active right now. He knows there's no coil. Should use that, try to grab a kill. Misery on the bottom. There's the RP.
Bottom. They find the jump. And the Death Ward with the Maledict on him. Misery's down to half HP, but they haunt, they react quickly, snappily, decisive action. Misery dunks him down. Mind Control's gone, and the chase is on. To RMN, the Witch Doctor, who has the backup of the Chrono. Miracle's here. They've arrived with Void and the Rubik. Very, very defensive, though, from 5 men as they get a kill, they chase a little bit, and then they retreat.
Phoenix is also getting some decent levels. He's level 10. But once he gets to level 12, level 2 ulti, if they can zone out Faceless Void, just keep him in place. Other heroes don't really attack the egg.
Yeah, that's true. It's a bit difficult for them. Especially with bodyguards like Axe and Venomancer providing damage over time, the call, and all of that sustain.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Wheeze Invoker from the side lane. He is level 11. Misery there with a Berserker's Call to keep himself tanky. Still sniped down by the Tornado, but a clumsy net with a dagger forward. Deafening Blast to push them back. Venomancer's still going, but nothing to cancel the TP out, so wise decision from Wii.
That's one problem that they have. The only stun is pretty much Puck Coil and level 1 Call by Axe, who does not have a Blink Dagger. Still 1,000 gold away. In terms of net worth, game pretty even. We didn't talk too much about Spectre, Blade Mail, working towards that Manta style. And if they get a good fight, once Spectre has Manta online, they can also get inside the pit and kill the Roche with the Desolate and Dispersion working on the illusions. Puck mid lane.
GH. Yeah, and a Supernova there as well as they focus the egg. 4 heroes from Nigma. Take down Pyjamas, and they're trying to tornado anyone in the back as well, but Zibe and Chessie both making a swift retreat.
Yeah, this wasn't really what we call Supernova. This was more like just Nova. You know, dying in a second. He needs to be careful about it. They also need to have like either Axe or Venomancer grouping around it using Poison Nova to at least try to deal some damage because they don't have the best ways to protect the egg.
Yeah, really relying on this blink. Like you mentioned a couple of seconds ago, halfway towards it. Misery needs a bit more farm. Double Dire Observer Ward down bottom, quite interesting. One in the camp and one in the lane. Trying to keep these wards away from any sentries or de-warding that's happening. Also spotting out where Spectre has spent the majority of her last couple of minutes. As Miracle gets away from a bit of a sun ray from Pyjamas, but also the threat of Chessie was there. Miracle incredibly farmed with this Empower on him. 11,000 net worth. He is at the top of the board, but they jump into mid. The Dream Call there on Witch Doctor. Missing out on Wii, though. Would have been a great jump if they found the Invoker, but the Death Ward there, and there's nothing to stop it. RMN just lets it go. Wild kill onto Zibe, as Chessie does finally get the cross kill. But 5 men feel like they're forcing things a little bit too much now.
Miracle showed his Shadow Blade, so I'm not sure if he's gonna get a good jump, but if he can kill Axe, just delay his Blink Dagger, it's still gonna be an okay kill. Might not even need to use the Chronosphere on Axe. There's a vision on
sees him. Yeah. Misery's like, hey, what's up? What are you doing here, Void? Oh, nothing. Alright, just farming. Mind Control's going to be following him around the map a little bit now. Keep that Empower going. There's Void.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Under an Obs and Sentry again. Oh, the range creep hits him, so he knows. He knows there's vision here now. And a lot of space for Misery. Axe gets that bottom lane to fully free farm. He'll realize now that the warder's camp, the camp is warded.
That's something that I sometimes say, you know, a bit dyslexic. But Axe having only 1 point in call, getting closer to a Blink Dagger, you know, just maxing out your counter Helix, also getting level 10, like 16-second cooldown that only lasts for 2 seconds. Having an extra point in a call could make a big difference, especially if you need to burst hero like a Faithless Void.
Oh, for sure. Stopping him from getting his Time Walk off. Pretty pivotal here.
Is under attack.
5 men put their Puck and Axe over towards some Ancient Stacks. This should give Misery his Blink Dagger now. Looks like Chessie's the one just guarding and defending this Axe as he farms. And Team Nigma, they see the Spectre down bottom. Dire Observer Ward's doing work. They all TP here, but it doesn't look like they're going to smoke or actually make a move for it. Just a Shadow Blade from Miracle from that bot lane in towards mid. And, you know, it's kind of a bit of deja vu, bit of reminiscing about game 1, where Nigma were always what feels like a step behind. They're not preemptively thinking about what they need to do, but they're just waiting for their opponents to put themselves in a position that they can react to.
We did not see Chronosphere for like 5+ minutes. They could not find any openings. Faithless Void going for Silver Edge to break the Spectre, has some status resistance against the call and all of these slow/stuns. And we see Invoker putting some extra points in Exort, going for that Aghanim Scepter, so there will be Cataclysm maxed out by the time he gets it. But 5 men, they're using smoke, they're chasing. Like, what they want to do is get a pick off, maybe 2 kills if possible, and just turn that into Roche Pit. Spectre with Mantis style is just doing so much damage. She's actually just going to start attacking Roche right now.
Hell yeah, why not? They've cleared out that dire jungle. They know no one's there. They've got High Ground Observer Wards scouting. They've got Plague Wards to give vision. And this is the thing. This is kind of what I was trying to say, is the 5 men, they're the ones dictating where this game's going. They're the ones smoking, making the first move. And Nigma are just reacting, and they never get to play their own game.
This is dangerous.
Sunstrike in the
will
pit.
get it on time. Spectre will pick it up unless she gets bashed like 4 times in a row.
Oh, Misery's that bodyguard up on the front lines, and they jump with the Puck as well. Just a Waning Rift and Orb away. The Cask is jumping, and the Chrono's onto 2. They do get a couple of good targets. Sunray is not going to do a whole hell of a lot of the skewer there. Will cancel it out, and Enigma, they get 2 kills, but they don't stop Roshan from falling.
Once.
Aegis is on the floor. Aegis, oh, yo. Aegis is on the floor inside Roche Pit.
Ace did not pick it up.
Ace, hello?
I didn't even notice it.
Are they going to notice? Are they going to oh my god. Oh my fucking god. What? What?
I know what Ace was doing. He was swapping things around, and he had a couple of healing salves in his inventory. Just wanted to salve up. Did not pick it up.
Man, I saw Roshan die, and then as I was saying, Nigma couldn't stop Roshan from dying. I clicked on Ace to be like, oh look, he's got the Aegis. And then I click on him and he doesn't have it. And this panic moment where I think Roshan's still alive. What's happening?
There was no one here. Like, there was no one around the Roche Pit that tried to go in. We just did not notice that he does not have Aegis.
Well, that is disastrous for 5 men right now. Giving Faceless Void a free Aegis. Chrono up in a minute and a half, but I don't think he cares. Straight on to Misery he goes. The Sunstrike misses, but who gives a damn? The Haunt comes out now as they dive onto Zibe. Faceless Void trying to go wild on it, but the Dream Coil holding back the Magnus and the Witch Doctor. And Spectre turns, facing off against this Mind Control who gets used up now. Stopping his tracks, and no skewer, so he's forced to RP. Supernova's there, so Miracle can't get into the fight, and the chase is on. 5 men are still doing it. They've got the damage, and they can keep on going if they want. Spectre gets cold snapped, and the puck blinks away. But Venomancer's come in. He's got a Gale forward onto Wii. They've clumsy netted him, and he's gone. Nigma, even with that Aegis, still falling apart and crumbling to pieces.
What is going on in this game, Gary?
I don't know, Lacoste!
Oh, man. It would have been such an, I would say, easy game for 5 men if Spectre, instead of Faceless Void, just picked it up. Miracle, mid lane, Neon Disc proc.
Yeah, great item pickup by Chessie. Against that Faceless Void especially.
So, you know, this will follow you throughout your whole career. You will be remembered by the guy who did not pick up Aegis.
Oh, well, dearie me.
You know why we're here, Gary? To have fun, for our viewers to have fun, and I think they're having their portion of fun right now.
I'm sure Twitch chat is going to go absolutely mental in a second. Oh, that sudden moment of realization. We do watch the replay back of the tail end of that team fight, or the second or third team fight that happened around the Roche Pit. The chase from 5 men is spectacular. They've got Phoenix Dive, they've got Blink and Orb from Puck, Dagger and Haunt. Venomancer even has a Force Staff now to allow him to close the gap onto targets.
You know why I didn't notice it? Because I kind of have high expectations for pro players to pick up Aegis.
Same.
Like, yeah, he definitely has it. Like, there's no reason for me to click it.
Yeah, the only reason that I realized was because I clicked on Ace and realized he didn't have it as I was mid-sentence talking about him having it. Oh, Silver Edge for Miracle now. Nigma all grouping up around the Void, who has Chrono back up. And Aegis, I guess, is going to be reclaimed in like a minute, because it was on the floor for a fair bit.
Minute and 20 seconds, yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Like, I played with Misery in a couple of teams. I know that he has changed, but still I can hear him saying things or just knowing how he feels when he realized that his carry did not pick up Aegis there.
A little bit upset. Just a little bit upset.
Double damage, bottle up on Faceless Void. Aegis still up and running for 50 seconds. Well, if you didn't pick up Aegis, maybe you didn't even time it, right? So they don't know when it's gonna expire.
But like Aegis is reclaimed from when Roshan dies, right? Not from when the Aegis is picked up.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure it was on the floor for like 20-30 seconds, so it's probably going to expire very soon. We'll see. There's 5 men now kind of scrambling to defend up against Nigma, who are pushing forward. A little bit of momentum as that weird Roshan fight has given something back to them in this game, which maybe they didn't quite deserve. And Ace's Spectre getting huge, though. Skadi on top of the Manta. Chessie's Puck can come and clear out that bottom wave as well, as Misery is farming deep in that enemy side of the map. And 5 men just trying to dodge Chrono at this point, it feels like.
Spectre just tanking up with the item build. Wants to be able to survive through any kind of a burst. Like, the only burst she needs to be careful about is Faceless Void, Chronosphere, and the Cataclysm.
Oh, Void still has Aegis, so it's from when you pick it up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seems so, Gary. We were wrong.
Well,
you guys got you baited in chat, didn't you?
Yeah, it was
Aegis expired.
30 seconds it was on the floor.
Around 30 seconds to pick it up.
The dive in, highlight dive with the poison over onto Miracle. They know Aegis is gone, but with the Meteor Hammer not landing, they don't have a stun. Still trying to keep tabs on the Void, but he still reges away from the clumsy net. The 2-man coil, it arrives. It's good from Chessie if only they can jump in. And the coil, can they turn it around? GH trying to get it done. And 5 men struggling to finish anybody off. The Supernova finally comes and they've stopped the Miracle Void. He's dying and dropping low for the dunk. It doesn't work. Somehow he gets away with his life. We will finally fall as Miracle has got life steal up on these creeps. GH is chased by Chessie. In comes the puck again. The blink to the high ground. GH is out of there, and RMN trying to retreat as well. Dagger following Miracle as he still holds on to Chrono. The blink call. Misery's in there. A great initiation now as this spin.
Miracle might
Doctor
kill
just
himself.
goes to work.
He's gonna
The
kill him.
Chrono does nothing. Nigma
Die
are
to
falling
blade
apart.
mail.
Oromen's about to die to a Meteor Hammer. 5 men are about to 2-0 Team Nigma at this point.
Oh, 2 blade mails plus a dispersion actually killing Faceless Void. He popped that Satanic, but not enough lifesteal coming out because of the item build that Spectre went for. Eye of Scotty, and there was also a Spirit Vessel on him, so it was like he didn't even have it.
Middle tower has fallen.
And they've got no buybacks, Lacoste. Your 19,000 net worth Faceless Void is dead for 40 seconds. They skewer and snap the coil under the tier 4s. The Spectre is stuck, but they need everything. RP's there. She's so damn tanky. Still has 11-1 charges. Amanda Starr and 4 step to get away. Ace is dead. The streak is gone. And an outplay will keep Nigma in this game and in the tournament for now.
GH
All the deny.
doing
GH
so much.
What? What is happening? He hits the Magnus twice and then
And
lets
then
him die to
stops.
poison. What is going on?
It was a big play where they snap a stolen coil and then land RP near the tier 4 tower and have enough damage. Spectre also, when she was about to pop the Manta Style, her mana got burned and did not have enough to get rid of the cold snap.
This is special. Dota 2 is a special video game, and I'm enjoying every second of it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Miracle working on MKB. We scouting out Pylai Die and Misery. Gets the Tornado onto the Phoenix and the Sunray from GH. Burning through Pylai Die, but a Supernova into the call. Blinking on GH now. The Sunstrike from Wee will chip away a little bit of HP. But they've also caught the Void. The Supernova landed. The stun is there. The Meteor Hammer comes. And the control from the Dream Coil actually onto both of them. Invoker and Void, they're in a lot of trouble. They bash the heal. Satanic's there and Miracle turns it around. Nigma finally having something go their way, but the Haunt in from Ace. The Spectre arrives. It's the Pos 1 show now, but he's struggling to stick on targets. They need the All Forward and some Waning Rifts here. The Yule's up into the air. The Invoker sent skywards. The Cyclone comes.
Good
As the jump forward again. Jesse doesn't have any more stuns. Disabling Wee is a very difficult task as the slowed down Spectre can't give chase any further, but they've got what it takes. It's the Sunray from Pylai Die to finally bring the Invoker to his knees.
They might not have a lot of stuns, but they have a lot of slows coming out from Spectre, Battle Hunger, Venomancer, Dive, you name it. And I like how Miracle just turned and actually decided to man-fight. He had almost no HP, but then popped the Satanic back to full HP. I would also love to see any kind of Dispel on Faceless Void. Maybe he might start thinking about... I'm not sure if getting a Manta Style is a correct choice, since you already have SNY. Could disassemble it, or you might get a BKB, because this Spirit Vessel, we saw how strong it is if you don't have way of getting rid of that.
Even having like Manta to try and dodge the Blink call could be useful. As Misery with Blink, Yule's Blade Mail has really been one of the primary factors of the undoing of Team Nigma here. Roshan respawned though, scouted by Dire Courier and by Misery's face, just walking straight into the pit. And everybody outside of Spectre has their ultimate ready.
Only 2 heroes with buyback. That's Invoker and Faceless Void. How many Eon Discs do we have? 1 on Phoenix, 1 on Puck. So that should be enough to survive throughout the initial burst of the Chronosphere.
People just casting spells randomly. Zibe uses Poison Nova. No one really
There's also
near
one... Sorry, Gary. 1 Eon Disc on Rubik as well.
Oh, very nice. And we trying to scout into the pit with Sunstrikes. They spot Misery. Moving forward, they catch the axe. Stealing out Berserker's Call, the self-Yules. Can he blink away? He can. Dodging the skewer, in fact. The Tornado misses just barely. Scraping past the backside of the axe.
Old man still has it.
He's still got the moves. Well, Ace with the Haunt back up. Gets a bit of time to push that bot wave. Stop the catapults from coming. And the face-off again across this river. Roshan, the most important objective on the map right now for this Spectre and the Void. So therefore, the rest of the teams have got to guard them up. as they look towards it. Supernova, level 3. Man, that's a tanky Phoenix. 3,000
really is.
HP. Holy crap.
They need Phases Void to actually hit the egg if they want to kill it. Smoke from 5 men. Spectre, you know, just being at the bottom, doesn't need to be in a smoke because of the haunt. Zibe will scout things out inside the pit, see if they're doing it. Courier.
Oh, Chessie. Really playing with fire there, toying with danger. Miracle pops into Invis. Roshan not being done because Ace is still hitting some jungle creeps.
Well, it's better to hit jungle creeps than to hit Roshan and not pick up Aegis.
I would have to agree with you there, Lacoste. They did good job shoving out the bottom wave, so GH has to show his face down there for a second. But we're running out of smokes and we're running out of these surprise initiation methods. This one here from 5 men, it's got to work out for them. And honestly, this is the kind of fight that could win you a series. They're 1-0 up. Tournament lives on the line here for Team Nigma.
Ooh, Spell Prism found by both teams. I guess you give that one to Puck, lower the cooldown on the abilities. Miracle is in a good
into
spot.
the pit. Oh, the Chrono, he does get it, but only onto Misery. That's not ideal. The Cataclysm comes, but the Horn into the back. They're trying to focus down onto Invoker and the supporting cast. The RP lands on Ace. They stun up to as well. The Maledict and Death Ward coming in toward the Spectre. They're focusing down Ace, but he's so damn tanky. The Maledict is surely going to pop him now, though, as RMN trades his life. Now back to Miracle. Silver edging and running forward. Gets Yulzed up. As Magnus being pummeled by the Veno and the Puck. We gonna get chased down as well, but no reveal to see that Invoker. And Phaseless Void comes back in again. 2 for 2. But Void being alive gives Nigma what feels like the advantage.
Without Spectre, they don't have enough damage to deal with the Phaseless Void.
But they're gonna try and turn onto GH. They use up the Void and they're focusing the Rubik. All the way, yeah, the jaunt out. GH survives, Misery's down, Zibe still standing his ground, trying to battle through, but GH taking so long to die, the gem is on the deck. And Puck will have no option but to try and run away. Get the gem and run away, get the gem and run away, he's broken.
With his life.
He has Waiting Rift, he has Orb, he has Blink, the Blink away, now the Orb out, and he's safe and sound. Chessie's fine.
Saving that gem is pretty big. They have 1, 2, 3 Invis heroes, and now Phaseless Void, he can run inside a pit and just solo kill the Roche. Finally, an item that's gonna give him a defensive ability. Doesn't need to care about silences. BKB queued up on Miracle, also level 25 backtrack talent. If he gets that Aegis, still 6k gold lead for 5 men, but once they pick up that Aegis, it's gonna be really hard for them to actually kill Miracle.
Really bloody hard. She's on Invoker as well. The struggles for 5 men start now. They had a pretty monumental net worth lead, up to 10k or so, only 4 or 5 minutes ago. And that has come plummeting down as Nigma mounting their comeback. I think 5 men really have to focus much more on defending the Spectre. Now, Ace is just going in, trying to hunt the back lines, and the rest of his team are dealing with Void.
Yeah, the only defensive tool item that they have is Sunray and Force Staff on Venomancer. That's pretty much it. No Glimmer Capes.
Oh, the Yule's up. Stops the call. 5 men, I thought they could get him there. They're going to haunt for it, Dream Coil, and they do move forward, trying to pick off. And with a Corona there onto the Puck and the Cataclysm landing, but Eon Disc keeps Chessie safe and sound as the Supernova also utilized here. So Miracle's back in for round 2. Big ulti's down for 5 men. Chrono, not ready, of course, for the Void, but he's got Aegis, he's got Satanic, he's just chasing into Misery. And now the RP. Mind Control lands it onto the 2 targets they want. Venomancer is done for as well. Now Ace on the run out. Chessie trying to buy some time for his Spectre. Slowed down a little bit by the Ice Wall on the way through. Tornado up as well. And he's in a 1 versus 4. Ace, where are you going to go? You're being broken by the Silver Edge. lifted up by GH. Chessie trying to come in, and they've stunned
He
up
jumps
Wee.
on
That's a
V's.
lot of damage, but he
Jesus
pops the
pop.
cheese. Heals back up to almost full, but Ace is broken once more, and Miracle, he is hungry for battle.
Oh, not sure what that was, but it feels like this is a game-losing move for 5 men, where they try to initiate on Faceless Void and then keep chasing. Spectre uses a haunt, gets a solo kill on Witch Doctor, that's fine, jumps back to the battle, but as you said, they need to play more around that Spectre. They need to take care of her, because once broken, she just dies.
Yeah, just getting melted. Maledict plus the Silver Edge break. I think Maledict has played a big part here. That Witch Doctor
for sure.
doing exceptionally well against the Spectre when she is isolated like that. Chessie trying to toy with them, but they've jumped into the back, past the tier 4s, forcing Eels up. As Miracle still holding Aegis for another 2.5 minutes, going for these barracks mid, clearing up an entire lane. And Team Nigma, they've brought that net worth disadvantage down to 0 and even a slight lead for themselves.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Miracle, pretending he's AFK.
Waiting for the tier 2 to die. Repair kit comes out early on. And they're trying to kite this Void with the Yule Scepters they've got. Deal with that creep wave with the pucks. AoE damage. But even a repair kit not defending up against double catapult and the Alacrity Void. As Miracle has Chronosphere once more. Zibe, dangerous place to be, but they jump in with Chessie. Lift up the puck. Can't finish him off, and the Chronosphere's there. It landed onto 2 with the Cataclysm, Misery, and Zibe, both about to fall. They've cleared them both up, and one doesn't have buyback. Venomancer returns as the Spectre does dive very deep with the help of Supernova. Maybe they can swing this fight, and they get the Poison Nova out. But the RP, Miracle has to run away. Can't fight into the RP. The Ice Wall will try and slow the advance here of 5 men, but Miracle jumps back in. The Void wants to fight. Yule's into Meteor Hammer, landing and connecting onto the Void, but he's so tanky. Even with the poison, the damage of a time, he battles through and kills the Spectre off. Miracle with a double kill now, and he's going to go for more. The triple for your Void. Give him the Ultra. Miracle, the one-man Faceless Void show now as Nigma looking to close this one out. 3 heroes with no buyback on 5 men. Phoenix and Puck with so much left to do.
Yeah, I believe this is game, Gary. Faceless Void with the Alacrity has enough to actually go for the throne. Still Aegis up and running for 40 seconds. Only 2 heroes alive.
And the
Even
buyback
Magnus
from
flying
Magnus.
back.
Is he going to buy Boots of Travel?
Yeah, he's gonna buy Boots of Travel. He sold his full pipe, and now coming back just to give some extra damage.
Hell yeah. Let's go kill Chessie. Chase him now. Focus tier 4s. Onto the throne we go. Buyback from Wee as well. Trying to TP out to the outpost and sprint into this mid lane. They need to finish this game. Repair Kit's there, and Chessie with a double kill. GH gone. Faceless Void going to get called up now and drag him back towards the fountain. They've got Magnus and Boyd with Invoker arriving soon. Meteor Hammer's about to land, but he time walks away from it. Still focusing the throne, hitting the building. Repair Kit, keeping 5 men in the game, and the Blink Call catches both the Blade Mail. Oh, Void is still alive. He got the Satanic off just in time. Silence up on the Dream Core snap, but the throne is falling. That is game. GG is called, and Nigma tying things up 1-1 in this series. That was almost a 2-0 loss for them, though.
It was a close. 5 men just chose a very bad fight. Even though they're showing up some really nice Dota today, a couple of mistakes were made. Ace not picking up Aegis, fighting into second Aegis of Faceless Void. It felt like they were just feeding away kills, but I'd say this was their game to take.
Yeah, I mean, Chessie, 11-1-12. He had a spectacular game on that puck, but so many things happened in that game. I think it might be best for the panel and the boys to take it over. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
When I saw you, couldn't believe that way. It broke my heart to see. It was the moment of darkness, the moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was the moment of darkness.
Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Takes me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up.
A game of ups, a game of downs, a game of being left behind, and a game of being denied. Unfortunately, there for 5 men, they were denied the 2-0 victory here against Nigma off the back of a miracle faceless void. And once again, we get ready to break down game number 2 with you guys. And once again, I welcome back my panel here. I've got Dan Oggo Godot. Lads, what do you want to say to the viewers?
What do I have to do to get a right prediction? I mean, I'm 1-9 now for these Nigma games. It's ridiculous, you know that. Calm. I'll let you talk for a second.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict because certain things shouldn't happen in these games, and it did. And for example, the Aegis being the primary one, it just kind of lost all their tempo because at that point, Void wasn't that rich. You didn't have Satanic. You got the Aegis on Spectre, you can go high ground, you have the Vessel on the Venomancer, and it's very easy to deal with the Void at that point in time, but giving them the Aegis allowed them to get the map. Giving them the map allows them to farm more and utilize the Empower, and then it comes to a point where Faceless Void has Satanic, and now with the Status Resist combined with the SNY.
That's the big thing. It was the Status Resist for me, plus the BKB on top of that, and I think we're going to need an emergency meeting here because Ace looking pretty sus that time around, but there were some sus plays as well on the side of Nigma, you know. Just using the Chronosphere on Faceless Void and then dying immediately after. Straight into it. I mean, what other replay can you really look at other than this one? And just pinging them out like, ooh, thank you. Instant chat wheels coming through as well. The deny inside of the base as well that wasn't, you know. Some good denies coming out from Weeha towards that top tier 2 tower, but man, it just felt like neither team really wanted to win this one.
Yeah, it's like, we were watching this game, we're yelling and screaming, hollering, everything was going off in that game.
This is the Chrono, I think.
It was just so many points in that game where you're like, okay, 5 men, they've cleaned it up.
Yeah.
Okay, Nigma, they've cleaned it up. Okay, 5 men, they've cleaned it up again. All right, looks like Nigma's going to win this game off the back. And, I mean, just that fight towards the end there in the base for Nigma was just goes to show that as soon as you let this Faceless Void get to these later stages, he can do so much more than what some of these other carries have. He has a 4-second jump, he has the Satanic, he has the Sergeant Yasha, he's got MKB, he's got damage for days, and then off the back of that, whenever he did get a good chrono towards the end there, they were killing, 2-3 people with the Sunstrike combo, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Faceless Void, one of those few carry heroes that actually wants to hold the Spell Prism just because it makes him so much more survivable. We saw there on a sliver of HP, just pops the Satanic, gets straight back up to full. We were saying in the early game, like, man, can this guy get any more bashes? It was ridiculous, the luck that Miracle had in the early game. And even then, they were in a losing position. But, to their credit, they held strong. They got the farm eventually on Miracle's Faceless Void. But for me, GH was the one that carried that game for them.
I agree.
So many clutch Sunrays coming through. Coil stolen.
I think we have to give some credit to Weeha as well. He was sacked in the top lane, and he still did a lot of work when it comes to reacting to enemy just initiating, and he just pretty much suppress them from going on their targets, the chosen targets.
I don't think I've seen as many Aeon discs in a game as this one. 4 Aeon discs across both sides. That is a crazy amount. Obviously against the Faceless Void Invoker
Shouldn't
combo.
it be Ace up here?
Oh, no.
What's going on there?
No, this
is that a glitch?
This is good man GH. He's looking very spicy.
And, we talked about this in game number 1. Winter Wyvern was not a GH hero. Go back to one of his classics, the Rubik here, and he showed that if you steal a lot of these spells, you don't need that hero on your team, mate. Who cares about the Phoenix? Yeah, 5-man, you take it. We're going to get the Rubik, and we're going to have a better Rubik because he's got Arcane Supremacy.
Yeah, we were talking about the drafting phase as well. They got the Mind Control Magnus, they role switched as well very easily like Liquid did in the previous series, placing in middle lane. We've seen Weeha sometimes getting sacked before in the past, and they did it again. And obviously, they got the Comfort Faceless Void pick that I think it's one of the highest win rate heroes currently. But it just seems like all their heroes are very comfortably placed for their players, and they just played their game. Even though there was a lot of errors, it just felt like they could rely on them to actually execute in the late game.
And you have to feel I feel like Chessie played another amazing game. I thought Misery did a really good job, created a ton of space. Even Pi, like that Pos 5 Phoenix, always in a good position, getting off some really clutch eggs to enable them, even though he might have died during the Supernova, it enabled Chessie the time to get away and still be that presence as the puck, shoving out waves, doing everything that he needed to. But unfortunately, you just cannot leave an Aegis in the pit at this level of Dota.
And it also feels like you cannot leave Nigma Faceless Void as well. It's either going to have to be you pick it up, or you guys take it or you just give it to Nigma, and then you have to have...
They had it!
I mean, it just felt like that maybe they could have gotten over the top of Nigma's Faceless Void here, but another game here where Miracle carries Nigma to a victory here. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us once again to go to a break. And on the other side of this, we're going to have game number 3 here between Nigma and 5-men. We'll see you then.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to another third map of ESL 1 Germany. We've got 5 men taking on Nigma here for an elimination and a play-in series as well. Winner of this heads into our playoffs, loser gets out of the tournament. Now as we get ready for game number 3 draft, I've got my panel back here once again. Lads, we looked at the server for this one. Is first pick towards Nigma and then 5 men picked Radiant. So 5 men looking more towards the Radiant, and obviously Nigma, they want that first pick to try and secure themselves a Faceless Void, right?
If it's not banned out, and we'll see how they're going to approach this time on Nigma. If they ban out the Faceless Void, you obviously want to get rid of the GH IO as well. Could that lead into a Batrider in the first phase, potentially coming through? I mean, they could play it on both Mind Control and Weeha. So.
Yep. I think Magnus will still be contested though, because it's a hero that you can't really afford to ban because you have to deal with these other nuisance heroes that either team plays. So it's going to be left open. But on top of that, I feel as well that they just have to play their comfort right now, because for 5 men, they play very fast, they play quite strong lane emphasis, and they always rely on Ace to do the hard carry duties in the later stages of the game. But when it comes for Nigma, I feel like their lineup is easily executed when you have this Faceless Void for Miracle.
Honestly,
Banned out, boys,
I think
so.
5 men could just run back the exact same draft, honestly, and now that they don't have the Void, as long as you execute in a similar sort of way, you're just going to get a very similar outcome. Just pick up the edges.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, they went back to the Zeus and the opener picks, which is pretty interesting. I do like this because you could tell that he was confident regardless of who he was going to face in the mid lane. And Lina sure wins the lane, and he did a lot of work that game. But in the end of the day, Chessie still farmed amazingly well. And with the early Ags, pretty much he can combo with Misery's hero very easily. And that's why the Spirit Breaker did so much work in that particular game.
I wonder if they're just going to ban out the Spirit Breaker now. I would if I was Nigma, right? Like, Phoenix, if it's a 5, does not want anyone close to him. It's a strength hero with good... yeah, there it goes, right?
I mean, you guys are really getting in the minds here of Nigma as well as 5 men, and I think this draft is going to pan out pretty much to a T if we're expecting it to go the way that we are. So I'd imagine probably a Spectre band's going to be coming in here from Nigma, just trying to make sure that Chessie doesn't have anybody to really combo with. As you guys said, Weeha did really well in that mid lane of shutting down Chessie, but he was able to combine with the rest of the heroes that were coming out from 5 men that just enabled him in that mid game.
One hero that we haven't really seen being picked or banned is Lifestealer, and I think this hero against Phoenix, against Zeus, is pretty good. You got the Magnus as well to empower, and it's a hero that Miracle does play, so I would like to see it banned. Obviously, you can still go for that Phantom Assassin here, and you only got 1 ban left, but the Zeus can at least deal with the Phantom Assassin until he gets that Black King bar.
Yeah. And, okay, 5 men, they're going for the Juggernaut. So, again, something that's a bit more early game oriented, something that can really benefit from the Empower in a big way. Maybe just wanting to pick some sort of greedier carry themselves. We mentioned the Spectre. I think that'd be really good. A, because of the global strat. B, because any sort of healing onto a Spectre who eventually builds into these big mana items, the Skadi, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Sunray is going to be super effective for the Phoenix. So you've secured your late game if you get to that point. And I feel like Zeus can shove out relatively easily. So then all you need to do is, I mean, who knows, they might just go back to Zibe and say, here's another Venomancer, you know? Well, Spectre.
And here it is, no Spectre
The Lifesteal
ban.
got banned as well, which is really smart. You don't really want to go up against the Lifesteal with Spectre because you're just going to get chunked. And Spectre tends to build these tanky items, so it's very good for the Lifesteal just to be on top of her. It's really good against Phoenix. You don't really care. You can go for that Black King bar 3rd item or 4th item as we have seen before in Lifestealers, so it's a very smart ban here. There's not that many heroes that looks really good.
With aggressive timings, that's really what you're looking for, right?
Yeah. So right now it's like Phantom Assassin is okay, but there's some timings where it's weak. It's not great until BKB, obviously because of the Zeus. You can get kited as well. Against Spectre, it's not great either. So it leaves kind of heroes like Terrorblade, which is also terrible against Zeus, even though it's good against Spectre. So you got these opening picks that kind of denies you options, right, as a carry player. And you need to go for certain options to actually beat out the Spectre as well in the later stages. And I'm really worried for Nigma right now, because right now nothing really looks great for them.
I'm sure this is going to be RMN's hero here, right? You know, this is where they usually pick that extra support coming in for Enigma. This is probably going to be a Mind Control Magnus. So are we looking to lean towards something more along the lines of an Oracle here for Enigma, trying to enable Miracle a little more?
I mean, Venge is in the pool.
Aggressive?
It could just be a Venge, and it's a Viper. Okay. Choosing to pick up Weeha's hero. I mean, obviously, good counter to the Spectre, which is nice.
Yeah.
Very comfort lane for him. Wonder if they're just going to go back for, well, it's probably not going to be a Wind Ranger now, so do they need to now switch this Zeus up as to where he's laning? That's the big issue.
See, the thing about Zeus versus Viper is both of them are going to farm. It doesn't really matter. It just really comes down to that position 4. Who's going to be able to get those roaming rotations? Who's going to be securing those runes? If Zeus gets lucky and get those arcane runes, those regen runes, it's going to be pretty easy for him to just bully out the Viper as well as just play the lane.
They're lacking a little bit of lockdown. That's my main concern right now. And, you know, who knows? This could be a 4 Phoenix as well, and you might go a 5 that's, I don't know, a Clockwork they've done a couple of times, but with a Spectre, not fantastic.
They've played Misery with the Lion as well, so that's something a little more lockdown that Misery does like
Wind
to play.
Ranger as well, granted, like, yes, it's good against the Viper, but it's good against the Viper in lane, like, as another mid, so probably not
The other thing
to
as
go
well
for that.
to consider is, you mentioned lack of lockdown, but you need that lockdown as well for Nigma to actually keep that Spectre in the Nether Toxin. And one 4-staff will just negate Rubik's Lift, it's going to negate the RP, so right now there is a bit of lack of lockdown from both sides. It just comes down to who's going to be able to execute easier in the early game and transition to the later stage, and who has the advantage of the later stage. And I'm wondering who's going to be picked for Nigma as a carry option here, because sure, you got that Viper that's going to be pretty annoying to deal and a way to deal with the Spectre in the later stages, but we've seen it a few times now where the Spectre just gets past those weakness phases when he gets like 3 items, the Skadi included as the 3rd item, and the Viper, you just can't keep him there with the Nether Toxin, and it just out snowballs, you just can't kill him anymore. So
I don't know, like there's still the potential of something like a Venge Deucer if you really want to take it to the late game, but then what does the Magnus really do, right? Like, it's not going to be empowering anything to have that cleave potential. So I'm feeling a little like Luna, I guess, is still in the pool, which is kind of aggressive and is going to be able to take it to Spectre a little bit. You can hit the egg and still have the glaives bouncing around, which is nice, I suppose, but I don't know. I'm not feeling super confident about that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Venge Luna against Spectre Zeus either. It's just, you can't utilize your range effectively against Haunt to begin with, and Zeus can always do damage regardless from the back line. I do like the Sand King pick here. It's gonna deny some of the carry options. Obviously, you definitely don't want to go Terrorblade here. You can't lane, you can't play it for the later stages. Phantom Assassin, there's still that possibility that they go Phantom Assassin here, but it's very reliant on actually playing well in the laning phase, because if you don't bully out the Sand King, it's going to get to the point where you're going to have to jungle. If you jungle, you're going to have to deal with the Sand King just keeping these towers alive with the Sandstorm, as well just pushing out all the way up to your tier 2. They can combo with the Aghanims of the Zeus later on, like they did with the Spirit Breaker before. It's pretty rough here, just looking from Nigma's point of view.
Could we see maybe an audible coming in from Nigma and they play a little bit faster with something like an Ursa?
Sven.
Okay, so they're going to go for the Superman.
I was thinking, maybe go for something like a Sven, but I mean, I guess they can't really be kited out all that much.
Especially once he picks up the Ags, right? You can get on top of this Zeus very easily. If that Superman does connect with the Zeus, he's basically going to get two-shot no matter what he builds. So it's going to get to a situation where, if they can provide enough space for this Sven, he gets 2-3 items, Aghanims, BKB, +1.
Yeah.
He's going to be pretty scary.
I have faith in Chessie, though. He has been on point with his positioning.
Yeah, my main concern here is they're relying on the Sven Ags a lot right now. There's no one who can really start fights unless this Magnus has a really good time and gets that early Blink Dagger. And you don't really want a Magnus to start fights as well. You want him to be the one judging the situation and getting that RP when he sees like 2 heroes at least, very minimum, clumping up here.
So do you then think it's something like a 5 clock to pair together with this?
If you play a position 5 clock, then you have a clock Sven into Sandstorm and a Phoenix there, which is really bad.
I'm just thinking any sort of initiation, right, that we could potentially have. I mean, Snapfire kind of
The other option is just ditching the idea of having Mind Control and Magnus, just setting this Magnus as a position 5 and just play the recovery mode with the Sven Magnus. You're going to suffer a little bit in the lane, but you can just rely on the jungle later on and allow Mind Control play a more aggressive hero that can actually start fights for them. And then that way, it'll be a lot easier for the Sven to actually play the mid to later stages of the game.
So what are you thinking about in that mindset? Like a Brewmaster or something like that?
Something that's going to be well against the Spectre, and preferably some sort of Disable would be nice too.
So Centaur then? Something like that? Right, a little bit of something. I would have liked the Darkseer. Enables them a little bit. Obviously, it doesn't give them that team fight initiation until he gets like Blink Ags or something like that.
Yeah, I don't mind Darkseer all that much, actually.
He got banned out.
Oh.
That's why I said. That's why I'm the smart one.
Unfortunate. I mean, they're taking away the Venomancer again. Undying, huh?
Okay. Iron Man hero, he's been playing it a little bit. Gives him a little bit of lane emphasis to make sure this Sven. But lads, I'd imagine this is Iron Man's hero. I would hate to see a position 5 mag because I feel like they would get punished for the greed. Something like Disruptor, Oracle.
I want to see Snapfire for Nigma.
Snapfire? Okay.
I want to go for the approach to just leave the Magnus 5 because you know that lane's going to lose most likely, and you can just use your position 3 to actually get an edge. So
Mind Control Snapfire. Possible.
Try and get an early Ag. So what are they going to pick up here? They're going to go with the Witch Doctor.
He played it well, I'll be honest.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He had very good impact, especially with the Maledicts in the later stages against the Spectre.
Maledict is very strong in this game against these heroes, so they can abuse that quite a lot, especially with something like a Viper, who sometimes when people do get away from the Weehaw Viper, they are on a sliver of HP, so...
It's funny how both teams have left the last pick for their position 5s here, which
well,
is...
potentially the Phoenix.
Potentially.
It could be Misery, that
Phoenix.
possibility, but...
Or Zibe.
Right now, you know the lanes here. You can do Sand King with the Phoenix here. That's going to do pretty well against the Witch Doctor Sven, and you can play a position 5 that's going to do very well against the Magnus Rubik here, and alleviate a lot of pressure off the Spectre. Obviously, the strong laning heroes are gone.
Natures, okay.
Or Pilo Die, Nature's Prophet, most likely.
Gives them a lot of tempo, a lot of...
I don't know, they've thrown it around a little bit. I'm going to wait until we see who's actually playing
Chess
what.
is going to be playing the Natures here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ooh.
So taking a little bit more aggressive, obviously not
Zeus?
wanting to lane the Zeus in. Yeah, 4 Zeus seems like the play. 5
so 5 Zeus. All right. Pi, you are exceeding my expectations, my friend. You are really going above and beyond with these position 5s right now. I'm impressed. You know, Pyjamas, as I said in the interview, he used to be coined as one of the best players in the world, so before he even started playing Dota. So let's see if he can continue that trend here, lads. But what are we thinking? These drafts, you guys are a bit iffy, a bit wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Matt's been pretty garbage when it comes to predictions, so let's see if he can get this last
first
one.
and I'll go opposite.
For the Enigma ones, I have been garbage.
Yes.
Overall, I've been pretty good.
Just tell me your prediction.
Come on, Matt. I need a name.
I'll just be the opposite, so you guys don't need to know what I say.
I'm going to go 5 men. I would hate to see them bow out of the tournament off of a game 2 like that, where they just didn't pick up Aegis.
All right, Nigma then.
You're going to go with Nigma?
I'm going to go opposite.
All right, so it seems like everybody here is just going to try and go the opposite way to see what Matt is doing, because most of the time he's wrong here. So if that is the case, then Nigma will be taking this game number 3. So we're going to leave our casters one more time. It's going to be our boys. It's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here we are. Game 3 draft all done and dusted. Lacoste, the panel have been cursing teams left and right, so it's nice to see they're going to go for a bit of a spread there and go 50-50 to see what's actually going to happen. Are you leaning one way or another here for Game 3?
I like how Nigma drafted. I think they're playing their comfortable heroes. GH and Rubik, always pleasure to watch. Mind Control also had a great performance in the previous game. Miha on his signature hero. They will have break against the Spectre, so no one needs to get that silver edge. It's a very costly item, but still feels like a very easy to execute lineup coming out from Nigma, I would say. But also, I don't think 5-man can recover from what happened in game number 2. I think that was a huge loss for them, where they lost the first Roshan, did not pick up Aegis, and it got into their heads.
Yeah, I was looking for a segue there between going for the break against Spectre and having their will broken by the Spectre in that game too. As Ace, unfortunately, leaving the Aegis inside the pit and allowing Nigma to have a pretty spectacular comeback to tie things up 1 apiece. As we get ourselves into Game 3 of this series, it is do or die, as we like to say, as one of these teams will be leaving the tournament after a loss here. As we get ourselves into the laning stage proper, Misery Phoenix heading up towards the top. We've got a Chessie Prophet there in towards the mid lane, and that's moved Pyjamas onto this support Zeus with Zibe the Sand King and Ace on that Spectre once again down in that bottom lane. And on Team Nigma, GH, you mentioned the Rubik. They've got all their comfort heroes. RMN with a Maledict on that Witch Doctor, super handy against the Spectre. Miracle Sven, we on the Viper, and Mind Control. He's going to be up top on the Magnus, in fact. So a lot of lane swaps from Team Nigma.
Yeah, I think they swapped their lanes accordingly in game number 2, which gave Faceless Void to have a great time in the laning stage. Also, Mind Control got much more than he would on that bottom lane, allowing him to get like bottle mana boots, the classic standard stuff that you buy on your offlane Magnus, and go for a Blink Dagger. So good timing on a Blink Dagger, even though he was playing the mid lane, which we usually don't see on mid Magnuses.
Yeah, no Echo Saber or anything like that. Blink into pipe, into selling the pipe for Boot to travel, to TP, to finish the game. Well, Ace's Spectre gets scouted out, but he's already sitting behind his tier 1, safe and sound. Nigma not going to be giving up on this, though. They are prepping for an aggressive move with that Dire Observer Ward scouting Ace perfectly. He's now stranded between tier 1 and tier 2, so they start with a stun. Sven's in. Maledict there, and a lift from GH drags him away from the tree line. He's trying to escape. With the Maledict on him, though, he's ticking. He's dropping. Will he die, though? Oh,
he's going to be
looks like
fine.
He's just fine. 20 HP left. Yep. But a sad start for Spectre.
Pyjamas has healing salve, but they might zone him out. It's also a spell that you don't want to have on your position for Rubik, Telekinesis. If they got a kill there, it's worth it. But right now, like, you need to leech XP and try to get yourself to level 2.
Yeah, they're keeping the tri-lane down there as well, so it's going to be a much slower level 2 for GH. Blocking up that camp. RMN coming in from the side. Ace, 0 CS, completely zoned out of the lane, and they're going to go for Pyjamas here, it looks like. Don't get the connection with the telekinesis. As the Zeus does wander himself through the trees. Ace is actually able to manage to grab a large portion of that creep wave and drag it around, but he's being chased down by 2 supports.
Ace playing position 4 right now.
wrong. Ace is not having a good time, is he? That is some really, really sad stuff. Spectre doesn't even keep the creep wave on her. So they're going to meet back up on the bottom lane where Sven is holding lane equilibrium just outside of his tier 1. A lot of focus on his bot lane, but that's, Nigma's game plan. Shut down Ace Spectre. Force the TP from Zeus to come back to his tier 1.
I don't think Zeus can do that much. It's a position 5 Zeus with very low mana, also not having Lightning Bolt. Instead, he has Arc Lightning, and now they are putting some extra heroes on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they feel the need to bring Misery down here. Phoenix is level 2. But the creep wave just being held so far up. Very kind of high tide situation here.
It will push. There's no side camp for them to pull the creeps. So at least Ace will get some XP. Still sitting at 0 CS.
That's a yikes. Quickly looking into the other lanes, Viper dominating mid lane, doubling up the CS of Chessie's Prophet, who has already been forced to TP back home several times just to get away from these poison attacks from Viper. So Wee's having a crack in time mid lane. Oh, they cask bottom. They catch him mid-dive. Misery can't escape now. He's been tapped by the Maledict. And Miracle's toying with him.
He just wanted to get the first blood for himself.
Oh, he's waiting so the Maledict doesn't steal it. Is that what Miracle was doing?
Yep.
Clever boy.
Ace got 2 CS, 3 CS. This is actually hype.
4. Oh, can you get a 5th one? Are they going to deny the creeps? Oh, Miracle with a big deny on the tower. Stuns him. Make sure he doesn't get that range creep. Ooh, 5 CS Lacoste.
When you're in this kind of position, you can't allow yourself to miss any of the last hits, the free ones.
Yeah, every little helps. And Pyjamas not helping
Pyjamas
with the Arc Lightning. Oh, they're going to go on him. Cask, stun, Maledict there, lift him, drag back, and whack him away. Spectre forced to pop the stick. I think he might just be all right. Miracle taking a lot of damage, though.
In. They stack the stuns. Sven and Rubik, they did not know who's going to go first. Mid lane working really well for Viper. That's why I was worried about this Nature's Prophet pick, where he doesn't really pressure the Viper, and with just 1 point in Nether Toxin, these Treants don't do that much. Like, you're going to be pushing out the waves constantly. How's top doing? Mind Control, decent CS, 16-1. Zibe 25 and 11. Zibe, the biggest winner of the laning stage so far. Zeus dropping low.
And there he goes. Bottom lane. There's some catastrophic disaster level stuff now for 5 men. And up towards top, it looks like Misery was diving to look for the courier. Doesn't find it. And like you were mentioning, Sanking up against a melee hero with Caustic and the Burst Strike. He's able to do just fine up there. But every lane is a win or at least a draw here for Team Nigma.
That should help. I like how Misery showed on the bottom lane, gave away a kill, and then like, screw it guys, I'm not feeding anything more on the bottom. Good luck to you. We'll just deal with them a bit later. Nature's Prophet, once he hits level 6 with the Rat of Nature, they should try to make an aggressive move on the side lane.
Well, they're trying to pick off GH bottom. Pilot Eye out of mana though, can't go for the finish. And I'm just wondering, what's the reason do you reckon that 5 men didn't swap their lanes? Why not move Ace up to top, walk him up there?
They could, but you need to walk. You can't really TP because they will do the same thing. Even if they, TP'd him to the top lane, he would still get like 1, 2, 3 CS while they're TPing Zeus.
Bye-bye, Pilot Die. Miracle's there, helped out by RMN to secure the kill. Paladai does his job though, gives away his life so Ace may survive. And stay on the lane to get that solo experience and maybe a little bit more farm. We, in the mid lane, hasted, chasing in onto Chessie. Sprout is there as he throws the Viper Strike in. Chessie very low, but doesn't get the kill. We out of mana. Maybe could have mangoed and wandered there to get some more poison attacks. Couple of stuns thrown onto Spectre. Damage returned in kind though, with a dagger and now the lightning coming through from Zeus.
If Nature's Prophet had 1 more CS, Rat of Nature would be available, and they would definitely get at least 1 kill on the bottom lane.
Oh, you're right, if not 2. That would have been super close. Now I'm interested to see where Wee goes. Dominated his lane. Gone back to the fountain to regen, and here we go. TP's bottom. We might start to see the Viper chasing Spectre around the map now to really shut Ace out of this match. Because Wee's arrival with a Stormhammer stun, catching out Ace with really nowhere to run. He's got to try and get back to the trees, but he's been slowed and taken out. Gone for 20 seconds.
I am surprised no one's tipping anyone, you know? After that mistake in the previous game, now Ace is... I mean, he only died once, but they managed to hold his CS. He did not get a single last hit for like 3-4 minutes.
Isn't it bugged or like got removed from lobbies or something? I feel like no one's been tipping at all because it's not in the game anymore. I'm not sure. We can do some testing. Tip each other.
Sounds good. We're probably going to talk about it, and at the end of the game, we're going to forget about it and not do it.
Like everything we ever say, we'll test that after the game, and then we completely forget it. Oh, DD rune for Wee now. And Chessie's still sticking around mid, trying to gather up the little bits and crumbs of farm he can find. That's all that Nigma are giving them. 5 men just looking for crumbs. Sand King's farming jungle to allow Phoenix to maybe get closer to level 6 at the top lane. Prophet under a Dire Observer ward here. Perfectly scouted by Team Nigma. Wrapping around with both Witch Doctor and the Rubik. But Chessie feels it coming. Or does he? He's stuck around. Now he's a little bit more tentative about moving forward.
Are fortified.
A 4-0 start. Net worth lead, though, actually in the hands of 5 men. Sand King and Prophet both doing exceptionally well. And now Pylai dying. Oh, gets the ward denied under his nose. Something like that pos 5. Oh, jumping up top. Trying to find that wee Viper mid as well. RMN with GH going to get closed off here by Chessie. Great Sprout blocks them out, and RMN is going to be a double kill for Chessie, looking for the triple. Can they finish off GH? There's no help from Sven or Magnus, and Ace Spectre is going to close the gap with a dagger for the final hit from Chessie to get the triple. And now Prophet back in the game.
This is exactly what they needed. They needed Nature's Prophet to land a big Rat of Nature, and then they start playing aggressively. They got 3 kills. They also brought Zibek, because he's super farmed right now, and he should be the one making some moves around the map.
Well, they find Misery top. Again, Wee's rotation nets him a kill. And Mind Control was playing that top lane on very low HP for the past couple of minutes. Baiting that Phoenix to stay around. Witch Doctor. No reveal. So Zibbe inside that sandstorm. Perfectly fine. Until maybe he walks into the Viper. Zibbe does have the backup of Chessie. They sprout Wee. He doesn't have any way to cut through the trees. So Sunray and Epicenter, and Wee completely isolated from the rest of his team. He's a little bit tanky, but there's enough heroes here from 5 men to clear him up.
He's gonna get killed in
Misery
Misery,
gonna
actually.
die? He gets the trade.
I saw Zeus buying the Tome, but you have Phoenix in your own team who's level 5. I think you need to give Tome to Phoenix. Like, you're position 5, you're eventually gonna get the levels. Only thing that matters for you is to get level 6, and it's very important that your Phoenix get more levels. Good catch on the top, as you mentioned, and also I want to see Sand King just getting up straight up Blink Dagger in this game because they lack initiation, and they also need some time for Spectre to recover. So you want to be creating space for your team. Big stack for Sand King.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's already halfway towards that blink as well. But a catapult towards your mid-tier 1 is a problem that needs addressing. As Rubik will take that level 3 Sandstorm. Gladly hold out on this mid lane if need be. But while all this is happening, you know, while the Sand King's farming, Prophet's getting triple kills, and a lot of focus here has been around that Viper and his rotations, where he heads. as the big old god strength thinks Sven, who is in the jungle and gathering up neutral items. 2 drop at the same time as he clears through the ancient camp. And his net worth now starts to skyrocket.
If you're a Cord and you pick up Trusty Shovel and don't use it for the first time, you know, you're not doing it correctly because you need to be greedy.
Well, top lane, telekinesis into Sandstorm. Chessie hit by the Maledict and dropping low, but the turnaround play from Zibe and Pylai died. They were waiting in the wings, just ready to strike. And Ace, the second haunt of the game yet again, allowing 5 men to come into the fight with a numbers advantage and get a good couple of kills there. It doesn't feel like 5 men are holding on anymore. It feels like they're actually building up enough strength to fight against Nigma.
Yeah, they're playing Dota. They're making moves around the map. Nature's Prophet getting closer to Orchid. Once they get that, there is no counterplay. There's not a single ability that can dispel it. No one's gonna buy like Manta style. Sven might get like second item BKB in this game, but they have a lot of kill potential. That's why I would love to see Sankin getting a Blink Dagger. Instead, what he's doing right now, I think he's going for straight up Hood just to tank things up. But if he gets a Blink Dagger, he does have that instant initiation and can play with the Nature's Prophet.
Well, for now, he's just letting Spectre farm. And Zeus show on that wave. He'll come into mid. Yet again hold out, but the Rod of Atos revealed there from Viper. And a bit of an aggressive move by Zibe to TP so far forward is going to be paid for with his life. His dominating streak removed, the tier 2 cleared up, and Nigma now in a much more dominant position.
Easy tier 1 tower and a pick off on Sanking.
Yeah, they're trying to go on GH, but they don't get the body blocks. Treant spawn just behind the Rubik, and Witch Doctor TPing here on half HP. Risky maneuver. They're trying to close the gap onto Pylai Die. Looks like Magnus cancelling his TP as he thought about heading up to top. And the Rod of Atos down bottom does catch Misery, but he will TP out of here as quickly as he possibly can.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now it's the systematic play from Nigma. They got the tier 1 mid before the tier 1 bottom lane, which is a little unusual, but they'll come through and topple the dominoes down one by one regardless. And that opens things up for Sven to be farming much more neutral camps down in the Radiant jungle.
GH, they're trying to make another move with Nature's Prophet, but it's not enough. He has Burrow Strike, can get out of the Sprout, if not silenced. Also holding 2 tangos against the Nature's Prophet. We also see position 4s and 5s, buying a Quelling Blade, but this is also a thing you can do.
They're trying to get in onto Zibe. They've got Sven TPing. Telekinesis under the sentry, and now the Stormhammer landing. God's strength there, but the Burrow Strike out. You've been talking about it. Zibe's got this escape mechanism every day of the week.
That wasn't even close. That was not even 10% of the kill. Mag will finish his Blink Dagger in a second.
A fitting bounty. A bounty which my
And then we should see some smokes come out from Team Nigma. Already have one on the Witch Doctor ready to play with. GH can quite happily just stay up top lane. This is all being very calm for Ace after that initial laning stage disaster. Back into his Blade Mail, farming Ancients very quickly with it, as we've seen from these Spectres. Maxed out Dispersion and Dagger. And TP top with the Thunder God's Wrath onto GH they go. Silence the Rubik and pick him off. A dominating streak for Chessie now, 4-0-3. After being dominated in lane by the Viper.
Pretty standard stuff, you know, global presence. And
Sand
Misery,
King.
he doesn't even have boots.
Oh, this time the Sand King doesn't escape. They even RP him there to make sure he dies. He tried his darndest to burrow out and sandstorm away, but preemptive sentries. Let's see Zibe there. Who doesn't have boots?
Misery.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Straight up into Meteor Hammer. Just wants to, you know, play this type of a game where he's on a different side of the map, maybe die, fish for any kind of information and clear the whole creep wave with the Meteor Hammer because he's lacking levels.
Oh, he's even got an Arcane Ring queued up. Not sure where he's going to find that. Maybe
Well,
to
seems
kill
like
some-
Pyjamas Dai stole everything from Misery in this game. Tome, Arcane Ring, you name it.
Misery has become the position 5 now. Pyjamas Dai has had a taste for farm and he likes it. Spectre gets away from that mid lane as Weehar was definitely eyeing up a target there and waiting for his squad to back him up. And bottom lane, looks like the Zeus is just going to be clearing out these waves, making sure it's not a free tier 2. As Nigma do start gathering and converging down there around their Sven. As smoke comes. 5 men. Sand King with a Haunt to scout and the TP forward finds the Viper. Wee turns with a Rod of Atos, down to half HP already. Kind of stuck in this Sandstorm and the Supernova's there and no one can touch it. The Viper's being annihilated by this Sand King and they've got a bonus kill as well. All the way off to the right hand side, they've taken down Pyjamas Dai, but the Sven needs help. He's got damage, but he doesn't have control. Now trapped inside the Sprout, he's being burnt down by the Sun Ray. Pops out his Hand of Midas onto one of the Treants, but Miracle's in a spot of bother here. He's going to try and turn and nearly kills off Chessie, to be fair. Dodging the shockwave, well played by the Prophet.
Arman's out of
Very
mana.
close battle as they do jump in. Mind Control gets the Chessie Prophet.
Even should get a kill on Witch Doctor, but does not want to chase. He was afraid to climb uphill. There was no vision. Rubik respawned, so he just says, I'm not going to go for it.
Regeneration.
Both of these teams really respecting each other's strengths. And it feels like we, now with 3 deaths in a row, starting to lose a bit of that mojo, loses momentum. Rod of Atos into Pipe for the Viper, so he's going to get a bit tankier. But he's been out in the open. And 5 men very good at exploiting that. But it might be a good time now for Nigma, knowing that Haunt is down, Supernova's not available for another 30 seconds. Potentially here with this Blink RP ready for Mind Control, they can go and make a move off the back of a smoke.
BKB ready in 150 gold. I think it's time for them to make a smoke play as you suggested. But I don't see anyone holding a smoke at the moment.
Witch Doctor has one in backpack, but RMN is... he's not swapping it in or anything. They are just bodyguarding Sven. Viper holding out in the mid lane. There's a lot of room here for Prophet to shove out top, get his BKB. As a Rod of Atos catches Pyjamas Dai middle. Zeus trying to make his retreat as safely as he can to the high ground.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sanking at the moment, 9 slotted, actually 10 slotted, bring a Blink Dagger, needs to get rid of a couple of the items. Blink Dagger is ready, so that means it's going to be much easier for him to make a good initiation. You don't necessarily need to go in and use the epicenter. Most of the time, your job is to Blink Dagger in and just Borrow Strike, try to reset and go for the epicenter after that.
Try and line up your Ravagers.
Dire's top tower.
Well, here is that move from Nigma. They are all bottom, wanting that tier 2. Sentry just on the edge, but Zibe in a very good position in the trees here. Will keep the Sandstorm going. And potentially Nigma think about the dive. There it is, the Blink RP catching the Sand King. They need the chain stuns, and my goodness, do they have them. Thunder God's Wrath is gonna be used by Pyjamas Dai, not entirely sure for what reason.
Just asserting dominance. If you attack us, we will use this ulti.
Tit for tat. You kill our Sand King, we'll do a bit of damage to you.
And that's a freebie tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Same goes for the top.
It wasn't a freebie top. GH was, I don't know, a fraction of a second away from denying it. The right click was very close as Misery gets hit by the Rod of Atos, but Chessie with Ace. They both arrive with a Haunt and the TP. There's global presence onto Wee.
Good
the
body block.
Viper. See ya, buddy, and now the Invis rune for Mind Control, but he's dusted up. They still do see him. Trying to track back behind the tier 1 tower, and they've revealed him. Skewer's back, but Ace is taken with him. Gets the double kill as 5 men. Now the BKB from Chessie shown off, silencing RMN as they come in to defend their tier 1 mid with only a couple of heroes.
It's time to go Roche, but don't remember to pick up the Aegis this time.
Don't remember. Don't remember to pick it up,
That's what
guys.
happened in game number 2.
It sure is. So let's pay close attention here. Roshan is at 4,000, 3,000 HP. He's about to die, and he's going to drop an item.
Literally
Ace.
shaking right now. Guys, is it in? He actually put the Claritin
Ping it.
in instead of picking it.
Someone has to
Is
ping
it
it.
in? Ping it out. Aegis, it's ready.
Lacoste, is it in yet?
It is.
Very good. Powerful move by Ace, picking up the Aegis, and they've already killed off GH. A good stun onto the Sand King. Onto the Sven from the Sand King, but he turns with his God Strength, whacks into Zibe and clears him up. The bug is down. And Spectre on the retreat. The BKB God Strength of Sven is a sight to behold. They're still trying to catch up to her, but Ace is pretty speedy, and the Shadow Amulet there revealed by the dust. Pylai die. He's going to get cleared up here by Wee from the low ground. Enigma defending inside their own jungle.
So yeah, Ace with Aegis in this one, level 16. He's super tanky, and even if Viper or Sven try to attack them, there's going to be some blade mail return damage, and if he pops it, he's also extremely tanky. Whenever I see Viper against Spectre, most of the time I see Spectres trying to build a BKB just to tank things up and have a way of not getting affected by that Nether Toxin. But this will also do. Might consider getting BKB a bit after. They still have abilities, you know, that go through Magic Immunity. You have Viper Strike. You have Meg's RP.
Well, Enigma finally getting some use out of these smokes. RMN with the Holy Locket rush. Getting into Glimmer Cape next. Wee's going to TP to Outpost. And they saw Chessie pushing top. He's going to make his way into the trees. I don't think they saw... Oh, they did. They pinged him. They know where he is. So, the skewer there. And Chessie, BKB is going to get cancelled out by the RP. They're coming in with the damage. The Haunt's flying out. And in comes Ace, looking to battle GH. Chessie's still alive. Cutting through the trees. He's dusted. He's running. He's sprinting away. Miracle will finally claim his life. But Ace is going wild onto Wee. Now the Aghanim Scepter from Miracle. Gets him on top of the Spectre. Pops the Ghost Strength and takes her out of the fight. 5 men, what have they got left? Well, Sankey's being chopped into pieces! Slain where he stands, and the Maledict onto Ace will make short work of the Spectre. There's no Supernova, no Zeus, and nothing left for 5 men to give. Down to 1 man now, as 4 of them are all dead.
It's gonna be so much harder for them to take a fight. Sven just hit level 20, -5 seconds on a Stormhammer. I can see Ice Frog, you know, sitting in his office in Seattle, rubbing his hands, saying, "My finest creation. Taste the Sven with the Aghanim Scepter."
Yeah, feel the power of these talents. It is just so good. And 5 men. Do you think they were forced there to fight around the Nature's Prophet? Was it a call from Chessie saying, "Hey, come and battle with me"? Yeah.
They could have just left with Chessie and choose a better fight, now that you see how the fight actually ended. And Spectre, like, she melts. If she's inside the Nether Toxin and they can keep her inside with the Road of Aethos and all these stuns, might even consider going back to that BKB. But then again, who's going to take care of Sven? This is a problem with this type of a matchup where you want to itemize against the Viper, but you also need to itemize against the carrier you're playing against.
Yeah, you can't rely on Chessie sprouting him all the time in every fight either. Even though this Prophet's had a pretty good game, Sven has had an even better one. 19,000 net worth over on Miracle right now. It is absolutely huge. A monumental performance from him. 8, 1, and 5, looking pretty good. All thanks to that early tri-lane where they safeguarded his farm from the very get-go. And they jump and skewer. Misery gets caught out. Does he have a chance to dive? He's yawled up, the Death Ward's out, and the Supernova's forced. Stormhammer, the 4-man stun! Beautiful! Ravage from Zibe! In comes the Prophet, but he hasn't BKB'd, so he is all stunned up. Now he turns it. Into that Stormhammer they go, but the RP from Mind Control is just as gorgeous as the Burrow Strike. And a triple kill comes through for Miracle, and in they go. They want the Rampage. They want the team wipe. They give it to Miracle. Come on, Ace. Where is it? There's no Aegis over in the Roche pit. You can't go pick that up from game 2. It's not there anymore. No, you can't. Run away toss. In comes Sven, and the Rampage comes.
It looked like a very promising fight, Zibe. Landing a 4-man Burrow Strike with the Sandstorm, but there was no real follow-up. They also don't have anything that goes through Magic Community, so Sven can do whatever he wants in these team fights. He also built a Silver Edge, so there's another way to break the Spectre.
Oh, good luck, Spectre. 40 seconds for Ace to respawn. He's going to need all the luck he can get. As this game's starting to feel like a foregone conclusion, honestly. 8k net worth lead now for Nigma, as they do start to really accelerate into this mid-game. We can see it back as Ace just gets hounded, chased down by this Sven. Hand of Midas. Very nice. Keep that efficiency going, Miracle. He's on the offensive here. Look at him go. Who's he going to find? Oh, it's Zibe, is it? Hello. Where's the reveal? Dust from Mind Control. Burrow Strike buys a second of respite. He's going to have to BKB here, maybe, Miracle, as the Haunt arriving. BKB, turn and fight, and he blows up Misery.
He's still alive. Two-shotted.
What you want?
Silver Edge, do they have reveal?
Oh, they do see him. He does finally die. And now the Death Ward down as they try and focus down Ace. The Spectre's in trouble. Drag him back into the Nether Toxin. The pings come out, and Ace is down. They get 1 kill. 5 men. They remove Miracle. But the price they pay is substantial.
Once again, they almost got full team wipe just for killing the Miracle there. Who got the last hit? Ace actually did, so that's the best outcome for them, actually. It's going to be an easy tier 2 tower. Like, the item progression coming out from Sanking is non-existent. He had such a great start, then bought a hood, now sitting on a Blink Dagger, and just a casual plate mail. Like, they need their Blink Daggers, they need Lotus Orbs against Sven. The spell talent is insanely good. Can't Glimmer Cape, can't Yule Scepter. Not sure why that's in the game, but...
It's pretty broken. As RMN and V's couriers get sniped out. Chessie making every sneaky little play and move that he's got in his book.
Dire are scanning.
Zeus doing a pretty good job trying to keep the ward coverage and observers limited here. As the vision from Nigma, it does extend over into the Radiant side of the map. And there is Pyjamas just dewarding quickly. Oh, or not. He's a bit scared, a bit spooky. Good blink away from Sanking, gets him away from the Viper's Rod of Atos. Well, things have stalled here. Spectre, 8,000 net worth behind the Sven. I had to do the maths like several... Oh, Pyjamas? Oh, he's Glimmer Capes, but they can see him. They're diving tier 3s. Nigma getting the target they want, and they've got 4 heroes here to defend Mind Control as well. Even if he gets sprouted, I think he's just fine anyway. While Sven with a double damage rune. Oh, Ace, where are you going? Can you hide in the trees?
He's not gonna find him. But look at the itemization on Nigma's heroes. You have Witch Doctor with the Glimmer Cape and the Holy Locket, Voodoo Restoration, maxed out. You have Guardian Greaves on Mag. Like, you have the holy trinity of the items. You have Pipe, you have Guardian Greaves. Zibit just deleted from the game.
Yeah, they chased him a little bit. There was some good juking from the Sand King, but they've also found the Spectre. RMN and Mind Control trying to pair up together, but they've kind of cocked that one up. The Skewer takes him away from the Death Ward, and now the Haunt with the Manta Style allows Ace a little bit of a retreat, but he's got pathing issues. He went low ground and back to high ground, and that's allowed Nigma to catch up again. Skewered back into the Nether Toxin, and that's him done. Dead for 75 with buyback, but without Haunt.
Spectre did not buy a new item for 10 minutes. At the moment, she's saving 4,000 gold. Now, Nigma will knock on your tier 3 towers. There's Haunt.
That's not knocking Lacoste, that's a battering ram as Sven diving for the Zeus, kills him off by the tier 4. The Supernova's finished off. And every teamfight ulti ability or whatever you got for 5 men is just going down the drain. Nice stun, blink initiation. Sand King's in with the Thunder God's Wrath, but Sven just whacks him down into the grave and 6 feet under. Chessie does TP forward, but Sven is still battling here. The skewer back in, and I think 5 men are just done. They can't fight into this. Spectre's chasing forward. Sand King wants a blink stun. He wants the Sven so badly, but Sven, he jumps to low ground with a Stormhammer, and Zippe, he's stuck here now. Viper, Witch Doctor, and the Sven, they've got another stun to come as the dust is not there. No reveal. Zippe, 2-man stun, but it's not enough damage. They've got the Rod of Atos, and there's Miracle continuing his mega kill streak.
That Guardian Greaves keeping them alive for a very long time, providing them extra regen, extra armor, and the Witch Doctor, man. Holy Locket is actually a decent item on a Witch Doctor, sometimes if you get enough farm, even on Undying. Another casual double damage on Sven, who just hit level 25.
Yeah, super casual. Backdoor regen, what's that? No idea, mate. Just gonna hit these buildings. Crumble some structures, to be honest. Entire lane demolished. As Team Nigma head down south. No buyback on Sand King or Phoenix. Prophet has one, but he's respawning in 10 seconds. And you'll be wanting to utilize everything you've got at once, with that Haunt coming back up around the same time as the Furion respawns. It might just be one team fight left in the tank here for 5 men. And they've got some tools to use, though. Supernova level 2, back up. Thunder God's Wrath ready in 20 seconds. And they will have
set
that
of Raxes gone, and that's a fake smoke.
A fake smoke?
I thought they're gonna use a fake smoke and come back, try to get a pick off on one of the targets that does not have a buyback, and you know, just end the game. Sven right now is pretty massive, even gets the quickening charm instead of a Mindbreaker to lower the cooldown on the stun. But while all this was happening, top lane got demolished by the Nation's Prophet before he TP'd out, the catapult, a couple of treants.
Oh, they're using so much on GH. Burrow Strike's going to be there. Just about. That was a little close for comfort, but Zippe, he's on the money regardless. Oh, yeah, top lane, Barracks falling. At least it's something for 5 men. GH with a snappy buyback there. Zeus has already TP'd away. They won't find him. What they will find, though, is Roshan, because he's alive again.
Okay, let's check the Stormhammer cooldown. 4.3 seconds with Arcane and Quickening Charm.
Oh, boy.
Radiant are scanning.
Who's he going to find? Oh, Chessie, be careful, buddy. Don't go down those steps. There are scary people down there. Yeah, he'll TP top. Good deep observer ward. Farm some jungle camps. They see him, though. Dire observer ward sees exactly where he is. They ping it out.
It could have been an easy Roche for them, but they wanted to get a pick off first. 2 set of Raxes, and this is the smoke. They will enter the base from the lane that they already killed.
Oh, this is huge. Can they find... Oh, they see a sentry placed down. Sven, who wants to go in. The Sand King is going to dodge it with a blink away. And now Miracle. Where's his BKB? He pops it a little late. Half HP for the RP. There's Mind Control taking out Pyjamas dies. Chessie does get hit by the big old Maledict. Massive AoE circle. And Sven, still holding on to Satanic, gets hit by the Meteor Hammer, though. In come the Chain Stuns. No! Zippe gets lifted. GH saves the day. So now Miracle can turn and play Dota 2 as he'll cleave through Zippe and look for the Supernova now. The egg is gone, and 5 men left stranded with only 2 heroes alive. Skewer back Chessie's Prophet, and this is all they have left, the lonely, lonely Spectre. And even she won't last too long.
And there it is, double G's dropped in the old chat. Good performance, good showing from Nigma. I think what happened in game number 1 really affected 5 men and the way they played the game number 3.
Yeah, I get game 2 for sure. Definitely an issue for their morale and stuff like that, as Nigma showing that they can still pick the pieces back up and continue in their winning ways, as they do take the series 2-1 and keep themselves in the tournament. Unfortunately, commiserations and goodbye to 5 men as they are now out. Lacoste, that series was intense. It was crazy. We had loads of mistakes and great plays, outplays, everything you like. But that's it for us now.
Not for now. We're done. We're done casting in this tournament, Gary.
I thought you were going to say forever. We're just done forever. We're done forever. Now, Odie and Fog will be taking up the casting mics for your next couple of series, taking you through the playoffs as well for ESL 1 Germany. So thanks to everyone for watching. And Lacoste, been a pleasure as always. Can't wait to cast with you again very soon.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Shout out to our Upside Down panel in Australia as well for doing a great job. Thank you, production, and hope you guys enjoyed it and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
When I saw you look at me.
I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath ain't neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo, or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. You should told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
Seems like the Aegis was what broke the camel's back there. Unfortunately for 5 men, they get reverse swept here, and Nigma move on to the playoffs, and 5 men are out of ESL 1 Germany for the European region in 2020. Now, as we get ready for our Game Fuel post-match for our first series of today, before we start getting into it, I would like to say thank you again to Gareth and Lacoste for casting across these 12 days. It's been magical to listen to those guys cast, and I'm sure we'll see them a little bit longer in a few more of these tournaments we've got going on. But lads, welcome back here on the panel before I start gushing over Gareth and Lacoste anymore. I've got Danok and I've got Godot. Lads, that series from Nigma, they looked rocky in that first game, but they pulled it back.
They looked rocky in game number 2 as well, to be honest, you know, and like you said before, it kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think Lacoste mentioned it as we were going into that game number 3. Felt like that Aegis being forgotten might have mentally broke them.
Yeah, I mean, I really think 5 men could have 2-0'd this game just because of that second game. And as you said, it might be a mental thing, it might be a morale thing. That being said, though, I think Nigma definitely are playing their comfort in these last 2 games. They're playing drafts that and heroes that are just what they've been playing for years now. And on top of that as well, I like the role changes that they're doing. The tri lanes, leaving mind control safe lane. They did a mid before the game before, and I like the adaptability that Nigma's actually approaching these games with.
Yeah, a little bit unpredictable. I don't want to say they're copying what someone like Liquid does, but it just does show that versatility. But from a personal standpoint, Nigma are still in the tournament, which means my predictions are screwed one more time. That is 1-10, my prediction scores for any Nigma game. Other than that, I feel like I'm pretty damn good. I'd be like at 80% for all other games, but
all right, you can tell everybody at home that you're sitting in a nice little prediction score, lads. But you know, it went the way of Nigma this series here, and unfortunately for 5 men, they're out of the tournament now. But progressing forward for 5 men here, they've still got a lot of good stuff behind them. I feel like they just need to fix up a few of these critical errors that did come out. But lads, it is time once again here for our winners interview. We've got Mind Control here on the line from Nigma. Mind Control, mate, congratulations on making it to playoffs here for ESL 1 Germany. So, I mean, this is the question on everybody's lips. It's game number 2. It's a pretty tight game. Ace leaves the Aegis in the pit. When did you guys knew that he left it behind?
So it was pretty fast because, like, when Roche died, 10 seconds after, someone said, I don't know who said it, but he said, yo, who picked up the Aegis? And then, you know, we click enter and we see nobody took it. And then we started spamming, okay, Aegis is there, so we just took it. That was funny.
Yeah, I was about to ask, like, what were the team comms like? Did you think it could have even potentially been a bait, maybe, to try and get you all into the Roche pit and turn a team fight around like that?
Maybe, but we just saw everything. We already were on the high ground, so we knew nobody's there, so yeah, maybe in another game.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because I'm quite interested, since you've taken over now as drafting, I'm wondering, like, what has that changed towards the team?
Not much. I mean, we're still drafting together. It's really nothing, honestly. It doesn't matter who's drafting right now for us.
Do you think you have
the name?
Yeah. Do you think you have a more captaincy role now because you're drafting, or do you think everything's kind of the same, maybe a little tweaks here and there?
Just a little bit in the game because, let's say, I'm drafting the heroes, so I feel like I need to make some calls about it.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
Cool. And in game number 2, just to go back to that one, 5 men, at least we feel, had you on the ropes. You know, they were in a very commanding position. They'd just taken or killed Roshan, hadn't picked up the Aegis, but, you know, eventually you were able to bring it back. They're still a relatively new team, obviously being together for a fair few months now, but compared with someone like your roster, who have obviously stayed together for a longer time, is there any key advice that you would like to give to that team as to how to move on from this?
I mean, they played well. They shouldn't be too dismoraled or dismoraled at all, so they should feel good about it and pick up the Aegis next time. Maybe they will have won.
Well, that's some good advice there, MC, mate. I'll let you guys enjoy the spoils of victory, and congratulations once again for making it to playoffs.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I mean, it's an interesting storyline to have for people who aren't on the receiving end like 5men. It's a little bit unfortunate for them that maybe that did break their mentality. Obviously, we don't get to talk to them because that is a loser's interview if we do have them. But, I mean, things like that really do kind of break people, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be thinking what if for the longest time. And, like they were saying on the cast, you kind of remember it as that person that didn't pick up the ages. KYXY going all the way back to TI3. Aegis Deny is just the KYXY play. And unfortunately for Ace, this was his.
Maybe we could have asked him as well about the Rubik Deny.
Was he screaming, "What are you doing? Stop hitting me!"
I mean, it was one of those situations where it could have looked good there for JH, but unfortunately it didn't go that way. And now, as we see that Nigma do progress into their playoffs here, they do have a little bit longer stay in ESL 1 Germany. But looking over these replays here, this third game was... I mean, it goes back to, as you guys said, the comfort heroes for Nigma. They were playing these heroes that they've played a million times. Weeha's played the Viper, Mind Control plays the Magnus all the time, and they just put Miracle on this hard carry win condition.
It was this team fight that did it for me. I think once 5men lost this, they lost a huge portion of their win condition, right? Like, Chessie, yes, he dies, and yes, he's been playing fantastically up until then, but you just keep diving in one by one, again, like literally diving in on the Phoenix there just to get nothing off. It didn't feel like they were ever super coordinated. Really good turnaround there by 5men, but again, you've just got everything, and Miracle just popping off one more time. You give him the space to do it, and he will.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the third game, we saw different 5men. First game, second game, we definitely saw 5men that was aggressive, lesser errors when it came to execution and team fights and whatnot. Obviously, the Aegis thing is just one-off. But Nigma, though, as you pointed out, they're playing their comfort, and I felt like there was no real answer to this event here. Placing that position 5 Zeus didn't really do anything in this particular game. It just kind of ruined their lane. On top of that, it didn't have a purpose when it came to the mid game. And on top of that as well, it didn't really synergize their heroes besides the global aspect, which was pretty hard against the BKB Sven.
Yeah, and the other thing that we didn't quite touch on was the itemization as well. We felt that was super off. Phoenix going for a Yule Scepter. You're up against a Sven who's got BKB and the level 15 talents, so there's no way that you're going to interrupt anything he's trying to do, and he is the vast majority of the damage coming out from Nigma's side. So something like Halberd, Lotus Orb, even a Force Staff to get Ace out of this Nether Toxin would have been huge for 5men. So, there are some key learnings to come through there.
Sometimes it's just not your day. And unfortunately for 5men, they went up against Nigma here, who were able to recoup after Game 1, get themselves the Game 2 victory, get themselves the Game 3 victory as well. And now they're moving on here. So I want us to talk a little bit about Nigma going forward into playoffs. We talked about them going back to their comfort. Could that be a little bit more of a hindrance going into playoffs against these top-tier teams like Liquid, OG, Alliance, Secret, even Mud Golems as well, right?
Well, there's a reason that they're here in this last day of the group stage, right? Like, they've got a lot to learn, and 5men, honestly, they should have had that. I don't want to rub it in too much, but that should have been 5men's series in a 2-0 nonetheless, right? So I'm keen to see, maybe they're one of these sorts of teams that, and this isn't to downplay 5men, but they might play to the level of their opponent, if that makes sense. So if we see them coming up against, your Liquids, your Alliances, your OGs, maybe we'll see a new Nigma altogether.
Yeah, I just hope that more games just allows them to get back in their form, because right now they just don't seem like they have that chemistry they used to have, and nothing's really changed. Sure, they're using some stand-ins here or there, but the heroes they're playing are pretty much the same. They still have a good game plan when it comes to win condition, and they have the players. I think they're all pretty damn good individualistic, but they just need that teamwork back.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see 5men a little bit deeper into the season here for Dota 2, but unfortunately for them, they're out of ESL 1 Germany, and that means now we've got a tight turnaround heading into Series number 2. It's a CIS showdown. We've got Yellow Submarine taking on the Boys of Na'Vi. Which one's going to come out on top? You have to stay with us and find out.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to ESL 1 Germany. Our first series of the day is done and dusted. Nigma have punched their ticket to the playoffs, and now as we get into our yellow CIS showdown, it's Na'Vi taking on Yellow Submarine. One of these teams will join Nigma in the playoffs and the other team will have to exit the tournament. And now I've got my new panel back here for series number 2 of day number 12. I've got Danok and I've got lovely QO on the end. Hey mate, how you doing?
I know you guys waited for me.
You're having a nap.
Yeah.
So we had to
Good job.
let you wake up slowly, you know? Oh, you're looking good.
That's why he might be
He got his
sounding a little...
beauty sleep, so.
He did. He needed it. Well, lads, Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. Obviously, these are QO's boys here. The love story between him and Collapse is continuing here. And as we can see in the lobby, once again, Collapse is tagged up as QO, so I think he's going to be looking out for these guys today. But on the other side of this, we've got Na'Vi. This is a team that started out pretty hot and heavy, boys. They started out 2-0 here in the Swiss group stage. And unfortunately for them, they've lost 2 series in a row. So they are now looking for the up and up, and they are now looking for their playoff slot as well. They have been looking extremely strong for the entirety of this tournament, but right now it feels like teams might have figured them out a little bit.
I don't want to say that. I just feel like they came into 2 teams that had really good form, right? You came up against Liquid, very strong team. Mud Golems, very strong team. So Yellow Submarine, they've been looking pretty good though. So if I was a Na'Vi fan, I would be shaken a little bit, but you would still think that they have the favorable attitude from the audience coming into this.
Yeah, like if I remember correctly, the Yellow Submarine had to verse against Secret and OG, right? Like
those were their losses.
And then like the OG game looked like incredibly like even. Like they just made like a little mistake. I feel like a little like lack of experience coming out from their team. But yeah, like I think form wise,
it's gonna be close.
I think it's like they're the team who's getting better, and Na'Vi is the team that needs to improve like on their like what they had to do. So
yeah. Well, speaking of Na'Vi, lads, we were able to catch up with their position 5 before the tournament started. It's always want to fly with Siraction Slacks.
Well, if it isn't fly to moon, I mean, Na'Vis always want to fly. How you doing today?
Pretty good, thanks.
All right, great. So you were on Na'Vi for a little while back in 2015, right?
Yeah, for a few months. Yeah, and then I go to Team Spirit with Ramses.
Mm-hmm. So what's it like returning to such a big brand? Do you feel like it adds a lot of pressure?
Yeah, a lot of pressure, but nothing else. Just a lot of pressure, and I don't know. It's just a good feeling to be in Na'Vi, actually, because back in the days, really big history, and you want to do the same, at least not screwed up, you know.
Are there any perks to joining a big org like this?
Not so much. Not so much
pressure, huh?
Yeah.
So was it hard to leave the Fly to Moon monkeyer behind? I've always known you guys as like jokesters and trolls, like, you know, what you did to 5-minute Wheat Play.
Nothing changed, actually. Nothing changed.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not going professional?
No. We're the same team. Of course, that's the point. That's the chemistry between us. That's the chemistry. That's why we're playing together still. That's why we have
good to know you guys didn't lose your souls. Good to know.
Yeah.
So we know a lot about EU teams in the Dota world right now, but I'm interested. You're probably the best person to ask. How are things in the CIS scene? Are teams getting better, worse, and how's the meta different from EU?
Meta's still the same, I think, but teams. I think CIS not on good level now. We have only, in my opinion, the best team is Virtus Pro Prodigy. I think they are the best team in CIS right now, but other teams are not looking good like them, and I don't know, do they have potential? Because I didn't see CIS team in action for a while.
What do you think about the meta for CIS and EU? Are they different at all? Or, I mean, it's pretty much you guys always playing against each other, right?
I think meta is not big difference. You have signature heroes. I think, the only thing is about your heroes. Like one man can play Phoenix, really good. Other guys, no. That's the difference. That's the only difference about signature heroes and teams.
I see. All right. So, final question: if Na'Vi was the moon that you guys were flying to, where are you flying to now? What's the next goal?
I will answer to the TI. To the top 3. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what I want to hear. Thank you so much for your time, man, and best of luck at ESL.
Thank you. Bye.
So much confidence coming in there from the captain of Na'Vi, Always Want to Fly. They've stuck together for a long time here, especially on that Fly to Moon roster. It's always good to hear him talk about his teammates the way that he does and the confidence they have. TI top 3 is what they're expecting.
And the chemistry and the honesty as well. He's like, look, honestly, CIS not looking that great. You know, he really rates VP Prodigy. Not much else other than themselves.
But Yellow Submarine, they're just showing up. So
this was pre-tournament. He wasn't expecting
Yeah,
this, I don't think.
I guess.
But that's the real question I want to know is, what was that stuffed animal in the background?
It was a dog.
I think it's a bear.
It's a Shiba dog.
It's a bear.
It's a fat
They're
Shiba dog.
Russian. They love bears,
It's
man.
a fat Shiba dog.
Chat, what do you think? I want to hear from you.
Yeah, make sure you do tell us using the hashtag ESL1 which animal you thought was in the back there. Is it a bear? Is it a Shiba dog? We don't really know. We might have to ask Always Want to Fly if they do win this series. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's break time once again here before we get ready for game number 1 here between Yellow Submarine and Na'Vi. We'll see you after it.
I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
When sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning.
These teams are fighting for the pride of their region. The only 2 CIS teams left here at ESL 1 Germany. One of them will be making the only CIS team in our playoffs. The other, unfortunately, will have to depart us here. We've got Na'Vi taking on Yellow Submarine. Game number 1 draft just around the corner. In fact, it is so close around the corner, it's hitting us in the face. Lads, back here on the panel, I've got Kyo and I've got
Darnog.
Darnog.
Battle of the Yellows, but no yellow heroes just yet.
Is there a yellow hero?
I mean, Veno's kind of green,
No,
isn't
he's
he?
green.
I'm red-green colorblind, so just ignore
What
me.
about you, Kyo? Can you think of a yellow hero?
Sand King?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yep.
I mean, it's close, but whatever.
I'm liking that Spectre pick, I gotta say, right? Like, what does a Clockwork do late game against a Spectre? Not much. It's nothing like a Phoenix. Wisely enough, Yellow Submarine choosing to ban that out.
Yeah, I think we saw like a big success on a Spectre versus Clockwork matchup.
Yep.
I was a little, surprised how they didn't pick up the Mars, because usually they know it's gonna get banned. Like it's like one of the best like collapses hero. But I guess like if you think about it reasonably, I think picking Spectre was the right choice.
Yep.
And now it's a Bloodseeker against Oracle.
From just the first phase, looking at that exclusively, I'm favoring Yellow Sub already, just because...
Well, they've got 3 heroes and Na'Vi has 2, so...
Very good. Very smart. Gold star for you. So Bad can play the Lina very well, and so can Mio, aka Toronto Tokyo, the new name that he prefers to go by. So it takes it away from Iceberg, which has shown he's able to just dominate these lanes. You've also taken away Iceberg's Doom in the first phase ban, and always want to fly on that Phoenix. He says, look, I don't care about the matchup. I'm picking the Phoenix every single time if I can, because even in a bad situation, it's still good.
Yeah, there is like no reason to always want to fly like his Phoenix, because I think he hasn't actually lost his lane. He always managed to neutralize it out.
Yeah.
Like
He's lost games, but he hasn't lost the lane before.
But like with Oracle, it's a little different like story. Because this hero doesn't really secure the lane, and it's a Rubik.
Okay.
Mid-Oracle?
Mid-Oracle, we've seen it before from a few of these teams, a little bit clownier games, but that is something we could be seeing a position 3 Clockwork as well here and more. This is a CIS classic coming in with the Disruptor here from Yellow Submarine. I'm super excited to see the massive amount of pressure they can put with these heroes. The Bloodseeker can run around really fast. We've seen it time and time again when Collapse plays basically any hero. He's going to win that lane because of, unfortunately, he's Sand King, but we'll move past that one.
Yeah.
They've got good pickoff potential. Any sort of team fight, it feels like Yellow Submarine are just going to win the war of attrition and slowly take the win. You can even, glimpse back a Clockwork that's chasing you, really effective. Yeah, I'm liking it. Gives them some extra team fight as well, which can extend into the late game. And I mean, with this early lineup from from Na'Vi, I'm just a little bit confused. Like, you would have to think that it's going to be Clockwork 3, right?
Yeah, or it can be Rubik 5. Yeah, I think Clockwork 3.
Yeah.
There's no other
Maybe Rubik
really
mid?
options.
Iceberg picking up Rubik mid?
I mean, the biggest thing that... the biggest thing that I'm confused about is that, like, when I see Clockwork, I think just Roger, right? Clockwork is Roger's hero. 100%. The only other one that I can really think of in the similar mold is Earthshaker, but surely you can't pick an Earthshaker into this sort of draft and lineup. Yeah, you got the Morphling, but I don't know. I'm not feeling quite so strong about it.
Yeah, especially when you're versing against Bloodseeker. I think his laning phase... I mean... Bloodseeker won't die against Morphling with Oracle, like at level 3, 5. Like he's not gonna die. Like so.
And if you're going to be, constantly shifting, going down to 1 HP to get the full salve, you're going to get the bonuses on the Bloodseeker, which is going to be really nice as well. So I mean, I'm liking Yellow Sub already so far. Like it's early on into the day, but I don't know. I'm feeling.
What about
confident.
some more Iceberg heroes that we're thinking of then? If this isn't going to be like an Iceberg Rubik, something a little bit wacky, because what do Na'Vi need to get rid of right now? They need to get rid of Toronto Tokyo heroes. Well, potentially they could be picking up the Lina if it does go into a good matchup for that.
Yeah,
so.
it's a 2 or a 4 where it feels like it's only the mid laner that's left questionable by a Na'Vi, and then you're kind of put into this weird spot because you've got the Lina, so you're going to dominate the lane. So what then? Like, what can you possibly get out of that?
Yeah, by just showing this Lina, like, it's way too aggressive. He has to pick some like a lane winning like heroes, but Yellow Submarine, they don't have to put Lina mid. Like they can just pick something else for mid, like because they have a last pick. So if it's a good looking game for some other heroes, they can go a little more greedy. And since it's a Clockwork 3, I think it's reasonable that they put Lina on like post 4 or.
So he doesn't just get like hook shotted in
yeah,
and killed.
because level 3, I mean, offlane Clockwork tends to move faster.
Yeah, and even Yellow Sub have the last pick overall on top of all of this.
That's the best thing. Like the 4 draft looks already solid enough, but then they get the last pick. So.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised Void Spirit's still in the pool. It's a hero that both of these teams like to play. You've also got Bat Rider still in the pool. It's very much a general hero, but and then maybe you put the Rubik mid. Could work. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling strongly about any.
It's way too passive if you put Rubik mid here. Like,
Wouldn't you be very scared if you had Rubik mid against the Spectre as well?
No. Like from Yellow Submariner side?
I mean, if you're Na'Vi and you put Rubik mid and then the Spectre gets 1-2 items, like she's just gonna hold on the Rubik every time.
It just really doesn't feel good, like to put Rubik mid.
I mean, what else is left? There's Tiny. Tiny's a possibility. Invoker, maybe. Nope, just got banned out. Doom's already banned out. Kunkka, I feel like
Iceberg hero.
It is, but we haven't really seen him perform that well on it. He you know, could we see the Silencer come out? He didn't seem to have a very good time. Yeah, I know you hate it, but
honestly,
techies.
Templar Assassin or Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Ember Spirit was the other one I was thinking.
But like his laning's gonna be really hard, and I don't think EU teams tend to love picking like losing matchups. Yeah, CIS, like
So we'll see what he is going to go for. It will be an Iceberg Ember Spirit. Okay.
I mean, it's something, you know. Like you can. I don't know. I'm not feeling strongly about this at all. I'll be perfectly honest.
Well, what does Toronto Tokyo pick up here now then? Is Lena fine enough matchup for you, QO, or do you want something different? Like
Lena's fine, right? Like, I don't think you want to run a 4 Lena if you've got a Clockwork going up against you, right? Because you just need something that's going to be able to create space so you can get a few items early, maybe a 4 staff or something along those lines. Sure, it's not the greatest on a mid Lena, but you need it for the survivability. They don't have a ton of save. That's the real weakness on Yellow Submarine's draft right now versus, you know, Clockwork Cogs, Lift can be nice, obviously Oracle, fantastic at save. So yeah, maybe that's something that they're going to want to address here with Yellow Submarine.
But yeah, like with this Lena against Ember Spirit, I think Lena can farm up his BKB really early just because of that laning bonus that he gets. But
or is there something that they can pick that just absolutely crushes this Ember Spirit and then just gives them even more space?
Shadow Shaman.
All right, okay.
Shadow Shaman always beats Ember Spirit.
I mean,
and you just push the tower at level 6. What a beautiful hero.
Even Shadow Demon wouldn't be too bad here.
Yeah, I could see that. It gives them a little bit of save that you said that they were lacking here, Matt. So 30 seconds to go here. We'll see what's going to come out of the big brain of So Bad here.
I mean, the more I think about it, like you want easy setups for the Blood Right, you know, because right now it feels like everything is on the Morphling's plate right now. V2 is going to need to carry insanely, but it's a DP. Okay. For Lena, so trusting the positioning of Sobat on the position 4 role.
And it is a pos 3 Clockwork here for General. Pitched that out pretty early on here. So, I mean, nothing too out of the weird wheelhouse here from either team. I guess maybe the 3 Clockwork's a little different, but still plays fairly similar to the 4. You just get a little bit more levels and gold.
I like that they went for some sort of percentage-based damage with the Spirit Siphon, of course. With the Morphling, even if you start morphing into Strength, you're doing a good amount of damage as well and healing up at the same time. I'm just worried about where all this damage is going to come from on Na'Vi, right? I feel like Iceberg needs to crush his lane. He's going to have a better time against the Death Prophet, but still not a good time. And yeah, V-Tune is just going to need to go absolutely bonkers. So I'm going to go for Yellow Sub.
What about you, QO? Are you going to stick with your boys?
I didn't like their last pick. I feel like it's a bit like from Yellow Submarine because I just feel like it's a little greedy.
Yeah.
So they have to secure this lane. Otherwise, I feel like Morphling's going to be really farmed and just outcarry this game.
So you're going to go with them predictions-wise?
But I still have to go with Yellow Submarine here.
Okay, it looks like QO's love story is still continuing here for Yellow Submarine versus Na'Vi. So we're going to leave with our casters for series number 2. It's going to be the boys once again. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. I'm ODPixel here with Fog. Fog, we've just had the drafts. What are you expecting from this? Who'd you like? Who'd you love? Who'd you hate?
I love you, Owen. You know, he's great.
Thanks.
But everything looks good today. Everything looks. Na'Vi's drafts looks a little weird to me. Just these Ember Morphling cores with a Clockwork core too, something we don't see too often. Some limited team fight, some limited tower push, and just kind of just weird all over the place. Yellow Submarine, I feel like theirs is a lot more traditional, even though it has some nuances and some strange stuff in it. It's more comfortable. Right? They have their Miposhka on his Disruptor. They have good team fight. They have good late game. So I do favor Yellow Submarines just a little bit here. A little worried for Mio on the Death Prophet because he has no saves, but...
Sure. Yeah, that's... And, yeah, not really any of the heroes going to be building those sort of early sort of boosts in terms of like mechs or pipes or anything to keep the Death Prophet protected, right? At least you don't expect that necessarily from an offlane Bloodseeker. So
no, most likely
certainly
not.
could end up being a little vulnerable as DP, but we'll see what Mio can do. I mean, in terms of what we've seen from these teams so far, ESL 1 Germany, I mean, what's your sort of read of both of these squads right now and where they are?
Yellow Submarine looks just a bit better overall. I feel like Na'Vi, they're kind of hit or miss still, like across the board. They really rely, it feels like, on a lot of team fight. That's why I'm kind of worried about them this game. I see like no team fight whatsoever on their team. They have some decent roots and stuns and disables and stuff like that, but when I see a team that's already struggling a bit in a tournament and I see them picking like no team fight, I'm always really worried in the mid game that they're never going to be able to fight.
I mean, how did that sort of happen, do you think, through a drafting process, as you say, when you sort of identify a team that just hasn't gone for that? I mean, is there a reason? You know, are they looking at some of a strength of or a way of approaching the game that just doesn't require that element as much?
I'll be totally honest, I'm not too sure, because I think maybe it's also because of like player specialists, because like Clockwork 3 is something we just don't see, except for on general. So maybe that kind of thing happens when you're just, you know, you have a player that just really likes to play certain heroes. But it's not to say that they have actually like literal no team fight. It's just not your usuals. They're tougher to actually just in the grand scheme of things, like a Haunt, like a Death Prophet ult, like a Disruptor ulti. They can steal these and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's just not there. It's like Rubik has to steal them.
Yeah.
So lane's pretty important for them.
Well, that's the thing. With the lane setup, you're sort of looking at one of these lanes and feeling that this is a pretty strong lane for Na'Vi, where they're going to have an easy start, maybe kill potential.
I think all their lanes should be pretty decent, to be honest with you. I thought mid would be the harder one for Iceberg, but he looks like he's doing pretty fine. I think they should be pretty okay in the majority. Like, if Morphling gets to his level 3, he's perfectly fine down bottom. Top, Clockwork shouldn't get pressured too much from Spectre. So, in lanes, you know, Na'Vi should be coming up pretty good.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do with it. What sort of moves General's going to be able to be making with this Clockwork offlane.
Yeah.
CS so far, nobody getting totally zoned out the lane. It's very close across the map. Everybody getting a look in.
Yeah, I guess the next like minute and a half or so can still be a little concerning for V-Tune bottom. Maybe that's the one where it's a little bit more risky for Na'Vi as this Morphling. But once he gets 3, I feel like he should be able to farm. But it's Lina Bloodseeker. These two can apply a lot of pressure. They have a double wave too, and he's still only level 2. So they could actually just kill him here. Or look to threaten and kill him here.
I guess, yeah, you've got to be really careful how heavy you go in the Agi at this stage. I mean, sure, you know, it doesn't matter if you get bought low, because Oracle, he is going to be able to heal you, get you back up to a good state, you know, throughout the burst of the heals and playing with the morph into strength. But yeah, when you're sort of sitting around in the lane at this sort of HP, a combo and a blood right could send you over the edge. So V-Tune's got to be very, very cautious.
Yeah, I always want Fly getting real low too. They only have the one salve. So the harassment might be too much for V-Tune to take at some point. But like we said, if he gets 3, he should be safe. But this is the lane we're looking at for Na'Vi to get pressured in. Iceberg's doing very well in this mid matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's
winning.
You would sort of just expect standard Ember versus DP. You are going to have a bit of an issue as the Ember because of the melee factor.
Yep, I feel like you would probably get out harassed a little bit, and just the wave would get forced in on you, especially at like the first 2-3 levels. But yeah, Iceberg's already come out perfectly fine, and this is the hard part when you're like level 3, level 2, level 4. So very solid for Iceberg here. As Mio, he's just getting his bottle out. It might not make it in time for the rune.
Bottom lane, always want to fly, hits level 3, and he's able to nuke down so bad.
Nice.
Purifying Flames. Control the Fortune's End will get the job done. Top lane.
Top. General.
It's all right. He's trying to go for General. He's going to get the dagger out, but can't chase any further with the battery salt still up.
Iceberg gets a haste top. Mio did not have his bottle in time to go check for it. He might be able to do something with it.
Let's see, they're already backing off. Yeah, then Iceberg's not going to waste any more time going up there.
Nope. Pretty big to get the first blood in the Morphling lane, though. I think that's really important. Was it actually, it was always one of Fly.
It was always one of Fly got there.
Yeah, he was one who got the last hit at least. So more regen, they'll be able to bring that to that bottom lane for V-Tune. Not a kill that I would expect to happen. Oracle sometimes can have that though. That big burst that comes at 3. See collapse.
Get some hits in there.
Yeah, he's always real speedy here as there's a lot of low heroes on the map. We see Iceberg positioning himself for the opposing bounty rune. We're seeing a lot of players doing this lately. Mio is going to walk in. Iceberg actually whiffs the slight chain.
He did. He didn't even press the slight button. He just went for the chains, and he's going to have to concede that rune despite getting over and trying to contest it. Instant TP back to the mid, and Mio's not going to have any trouble getting that bounty rune bottled up.
Slightly awkward there.
I mean, it happens, you know. Sometimes you just press the slight a little out of range, and you know, slight doesn't go off, and then you're sat there just pressing chains and looking like a bit of a silly Billy. But Iceberg, you know, we've seen so far, it doesn't matter. He missed the chains, but still, this laning's been great. He's gonna
die.
chase down here by Mio.
Mio hit the 6.
All right, TPs are coming in, and they're gonna be soon enough. They're not. I mean, that
Mio
was
might be able to turn if they commit too hard onto him here. Let's see.
Oh, they've got the burst. They do. With the Fade Bolt, they've got him. But does require the 2 supports coming in. Mio got the kill. All right, so I think... yeah, are you cool with that as the DP? Sure, you're dead. Your exorcism's been used, but you got the solo kill on the mid.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, Roger's going to be... You know, it's a trade of who gets happy with everything. Because Roger's real happy. Always want to fly's pretty happy. Iceberg's sad. Iceberg's very sad, in fact, so that's the biggest thing that you go for there.
Sure.
DP's almost level 7 to level 5 now of Iceberg. It's going to be...
V-Tune's also sad.
Disparity.
His bottom lane became a bit of a nightmare to stay in. He had to get out of there. We'll see Iceberg come and dodge the light strike.
Wait, but he's level 5 still.
Yeah, he's going to take quite a bit of a punch here. See if they can actually turn on to Collapse and Sobad. Doesn't look like it. He's going to have to hang underneath the tower. Bond, there's Sobad's looking to try and line up another light strike array. The blood right. Iceberg will manage to dodge it. Trying to poke. Finally now hits that 6.
Look at this tower, though. It's taking a beating from all this pressure, and Iceberg has to be a little careful.
Yeah, see, it's a bit of an awkward position to be in as an Ember down here now.
Yeah. I think this is what they just kind of have to do. He has to take the pressure so V-Tune can just look to jungle a bit. I mean, it's not what you want to do. You're level 4. Like, sure, you can jungle as a Morphling, but this isn't the place that you want to be. You want to still be able to lane toward bottom. This is very awkward, and this is something that really concerns me when I see the way that they've drafted themselves, too, that they don't have any good mid-game. Like, their team fight is just not really there. And Yellow Submarine already claiming a lead with a Spectre lineup, too. It's definitely a big concern.
That's always a warrior. Mid lane, they do get the lift up onto Mio. A few tower hits in as well, but these siphons are just allowing Mio to hold his position. No problems whatsoever.
Yeah, level 4 Morphling. He's not too afraid of that still just yet. Bottom, Collapse.
I'm going to try for Collapse. If they've got enough. With another, okay, with the remnants they certainly do. Iceberg triple remnants him, drops them all down, and that will get the job done. Collapse out of the lane. But this is, it's just the fact that they sort of switch around and laning setup they've got. It's all 3 cores right of Yellow Submarine. Even though they're dying, like, yeah, sure, the Bloodseeker dies there, but they're winning in farm, and nobody's looking at the Spectre. Sure,
Exactly.
General's still up here, but at this stage, level 7, the Spectre, he doesn't care about a clock. What's a clock going to do to him?
Oh, and I'll be real honest. I'm going to call this here and say I don't think they kill Yatoro this game. I look at their heroes, and I look at heroes that the Spectre likes to play against.
Yeah,
Spectre,
what
I don't feel like
kills the
Spectre
Spectre?
cares playing versus like any of these heroes. I think it's like the dream, actually, for him, it feels.
Well, they're trying to make a move down bottom. Sobad and Collapse already well out of the way.
General is trying to find Miposhka in the jungle up here, too, but Miposhka's just holding on to the glimpse. General tries to commit. He's just going to get glimpsed away.
You're right. This is also, you know, unless he can close the gap initially, but yeah, you're absolutely right with Miposhka having that glimpse. General knows he can't commit, and then it's... And then it sort of feels, it feels awkward for General. You know, what is he hunting for? I mean, maybe he can look over towards the mid lane, but still, Mio, he's got all 4 siphons ready to use. You get in on him as a clockwork, you're going to need to have some serious backup to actually have a chance of bursting the Death Prophet.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that he has to either make the move around like mid or bottom, because I don't feel like he can ever pressure the Spectre in this game as a clockwork. That's how we don't see it so often.
Bottom. Gonna have to Haunt come in, as they're
Now
gonna be able to
Iceberg.
turn. Rope chase onto Iceberg. Sure, he gets the kill on Lino. He's trying for the TP out. They got the burst, they do. Iceberg down as well. And it does feel that this game continues to maybe step into territory for Na'Vi.
Yeah, at a very fast pace, too. This is a Blade Mail already finished up on the Spectre now, too. Mio, he's on his way towards its Yules. Yeah, I'm really concerned for them to kill the Spectre ever. Clockwork, Ember, Morphling, these heroes, they don't pose any threat onto Yatoro ever in the game. I think they can always pose kill threat onto Mio, but the Spectre wants this. Yatoro, he wants all this to be happening, and yeah, this just feels really tough for Na'Vi.
Miposhka gets a free grab on Roger, glimpses him back into the reach of Sobad. And Roger will try and run, maybe to know himself the neutrals. No, not going to get a chance. Sobad takes him out. Another kill for Yellow Submarine.
Collapsed with his full veil finish, going to be going for that hood.
General
will find him at Miposhka this time.
He's able to get him. Straight over with the hook shot, Miposhka coming over a little too far onto Na'Vi's half of the map. The kill is found, but still, it's Na'Vi is going to definitely be feeling the pressure until they're able to start killing some of these cores.
Yeah, and the thing is too, like, I'm going to keep harping on a lot of this about having no big team fight and having no real ways to hit buildings. Like, Morphling is your tower hitter, but Morphling, in these points in these games, like, V-Tune can't walk up and just hit a building for the next, like, 10, 20 minutes. These tier 1s aren't going to die. I feel like Yellow Submarine's going to keep these at, like, full HP. Actually, they've barely been hit as is. And they're going to be the ones constantly on the aggression. I just don't see how Na'Vi pushes the envelope or makes things really happen besides just finding a pick off here or there on a support. I mean, it just feels very lackluster.
Let's have a look at what are the strengths for Na'Vi. Like, you look at the two lineups. Yellow Submarine, they do have like the Spectre, the DP, right? They've got long cooldown ultimates. Is that something that Na'Vi can punish and sort of work around with their heroes?
Is under attack.
Or do Yellow Submarine not care about fights even when they don't have their ultimates with their heroes?
I think with their heroes, they can fight even without their ultimates.
Yeah.
I just feel Na'Vi having this... It just feels like so many things are missing in their draft. It feels like damage is missing. It feels like team fight is missing. It feels like tower pressure is missing. It feels like the game is just going to get to this point where I don't know how they make moves. They're getting good. Like, this is perfect top. They're going to be able to actually get tower pressure because I feel like without them being able to just force people on the opposite side, them killing towers is just non-existent.
So they're trying to set for Iceberg bottom. Miposhka, 6 with the Static Storm ready. Iceberg is going to get a Remnant set down. And, ooh, wait, where's he going? Okay, he's over here, into the trees. And he's out with the TP. And, they've got the vision. They've caught him. Nothing that Iceberg can do to get out of this one. He'll drop out a hopeful Remnant, but so bad, just shoots him in the face with the Laguna. Bam! And the Ember's gone.
Mio now has his Yule Scepter finished up too, so your window where you could punish this Death Prophet of being squishy and weak in the front lines, now she should be able to get Yules off in almost every occasion because you don't have hard stuns. You have a lift as your hard stun and a hook. Everything else is just these brutes that Mio can play around with his Yule Scepter.
See what they're doing top. Yatoro.
Up top, maybe they can get Yatoro.
He's juking. And he's out with the Haunt. And he's able to dodge the hook shot. Jumps straight over the wards to the mid, now back up towards the top, and he's actually benefited from some of the Purifying Flames. So now Yatoro, he's good to go, General. He's going to get False Promise, tries to get out with the TP, but straight away Mio puts a stop to it with the Yule Scepter. General, he's dead for sure. Always Want to Fly is trying to run as Yatoro's chasing down for more. There's Always Want to Fly, he's going to pop us south. Yatoro closes the gap. It's going to be another kill here for Yellow Submarine. I mean, that's what's happening up top. What happened mid-frog?
They just dove the Rubik while taking the tower. They took the tower and just glimpsed him back into position with a Static Storm. A free, easy kill as V-Tune just has to jungle. And I think this is just going to be the story of the game. I'm pretty sure that there's just nothing Na'Vi can do with their draft. I feel so limited when I just look at it.
What is there any sort of magical potential with the morph? Can V-Tune turn into something that changes the game?
He doesn't have the best actual morphins. Like, he's okay versus Death Prophet because he gets like these siphons, but it's not like he turned into an Ember Spirit and they have this like 6v5 where we see a lot of the times, or like a Gyrocopter or something. This time he doesn't have these incredible things to morph into, and I don't see Vtoon 1v5ing. He's versus like actual counters.
Yeah, for sure. What, like just a hard silences for one. I mean, what, 3 hard silences, right? You got Static Storm, Blood Right, and the silence from DP. There's a lot of things Morph's got to be careful about. That, you know, until you get Manta and the BKB, these fights are going to feel almost impossible for Vtoon to turn up to.
Yeah, even playing playing Morphling versus Spectre. You've got 30 or whatever armor, but you know, Desolate just goes through it. It's pure damage. So there's so many things that I feel like Vtoon just has the hardest time ever.
They might find your Sora hit.
Okay.
They're trying with the smart. I mean, they swept through the jungle, but they didn't quite go deep enough to find Jotaro. Jotaro shows himself back on the wave. Na'Vi continuing to move now over into their own half of the map. See if they can punish Yellow Submarine for being over-hit. Iceberg leading the charge. See if he can get a jump. See what he can get.
Mio. Miposhka's here.
Mio just pops the ghost immediately. As soon as he's realizing that something's up, he pops the ghost. And now Na'Vi's got to make a decision. Do they want to try and find the exorcism? They might not even have a choice. General's going to get glimpsed back. Mio, he's just running straight down the supports. He's pushing the supports right away from any cause. Miposhka falling low, actually able to dodge the hook shot here. General's got him with a hook shot onto Collapse, and Miposhka, he's going to live. No, he doesn't. Finally goes down to the Sleight of Fist, but Mio's been able to run down the supports, kill off the Rubik. Light Strike Array will land onto Iceberg. They have lost the 2 themselves. Mio still continue to try and contain, always want to fly at the back of the fight. Now the chase is over. Can they get Mio? Turns with the Yules. Buys time for him to get away. So a bit of a split-up fight across the place. Na'Vi able to get a couple of kills themselves. Fight might not be done yet as Mio heads in with the silence. Can they run these 2 down, though? No, it's a little too deep. They'll back off.
Supports got left on an island on both sides there. Mio ditched his supports as on the other side, Iceberg and Vtoon ditched theirs.
Yeah.
So both just working out there. Mio, though, he has a regen now afterwards, so he's full back up, and he finds himself a DD. So he should still be able to. And look at this beautiful Ancient stack, Yutoro. This is why we've been seeing this Blade Mail pick up a lot of time on the Spectre, too. Allows you to do something like this. Blade Mail plus that Dispersion. Very nice to kill Ancients.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like this is the absolute build. I mean, what situations would you not get Blade Mail on Spectre first? Or do you think if you're not getting Blade Mail first on Spectre, you're doing it wrong?
On bottom. I think if you're getting, like... Actually, I don't know. From what I've seen, when I've been seeing Yotaro playing the Spectre, I love how he just buys naked Blade Mail.
General.
Bottom.
He's in onto Sobat. The stun's out, and that's going to give Sobat the time to step away. They're going to try and chase. The Sleight of Fist will finish him off. Iceberg able to clean up the kill. Silence out from Mio. We'll run there and try and push them back. Successful. But Na'Vi able to poke, and at least they are getting kills. It does continue to just be sort of these support heroes. But it is something, and they need to get kills, right? You look at these heroes that Na'Vi have, other than the Morph, these heroes don't hit creeps. You know, this Ember, this Clockwork, they farm heroes, not jungle camps.
Yeah, Iceberg, I feel like this trio, maybe even the 4 of them, have to just run around at all times in this game. They cannot stop. They have to just... Vtoon, you are literally the creep hitter. Maybe a Rubik comes and Fade Bolts a wave now and then, and a Rocket flies and clears out a creep wave every now and then. But you 4, you have to just hunt. Get your Spirit Vessel online on the Ember Spirit, which he has.
They're trying to get on the Spectre. Maybe they can get you Toro. The lift up. He's getting heavily burst. Can they finish him? They can. He's going to get the horn off. He is dead. Na'Vi with the big kill. Question is, can they get them all out of it? Iceberg. He's going to be trapped to the Static Storm, the kinetic field. The Yule Scepter counts the TP out. False Promise buying him a little bit of time, but a lot of damage is going to be coming through off the back of it, and it's too much. Iceberg will get popped by Vtoon. He's able to zip in, clean up one. He's going to try and turn over towards Mio. Vtoon popping the Mantis, still looking towards the DP, but the Siphon's keeping Mio alive. Now on the back, Collapse swinging through, looking to always want to fly very low right now. Able to save himself. Fortune's end, but Mio has the physical, comes in with the DD, punches him down. Over towards Vtoon, they look. General hook shots in, does get the catch onto Collapse. They've taken down another, but Mio, he's looking for Roger. The heals from the Spirits bringing him back up to full HP. Yule Scepter to hold back General's clock. Mio will get out.
Huge fight for Vtoon, though. He actually holds his ground during the entirety of it, turning into the Death Prophet. Like we said, he has the Spirit Siphons, his best target. get some decent ones out and picks himself up some much-needed kills.
And they
get Yatoro at the beginning of it all.
That's the big one.
I didn't think they would. Yeah, I didn't think they'd be able to much, if not at all in this game, but they find him isolated and burst him.
A very big kill to be found. Will obviously be a little more difficult once Yatoro has the Manta complete, and that in itself is very close. Ultimate orb done. Actually, I'll go to recipe first. You know, he's just about to pick up both of it. Just a few hundred gold, and he's going to have the Manta. Then those moves from Na'Vi are going to be a lot more difficult to orchestrate. Much more reliance on just getting him with a hard stun first, whether it be the lift or the hook shot, but nonetheless, the limitations.
Yeah, we saw like V-Tune had the Manta for that last fight. That's what allowed him to actually show up. Otherwise, he would have been chain silenced and probably brought down. Played the fight really, really well. And that's what I think that's what Navi's gonna have to hope for, is just V-Tune really putting the team on his back this game. Because Clockwork, as a 3 position, you do start to fall off a little bit. You're at least thankful that you're playing versus something like Death Prophet, so Blade Mail is always going to be good this game for General. But you will start to fall off.
I mean, it already seems like Roger's becoming the 3. I mean, look at him. Roger's level 12, General's level 10, and they've got the same farm.
Oh, Yatoro.
Oh,
he's got the Manta this time.
So he can get away with these sort of plays. Got that DD, continue to farm. V-Tune doing a stellar job of keeping up. Standing there at the top of the net worth. Can he do it? Can V-Tune pull out what seems to be rather difficult, despite just being down 2k? Still just struggles from the lineup of Na'Vi when it comes to what they're actually able to do with this power. Try for Yatoro top. Hook shot coming in.
Tough kill, though.
Yeah, that's about as much as they can commit. Na'Vi having to back away. Same time down bottom. Maybe losing a tier 2. TPs are going to come in. Na'Vi want to try and hold this. Always want to fly. He's going to get instantly silenced. Well, they've got him. They see him straight up now. Iceberg reveals himself in the tree line. He's going to have to get a remnant now. Jumps to the side. He is away. Has to use all of them to get right back there.
I can't believe the Oracle TPs to that tower. That was crazy. They're surrounding and he TPs like in the not even in the bottom tree line. He TPs in the upper tree line where usually there's a ward there. Very ambitious TP coming out from Always Wanna Fly.
Yeah, no struggles for Yellow Submarine to take that tower over towards the mid. Yatoro was thinking about chasing down Roger, but Roger has got the stolen dagger and also a 4-staff, so able to break himself away. V-Tune also showing in the mid. Keeping herself cool by the side of Iceberg.
All things considered, Na'Vi in a much better position than I thought they would be at this 21 minute mark.
Sure, well, you could imagine it going more downhill, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
they have to keep this up, though.
Yeah.
Well, the Spectre is still getting big. Same thing with Mio. BKB is online now for the Death Prophet.
Let's see what they get with the smoke. Bloodseeker would be okay. Mio would be amazing. Yatoro, he's the top prize here for Na'Vi. Can they find him? A little hard to get into this.
Mio breaks it.
Yeah,
immediately initiates on
it. Just comes out straight away with the silence. Oracle is going to get split off to the side. He will live, though. Always Want to Fly is still alive for this. Able to false promise himself. Glimpse the static top, but the timing's there.
Nice Iceberg.
Very nice jump out with the remnant. Gets him out to the side. Has still been ruptured. But they're holding them back with the chains. Roger also able to run away from them. So after all of it, nobody actually going down there. And that was the use of the horn coming out from Yatoro. So a very nice disengage from Na'Vi. Meaning that nobody has lost there.
And a bit of an awkward one from Yellow Submarine, really, as Yatoro. He could have just jumped onto Always Want to Fly.
He could have committed for the Oracle, yeah.
He was jumping on the back line trying to get more type of kills, and they end up missing big because of it. That fight looked pretty awkward as Na'Vi was able to reset. But Yellow Submarine, they back up. They go back to their farming as Haunt is on cooldown. They didn't have Exorcism either for that fight, so
no.
Not the worst things lost. As now, like we said, Exorcism is available. They're actually going to look to smoke out here. They don't have Static Storm either for 35, though.
Yeah, no Static, no Haunt for a long time, so this will be a kill around the Bloodseeker and his Rupture.
They see Roger. Walking into the triangle, though, still a bit too scary. Even though all of them are in the area. The Poster's trying to get a ward down. He's got it. They see General now farming. They're going to go on him.
He's able to step back pretty far. Whoa! The
Collapse is dead!
Oh, the rupture damage there! Oh! I mean, General's dead.
I like
He's
that.
very
Not what
dead.
you expected right after, though. He just blade mail and ripped him apart.
Oh, that was great. I mean, it's
Goes
always good
to
to any time someone that gets ruptured has that sort of movement ability in a blade mail. You know the Bloodseeker's in for a wild ride.
This could be big here for Na'Vi. They're
Can they
committing
stop?
into this Roshan. There's no haunt. Yatoro's ult's about to end, too.
This sexism, yeah, it's not going to quite finish it. Can Na'Vi get in for the steal? Yatoro is so low, they're going to jump forward, but Yatoro is able to pick it up. The Static Storm's down, Iceberg's jumped into a trap. As the Ember will fall, we have down with Mio being focused.
Mio's in trouble.
He's able to put the BKB. Can he keep himself alive for the Cyphers? He can. He's not dead yet.
Is he actually alive?
He's still alive. He's over to the pit. Vichu's trying to find him, but he can't quite finish the job. Mio's going to live through it all. Vichu's going to fall. Oh, Na'Vi. I mean, they came so close there to really getting this game under control, getting a lead. They were just not able to do so in time, committing into the pit. Yatoro on very low HP, still able to finish off the Roshan, get the Aegis. I mean, that was so close to going the way of Na'Vi, but it just wasn't meant to be.
It really wasn't. They didn't get the vision inside. It looked like they may have even just been able to fully commit and just kill them and just get everything, but everything goes wrong for them. Mio lives with this on the skin of his teeth. Just the Spirit Siphon's really adding up. I believe Spirit Siphon on the strength HP morphing, right? So that extra strength that he gets, you get that extra heal back too.
Just look at this again, how low he got. I mean, just ridiculous.
Like sub
so
100
close
HP for
to finding him.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, at that point, the fight already kind of felt bad for Na'Vi because they didn't manage to get that Aegis steal. And if they had killed Mio, the rest of the team very likely to still clean up, but definitely extra salt in the wound that they couldn't get that Death Prophet kill on the way down there.
Absolutely, and that was without Haunt up, and now Haunt is going to be up for the next fight, and we're really feeling that fall off there. It's Vtune. He's still farming really well. He's doing a great job, but we're seeing the rest of the lineup, the General Clockwork, the Ember Spirit as well. These heroes just falling off with what they're up against.
Yeah, and it's sort of crazy. I mean, Iceberg on his Ember, he was off to such a good start in the lane. Why do you think it has been that his game slowed down as much as it has? Is it just the nature of the heroes that he's trying to make moves on? Are they not easy heroes to punish early as an Ember? Because he had a good start in lane.
It's a hard game for the Ember. Like you said, triple silences. And he has to worry about these Yules and these stuns and everything, the Glimpse versus the Disruptor, the Static Storm. It's so much he has to play against, really.
Mio. It's going to start with a catch on to the Oracle. Always Wanna Fly tries to time the Purge to remove the silence, but there's too much here. This Yellow Submarine will remove his existence.
Yeah, it just feels tough, too. Because with the thing about the Ember, too, is usually if you have someone you can pair with and set up for these constant kills, like with your offlaner, then you can see this Ember get the ball rolling, get his items built up. But that's why I don't really like the 3-position Clockwork. I feel like you're so limited. You do the same as a 4 or 5 as you do from a 3. You just have a blade mail. You're able to just be a little bit tankier, it feels like, as these core Clockworks in comparison. They're further falling behind. Just Vtune being that farmed core with a full Iascati and the Manta, still very strong. Especially versus the Death Prophet if he can stick on her. But the rest of his lineup just melts.
Na'Vi leaving the base, but this ward seeing it all. Yellow Submarine know their exact position. And in fact, they themselves, look at this, with that information, they're going to try and catch them from behind here, knowing that
they see Always Wanna Fly.
Yeah,
and Roger, you see the two supports.
This ward's doing the entire job for them. Instant silence is out. Here we go with the Haunt. Mio chases down Always Wanna Fly, this time making sure they finish off the Oracle first. Roger glimpses back to his death. 3 heroes dead. Now, Observer Ward just revealing everything and allowing Yellow Submarine to make a very easy jump onto Na'Vi outside of their base.
Na'Vi have to watch now, and they should be a little careful as Miposhka's going to look for some glimpse plays here.
He's going to find it. He's able to grab back Vtune. V2 trying to step out. Silences in play. Have they got enough damage? Though he is shifting up in strength. And he might just make it. V2, is he away? He is. He's out to the side. V2 gets to live another day. Mio has to put the BKB a little spooked here that the Na'Vi's going to be able to catch him. Iceberg stepping in. So has to be cautious. You'll set up. Bloodbright will be dodged by the Remnant. I mean, if they lost the morph there, that could have been it. But V-Tune actually able to crawl back to his base.
Tries to Manta dodge, but Glimpse now much harder to dodge. And they're smoking out. Okay, they're looking to try to take advantage of these ultis being on cooldown. They've got the Clockwork with the Aghanim Scepter, so he's got the double hook shots.
Yellow Submarine, no. They know, again, they're just reading every single one of Na'Vi's moves.
And all of them walking over, claiming the high ground. Collapses here. Roger just cut through, though, with the spider legs.
They're going to try and go in on Collapse, but as soon as General's in, Miposhka glimpses him back, so Collapse. Is he still under threat? They try with the lift up, but he's forced out to the side, and Miposhka, with these little sort of saves, making it very hard for Na'Vi to get any catch with this. They'll look to finish off the tier 1 tower. And no. Oh
no, he didn't have it yet. Okay, he was still missing the point booster, but the 3-piece.
But I mean, even so, that's 2 minutes and 40 seconds that he can't get his Ags on Ember because so bad sniped the courier. Oh, that hurts.
He's still short 600, so, you know.
I mean, sure, but he's getting that 600 gold in the 2 minutes easy. Over in the river, they kill off Roger. Oh, no, not the Aghanim. Oh, that always hurts. When the courier gets sniped and it's going to have your Aghanims pretty much on it.
He was waiting for it for quite a long time, too. Glimpse, General.
I don't think the rest of Na'Vi's going to be interested in helping this man. No, they're out of there. They're not turning back. General goes down, 24-12. 12k lead now for Yellow Submarine. One's starting to look increasingly tough for Na'Vi, and their hopes of maybe hoping that V-Tune would be able to pull this one together is starting to fade, as it seems that there's just far too much for V-Tune to play around to really get the job done. Maybe when he has the BKB complete, which he nearly does have the money for. But even then, the cores of Yellow Submarine across the border are just so much further ahead.
He's just alone. He's on an island. It's just V-Tune, really, at this point. Unless, like, Roger can steal an Exorcism, but even then, the Exorcism will kill him on the Blade Mills and on the Dispersions, it feels. Yeah, it just feels impossible. And Yotaro did die the once though this game. I was wrong.
He did die the once.
I didn't think that he would die in this game or see what he was against, but he did die the once.
So Na'Vi they managed to prove you wrong. That's what they set out to do. He died the once. Now, you can double down for it. Now, is he going to die again, or is he only going to die the once? They're going for him. They're hunting
I don't know.
him.
I mean, okay, maybe if they full 5 commit, I think he lives though. Yeah. I think he'll get it off.
Let's see. Unless maybe
he's so tanky. I don't think they have the damage of all 5. Like,
they're getting split up actually because Iceberg's had to turn towards the rest of Yellow Submarine. They're swinging over it.
The Haunt's going to come out in a second to scout them.
Oh, yeah, it'd probably be in Na'Vi's best interest to just bail out of this. And they are. Straight away, they're all getting out. Iceberg also able to make it out.
Oh my god, Always Want to Fly is insane. He just ran to the creep wave and nuked the range creep and then TP'd in front of the Spectre. I mean, he'll get away and he'll get that range creep, but back to the base they go as the lead continues to grow.
Na'Vi, their best bet now, probably waiting for the high ground defense. Stepping out on this map against the Spectre and her Haunt just seems to be a little too risky to do now with the deficit that they're playing at.
Yellow Submarine's just playing it safe. They're waiting for Roche to spawn, just camping on high ground. They're just suffocating Na'Vi. Don't give them any chance back in the game. Put Collapse in so bad in the front lines, heroes that you don't care about losing.
There we go.
So bad. Lose them, though. Let's see.
He's going to get burst, and the Static Storm's down. V-Tune, he's able to put the BKB, turns over to watch Yotaro. Yotaro coming in with a Haunt, focusing down General first. They've got Always Want to Fly. Always Want to Fly will come in with the buyback. V-Tune being chased, he's able to wait for him at the top of the BKB ends, and Miposhka, as soon as the BKB ends, he's ready with the glimpse. Brings V-Tune right back into the reach of the rest of Yellow Submarine, and V-Tune, he's down and out for 70. He went full in on that BKB purchase, as Miposhka, he was ready to play around that any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go for the BKB, but at this point, it's way too many items. The Shiva's done. The Eye of Scotty's been done for quite some time. This Morphling can't even attribute shift. He's just getting decimated by the heal reduction. And yeah, Yellow Submarine just way too big. Not even needing the rush. Navi tried to get aggressive and punished. 45 seconds, no Morphling, no way to fight. As they have to watch.
Another catch from Poshka. Always want to fly.
Oh, the triple remnant.
Oh, Yatoro gets low. Oh, they were so close to getting him. So close, but so far. As Yatoro is able to live. Yellow Submarine ready to fight Na'Vi up here on the high ground, forcing them back to the fountain. A glimpse onto General puts him back in a position. The hazardness is he is dead. They're holding on Na'Vi. What can they do? They have got the repair kit.
The repair kit's really doing work.
And now actually collapse. He's keeping out of the trees. They're not going to find him though. Maybe they can find Poshka. Static Storm instantly down. Buying time here for Mio to swing over. Iceberg can't chase any further now for the Disruptor. Unless he finds the chains, but won't quite get the connection. How many remnants has he got left? Actually, none. He used all of the remnants for that initial chase, so Yellow Submarine are fine, and now Na'Vi's got to start running back to base. But Roger's got to be running as he's bleeding to death here. Goes for the TP away. He'll make it. With the glimpse onto Iceberg, straight into the stun. They've caught the Ember. Iceberg's gone. Dead for a minute. No buyback on him. I mean, the game will continue, but I think much to the pain of Na'Vi and the pleasure of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I'm enjoying watching with Poshka get all these nice glimpses as well.
Some very nice Disruptor play, yeah.
As usual, too. They're coming. I think there might be a time where we see this hero like start to rise up again. Like certain teams just really like to play it. Yellow Submarine is displaying how good it is, especially when they play with this type of draft with so much vision. With the Spectre and the Bloodseeker as
There we
V2.
go. Can they get the steal?
What can he do?
He's going in. Oh, General's in as well. Roshan isn't quite low enough though for General to finish. The Horn's going to come out. Vichin, he's taken down Sobat. Sobat will fall, but the Roche Yellow Submarine, they get the kill. They get the Aegis, and now they'll get the life of General. As General's been false promise. Yatoro on top of him.
And V-Tune. Being chased.
He's got to be careful here. The Rupture's out for collapse. Running down Roger, running down V-Tune. V-Tune's out with the TP on the high ground. Will make it back to base. Roger's trying his best to escape them all with the spider legs, but they'll find him. Again, this attempt around the pit. They come very close to doing something with the timing as the hook shot just a little too early. Roshan's still a little too high on the HP, and it gives Yellow Submarine a chance to formulate a fight and get that Aegis picked up on Yatoro.
They're still trying to get these fights going off, but Iceberg just triple remnants into Yatoro.
I mean, it's so low. They do get him the once. Aegis is gone, but now Iceberg, he's committed. He's going to go for the TPA. He's not making it away. Your Scepter from Mia puts it to a stop. Iceberg dead yet again. Over to V-Tune they go. Always want to fly, also being forced to the side. The silence kicks in. The Oracle will die. V-Tune, has he got anything to save himself? He's got waveform up if he can get it off, but he cannot. The game is already coming to an end as GG is called by Na'Vi. Yellow Submarine take this game one. And, I mean, what would you say, Foggy? This was sort of Na'Vi just not really giving themselves the best chance off the start of this with regards to their draft.
Yeah, I feel like they put themselves in a really tough corner. I like their lanes. I thought that they could do pretty decent in their lanes, but in that mid game, I don't see it. This Morphling and Ember Spirit cores with the Clockwork, and then you have your Rubik and your Oracle supports. There's just the synergy is just not there between them. I feel like they put themselves in like the hardest position versus Yellow Submarine, a team who's been looking really dominant.
Yes.
And yeah, they didn't do anything like very clever with it either. It was just your standard. It was your standard game. It was your Clockwork Rubik top. It was your Oracle Morphling bottom. Your Ember mid. And I feel like Yellow Submarine, they just played the game as they should, and it felt like there was just no way for Na'Vi to win just with what they had.
Yeah, and we know that Na'Vi can do the team fight, right? That has been something that their team's been very strong with in the wins that they have had here.
Yeah, I don't know I'm not sure what pulled them to do the Clockwork 3, but it didn't feel like it did much more than it would have been as like a 4 or 5 position.
Yeah, well, we will have to see how sort of Na'Vi change things up. But obviously, as for Yellow Submarine, another game where they look to impress. We've seen some good stuff from the squad so far, and a squad that has had a fair few challenges thrown at them in terms of the teams that they've had to play in this format. but still coming in with the good stuff here in this first game, Yellow Submarine. And game 2, Navi's got to switch it up, otherwise we might see Yellow Submarine get the clean 2-0 here. We'll see if they can change the outcome. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 on very shortly.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime again, can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Look above your head at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Can't say why.
No challenge is too big, it seems, for the boys in the Yellow Submarine. They've toppled some big names and they're looking to make it a third here. With Na'Vi, they are one game down and Yellow Submarine are one map closer to a playoffs berth here for ESL 1 Germany. And now I welcome back my panel for the analysis of game number 1. I've got Dan and I've got Kyo. Lads, we had a nice little spicy dinner there for us before that game ended. And I mean, Yellow Submarine, they're looking hot, man. They're looking so hot.
Man, I wish they could have drawn it out a little more, right? We were enjoying our attendees, we were having a good time, but just dominant performance. And you got to love them, right? Like these lesser-known players coming in, showing that they are able to dominate these more established names, both in the lane as well as decision-making as it gets to the mid to late game.
Yeah, like, you know, when I know how to see these underdogs. I pointed out that
you're a good talent scout.
Yeah, motivate, trust, and now, like the Yellow Submarine, they're showing it, you know?
Well, luckily for you, QO, the QO name curse has not continued here for Claps. He had another good game there on the Bloodseeker, but all in all, I felt like that game was in the hands from the get-go for Yellow Submarine because they were playing against a draft from Na'Vi that, to us, just didn't seem like it was going to work out all too much. This position 3 clockwork, yes, it can work, but as Fog mentioned in that cast, it gets to a point where you just feel like you're kind of the exact same as a position 4 clockwork, right?
And yeah, it was Roger really carrying the load for a lot of it. I thought he played a pretty damn good game on that Rubik, but there's only so much that you can do when you're playing from behind, right? You've got this DP that QO, admittedly, you weren't a huge fan of it, but it provides them something that they didn't have in their draft at that point. Someone that can just reliably stand on the front lines when your exorcism's up and siege towers. Lena, you're a little bit more vulnerable to getting hook shot and everything else along those lines.
Yeah. Like, one thing that I was afraid about was that DP versus Morphling matchup. And then he just turned into DP and Spirit Siphon on Spectre and just right-click him down. So...
And it nearly happened like once or twice. I mean, this is a big fight, yeah. But then again, against a Morphling, even if you're Strength Morph just to try and survive, Spirit Siphon's suddenly very, very good for you. So it just enables them to live for that little bit longer. And yeah, I couldn't honestly find too many faults in the way that Yellow Submarine played that one.
Yeah, well, I think they were just playing like very good.
Sorry, Q, I didn't mean to cut you off there, mate. You had something special to say about the boys Yellow Submarine, but I think, you know, we talked about it. This draft coming in from Na'Vi, it just didn't feel like a Na'Vi draft. General usually has these heroes that you can do a lot of work in that off lane. Yes, Roger's on something like a Rubik that can carry out the game a little bit more, but I mean, it just felt like these matchups just weren't going their way. The DP versus Ember Spirit, Iceberg couldn't have that emphasis on the game that he usually does. General couldn't really, you know, utilize all the farm that he did get on the clockwork, and it just got to a point there where you're playing up against a Spectre and you're playing from behind, where you have to basically execute all these team fights perfectly to try and come back into it.
And you hate to see an Oracle on 3.1k net worth at the end of the game. Not even finishing up a Glimmer Cape, so he was having to use... Yeah, no Dagon. He wasn't needing to use that... Sorry, he did need to use False Promise on himself constantly because he was always being jumped by the Spectre. You needed to make sure you had some sort of impact in these team fights, even if it's just to distract for a little bit of time.
Because he didn't have Dagon.
True, true.
But, like, you know, we talked about this Oracle and Spectre matchup a lot more, but if you're going to first pick this Oracle for Na'Vi, surely you have to try and ban out this Spectre, because we've seen it in a lot of these games. Teams pick up the Oracle, Spectre comes in, clicks Haunt, jumps top the Oracle. Yeah, he false promises himself and lives for a little bit longer, but then there's no false promise.
Yeah.
And the hero's basically nothing at that point.
Your effectiveness is completely nullified. I can understand picking something like an Oracle if they've got something amazing that you can dispel, right?
Yep.
Like, you can use it in that sort of way, or you use it for a save, for a Bat Rider or something like that. But I think... I mean, and this is kudos to the way that Yellow Submarine drafted, specifically with their bans. They made sure to take away, you know, the comfort heroes. The Phoenix is gone, and they made sure that Iceberg wasn't going to get his style of hero for that mid lane in the Doom.
Yeah, like, I really didn't like that, like, a first 3 pick, like, opening with the Oracle, Clockwork into Rubik. Like, when it goes into the Rubik, I already felt like it just doesn't sound right.
Where's the late game? That was my real concern. Yes, Morphling, I thought V-Tune played pretty well for the cards that he was dealt, but... You know, what can you do, really? Mio also played fantastically, yeah.
Every movement speed hero, I think he's playing, like, insane every game.
And especially when you give them these matchups where he can dominate, where you got the last pick overall in the draft, and we already thought with 4 picks in from both teams that Yellow Submarine were already on top of the draft, and they rounded out with something like a Death Prophet where they're able to play really fast here. But, I mean, moving into the second game, lads, I feel like Always Want to Fly, he's got an idea in the back of his brain, right? He's always got something to come up in with these drafts that basically going to know now that they're not going to get Phoenix or Doom, so they're going to have to change something up a little bit, right, Matt?
Well, I think, from what I've seen, I think they're going to go for second pick, just because it at least allows you to salvage Iceberg's lane out of that. You would assume that they're going to be saving that mid lane hero for the very last, so that, you know, you can lose the earlier stages of the draft, but still enable him to have that good early to mid game.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see if Na'Vi can clean it up here for game number 2, or whether or not Yellow Submarine are going to punch their ticket with a nice 2-0 victory over Na'Vi. So it's break time, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you guys on the other side of it for game 2 draft.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Know you're breaking calls, but your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
QO doesn't know what he's saying, but he does know one thing. Yellow Submarine are the team to beat here in this series against Na'Vi as we get ready for game number 2 and draft number 2. It is ahead of us, but I've got my panel that is to the left of me. I was going to say ahead of me, but you guys aren't actually ahead of me.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I've got QO, lads. Game number 2 draft. It's around the corner. It's getting very, very close. Getting very, very close to being on your screens. Now, we talked about this a little bit. Pick priority went the way of Na'Vi. They wanted second pick, and then Yellow Submarine, they picked Dire. So,
and what did I say? I said they just want to secure that last pick for Iceberg so that at least he's going to have an okay time in the mid lane. It felt like he was playing on the back foot all throughout. And I don't really expect Yellow Submarine's bans to change all that much. Probably going to still keep the Doom there, but Phoenix is something that they play around really well too. There it is. I mean, first pick, you've got it. Why not abuse it?
The Oracle. So smart.
No, it's an Ogre, not an Oracle.
Ogre. I feel like you and
he's
QO,
the Oracle.
You and QO could cosplay a pretty good Ogre Magi.
Yeah?
Put your two heads together.
No,
Who would be the smarter
we
one?
have to be in the same shirt if you want.
At least.
Oh my god! Okay.
Just come closer to me.
Okay, I think I've
Alright.
set my paddle on a little bit too far of a downward spiral. But lads, let's start talking about the draft a little bit. Ogre Magi first pick here from Na'Vi. I want to hear some ideas behind this.
He's got 2 heads, so you've already got the advantage there.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah,
could be
double
one
the
already.
brains.
Yeah, just by himself.
Yeah, it's a 6v5. You know, if they don't pick something else, well, any other 2-headed heroes?
No.
Twin-head dragon.
Oh yeah, twin-headed dragon. Jakiro could come out.
A Bloodseeker pick.
Next question.
Does Ogre bleed more that he's got 2 heads?
Yeah, he should be.
I mean, well, he's kind of a thick boy, you know, so...
So he would bleed more. Okay, all right. I'm glad that we've solved the greatest mysteries of Dota 2 here on the panel, but somebody that also bleeds quite a lot is the Lifestealer here, and this is a hero that we haven't been seeing all too much, especially across today. We've seen a few of these other carry heroes being pumped out, but is this a good enough counter to the Phoenix, do you think, QO?
I think it's a good counter to Bloodseeker, but I think I have to see how this matchup's gonna go. I think it can go both way. If Bloodseeker right-clicks a Lifestealer hard enough, I don't think he can regen off like through the creeps, and Bloodseeker will. But yeah, it can go both way.
Yeah, I mean, you've been really impressed with Collapse's laning all throughout this tournament. Do you feel like this is... Like, is it a 50-50 matchup in your eyes, or is it more favored towards the Lifestealer?
It should be more favored towards Lifestealer, in my opinion, but you know, I don't know. Like, I think Navis are choosing like what they're not comfort with, because I think VTune was playing all these hard carries, but because like Collapse is laning, I think last game he had like 34 CS on Collapse and the
20 or
VTune
so?
had 20.
Yeah.
So you don't want to obviously get into that situation. So might as well like this time let's go pick this like lane strong hero and let's not, you know, like let's play our game. But it's just not a VTune's like comfort zone.
Yeah, and you've also, obviously, the late game has kind of been banned out, right? Mag, Faceless Void are gone, Spectre is gone, so Na'Vi feels like they're going much more all-in onto this early game strategy, you know? Terrorblade, kind of in the same vein, same thing with the Morphling, things that can just out-carry you as it gets later on, and especially with a Lifestealer, you hate facing a TB, so I think even though TB can come online and push a little sooner than some other hard carries, you just don't want to face into it with this particular matchup.
Yep. I really like this Morphling TB ban.
I'm feeling a bit strong. Like, from the start of draft number 1, it felt like Yellow Submarine were just in the box seat for a win from the very beginning. This time around, Na'Vi, they've got a key strategy in mind. Yes, they gave up the Phoenix, but if there's anyone that knows how to exploit it, it's them, just because it's always one of Fly's go-to hero, so they're going to know how to play around that. So what have we got left that they could potentially be looking to pick up? You would have to assume that Iceberg's hero is going to be last, so let's consider the position 3 and 4 heroes here. Batrider, probably not that great for them. Yes, you can put some early aggression on, but, you know, who cares really? Beastmaster's still in the pool if you want to enable that early game. It's something that they really do like playing on general as well, so wouldn't surprise me to see Na'Vi pick that one up.
Yeah, but like the problem is Na'Vi has to show the other 2 heroes, so which means like Yellow Submarine is gonna see their off lane and will be able to counter it.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, that is true.
So what, you think the carry for Yellow Sub's going to come with that last pick of the second phase of the draft?
Sorry?
So it's going to go Na'Vi, Yellow Sub, Na'Vi, Yellow Sub.
Like,
so do you think they're going to pick their carry hero last in this phase? Or?
Yeah, no, I think Yellow Submarines will pick definitely pick carry here in the 4th pick before it gets banned. So.
Well, is there going to be much left though?
I really like how they banned this Batrider and Mars because those two are the heroes that doesn't have that many counters. Like you get forced to pick like a specific heroes, but even if you do that, I don't think like throughout this whole tournament there wasn't really like that ownage in the laning against these two heroes.
Yeah, and you know that Na'Vi were never going to be the ones to ban the Mars. A, because they've already presumably picked their offlane hero, and B, lifesteal is pretty damn good against it. So good to prevent that that double benefit, I guess, coming from Na'Vi.
Only thing that I concern is the Bloodseeker like change his lane and pick Slaughter? That's like another solution that I have.
What, so put the Bloodseeker as like a mid hero for Toronto Tokyo, even, I would hate to say it, a position 1 for your Toro?
It's possible.
Like, how do you change up the Bloodseeker to try and make sure that it's a better matchup? Or even a 4, right?
I think that this is a hero that hasn't been discovered much after that changes, and like that Blood Rage buff is actually insane with his attack speed and like this spell amplification.
Even on a Phoenix, right? Like that's an insane amount of magic damage coming through. And they're just getting rid of the Enchantress, so going pretty safe, and an Earth Spirit to follow up. Okay. I mean, again, aggression. He's going to get something like an early Urn of Shadows, convert that into a Vessel, be really effective against the heals coming from both the Phoenix and the Bloodseeker. And you would think with these early kill lineups that they're going to just try and snowball and end the game in 25 minutes or so.
I like how Na'Vi had 3 passive hero last game, like backline hero, and this time they have these 3 aggressive heroes that just
This is the divide draft. That's what this is.
Well, they did lose that first game, so maybe they're understanding the mistakes they made in that first draft, so now they're going to play a little bit faster. I'm sure MLP out the back is cheering to see another Earth Spirit being picked here for ESL Germany. So, lads, for Yellow Submarine, I feel like they need a Maposhka hero, right? Can they go back for something like a Disruptor, or do they feel like that Na'Vi's going to be having too much fast pace for a Disruptor to be utilized?
I'm just thinking, like, they've gotten rid of Mikoshka's Enchantress, which is obviously very good. What else is good at shoving out lanes and making sure that you're just able to push things into the later game? I mean, Wyvern kind of is, but it's a pretty bad Wyvern game in my mind. And it's a first Bane. First Bane of the tournament.
New hero Pog.
Our producer Phil said we were going to see a new hero.
That is true. He was very adamant, so maybe he's got the script sitting in front of him. But
I was thinking something like a Grimstroke or something along those lines. Double Rupture, always nice. You could create a lot of havoc just being soul-bound together as well. You can oftentimes get a double, like a good supernova off, basically. But Bane's okay. I'm just a little worried that they're going to be pushed way too quickly. Bane has 0 counter to split push. It's putting a lot of faith into this Phoenix and the Bloodseeker, and they're picking up here. Again, more single target damage. I'm not a huge fan, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, like I think I didn't like this Bane pick. As soon as like I see Nature's Prophet coming out from the Na'Vi, this hero just does nothing against the Furion.
Are they setting themselves up for an aggro tri-lane? No, Bane's really good in those tri-lanes, dual-lane kind of situations. Phoenix can always implement that. PA, to a certain extent, can fight against these heroes and then give Bloodseeker the 1v1 versus Natures.
The only thing I can think of here is that they really wanted some form of BKB piercing disable. And if that's the case, why not pick Wyvern? I know I'm a Wyvern spammer, but still, it does that, plus it stops this Death Ball aggression, plus you've got Splinter Blast to shove waves out. So I feel like that would have been much more ideal.
Yeah. Or like even that Willow, put Phoenix like a top and then just bother this lifesteal at bottom.
Yeah.
Because Phoenix can't be always 5. I have no problem with Phoenix being 5, but like I obviously have like an issue with this Bane pick here.
Some respect coming out with the DP being removed, so trying to get rid of a lot of AoE damage. What have we got left? I mean, with this Nature's Prophet, it's not confirmed exactly where it's going to go. They play it both in the mid lane as well as off. I would lean more strongly towards it being in the mid lane, just because, I mean, you would think that Yellow Submarine are having a similar sort of thought process as us, right? They want the last pick overall in the draft to make sure they can secure Iceberg's heroes. So let's pick something that's good against everything. But maybe that's something that the Nature's Prophet can exploit.
And I really like this Voice Spirit pickup. Like if the Yellow Submarine
didn't ban it. They banned Shadowfiend and Storm, which, like, when you're playing PA, you really don't want to play against Void Spirit and Earth Spirit at the same time, just because he can just run at you with like 1 or 2 hero and just continuously chasing
And
down.
once he gets that Ags, it's a silence. You're probably going to build an Orchid as well on
and
the
it's against
Nature's
Bane
Prophet.
as well, so why not? Like, just get first item Agony, man. This Bane has like nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
So what do we think for Yellow Submarine then? Are they going to pick up the Void Spirit for themselves? It is a Mio Classic, so gives them a little bit more AoE. It's not really all too much to push out these lanes, but gives them a little bit.
That's what I'm concerned about. Invoker's banned, DP's banned, Storm is banned, Doom is banned. Void Spirits...
What about a... Oh, I was going to say, what about a Magnus, but...
Nah,
we
banned.
So we need some AoE, we need some lane push, right, lads? So we need a little bit more delay for this Phantom Assassin to get to a point where she's strong.
Puck, but I'm not really liking the Puck. It just does nothing against this Lifestealer.
So what are we going to see here? Yellow Submarine have picked the
Ranger.
Toronto-Tokyo Wind Ranger.
It's okay. I don't mind it a huge amount, but again, very single target focused.
Yep, I think Na'Vi can just pick up the Ember here, and I think they're gonna have a really good draft.
What about a mid-Lycan, boys?
It's okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Gives them more push. They have very little lane clear here for Yellow Submarine. They can play really, really fast.
Broodmother?
Broodmama.
They actually have zero thing to deal with Broodmother.
True, that is very true. Can be a Broodmother pick. Let's see if Iceberg wants to be dirty. Is he going to be a dirty hero picker?
You dirty boy.
And we've got 30 seconds, lads, so we've put out a few more summon heroes out there. Do you think this is a strong enough lane for the Nature's Prophet, Matt, to still go mid and they pick a general hero here?
I think it's okay.
Yep.
They could even just go Zeus as well, right? You've got Global Teleport.
Yeah, I like Zeus as well, actually.
You've got the vehicle for the Lifestealer with the Earth Spirit as well. I think it's not too bad of a game.
Well, it seems like they've got plenty of options here to do Na'Vi. It's whether or not Iceberg wants to pick them up, which one he wants to carry this game on. We saw in those player cam replays that he was getting a little frustrated with himself, so he's looking to pop off this game here. It's going to be the Kunkka. Okay. A little bit of a tankier hero. They've got a lot of AoE disable now for Iceberg. Is that a strong enough lane, though, lads? Is that a strong enough win in the mid lane for Na'Vi?
I think it is. Yeah, against a Wind Ranger.
It's more team fight. They were lacking that a little bit, I suppose. Had, what, 2 stuns until that point, and one of them's really unreliable, one's super short range, so I don't mind it. You want to be able to, like you mentioned before, you hate playing a game as a PA against both a Earth Spirit and a Void Spirit. I feel like Kunkka, while it's not a silence, fulfills a similar sort of annoying strategy. I'm going to go with Na'Vi for this one.
You're going to go with Na'Vi for this one. Let's see if you guys are the same with our GG bet odds. Who have swung in the favor here of Yellow Submarine. So, Kyo, I need your prediction, my buddy.
I really like Navi's draft.
Yeah.
But?
Yeah, I want to go with Na'Vi as well.
But?
He likes Yellow Sub.
Collapse, use my name, so...
He's still your boy, no matter what?
He's still my boy. I think I have to go with Yellow Submarine.
Seems like win or loss here, it doesn't matter for QO, as his boy Collapse will perform nonetheless. But we're going to head into game number 2 here between Na'Vi and Yellow Submarine. So we're going to leave our casters one more time. It's going to be Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Now, what do you reckon about this, Fogged? Bit of a better draft overall for Na'Vi in comparison to game 1?
Much better. Infinitely better. Can't even say how much better it actually is. It's leaps and bounds better. I think they covered this a lot. I think Yellow Submarine with their last 2 picks, I did like that quite a bit, in particular versus the Lifestealer. Very single target focus though at their draft.
Yes. What to sort of the point overall where you'd say you actually prefer what Na'Vi's come in with this game compared to what Yellow Submarine's brought to the table?
It's close. I see Na'Vi having like a lot more ways to fight and stuff in the mid game, and I've seen this Lifestealer. This hero has actually been owning almost every game I see him in, especially versus this Phoenix. I think the last 2 picks from Yellow Submarines is the one thing that kind of turns me, because the PA and the Wind Ranger, they do have that really good core versus core matchup versus that Lifestealer. So I think that's the one thing that could turn it to me, but I give Na'Vi maybe a slight favor.
Okay, because, as you say, as strong as these 2 cores are against the Lifestealer, are they cores that are going to have issues sort of in the earlier stage of the game? Like, do you see this PA getting pressured a lot? Is this Wind Ranger going to get not necessarily an easy lane in the mid lane?
I don't think that they'll get pressured so much per se in the lane. Like, Wind Ranger will... I think they'll do fine in the lane. I think in the mid game, though, these heroes are punished a bit with... they have to be very mobile. I think Kunkka breaks mobility. Same thing with Earth Spirit. These 2 heroes, I feel like, are very good versus the PA and the Wind Ranger in the mid game.
Oh, well, we'll find out, shall we? Do just have a brief pause, so just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be able to get the game under the way. But sort of overall, the big thing, I guess, as well, in terms of a change from Navi's heroes, is that they do have team fight right this time. They are going to be able to brawl. And did sort of the opening surprise you? Did you like this whole Ogre Lifestealer opening to a draft?
I didn't really understand. I don't really get the Ogre just yet. I'm not too sure why they picked it. I guess they just wanted some very strong laner. And then Lifestealer makes sense because they saw the Phoenix. We've seen that done from a lot of teams before, but yeah, not too sure. The Ogre, it works. I think this is a hero that's fine. You can just, I don't mind when teams just like pick a hero like that because you're going to be able to do so much with it anyway with Bloodlust in this game too. So it could work out.
Let's have a look, see what Navi's got here in the second game. As rough as sort of last game ended, they definitely could attribute that towards the drafting rather than the play. So now here with a draft that definitely looks to be able to give Navi a much better shot, we might see something a little bit different from what they can pull off.
Yeah, I guess the slight concerns I do have for their draft is it's very melee focused. It's just the Nature's Prophet who's that ranged hero versus the Egg. They do at least have the Rage of the Lifestealer, but I can see ways that they can play around it, right? Like if this Lifestealer runs into range and tries to commit, Bane's in a good spot, he Fiends Grip him, this could be a really tough time for them to actually take out those Eggs. So there are a lot of things that Yellow Submarine do have to their draft. Also addressing that Lifestealer, like we said, you know, Wind Ranger PA, good versus Lifestealer. Bane, you know, Fiends Grip, very good versus Lifestealer. Rupture, very good versus Lifestealer. So it does seem like they've addressed this 4 Protect 1 that Navi is coming out with. And that's why they did go so single target oriented as the panel was mentioning.
Yeah. Well, into the sense, yeah, they get rid of him. They're not going to have too many issues there, but other places. I mean, top lane, General on his Prophet. Much happier to see this in comparison to a Clock.
Yep. Even though his Clock, you know, it's General Clockwork, it's still one of the better heroes. This just fits. It's just an actual 3. I just feel like Clockwork doesn't work in the 3 position most times. So.
Let's see what sort of lane setups we do get. As at the moment, so bad. It's going to be down here with Collapse. We're going to see Ogre Lifestealer lane from Navi. Always want to fly in V-Tune. Mid lane is expected. Mio Wind Ranger against Iceburst Kunkka. And starting top, Roger backing up the Prophet against Miposhka and the PA.
A nice block from Mio actually gets the wave into the tower here. Iceberg kind of just not blocking to make sure that happens. Mio misses the range creep with his power shot actually, but is able to get 2 last hits. I like this as a Wind Ranger actually, when you're able to double up wave versus any melee heroes. Just lets you get these free harassment, free denies a lot of the times.
Yeah, I mean, in this lane against the Kunkka, just sort of the Tidebringer hits and potential setup with the X-Mark prove to be too much, or are you always going to be fine playing around with the power shot to control the lane position?
In the lane, Wind Ranger does just fine, Mid-game, it can be annoying. The X just becomes super annoying because you have to wait on your Wind Run a lot of the times, and it can kind of just break this hero because you're very squishy, too. You can be very frail and you just die to the burst.
I mean, top lane with Poshka is able to get the courier. Is it a lane where you sort of see Roger making moves with Iceberg to try and gank the Wind Ranger, or is it just going to be a little too tricky on the early levels?
He can do it only with TPs, like if he hides himself and he finds some TP, but I want Roger to stay top. I think if he leaves General, I think if he leaves General, that's when General can actually die. Besides, if General's not alone up here, he'll never die. He'll always survive with the Air Spirit next to him.
No, so far, nobody taking too much harassment in these lanes. V-Tune still full HP, full mana down bottom. Yatoro as well. General, as much as he's farming, it's not necessarily doing too much to affect Yatoro's progression.
Yep, he slowed him down a tiny little bit, but nothing too massive. That'll happen. It's kind of just like this watching farm lane. Roger just has to be a little bit careful on the side versus Miposhka because, you know, that Bane, king of lanes. And we see the way Miposhka's playing it, he's actually taking like no experience. He's giving Yatoro everything right now. Just a level 1 Bane.
Oh, that's pretty big actually, This is very nice for Yatoro. With the PA, as you know, much as it usually is played into side lane, the support sapping the XP around. The quicker you get that level 6, the better. It's getting those early crits in onto heroes, especially when you have that Wraithbound, Blightstone, and your Treadstone. The hero's incredibly potent at 6.
it's also like even this small thing in the laning phase. Look, he's level 3 on the PA, but he has blur. So the harassment from the Nature's Prophet and the trains isn't going to be nearly as much as usual just because he gets that 3 early. You know, all these little things we always do, they add up. Roger. He'll be just fine. He has 9 stick as well.
Yeah, I think, as you said, but both teams here on this top lane, as long as supports are around, they're not going to be under any threat. PA's not going to die with Miposhka up.
Bottom.
Likewise with General. But actually finish off always want to fly. I mean, he's a tanky man on the Ogre. But actually not tanky enough there. Collapse getting that extra little bit of a boost because of Roger being low on the way back on the top lane.
Very strong right now at level 3 for this bottom lane. Even though there's an Ogre and a Life Stealer there, double melee heroes walking in versus Phoenix, the harassment, it's just too much. And Collapse, this is the beauty about this offlane Bloodseeker that we're seeing versus Secret. You're always full health. You always have so much sustain in the lane. Keep applying pressure. And So Bad now gets to leave bottom and actually check the runes for his Wind Ranger. Pretty huge.
He's able to get in and grab the rune. In fact, they're going to just try and do as much damage as they can to Iceberg. As they have to block him a little bit. Top lane, Yatoro and Miposhka, they actually get away with the kill onto General. As nothing could be done by Roger to keep him safe there.
Just stayed up a little bit too far, it seems. Just too low. Usually doesn't happen too much because you have 2 forms of TPs to deal with, you know, the sleep that comes out. They only have one way to stop that TP.
Yeah.
Up in that top lane. But yeah, General gets punished. A little bit too much damage. Can't be giving up those kills on a Fury on a versus a PA.
Try and get the roll in onto Yatoro, but yeah, Yatoro himself, much harder for them to kill. That little bit of evasion making all the difference.
Yep. V-Tune's starting to get pushed a little bit off the waves here. He's still getting good last hit, 24, but Collapse, you see he's matching. And they always just can trade hits onto V-Tune with these two. 9 armor on the Bloodseeker. He can always just hit back onto him. They always want to fly, can't contest as nicely as we see the runes. Yellow Submarine will be able to claim the 2 down bottom, as Na'Vi should get the 2 top. I say that, Miposhka, he's trying to get in range. He can mango.
Yeah, he could.
He's still low, he's
enough,
still lacking, yeah.
He's going to pop it, but it's not quite enough mana for Nightmare yet. Now he has. Roger turning around, but yeah, Roger realizes he has to keep his distance with Miposhka having the spells ready. Roger has to return back to base.
Miposhka, I feel like could have actually had that kill if he did the math a little better. If he did the sleep first and then he goes into Clarity and Mango, but it was tough.
Now that they know
General's alone.
They forced Roger back. So General, he's going to try and juke this one out. Yatoro and Miposhka are hunting for him, and there's nowhere for him to run. He's going to try and sprout, but Yatoro's in the trees. And General, he's down for a second time in this lane. I mean, 2 kills already that Yatoro's getting in this laning stage. This is pretty big for the PA.
Yeah, she's going to be 6 pretty much already done because Miposhka's left the lane a lot and given tons of that solo experience. And they've actually broken the top lane. Yeah, her Spirit, we see Roger has to move away from there as well. Those deaths are really going to hurt. They're really going to add up. Look at the General's only level 4. Most of the time,
yeah, he can't go back to the lane.
Yeah, and most of the time when we see Nature's Prophet, it's like usually you're getting close to 6 now, and the other lanes have to worry because of Wrath of Nature's going to come through. He has to full jungle, and now it's making it awkward for Roger too because he doesn't have a home to play properly.
I mean, was there sort of a different way they could have played that in which Roger isn't taking as much XP from him, or does he need to be as close as he was during that lane?
I think he had to play kind of close as bottom.
Yeah.
Another silence connects.
Running in for his one fly, they got the Sunray. They're burning him down from a distance. Collapse is able to chase in. So bad will go down as Roger's in with the counterplay. See if they can try for Collapse too. Iceberg's able to get him with the combo, and they're going to have the boat come crashing down onto Collapse. As he's in a whole lot of trouble. Actually, will juke the Torrent. He's trying for the TP out, but he's not going to make it. Na'Vi's got the damage. Will manage to make those moves here. Iceberg getting active.
I can't believe he tried to TP out there. It was close, but can't believe he went for it. But a good move, yeah. Iceberg, I feel like he has to look to make those moves as... Like we said, the top lane is broken, so I feel like they have to look to make some type of crazy kind of moves around here in the beginning of the game. But yeah, it definitely feels like they made some mistakes up in that top lane quite heavily. Even though it is a Bane and a PA Bane, the kings of lane, you have a Nature's Prophet on your lane. That's, you know, this is pretty painful right now for Na'Vi. The General's going to be so slowed down in this game.
Well, they switch positions as well now with the time coming in to put pressure onto the enemy tier 1s. Toro down to the bottom, B-Tune up to the top. Roger's still hanging around down here. He's going to have to roll away. Straight away, off he goes. So bad.
Might still
keep a few more spirits on him.
Okay, can't actually commit.
Just keeping the creeps on the tower. Collapse on the top lane. He's not going to be able to do too bad a job of putting a stop to this attempt from VTune to keep pressure up. As he's more than happy to farm in this lane. He's level 6 as well, so rupture opportunities are there. But obviously not too easy to do something against it. The lifesteal on his own, with Infest being available for VTune.
Look at Always Want to Fly. He just walks up and feeds, actually, to Mio.
They actually might have a shot at this. They had the Nightmare into the Silencer case. Not enough to threaten him. But yeah, now what happened to Always Want to Fly? Bottom lane. Gonna try with the boat onto Yatoro. He's able to jump to the side with the play. Yatoro's still alive here. They're hunting him down. I mean, surely they find him. Is there any way that he could juke this out? The Sprout's out. Yatoro continuing to run. He's going to have jump in a second. Doesn't matter. Iceberg finishes him off with the Tidebringer. The PA goes down. A big kill to be found as well, as Yatoro was having quite a start to this game.
Yeah, in general, he does hit the 6 at a pretty okay time still and is able to get that Wrath in. To what happened earlier, if Always Want to Fly literally walked up, de-warded the ward on the high ground, and then just got focus fired and killed. That's it. He just walked in and died.
All right. Easy kill for me.
Yeah, exactly where he pinged. Like where he just pinged right now. Yeah, he walked in and just kind of fed.
And now Mio's he's going to have the Javelin done very shortly.
Yep. He stopped him from doing a stack, but I think Mio was like, okay, I'll stop doing the stack for a free kill. As yeah, Javelin's going to be online, and now he's going to be able to look around and get those type of kills on the side. And he wants to get one of those big core kills. He definitely wants to try to slow down Iceberg or VTune, but still going to be pretty tough as they are very tanky.
We are seeing some balance here, though, fortunately, from the RNG gods, as both carries have the Iron Talon. And,
very nice.
Of course, both carries that will be eyeing up those Ancients.
Who has the Jelly and who doesn't, then?
Jelly was on Navi's side.
Oh, so VTune's got the blessed duo. The Talon and the Jelly.
Yeah, that's definitely the carry dream. Bottom. Roger tries to step in for the bounty rune. Just managed to slow them and silence them. Iceberg's also going to come across. Roger goes down. Supernova on the high ground will force Navi to think about how they take this fight, but General is trying to take it out. He's able to do so. They get the egg. Mio, he's looking for General in return. Will get him. See on the side, Iceberg diving in for the kill onto Yatoro. Will find it, but now he's been ruptured and he's pretty deep. Stun comes out to Mio. Mio trying to step away from Iceberg. Iceberg, he can't do anything else here, having to be held in position because of this rupture. Always Want to Fly goes for the TP out, but Mio, he's able to put it to a stop. Shackle shot in play. Always Want to Fly taken out as well. As a fight, really kicking off there between the two teams. Yellow Submarine, they may have lost their carry, but continues to be another situation where Mio is he's coming out alive and on top.
Yeah, he came out big. VTune, though, during the entirety of it, is able to farm up top, so it ends up being maybe
pretty even.
Maybe slightly Navi favored, but pretty even overall. Because now the egg is down, so now like, they have 50 seconds where Yellow Submarine has to wait for egg.
Oh yeah, especially if they can maybe pressure this Phoenix top. VTune looking for him, but the dive's out. Space is there, though. Yeah, General and VTune, they'll do a good job of taking down the Tier 1 tower. Bottom lane collapse. Trying for the Tier 1 of Na'Vi himself.
And we can see how much of an infinitely better game across the board it is for Na'Vi. And we can see, lanes and everything. Like their mid-game fights, it's all going to come together. Kunkka, Earth Spirit, it naturally will be able to make these plays and these type of, fights kick off. And just something interesting to point out, too, is that Mio upgraded his treads rather than buying the Javelin, by the way, when he showed up to the fight bottom.
He did do that, yeah. Was that sort of he just sort of favored quick burst because of the fight happening? Like, as in, did he pick it up before the fight because he knew he was going to need to?
I think maybe it was because he was a little bit short of the Javelin, but I think also maybe he just wants to play with treads. It's very rare you see these Wind Rangers go treads in the mid lane. So, I mean, if he's super comfortable with going for this item build, sure, it does change it. It does change it a little bit. You're actually quite a lot stronger without the focus fire too.
That's mid. Get the X mark set up onto Collapse, straight back into the torrent. Shackle shots out though, onto Roger. As Roger, he's going to get the magnetize off, but he will go down. Iceberg being forced to the side by the Sunray. Collapse chase for more. He's going to try.
Iceberg.
They're able to get the grab on him. Big Fiend Script and Supernova coming out from the side, but VTune is going to go over the range, look to put a stop to it, and he'll be able to do so. They're able to save Iceberg, put a stop to the Fiend Script, take down the Supernova, and VTune cleans up. He gets the double.
Dude, these defensive infests I've seen from the Life Series actually what's making the hero. It just heals them up so much. And yeah, they can just turn the fight now and even pressure the tower, perhaps. As Yotaro, he shows his face, but Yotaro, he doesn't want to look to fight. He's going for the Battle Fury build, not the Death Cell build this game. So he wants to be much more farm-centric as they're teeping into fight again. They get the deny.
He's going to charge across the wall so bad. They get the silence. Shaka won't latch onto V-Tune. Always want to fly, trying to hold back collapse with the Fire Blast. Iceberg thinking about maybe getting an X-Mark grab. He's got the boat back up. Na'Vi are not afraid to fight here. There's a Yellow Submarine that they will retreat. So Na'Vi will do so as well. Get them some space. And I mean, do you imagine Na'Vi with these heroes, they do have to continue playing fast? Like, do Na'Vi, is there a risk for them if they do go late against the Yotaro PA with the Battle Fury?
Yes. If the Lifestealer isn't, you know, significantly ahead above the PA, the thing that we always say, if you're playing versus just a harder carrying lineup, yes. You know, there's a Phoenix and a PA on one side that scale very hard into the super late stages. So I'd like Na'Vi to keep that pace going. Keep looking for these kills. Keep looking for these fights. Make Yellow Submarine play on the back foot with their egg. 20 seconds until it's back up. They're looking to make the play. This is perfect for Na'Vi. See if they can catch him.
See if they can. A little scared about going to the tier 2. I mean, sweeping over towards mid, Mio would be a juicier catch for sure.
Mio going for the perfect item build, just Javelin into straight BKB. Needs BKB to deal with the control. The Earth Spear and the Kunkka really do mess with your Wind Ranger quite a lot inside of these fights. So bad. He's sticking up a little bit far up.
Oh, they're able to get him with the roll. Straight away, they catch him with the stun into the silence. So bad, tries to get out with a dive, but the Fire Blast multicast is there from Always Wanna Fly.
Nicely done.
Dire's top tower is
Something we didn't actually point out too is that, you know, the Earth Spirit always does give you that mechanism for the lifesteal a lot of times too to get into these squishy backlines. That's very good for Na'Vi. Yeah, they're keeping the lead. Not by much though. It's very small. It's actually like pretty much 0 gold lead, and Experience is actually leading Yellow Submarine slightly.
And that lead, you know, so the how even it is at the moment, the gap is going to get pretty big over time once Yotaro has the Battle Fury. Mio? That Nightmare actually saving him very nicely from the initiation with the roll. Still though, the X-Mark is down into the bow. Mio, pretty tanky, but with the ults coming in the Nature's Wrath as well, he doesn't stand a chance. Collapse comes in from the side. Will lay down the Rupture onto General. V-Tune moving in onto the Bloodseeker. The Fire Spirit slowing down the attack speed for now from V-Tune. But again, the controls there from Iceberg. Another X-Mark catch, another kill, and into the trees. Roger, he's found the bait. Big moves from Na'Vi. They continue to play fast as they need to do so, because there's the timing. Yotaro, 15 minutes in, Treads Battle Fury done. Na'Vi's got to keep this up. They can't let the PA's farm kick in this game.
I mean, they're playing it perfect so far. Iceberg, he's got this Halberd even finished up now too. So bad, he's actually showing his face up top. He might get punished.
They might be able to catch it. Yeah, Roger.
They got him.
And again, Roger with some excellent catches. So bad will fall. Na'Vi now 2k up. They know that they've got to keep this going.
And it's a big roll too, because something I didn't even notice either is he's playing versus Wind Ranger and PA as Lifestealer, so he can just go MKB, and that's his dream item. Counters both of them.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be such a good timing. This MKB is going to be so quick, and it is going to come at a point where, I mean, I should say with this item, these two heroes, Wind Ranger, PA, don't feel happy around the Lifestealer for the whole of the game, let alone when he gets it as quickly as V-Tune's going to be able to do so this time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very good for Na'Vi. Yellow Submarine, they need more time. Yotaro, he needs to get the BKB in order to really show up. Same thing as the Wind Ranger. He is countered pretty hard in this game by the Earth Spirit, by the Kunkka, these heroes that break, you know, the elusiveness inside of the fights. And the Orchid too. There's just a lot of things that they have to deal with. So for Yellow Submarine, I feel like it's take a little bit of a step back on the pedal and just finish up those BKBs. Let Na'Vi be the ones that runs into you.
I mean, and even when he has the BKB, right, it's a PA with a Battle Fury and BKB. It's still not really the timing that Yotaro is going to be very scary at all. You know, it's not like he has any sort of buff from his teammates. There's no Alacrity, no Empower, you know, anything as such. No Blood
Rage.
I guess he's got the blood. You're right. Okay,
but he won't use it much
Rage
inside the fights. Yeah.
In the jungle, RV, they're just moving around, finding these kills. There's Miposhka caught out alone.
That's pretty much the MKB done on V-Tune. This is a huge timing for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he's so strong right now.
Yeah, I feel like they can really they can do so much now with their timings here. They can either pressure lanes, or they can look to, like, if the lanes are pushed out far enough, go for a Rosh. And
dude, he's gone out very far. I mean, he is dead. There is
Very
no
dead.
escape for him. Straight back into the combo. And Yatoro dying is just, that's pretty rough for Yellow Submarine. He's the carry that's got this Battle Fury. He needs to be out on the map. But Na'Vi just doing an excellent job of catching out these cores, slowing down their game whilst keeping V-Tunes in such a good position. As we're getting closer and closer. I mean, already Na'Vi is at a point with their lineup where they can take all these outer towers, and I don't think Yellow Submarine's going to be ready to stop them.
No, they're invading really hard here. Look at Roger. He actually has 2 deep wards, a ward in the base to see behind the tower too. They're set up here to look to really cement their lead. 4K gold lead. Monkey King bar finished on V-Tune. Yellow Submarine.
Mid.
They're getting ran at.
Another catch. Onto Collapse. He's able to dodge the torrent with the Yules. They've got a lot waiting for him as soon as he comes down. Look at that damage from V-Tune as Collapse is gone. And when Yellow Submarine, they've got to continue to just avoid this. Ooh. And there they have it. So bad's been found. More kills for V-Tune. Courtesy of General and his teleportation.
And it feels like you're watching a totally different team from the first time with Na'Vi because
It
it's
is.
just such a better
What
draft.
happened in game? What were they doing during the draft?
It's just such a better draft, and you can tell they all feel so much more comfortable on the heroes they're playing as well, too, just making their own decisions, making their moves around the map. It's Yellow Submarine who looks lost because of this now, because they're on such a big back foot, and they've gone for the greed. They have to finish up these BKBs before they can even look to contest Na'Vi because of the strength of the draft and lanes. It's really good stuff from Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely, on Na'Vi to keep this up. Like, if it does get to the point in this game where Yatoro finishes his BKB, gets like the next item after that, whatever that'll be, then things are going to get tough. But that time, Na'Vi, they're just doing an excellent job of not letting that happen. Mid lane, another catch. We'll be able to use up the Earth Spirit to stop him from getting away straight away. Comes in down onto him. Roger. Roll out of the Blood Bright. They can't even kill him. He's out and away. Na'Vi just continuing to bully Yellow Submarine right back to the base. And just limit the time and chances the Yellow Submarine's cores are going to have to actually get to a point where they're going to have any sort of chance of standing up against V-Tune's Lifestealer.
Yeah, and he's got this Bloodlust too also throughout the game too, so he's always enabled even more, and they have so much map control. I feel like they can actually just force the Rosh at any time here. Yellow Submarine, there's no way that they fight around Rosh without the BKBs finished and without a level 2 Ag. So yeah, I think Na'Vi, they can go right into the pit there, and it's free.
Yeah, they're going to do it very quickly as well with V-Tune's damage. So how's he doing on the BKB time? He's still 1,000 gold off. Oh, yeah, these team fights and those BKBs going to be ever so important with Iceberg having the full Ags.
Oh my god, yeah.
Between this Halberd and the Torrent Storm, you're not going to stand any chance trying to fight this Kunkka right now.
Oh god, Mio is just going to die instantly if he doesn't have the BKB. This game could end very abruptly here. Na'Vi, they could just press the issue here and end it if they see the opportunity. Yellow Submarine, still no BKBs at the ready. They're looking to smoke, actually, to maybe set up onto somebody here, but the ping's already coming out. It looks like Na'Vi, they're prepared for it.
Yeah, V-Tune pinged it out straight away, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're so aware of it. I mean, there's no vision, but I guess with no one showing anywhere else.
They have the base ward, so I guess maybe they saw something happening around there.
That's true. They might have seen it. They might have seen them come out and step into the triangle, and then
I think something like that.
Now they're no longer there, so they know that Yellow Submarine is trying to find some action.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
BKB still not finished, and like you said, it's really the next big item is where Yatoro actually has his strength. These are the ones that just allow them to survive. Mio, BKB finished, so he's got a lot more ways to survive, but their damage just isn't there now because they have to just do this, though.
He needs that next item done.
Yeah. Then to the high ground. Medallion finished. Buffing up V-Tune a little bit as he's able to hit it.
Just trying to sort of split the attention away so bad, just staying down on this bottom lane.
Yep.
I mean, Na'Vi, are they in a position where they can just rush for the high ground? Like, do you feel they maybe don't think that they need to because of the fact that V-Tune is as big as he is? They can still just wait out these items?
Rushing the high ground is just always just a tough task. Like for any team. You see like any teams in Dota, it's still, you wait for a big lead, you wait for a big opportunity with something with your Aegis or something along those lines. A pick off. They still do have the Aegis for quite some time here, so they might just look to force this tower slowly every time there is rage. But committing past the tower is still a little bit of a concern. Like I said, so bad he is getting quite some space down bottom. He's trying to get level 12. I believe their BKBs are online, so they're looking quite a bit stronger to fight.
And that is the strength, right? Sure, there's still a lot of damage from the lifestealer coming through, regardless of the BKB or not, but there's no BKB piercing control from Na'Vi, right? So you get these BKBs off on these heroes like PA with the jump and Wind Ranger with the Wind Run, you should be able to run away from Na'Vi.
Oh, so bad. They're stalking him. He's able to Sunray away. Roger actually almost clipped him off the map.
I was going to say, that would have been pretty hype if he followed him up the cliff and got him with the roll.
We know the counter. This is probably the only hero that can actually catch Phoenix as you're sunraying off the map.
Well, I guess that and anyone else with a long-range stun, right? Like Hookshot, Fisher,
yeah.
You know what I mean? You can sort of reach out and get him. But definitely the one that would look the coolest is the Earth Spirit that's actually going in and off the map to chase him.
The jumping in, the Infest again is ready.
Oh, they get the Suns from Poshka. They do actually manage to turn though, get the Shackle shot onto Roger. Roger goes down. The Fiend's Grip is there onto V-Tune. Do they have the damage though? It doesn't look like Yatoro is going to turn his attention over towards Iceberg.
The Rupture gets him.
That is going to be one of his lives taken away here, V-Tune. And I think, yes, Yellow Submarine, that'll be fine if they don't lose anything else here. They were just able to step outside of their base and get rid of that Aegis. Shatoro also able to blur away without Iceberg being able to find him. Soban still hiding in the trees. Iceberg's going to grab vision. Got him with the X mark. Soban, can he time the dive? He can. He's off with the Sunray. No TP for 12 seconds though. He's going to try and break his way over the map, but he falls back into the reach. Still more time being bought with the Ghost Scepter. He's making them work for it, but they'll get the job done, Na'Vi, as they take down Sobad. But, I mean, that's not the worst Aegis fight for Yellow Submarine, considering it was V-Tune with the Aegis.
Yeah, they just did their BKBs. Mio actually almost died before getting his BKB up. I was a little worried for him because he popped it late. But this is, you know, they're just trying to survive. This is what these BKBs are for. Survive till you get those next two big items and then look to have this fighting shot versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi's not giving him much space, though, much time to get that farm up.
No, they're in position to take the Tier 2 down bottom.
And up top.
If they can get the jump on Yatoro, he's able to put the BKB out with the TP. He is away. Using that control, they want to collapse. We'll find the Blood Bright, but they're on top of him. He's trying to do his best for the Duke. Still has a Yule Scepter to play with. He's been trapped in here. He's actually going to go for the TP out, but Roger's got the boulder. Ready to roll in. And put a stop to Collapse's escape. Setting up yet another kill for V2 now. 9-0-6. They got the damage. Mio. Put the silence onto him. The Torrent Storm and the Sprout. Mio's in trouble. He's trying to run away. There's going to be Yatoro jumping in, but Mio's gone down. Now the rum's on Iceberg. Yatoro can't fight into this. He's got to jump out. Over to Poshka goes, running himself away, but the X mark is in play. Nightmare. Nicely used to break the combo.
Wow, I think that actually saves him. That Nightmare just saved Yatoro, I'm pretty sure.
Dire are scanning.
Very fast thinking here from Poshka.
Yep. God, yo, Clumsy Net with Lifestealer is just such, it's so OP. It's so broken every time I see it. Just rages and nets someone right next to him and then he's not netted. Every time I see this, it's just, it's so strong. V2 has the Spasher too, that extra lockdown. Like we're saying, Wind Ranger, PA, you're all about the mobility in the fight, jumping from target to target. MKB with Spasher gonna prevent that significantly.
And Na'Vi now want 15k lead. And as you say, they could still just play it safe, wait for Roche to get back up before they want to try and go for a high ground push. Does still seem no real rush for Na'Vi. Sure, the Yatoro PA is getting those items, but still such a lead that the three cores of Na'Vi have, all of them in prime position on that network board.
And great itemization too coming out. Lifestealer can be finishing up the AC next after this Bastion and Abyssal Blade. They have the Solar Crest up on the Nature's Prophet as well. They have medallions and everything in Halberds. They know exactly what they're playing against. They know the big scare is just if PA is able to hop and just one-shot people with this big burst. So they're itemizing armor, any type of defensive things for it. He's close to the Deso on the PA. Add a little bit more damage to break through that medallion and Solar Crest that's going to be thrown onto VTune. Still feels like his damage is going to be quite lacking.
Yeah.
Even with this pickup.
Yeah, and even with the next pickup, right, he's got the Satanic queued up, and sure that's going to give him a solid chance of living, but the damage is going to be pretty slow and drawn out over the fights. Unless he gets insanely lucky with the crits.
Yup.
We'll see. That's VTune also trading in his clumsy net now, as he did find sort of the item that you can never pass up.
The dream.
The Paladin Sword for Lifestealer. Very, very nice.
Yeah, even sometimes still, like Clumsy Net. This item's insane. It's always want to fly. He's actually stepped up a bit far here. There's no reveal.
Is he going to get away? The dagger? Oh, he's dead. But now, Sobat's going to get caught up. They're able to get the jump. The Phoenix is burst before he can pop any single spell. Mio puts the BKB General. Also BKBing as he tries to commit over towards the Bane. Yatoro jumps in. General, he's actually going to get taken out here. As Na'Vi, they've lost two.
They're a bit scared.
Yatoro, he's going to try and chase for more. As the dagger slows down to Iceberg, but Iceberg's still full HP. Turns with the X-Mark onto Yatoro. Infest as well. V-Tune, he's over onto Mio. Mio's been silenced. They're trying to heal him with the Sunray, but the roll forward from Roger finishes him off. As Mio goes down, Collapse, Sobat, and Yatoro hiding off to the side. Iceberg trying to get in range for the catch. Collapse, he's into the trees. He's out with the TP, but the X-Mark is there. They'll be able to take Collapse straight back into this. No, he's able to dodge it with the Yules.
Yules, yeah.
Dodges it with the Yules. He's going to be fine. And now Roger's actually rolled up into the base. Yatoro tries to jump in, but the Nightmare actually ends up holding himself back. But now Iceberg, he stepped into feed script range. Have they got the damage? Yatoro is going to get a long time to hit onto Iceberg, but there's time for the disarm to come into play. V-Tune turns over towards Yatoro. Nightmare save, protecting for the tiebreak, but no, he jumps to the creep. Why did he not jump back to the... He could have jumped to Maposhka. He jumped upon on a creep right next to it. I mean, now he's dead for 60 seconds. He could have got out of that, but he didn't. As Yatoro passes up an opportunity to stay alive and dies outside of the base.
And Navi's all back up. They're just going to come right back into this fight.
Oh, yeah, they're coming in with a big push here now. Army's out here from General. But you know Yatoro now for 45 seconds off the back of that blunder. As they'll lose at least this top rack. See if Na'Vi can get anything more from them here.
Yeah, Yellow Submarine know that there's no way that they want to go to contest that one. General, he sees Mio. He sees the Wind Ranger going for these bounties, considering a TP out. Roger's setting up, but they decide against it.
Wow, 21k ahead. There's little sort of mistakes from Yellow Submarine. They just can't come out with those as Na'Vi continue to push them further and further behind. And what's the general buyback status across the board? It is just okay. It was both buybacks from Yellow Submarine on cooldown for the next 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, they've had to expend so much, and they just feel so fragile.
Yeah.
They really don't feel like they have a frontline hero in this game. Just Mio, he walks up and he just gets eaten alive on this Wind Ranger so easily by everything he's up against now. They're looking to jump out here. They're looking for V-Tune, but
it's hard to find that initiation now. Toro, he's out with the blink. Thanks, Mark is onto Mio. Mio does have the BKB. Nightmare. It's going to save him, though.
Just waiting for Roche. Na'Vi, 15 seconds, playing around the area. Picking up a full Shivas now for Iceberg, too. And the AC. So for the Lifestealer. So that PA, you know, we saw the Deso kick off in that last fight do decent, but now more armor.
And now they're going to roll in immediately onto Maposhka to magnetize as well, pushing them back. Mio puts the BKB. V-Tune's chasing him down, turns his attention over towards the side. The Supernova is there, but they're instantly taking it out. The egg will fall. Collapse goes down. 3 dead on Yellow Submarine. And Yatoro actually clipped by the Torrent Storm. He's able to put the blur. Can he jump out? He cannot. V-Tune in with the bash. Yatoro goes down. GG is called. As a proper turnaround from game one. As game one, we saw Yellow Submarine coming in with the easy play, and as we said, maybe it was just the draft in that game one, and now what we've seen in terms of performance in game two, maybe it really was just the draft, Fogged. As Na'Vi here, their play looked as hot as ever, as they crushed Yellow Submarine. No chance for Yellow Submarine to even get a chance in this game. They just got pushed back the entire time. This PA was never able to come online.
Yeah, I felt like it was just across the board. It was just so much easier for Na'Vi to play. They looked more comfortable. It didn't feel awkward. The draft was just so much easier to play. And I'm gonna look at something that I messaged you actually like before the game. So I'm like, I look at this Na'Vi draft and I wonder how the hell did they end up with that last draft? This one.
Yeah, what happened? And was it a misclick on a hero in game 1 or something?
I'm not sure. Something seemed definitely a little bit off in that last draft for Na'Vi. But when they do have heroes that they can, just play a lot easier and they have better matchups, you can see that Na'Vi, they look good. Their movements were clean in this game. Execution was great across the board. Spellcasting was good. Yellow Submarine, they looked like the ones that were lost this time around because they were so much on the back foot after the laning phase and no good ways to fight.
No, and you wouldn't say as well this time around, Yellow Submarine, would you say there was issues in the draft or you think this was literally just mistakes from the play alone?
It was a lot of mistakes from the play. Like I said in the beginning, I think Na'Vi, they had a little bit of a stronger draft, just easier to play draft. So I feel like Yellow Submarine just a couple mistakes added up and it hurt them a lot.
I certainly did there. Na'Vi, 31-13, 32 minutes in, 28k lead. A very solid win for Na'Vi. And one that they needed after what was a tough game 1 in this series. Well, we're going to be going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be very exciting to see who's actually going to pull out their best performance in that one, as we're seeing strong showings from both teams so far. Who's gonna find their strongest in the all-important game 3? Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as the series now stands. Na'Vi 1-1 against Yellow Submarine.
You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I'm rude when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are
such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out.
We couldn't have asked more for here in the CIS. Navi and Yellow Submarine. We're going to a 3-mapper, ladies and gentlemen. And it's once again, a 3-mapper for a series of ESL 1 Germany. Now, I welcome back my panel here for the game number 2 breakdown. I've got Dan Oggenot, QO. Lads, this is a showing here from Navi. It looks like they've rectified a lot of the mistakes they made in that first game, and they're coming out with a dominant second game, and now we're looking for a third.
I mean, Fogg said it perfectly. He was like, this is an infinitely better draft. He couldn't even find the word to describe how much of a better draft it was, and I agree completely. Like, Yellow Sub's draft wasn't unplayable, but it just felt like they were playing from behind from the very beginning.
Yeah, like, I think all of us like predicted that Navi's draft was so much better, but I just had to go with Yellow Submarine because they're my boys.
They're your boys. Yellow Slam Jammer, unfortunately, wasn't able to pull it out that time.
Obviously, Bane, Windranger, like, all these heroes.
I think the Windranger was fine. The Bane, not so much.
I didn't like it when it's like PA, Windranger, and Bane in the same time. Like, they're all 3 heroes are way too single target. Like, and you know that you're already dealing with this Lifestealer, Earth Spirit, and Ogre.
I think the biggest thing as well is they didn't really have a good AoE counter to the egg, right? Every single time we saw this egg pop off here for So Bad, they never really had a way of saving it or playing around it. As you said, a lot of single target stuff going on, so they could only really lock down one hero, maybe burst out one hero, but these eggs just never really got off because they had no way of playing around it with teamfight ultis.
I'm telling you, man, the Wyvern was the pick. You know, it gives you push away. You've got... Look at all the things that are going to be attacking it, right? You've got a Conqueror and a Lifestealer. So even if you pop that Rage for the extra attack speed, you just curse him, you know? And suddenly the egg pops off. You've got good save as well with your Cold Embrace. Like, there's very little magic damage coming out from Na'Vi. I think it would have been perfect, and being able to shove waves too.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see a Winter Wyvern, but unfortunately for Yellow Submarine, they drafted the Bane, so they gave us a new hero, but unfortunately they send us to a game number 3 as well. But lads, moving forward here, we talked about this at the start of this series, that it was going to be a very close one coming into it, and now we see that these drafts do affect these teams quite a lot more here. So obviously, always want to fly. He's thought about that first game draft, sent it out of his mind. He's got a new one here for game 2, looking hot. But now into game number 3, I feel like this pick priority is going to be really important for both these teams, even more than what it was for game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, incredibly important. And like we were saying in the lead up to game number 2, Phoenix is the hero of Na'Vi. They know how to play around it. They know how to exploit it, and I thought Roger played that to perfection on his Earth Spirit, constantly diving in, getting right in on their face, making sure to get the silences off, not just the stun from the Rolling Boulder, and acting the vehicle for this Lifestealer too, so you could burst down during that silence time.
Yeah. What do they need to do? I think the second pick is really important for both teams. Like, instead of this Dire or Radiant, I think both teams are much more confident with their second pick.
Nice little replay there from our friend out the back, the crybaby.
Very good, very good.
Unfortunately for Yellow Submarine, they are crying right now because they have lost their map. But they are still in this series. We have one more map to go around here for both these teams. And QA touched on it a little bit. I think it really is on this second pick trying to make sure that that Iceberg versus Toronto-Tokyo matchup is really good for one of these teams. It didn't feel like that it was a insane win for Iceberg this game, but he was able to play his hero. He had a game. He was able to do what he wanted. And then he just came in with perfect itemization, you know, getting that extra armor, had the Torrent Storm, the Halberd very early on, meant that Yatoro on this PA just couldn't really get much done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard, right? It's a double-edged sword. You need to think, right, we've got this really aggressive lineup coming from Na'Vi. So how are we going to counter that? Are we going to try and create space for our PA and enable him to use this Battle Fury to actually keep up and start to out-carry this Lifestealer, who obviously goes this very heavy, early game-ish, single-target focus style? Or are you just going to try beating them at their own game, fighting back into them, building a Desolator first item? He chose the Battle Fury. It was pretty damn late that it came out, to be perfectly honest, from Yatoro, and it was just because a lot of these other 4 heroes weren't able to do the same level of impact as, you know, an Earth Spirit, an Ogre Magi, things of that nature.
Yeah, a lot of conditions were required for Yellow Submarine to actually pull off that draft, I think, but obviously, like, Navi's not a easy team. Like,
nope. They are in this spot for a reason. They are considered one of the top teams in CIS for the region. And speaking of one of the tops, I mean, Roger, very, very good hero. It's good to see him play, again, one of his more comfort styles. We've seen it with the Rubik. He played very well in game number 1, even though they didn't take out the W. But that was very much the Roger show for me.
Yeah, and it really felt like they were a lot more in their comfort zone this time around. The fact that they had all these aggressive heroes, they were able to put the sword to Yellow Submarine and get the victory here. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us once again to go to another short break. Game number 3 is just over the horizon. Make sure you join us after this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Much like you at home, we are ready and prepared here for game number 3 between Na'Vi and Yellow Submarine. The third draft is just about to begin, and my panel here are super excited to show you guys how this CIS showdown will end up. Will it be Na'Vi? Will it be Yellow Submarine? We'll have to wait after the draft to see. Lads, welcome back here. Dan QO, game number 3 draft. It's coming in hot and heavy. Talked about this basically, you know, ad nauseum right now. The drafts mean a lot, and especially in this series.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Na'Vi this time around have the second pick overall, so they're going to have the last pick of the entire draft, which is always really handy to have, especially for someone like Iceberg. Again, I think it goes back to the draft at the very beginning, like the bans phase, the first, because it felt like if Yellow Sub are able to get to the late game, they have confidence in themselves to be able to outcarry anyone. So it's about blocking through these picks that are able to run over them, you know, your Juggernauts, your Lifestealers, things of that nature. And Na'Vi are probably going to look to do the opposite. They want to get rid of things that enable you to farm into the late game or are just inherently good, like the Spectre, the Faceless Void, the Magnus.
I wonder what they're gonna be doing for the Lifestealer. Just because I think VTune's hero pool are all like a PL, not Terrorblade, Morphling, these sort of like a late game, and that's why like I was expecting that Collapse will do like
just
do
ban it.
against it, but do well against it, but I don't know, that like Lifestealer performance like last game, I think that was really good. Maybe he realized in this series he can just pick all this lane dominating hero, Monkey King, Ulsa, Chaos Knight.
Okay, they're going to go for the Bloodseeker once again. That was going to be my question for you, Kyo, was whether or not you feel like Yellow Submarine and Collapse specifically was going to move away from this Bloodseeker. This is the first time we've seen it picked up for this tournament as well. It's in an elimination series, so it's going to have to work out for them.
Yeah, surprised they're still picking Bloodseeker. At least they banned Lifestealer before they do that.
Yeah,
but
I think they have a lot of confidence in their style, right? Like they still executed okay in that game. It just felt like Lifestealer was able to run over all of their different strategies. And the Mars actually coming out from Na'Vi. So something a little bit different, something that I know you're a big fan of. And I suppose just abusing the fact that Lifestealer is out of the equation, right? It's one of those heroes that can get right in on top of him, can deal damage, can make him not have an early game. And we talk about these other heroes that are able to punish it. Aggressive ones. Juggernaut, a little bit. Ricky, number 1 in your mind.
yeah. And Ulsa's Chaos Knight, I think these are like a really big priority. Monkey King as well. Or just any sort of... Because I always think that you just pick like one lane strong hero and you just give mid like a last pick good priority, and this Bloodseeker won't be able to actually play out the game. And if this hero is not ahead, I think you're never gonna play like your game.
On the Mars or on the Bloodseeker?
On the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
I mean, it feels like to me that Collapse has been playing extremely well in this Bloodseeker so far. We saw in a lot of those matchups that he was having, he was coming out on top of the CS. Yeah, it might be even, you know, against something like a Lifestealer, but if Yellow Submarine can put themselves in a position, specifically with a lot of these second phase bans coming out from them, put them in a good position where the Bloodseeker can have an even matchup or even a good one, then Collapse is one of those players to me that can really abuse that lane and come out on top in the mid game.
Yeah, I think this Mars pick coming up from Na'Vi is actually a lot of respect shown by them, because Collapse, he's shown that he's able to dominate a lane if you give him that Mars. Plus, really strong with the Phoenix too, just to be able to be that front line, soak up all of that damage. Also, the synergy between the Egg and the Arena is really nice. So Na'Vi making sure to get that block pick through, and they go with a Willow to follow up on that, which actually, I'm pretty sure they haven't lost on this patch with the Dark Willow. So putting a lot of faith in that, saying, look, Roger, this is your game to carry us. Really nice synergy together with the Mars as well, just guaranteeing you're going to whack into that arena.
Another thing is like it's the same condition for Yellow Submarines. Like they have to decide what to play against this Mars and Willow, and usually it's a very strong lane. And if the Lifestealer is banned, what else can you actually pick? I want to see Ricky.
Yeah,
like
I
you
mean, you've been
mentioned.
harping
Yeah.
on this, Ricky, for a long time. We've seen it as the counter to the Invoker. We'll see whether or not that Yellow Submarine are going to pick that up for your Toro. Be interested to see if they do want to go for that. It is one of those games where it is the final game in a best of 3, lads, so you don't want to try and go for something that you're not well versed in. I'm sure your Toro has played a lot of Ricky, but it's whether or not they're comfortable with playing it in a competitive setting.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I feel like Ricky, it's not the hardest to execute, I suppose. You know, it's all about the early game, these little skirmishes going back and forth. And if you are harassing a fair amount, you're also not just helping out yourself and stopping the Mars from having a good early game. You're helping out Collapse on your Bloodseeker as well, right? Because you're going to have more people on low HP.
Yeah.
You just get the benefit from that.
Because like Ricky versus Mars lane is it's a bloodbath, like bloodfest, like how both hero gonna have like 40%, 30% HP, but Ricky just regens faster. That's how like a Ricky usually beats against Mars. I like because Yellow Submarine has this first pick. I think they really need to get the advantage here. Otherwise, it's gonna end up like a same same way as like what had happened last game.
Ooh, Spectre coming out. Okay. Well, that's their late game secured and, you know, really effective, especially if Mars is able to soak up a lot of that initial damage. Phoenix is a decent counter to the Spectre though, right? You just need to be concerned about Spec getting right in on the backlines and dealing with you before you're able to have your big impact through your Sunray.
And I also think like Bloodseeker is just fine against the Spectre. Like we were keep talking about that Bloodseeker needs to get treated with the like strong laner, but I think Spectre is one of the weak, like a right-clicking hero that doesn't damage much, and Bloodseeker will never be like a low HP unless they plan out this kill perfectly with mid rotation or like off-lane rotation.
Plus, Blood Right is pure damage as well, so it does get through the dispersion. So happy with that if you're Collapse here. But what do they try and pair up as that position 5? We've seen it time and time again against these Spectres where you pick this position 5 and it doesn't really give you all too much in the way of defending yourself. So
Sven, huh?
All right.
Yeah.
Going to play a little bit faster here. We saw it from Miracle. Was able to take down Ace's Spectre, so we'll see if they can emulate that here, Can Yellow Submarine. Is this good enough against the Mars Dark Willow, though? That is my big question here. Is that lane strong enough in your eyes, QO, to make sure that General as well as Roger don't just pop off?
Well, it really depends on like what position 5 you're pairing with, and
Enchantress is still in the pool. I'm a
yeah,
little
like
surprised.
if you pick Enchantress, something like I think they need to go for that route. If you just pick weak support, I think Willow and Mars just gonna punch that support, and Sven's eventually gonna get kicked out from the lane.
Even Na'Vi can just pick the Ench, right? Like, good to pair together a strong support with a Spec, which isn't fantastic in the lane. Sure, the Bloodseeker is still going to get an okay amount of farm, but you secure your own late game.
I think from Navi's perspective, rather than just picking like a strong laner, maybe it's just better them to pick like one support they can roam with the team, because like you just admit that you lose this lane, because even if it's Enchantress like bringing this creep, this Bloodseeker won't get harassed as much as like, so might as well just give it up on the lane.
Okay, so something else that pairs well with the Willow, you reckon?
Yeah.
Undying.
But,
I mean, it's not great at roaming Undying. You know, you want to be as static as possible, basically, in that lane.
The question I was going to ask you guys before we see these picks start rolling through. Oh, Viper. All right, so Yellow Submarine are like, Nigma did it, boys. We're going to do it too. They're going to run the Viper here. The question I was going to ask you guys heading into this is, would either team have liked a Warlock here? Spectre Warlock is one of the age-old classics.
Yeah.
There's a lot of team fight.
I was thinking that a little bit. Obviously, you've got a good amount of AoE already on Navi's side, but when Kua started mentioning about roaming, I'm like, well, Warlock's probably even worse than the Undying at that, so...
It's like if you go Warlock Spectre, you have 0 kill threat. You're just gonna be keep healing Spectre, and hopefully he does like a good last hitting. And against the Bloodseeker, you really don't wanna, like, because he moves fast. Everything that moves fast like counters Warlock.
Okay.
So, but yeah, well, I wanna see this Viper as position 5. You know.
You want to see a 5 Viper
against Mars.
So you just want to see him just run into that lane of Poshka and just start spitting on some fools?
Oh, I really think like a Viper can actually man fight the Willow 1v1 as well. Like that's the first requirement they need. And even if Viper gets aimed by this Mars and Willow, like if you make them low somehow, and I think he can just bring up this regen and items to the Sven, and they will be able to continuously lane.
Okay.
Yeah, just go into something that's like you can build Greaves, for example. It means the Bloodseeker can go a bit more of an aggressive style, you know, Phase Boots, Your Scepter, Veil, and then, you know, progress in that way. And yeah, just let the Viper be the the more sustain-y type role, and you've also got the Phoenix on top of that. So you've got a lot of ways to enable Sven to just be on the front lines. And I agree with your 5 suggestion, just because it doesn't feel like a Mio hero, right?
Yeah.
He needs to be roaming around. He needs to be doing a lot. And Viper is very static. He needs to stay in his lane, and he needs everyone else to converge in onto him.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if Mio plays Viper, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I think throughout like the whole tournament, he was always playing this mobile hero. He shined the most when he was playing on that hero. And with the Bloodseeker, they need like some sort of connecting heroes to actually play fast, because Sven isn't the one who can play fast.
What are they banning
They're
out?
going to ban the IO and the Disruptor, so it seems like Na'Vi really feel like Maposhu's hero is the one that's left here. I'm going to have to echo what you guys said. I feel like that we need to see something strong coming in from Mio here. Yeah, he might be able to dominate the lane, but Na'Vi's got last pick overall.
I want a Storm Spirit. I want Storm Spirit to come out here from Yellow Submarine. They've got very limited stuns. If you're on point with your positioning, which Mio has shown plenty of times that he is, you're not going to get speared. You know, it's going to be very hard to lock him down, and it gives you a way to just get in onto those backlines, get attention away from this Phoenix, which is always good, and then Sven can follow in beyond that.
Yeah.
Ags is super hot this game as well.
Pretty good, yeah.
Kunkka?
Kunkka's okay.
Kunkka?
It's a little passive again, though, right? It's not a mobile hero at the end of the day.
I think Iceberg plays like way too good of Kunkka. If they pick Storm, it wouldn't really matter, because they won't be able to pick Kunkka anyways. But if he pick something else and then pick Kunkka, like there's like 70%, 80% of the heroes get countered by.
Well,
so
sorry to say, lads.
Viper.
I'm sorry to say, lads, we will be seeing Mio on the Viper here. I mean,
it's another stun, which is nice.
They've got a lot of burst potential with the Maledict. We've seen it against Spectres before.
They do. I'm just concerned about how they're going to be starting these team fights, right? Like, is Viper just going to run his face into them and then risk dying? Yeah, that's all I can really think of.
Maybe they'll just think about win lane and play like passive a bit. Let this Sven like farms Ascension, just block their pathway whenever they come in for the gank. But
and then try and hit a timing at like 30 minutes before the Spectres that strong?
I think that's too late.
Too late, yeah.
20. I think you have to do it like earlier.
Well, you would have to assume that it's Iceberg's hero last. Things that can lane into a Viper. Wind Ranger is in the pool.
Yeah. She is still there. See whether or not Iceberg wants to pick it up. I mean, he could still pick Conquer if he wanted to. It's going to be a horrible matchup for him, but see whether or not he feels confident doing that. They're going to go with the Nature's Prophet here. Okay.
Yeah.
Same vein.
Don't mind this at all. Again, global strategy. Yeah, and that's basically all you need to know. I'm feeling more confident about Navi's draft with this one. Unfortunate, because I really like Yellow Submarine, and I want to see them get a bit more of the spotlight, you know, being at the front of the stage, but I just think it's going to be a little too much, even with the Viper, to deal with this Spectre in the late game.
Yeah, it's same feeling for me. I think that game 2 draft, I think Navi was better. Even game 3 draft, like Navi is better, but not as worse as like a previous game.
Not as game 1.
So you feel like the drafts are a little closer here for game number 3, Kua?
I think draft is a little more even.
Okay.
Like, I think first game was Yellow Submarine, second game was heavily Navi favored. I think this game is like slightly Navi favored. So I'll try to go with Yellow Submarine.
I was going to say, is the power of love for Collapse here a little bit more than what the power of the draft is? What about you, Matt? Who are you going to sit with for this one? You'll recoup some losses after today, so...
I have been perfect this series, all right? I'm going to go with Na'Vi. I really want to see them buy that 4 stuff, though. You can't be getting caught inside that Nether Toxin with this Spectre, making the same mistake that we saw in the first series of the day.
All right, well, let's see if the boys of Yellow Submarine can continue their dream run here for ESL 1 Germany, or whether or not Na'Vi are going to punch their ticket into the playoffs. We're going to leave it with our casters for today. It's going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, game 3, the all-important decider ready to play out between the two of them, Na'Vi and Yellow Submarine. And Fogged, who's starting off with the stronger hand here?
I definitely think it's a lot more even this time around compared to the last 2 drafts, as Akio was saying. I like Na'Vi just because I think this is when they've shown their most dominance, is when they had Mars and the Willow. And they've got this combo coming in together with these 2 heroes. Do think that they can look to put a lot of pressure on too. I think with this like Nature's Prophet in the mid lane, they can do a lot with Iceberg. I think he can be very mobile and just break Mio a little bit, break his ankles. We'll see if it does play out though, because Yellow Submarine, I do think that they've got a pretty strong draft too. They're just a little bit more greedy. I'm a little worried about the Sven.
Yeah, well, we'll see sort of what sort of game Yatoro can have, because last game it was a little bit rough from Yatoro. We did see him die, sort of off on his own a couple of times during the farming phase when he was working with the Battle Fury. So maybe that's on him, maybe that's on his team for not being able to make places that are safe enough for him to farm. We'll see if they can change that this time and just get him into a bit of a better place a little sooner so that he is going to have some relevancy against Na'Vi's cause.
I think he should be able to get away with going to the triangle at some point. I'm just worried about the lane. I know Witch Doctor's like one of those very strong laners, but this Mars and this Willow, especially in the hands of Na'Vi, like Roger plays very aggressively with it, and so does General. They look to just constantly kill, and I feel like as a Witch Doctor, you can be punished. It's very important about your positioning on Miposhka to make sure you're not caught on the side at all.
Oh yeah.
You get hit by two, you get like speared into a double. You get hit by 2 brambles, you're dead every single time. So.
Yeah, this top lane is definitely going to be incredibly difficult for them. I mean, and some of the other lanes as well, right? Also, kind of good for Na'Vi. You know, Na'Vi obviously having the chance to pick their mid lost, and they get Iceberg. The Prophet, a hero that doesn't care about being against a Viper too much at all, right?
Nope. I mean, I say nope, but I saw Chessie actually get, in the first, I think it was the first 5 minutes or so in the game that I saw this morning, he was getting owned by Weeha, and then he came back afterwards. But usually, for the most part, I do see the Nature's Prophet. They do very well in the matchup. You're able to last it better. You just eat a lot of harassment is the only thing that happens from the Vipers. But Mio, I mean, he knows this matchup. He lays down the Nether Toxin right away. Treants can't walk up. And he'll just push it in immediately.
Yeah, just secure himself that first wave and range creep without any chance of Iceberg denying.
Yep. Does mean that Iceberg's going to get every single last hit under the tower, though, as this Nature's Prophet here with 2 Treants. Shouldn't miss any of them. Yeah, nicely done. And then so Iceberg should be fine in this one.
Yeah. There's no excuse for him dying here.
Yeah.
I'm sure he won't solo against the Viper. Then down at the bottom lane, Spectre with V-Tune with the backup of Always Wanna Flies and dying. Is this sort of a lane where the Spectre's going to be feeling pretty safe?
It's a lot of trade of regen and stuff like that. And it's about like the level 2s in particular for both sides to look for these kills. I think the Spectre should be able to farm. As long as the Undying doesn't waste a Soul Rip or misplay with his mana pool or anything, I think V-Tune should be able to farm down here nicely. Because at some point, we're either going to see the Undying suicide or we're going to see the Phoenix suicide. One of these two are going to do something like that to get their mana back.
Well, we'll see. See which team's carrier is going to have the safest start. And then, in terms of the tools that Yellow Submarine are going to have to kill the Spectre later on, do you feel like they've got enough? Just sort of having I mean, the big spells, right, are the break from the Viper and the Maledict from the Witch Doctor can really come into play.
Even the hard stun is also a little annoying too. Even the Rupture and all that too, because Spectre does require a bit of mobility. Yeah, I think it'd be a bit tough for V-Tune.
And we'll see how V-Tune wants to play as well with his own build-up. We are going to see that Blade Mail rushed out this game. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of damage that Yellow Submarine are going to be throwing out in the team fight that will be turned around on them. Top lane, it's alright. Just get hit by the spear, but he's able to cut his way through the trees.
Much harder lane for Yotaro than it is on the opposing side for V-Tune. I feel like V-Tune's going to get away with, like we said, pretty much all the farm down bottom. He should be able to keep himself sustained too with an Undying. I just don't feel that for Yotaro up here. I feel like this is it's just a hard lane. Range creep gets denied again. I think that's the second time I saw up top. They do have the Maledict, but it's only a level 1 Maledict, but they're going to try. They're actually punching hard into General.
It's going to be some good damage. Won't be enough to kill him with the Fairy Fire. And he has got the salve ready to pop himself back up.
Yeah, he'll be healthy. He'll be back up to full, and Yotaro is very limited. And he had to go boots early, too, even on the Sven for himself.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty useful against the just juking around the brown balls and trying to dodge these spears.
It's very nice versus the Orb of Venom, too, at least, too, of the Mars. The Orb of Venom constant poke harassment is something I've seen these Marses do a lot lately.
Bloodbright is there on Always Wanna Fly, puts the Fairy Fires into the trees, collapses, just trying to find him, and they'll get it. First blood goes for Yellow Submarine.
Very nice. Not slowing down the Spectre's farm too much, but at least getting themselves that type of kill. And they will look to actually farm up a big stack here too, so bad. With the Blood Right as well. They tried to pull the experience away from V-Tune. You saw how he moved it upwards. They will get all that XP though on the Spectre too. But nice maximizing coming out from Yellow Submarine down here. This is a pretty nice lane.
See around
middle.
Yeah, he's farming a tree.
Yeah,
top
he's doing
CS
very
right
well.
now. They're the last hits, so Iceberg, for as safe as he is in terms of farming and just not dying, not able to stop Mio from getting away with a total free farm here to start the game.
No, definitely not. But he's gonna hit 6 at a very, very good timing on this Nature's Prophet. So I feel like those side lanes, we're gonna look to those to get ganked. His bottom again, trying to commit onto the Undying.
So the time of the 2-man decay. So bad these Fire Spirits on V-Tune, stopping him from being able to truly commit on the Phoenix.
Oh, the courier, it's so bad. It dies to range creep. Amaterasu, the most beautiful courier ever, goes down.
And Collapse, we'll see, yeah, he's got the urn done now in this lane, so now always one of Fly's got to be that. A little bit more careful about losing his life down here.
Oh, Iceberg actually TP's in for the bounty runes. Not quite level 6 yet. He might find. Oh, he doesn't see the courier. That would have been pretty nice. And speaking of courier, Mio is rushing Meteor Hammer.
Wait, what?
Naked Meteor Hammer Viper.
All right. I mean,
I think I know why.
Well,
I think he's
go on, give the
expecting-
reasoning. Yeah.
My idea of it is, he's expecting this Nature's Prophet to TP gank all over, right? So he's just gonna Meteor Hammer the mid tower. Right?
Doesn't sound bad. Doesn't sound bad. I mean, Viper Strikes are pretty heavy slow as well. I imagine if you Viper Strike someone, it gives you the time to lay down a Meteor on them, maybe?
Maybe. I think it's mostly just to force in the lanes and just force these towers down. Because he's going to be the one actually hitting towers.
Well, that's the thing.
Jungling, right?
Yeah, they don't really have a hero that's going to be hitting towers, do they?
Yeah. I think I'm alright with this. It sounds interesting to me. He's also not playing versus the craziest amount of stuns.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the Fear from the Willow, the Cursed Crown, and a Spear. So a lot of times like channeling, he won't be able to get it off.
I mean, we'll see. Again, another kill
on
onto Always Wanna Fly. So bad and Collapse diving him down, and that will give, the first few earn charges for Collapse to play with. So once he hits 6, he's going to be pretty scary with a Rupture. Offensive earns good to go. So the lane continues to be a bit of a struggle for V-Tune. I mean, I guess both him and Yatoro being slowed down to the same pace, really.
Yeah, they're both really struggling in their lanes. Like Yatoro, look at his item build. It's like the least greedy build ever. 2 points in stun, phase boot into Wraithband. He's playing about like just trying to survive in the lane, get himself some armor. TP's coming in. Big Wrath.
Big Nature's Wrath as well from Berg. Excellently placed there, bouncing around, even able to cancel the south of Miposhka. He's got to be cautious, and with this movement, Iceberg, he's in on the tower. He's going to start pushing. Mio, he's going to come over with the TP. Look to try and hold this. Mio's presence will put a stop to the push. Iceberg immediately TP's back towards mid, and he knows with the Viper coming up here, he's not going to be able to get back mid anytime soon. So Iceberg can clean up the mid lane.
They'll send the Sven mid, though. Not the worst situation for Yatoro. He's got the points in cleave to at least push the lane out, and he's got access to his jungle right next to him. He doesn't want to be top anymore anyway. So not too bad.
No, this Willow Mars lane, very scary right now.
Yeah, throwing in that Wrath. We knew it was going to come at some point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom again. Collapse. He's got the 6 now.
So you always want to fly. He's going to get ruptured, and out to the urn he goes there. Second charge thrown over by Collapse, secures the kill. Always Wanna Fly goes down, and Iceberg is not able to make anything happen with this. As they back away. And space is given to Yatoro.
Yeah, pretty nice for Collapse. He's going to get off to a very good start, a very fast Veil for his team. Very nice Veil game. Phoenix, Viper, Witch Doctor. I think every game is a good Veil game pretty much, but this looks like a very good one.
Some nice items found here as well for the Yellow Submarine Talent and the Arcane Ring out. Mio, he'll hold on to that Arcane Ring.
Those are some nice items picked up, and yeah, Mio pretty much has the Meteor Hammer finished up.
He's got it. So now, what do you... Oh, top, the arena's down. I've managed to trap Miposhka. General walks up for the easy kill and taking the Witch Doctor out means that this tower is probably going to be taken down as well by Na'Vi. General pushing forward. And, yeah, here we go. So Mio, he's got the hammer. What is it? Yeah, what is the plan now? You start looking at the towers, you start eyeing up the lanes, you stay out of the jungle. You're looking for... What's he going to be able to do?
Hey, we'll see. Maybe he can land a Meteor Hammer with a Sven stun or something wacky. But looks like he's going to use it on mid. Here we go. Yep. The counter push for the towards the Ninja Prophet.
We'll pop the glyph here for the first usage.
Yatoro's even playing with his team right now as a Sven. He's looking to
he's in.
stun Iceberg.
Yeah, I think Iceberg was a little surprised to see the Sven there. I think Yatoro was a little surprised to see him.
Look, Max let 3 points in the stun. He's looking to get involved with his team. Pretty surprising versus Undying. As Mio in the front line.
They're going to jump in with a haunt straight away onto Mio. Mio's just caught on the high ground, tries to turn, but he's already burst out. Again, we're seeing some big old Nature's Wraths coming in at this stage from Iceberg, causing complete destruction in these fights. Well, Submarine just not ready to deal with this sort of this global turn up and go that Na'Vi have between the Spectre and the Nature's Prophet.
Yatoro's getting stalked. He's getting TP cancelled by Iceberg. He's just pushing him away. He actually has to run away from the jungle because of those TPs.
They might still find something in Na'Vi as well. Around this 10-minute rune. It's going to be able to be grabbed by Collapse. He steps in to pick it up. Because whilst this is happening, this is all 4 bounties by the looks of it, right? Going to Na'Vi, yep. Iceberg, he's able to get over that. Pick him up.
Oh, they're ganking him though. Yatoro's TPing in with the God Strength, level 3 stun. They'll find us.
They should do it. Put the blood right down. No chance for Iceberg to get out of there. But he got all the 4 bounty runes. At the same time, over towards mid. Mio's dying.
Uh-oh.
Mio falls. I mean, sure, you lost Iceberg, but you killed their mid, and you got 4 bounty runes. So Na'Vi, they're going to be happy.
And it's a Viper that you're killing. This hero, we talk about this ad nauseum. If you start dying as a Viper, you probably are going to chain start dying over and over again.
Especially with this kind of build, right? This is you're sort of pigeonholing yourself into a very specific utilization of what you could do. And it's not really going to change. You know, you go for this Meteor Hammer into bots build on the Viper as a mid laner. Bottom lane.
And
Nature's Wrath. Again, Iceberg. Sit up onto Yatoro. He's trying to run. He'll turn with a stun. He's hiding in the trees, but Na'Vi's found him. Na'Vi 2k up. Making big moves, and again, as I said after the last game, Yatoro, him dying early is just such a huge hit to Yellow Submarine. Last game, he was behind on the PA. This game, he's already died twice as the Sven. They can't let Yatoro die, especially when you have your mid Viper doing this sort of build, right? It's all on the Sven. Sven is your only carry this game.
And Sven is already behind Spectre, which is something that if you already have that happening in a game, you feel super bad. Like, the nature of just Sven in general has to be playing above. He has to be playing at a net worth advantage over Spectre. Yeah, this build actually might be biting Mio in the ass a bit hard here, because I felt like this is a game, too, where he really, with his team in particular, too, like the mech and the Greaves and Pipe, they fit so well with his team to fight as 4 while the Sven is farming, but...
Yeah, especially with the Sven going for the stun and getting as active as he was trying to, you know, Yatoro. He wanted to fight with the team, but yeah, not these early items to back up a carry getting that active.
No. Yeah, this might really hurt them, as all 3 cores of Na'Vi farming great, and as we always say, right, Spectre farming first 12 minutes, he's quite ahead. Usually a pretty good recipe for success. Even though he's playing versus the Viper, this Viper has already been significantly shut down. Now finally has boots, 12 minutes. He just got his boots.
It's just sort of slow stuff across the board. Yatoro, he's got the Midas, but 12 minutes is, you know, not a crazy timing.
Uh-oh, Mio again. The Blink's already ready for General.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. Arena's down, and Mio is out.
And now
let's
also
find another
Sobad.
Sobad. He's been caught. Iceberg with the Orchid, good to go.
Uh-oh.
This is, I mean, after game 2 and now into game 3, what happened to the Yellow Submarine of game 1? As this game, it doesn't look great. Some of their picks, their builds, and now their play, it's getting rolled over by Na'Vi.
It's looking real weird, I'll be honest. Even with like the 3-point stun Sven, it's something you just don't see teams really do. Especially when he has like a Viper, where this is like all about space making for Sven. He's not taking that space and just being able to go farm with it. He's gone for this weird build. He has the Midas at least, like we said.
But
it's
slow.
Pick up farm, but it's slow, and
would you not?
It
would
feels
you not?
all bad for Yellow Submarine, really.
I mean, is that the way going like this, where you're falling behind the Spectre? You go for the Midas to try and keep up out farm, or would you have liked to sort of see him maybe go straight for the Echo and actually get fighting items sooner than trying to play the long game against the Spectre?
Oh God, I'm not too sure. I think he was in such a bad spot already, and he's probably like, I need levels, I need farm. I think he was just desperate for something. He didn't know what to get. I think the Midas is trying to give him those levels because he'd just be too slow otherwise. Yeah.
All right, how's Mio doing? He got his brown boot stunt.
Yeah, he did.
But the dream of the bots is dead. BKB is going to be queued up.
They will be able to burst him. He will die.
Last bit of the Viper Strike coming into play.
And now the Meteor Hammer on the
tower.
tower.
Here we go.
We're seeing it.
Meteor Hammer action from Mio.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Still a 2k gold lead for Na'Vi, and this is, like we keep saying, if Sven is behind a Spectre in farm, it feels real bad in the game, just because, you know, Sven has a cleave. He always wants to be playing ahead. And it's by a decent margin, too. Yellow Submarine looking to still play on this aggressive portion here, though. Still trying to make the space for the Sven to get that farm up, as he still does have these Ancients continuing to be stacked up for himself. Always want to fly, trying to step out. He has this ward vision here for a moment.
The seeds of
And they will still be able to get themselves 2 bounties. Keep themselves farming up. You know, hemorrhage, or stop the hemorrhage of that was happening before, but General with this blink, he's
just finding kills. Poshka, he's going to go down as well as his courier. General's able to set up for the 2 of them onto the side. They're going to have the combo. He's going to pop the Supernova, but they'll have no trouble taking that down. As the egg will fall, Na'Vi just finding kills wherever they roll. And Yellow Submarine just still desperately trying to scramble for space for Yatoro to farm.
Another one for General.
They're actually going to come out with the horn. They might even have a chance onto Mio as well. They want to jump for it. Vichu's going to stay on top of him. He's committed for this one. I mean, TPs are coming in. Silences them, and Poshka will throw out a cast. They're going to dive in a little further, but it's a little too deep now past the tier 2, especially with the respawn of Sobat coming in. They'll turn over towards Roger. Roger will die to the Death Ward. See if Yellow Submarine can get anything more from this. Sunray out onto Vichu and always want to fly, but they don't quite have the lockdowns. Those 2 are out there.
Not too bad. Get themselves at least some type of kill. I feel like any time that they can get any trades, it's good. Yatoro, he's getting the space to farm. He's now past that Spectre, finally. Still wants to be way more ahead, of course, but, you know, any type of small gain, that's what they're looking for here at this deficit. And how many Atoses are they building, too? 1, 2... Is that a 3 Atos? Okay, they're building 2 Atoses. They do want to keep him inside of that Nether Toxin, of course, versus that Spectre. But they're going to build itemized versus, especially in 1 Atos. They're probably going to get like a 4-step, and he's going to have Manta at some point, so. General, ult's back available, has a haste in the ruin. They have a good ward. It's watching Yatoro as well. Might be the option they go for, these 3 down bottom. This could be big for Na'Vi.
So what sort of jump General can get. He's been getting some good ones so far. He's going to take out the courier and look to start things off over to the side. Gets the arena down. They do manage to fully focus him. He's able to find the spear onto the Viper. General will fall. Now collapse over towards Roger. This is going to be a fight for Yellow Submarine to write home about, as they'll take down both General and Roger. As General,
they got the vision.
Yeah, just a little too deep with the jump and not enough backup there that time. They didn't want to follow him up on that one, Na'Vi.
Yeah, a little bit far. No haunt available either yet, so they were a little reluctant, and it's the way that the fight kicks off too. He doesn't actually get the spear before his, you know, as the ult goes out, Yatoro gets the stun off, and from there it's turned. Doing a decent job of fixing the mistakes from earlier.
They are. I mean, Yatoro, he's been able to get away without getting caught out for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Damp on him. Poshka. It will be a freebie. Of course, these supports aren't what matters in the big picture. It's all about the cause, and Yellow Submarine that Yatoro continues to get the space, and Na'Vi that V-Tune does so for them. And they're pretty even. You're both cores standing there towards the top.
Yatoro gets himself, he's been double stacking for himself around the Ancients, stacking his own Ancient and the hard camp multiple times.
He's picked it up big time. I mean, but Midas was there at 12 minutes. Now, what, 6 minutes later, he has Echo and pretty much a BKB. I believe the Ogre Club was on the Courier, so you know, it'll be 19 minutes. You know, so within 6 minutes, he's picked up an Echo Saber and a BKB without any issue.
I mean, Mio also almost has BKB done too. Yeah. So those, you know, those general initiations that were really strong for a good like 6 or 7 minutes, it feels like, might be stopped. If they can get the BKB off before the spear attaches them to the wall, they can look to turn the fights.
Yeah,
they just drop down everything.
And blow. I mean, any of the cores, you know, having this Witch Doctor, as long as Poshka is able to get Maledict down, the General Iceberg or V-Tune, those heroes will absolutely die to a few good hits from Yatoro with the God Strength. They'll die over time, and in a way that Na'Vi just aren't going to have the sustain to help against. I mean, I guess the Soul Rip will be there, but that's all right. It's just going to be the one heal on one target.
And they're going to have double BKB at the same timing here. This is pretty huge for Yellow Submarine. Their BKBs actually counteract pretty much everything from Na'Vi. They still have to worry about like the tombstone and stuff like that, but they have a lot of things to deal with it. Collapse, he won't be so lucky.
Yeah, trying to juke out any follow-up. As many heroes there were here, no chance for him.
Actually throws down the Rupture. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead for 30 seconds of the 60 or so, you know.
Oh, they're camping around this area here for the bounty. There's no ult on the Mars. There is a Spectre ult, though. Spectre does not have Manta available.
All right. For the easy one first, try for the Undying. BKB's out as well. Toro commits to the God Strike, takes down one. He's now going to turn over towards Iceberg. Iceberg, he has to TP out of this. Iceberg, is he going to get away? He will. He'll live. Supernova down. Vichu trying with the TP out. Vichu makes it out of there. He'll live with the TP back to base. We're certainly seeing your Yellow Submarines showing up, and Na'Vi having to be very careful about how they fight around. They're starting to really feel the power of Yutoro and these quick BKBs, as Na'Vi not quite happy to fight into Yellow Submarine right now, despite the gold lead that they do have.
Yeah, I think he disassembled for the BKB, right? Yeah, he disassembled his Echo for the BKB right before the fight. Yeah. I was wondering, I was like, wait, what? But yeah, tough fight when Na'Vi runs into all those BKBs they see. A little bit of a difficult spot. Even though Collapse was still dead, they can't just like full commit onto there. And that is Haunt used. That is the big thing. Sure, it was an egg used on the other side, but I just feel like Yellow Submarine is starting to find themselves some decent footing in this game. Almost 12 on the Phoenix too, so bad. So these eggs, very likely to pop, as we see in a lot of these situations. It does seem a little hard for Na'Vi to just full commit onto it. Yeah, pretty good item time. His Echo Saber now recompleted, and he's queued up the Ags. So he has, yeah, the BKB and the Ags are going to be very strong for him. He pretty much doesn't have to worry about the Mars at all in that point. You know, he's just charge through the wall, or just BKB walk through it and focus fire very nicely onto a Spectre or onto a Nature's Prophet. That he has good matchups. And they're smoked.
Yeah, 20. He's not got God Strength quite yet. About 15 seconds until it's up. I'm going to find Always Want to Fly. The easy kill. Actually going to drop down the Tombstone, so that'll be easy farming for them. Or maybe not. Na'Vi's still trying to fight this. But it's into the BKBs of Yellow Submarine. This is not an easy fight for Na'Vi to try and take. They've got to get out. Iceberg will. He will get away. As Yutoro... I mean, did he put that God Strength as soon as it came back? He did. Okay, so he didn't have it any sooner.
Yeah.
Only just came back up.
He was really mad. It was like a split second from him getting that kill. He has his Midas up, but he's like, I kind of want to Roche because my God Strength's going, it feels. But maybe they can catch Na'Vi off guard.
Na'Vi's eyeing this up.
He's got Midas. He doesn't want to be around here. Yutoro. He's like, pull me a camp. Thank you. He didn't use it.
He didn't use it. Oh, he was on the big creep.
Oh, that's the big one.
There we go. There we go. Efficiency.
Efficiency indeed. Keeping it close, though. Na'Vi still keeping themselves at this 3K constant gold lead, but we're seeing these fights. It's not easy for Na'Vi just to commit into these BKBs.
Final pickoff.
They will.
So bad, left behind on the mid lane. I guess the thing is, though, these fights are kind of coming relatively frequently early on, so the BKB charges are being burnt through kind of early. You know, we had a couple in already, just 22 minutes in.
And God Strength was used to that. It has a pretty long cooldown. Na'Vi, they've got the Manta on the Spectre. They're just committing into the Roche. They're going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah, no chance for Yellow Submarine to do anything about this. You say ult's down, and the Phoenix gone. It's a free Aegis for Na'Vi and for Vichu, and he's also pretty much got the Diffusal Blade coming out. So this Spectre, very scary. The BKB is ever more important for Yellow Submarine. Just the usage of them has to be perfect.
General.
I don't know if he has many ways of getting out of this one. He does not. Straight out and down from the Yules he's brought with that Storm Hammer. General goes out.
They smoke, though. Like, as soon as the Aegis was taken by Na'Vi, Yellow Submarine are the ones to smoke and look for the fight, because like we were saying before, they have God Strength and Egg available. They're still feeling strong, even fighting into that Aegis. Sven is at a pretty strong point. Same thing with that Viper.
And Mio.
Mio. To be a bit careful
kind of,
around here.
Dancing around this point.
No initiation though. That's
yeah. General's
when
dead.
General's dead, they feel a lot safer to make these type of aggressive moves because he's the only actual big initiator in the entire game. It feels like until Sven has Zags. As he is approaching, Iceberg shows himself a moment bottom. We'll have to back away. As this is a long TP, Yatoro. Oh, he'll get away, but Collapse. Will he?
It's a good turn. Collapse, he's going to hold his ground. Iceberg committed with the BKB, trying to beat down Collapse, and with the help of the Horn, they do. V-Tune takes him out. The rest of Yellow Submarine on the retreat. Sobar's going to pop the egg, but they're going to look to take it out. Can they do so in time? They can. Oh. V-Tune's able to put it to an end. Yule Scepter to cancel the TP out from Eposhka. As Na'Vi, they'll clean up a third.
If General doesn't use that Witch Doctor there, that egg pops, because the Witch Doctor was mid-cask animation to stun them under it. But he ends up using them beforehand. It's very nicely done as they set up for... Yeah, and even like the way that they set up that gang too, the Sprout on the high ground blocking the path, even if he cuts the tree, there's still too much Sprout because of the way he placed it. Very nicely done by Na'Vi. Finally get their lead up a bit past that 3,000.
Yeah, and V-Tune is just 4-0-4. This is a game where the Spectre's not dying. Sven still keeping up and in fact taking the top spot in farm. But a lot of weight on Yatoro. As I mean, the levels as well. You know, Yatoro is gearing up at a very impressive rate. And
and he's got the natural build-up to go for the Silver Edge eventually.
So they're trying to poke out a BKB from Yatoro. Is he going to feel forced to do so? He's getting low, but he's able to run off to the side. Still, Yellow Submarine trying to fight this as Collapse. He sets forward with Mio, but General's able to lay down the arena.
Mio gets speared.
Collapse and Mio, they went straight into this one. Mio's able to put the BKB. He's going to go for the TP out. He'll make it away. But Yatoro goes down to Iceberg, being able to catch him on the way out. But Poshka falls, so does Collapse. And now so bad, he's probably going to be in trouble as well as V-Tune slows him down with a defusal. Another team fight where Na'Vi are just cleaning up with the Spectre involved. And that is a huge worry for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, Iceberg actually shows up and gets like this. He gets the solo XP and gold on the Sven kill, so he gets bumped up to 19 off of that one.
How did he get that? Because he's still at the BKB. Why
he just stayed with like 200 HP. Just got hit twice. It was two auto attacks. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, there we go. 20 to 12, 10k lead for Na'Vi. I mean,
we're seeing just the natural form of initiation. Just it's breaking Yellow Submarine. Just having General always be able to just jump in and spear a target. He kicks off the fight, and then V-Tune can pick and choose who he wants to go for. It's just feeling too easy for Na'Vi to just execute the fights versus Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, it feels like Yatoro kind of has to do everything.
Yeah.
As you know, Mio's still pretty farmed. I mean, after those last few fights, he's starting to fall behind actually compared to the other three cores. But it just hasn't really been able to do too much with this build. Even with the hammer, we felt maybe the idea was to take these towers. They've only taken 2 tier 1s this game. The opportunity's not really been there for Mio to do too much as a Viper with this build.
No, definitely not. He just gets focused so hard on the front. There's too many things he has to deal with now because he has to BKB the spear, but then these zombies are hitting him. Then there's so much right clicks, and then the illusion. Whenever Spectre pops his Manta, these illusions just shred him. They kill him so fast, even through the BKB. Just nothing you can even do to itemize versus it. Yeah, it really does feel like Yatoro versus the world does. He's still very farmed, but it's so tough for the rest of them to contribute too much.
Try for General. The Haunts out. V-Tune, he's in over towards Mio. On the high ground, they've got the Supernova. Big Nature's Wrath comes crashing in from the side, and the Fear as well. Mio is pushed back. Iceberg, has he got the damage? The Supernova stun will stun Iceberg for now. They're turning over towards V-Tune, and they will be able to get him. The Spectre goes down, but they've lost 2 already, Na'Vi. Yellow Submarine, they're going to lose more. A third down. Yatoro, he's in the arena, pots the BKB in the God Strength, but General's out with the blink. Yatoro, he can't find a target to go to. He's running around, he can't find anyone to look towards. Over to the side, Collapse is going down. Yatoro, he's bailing. He's getting out of here as he wasn't able to do anything with that ult, and they're going to look to hunt him. He's trying to farm, but Iceberg, he's able to close in. TP's over. Silence is down. He's trying to run away with the spider legs. Can he escape this? He can't. The Sprout's out. Double buybacks are coming into play. They have to keep Yatoro alive. As his BKB still unavailable for 40. Iceberg TP's out underneath their noses. He won't get out of it, though. They are able to put a stop to Iceberg's escape. And they needed to. I mean, they expended 2 buybacks for that to keep Yatoro safe. So, but it does give them something. They do kill Iceberg, and of course they were able to take down the Spectre in that fight around the river. But overall, still big expenditures from Yellow Submarine to do so.
Yeah, I mean, so bad alone, actually. He solo killed the Spectre in that fight. A full Sunray just blasting him. Nobody stopped it. The Spectre just melted to it. That's the only reason that any of this comes out okay for Yellow Submarine. Because Na'Vi were hitting real hard there.
They'll find Roger here too. Oh, he's out. Anything to cancel this? No. He is away.
I actually could not believe that. I couldn't believe when I saw how fast So Bad was burning down the Spectre, burning down V-Tune. Literally just a full HP burn, even though the Blade Mail and everything, he just cooked him.
And they're playing aggressive straight out on the map of Yellow Submarine, despite having those 2 buyback shoes. They're instantly onto the tier 2 bottom. Iceberg back up in 15 seconds, about a similar time to when the Haunt's going to be online once more, so Na'Vi will be prepared to fight.
Roger's set up here in the tree line too with Spider Legs. He's got a Terrorize available.
Let's see what he can do. Bit of a poke first. He's trying to get maybe out an early BKB usage from Yatoro. Fears out Roger. He's going in straight onto the Sven. Yatoro's so low, he's going to Roger just takes out the Sven. He's done it. Mio tries for the BKB TPI. He's not making it away. It's a triple kill for Iceberg. Collapse is going for the TP. Is the damage there from Feature? It's not. Collapse will live, but So Bad will not. Caught out by General and Roger. I mean, just stealing the show there with that opening as he just basically solos the Sven in front of the whole team of Yellow Submarine.
He saw So Bad solo kill V-Tune with the Sunray, and he's like, all right, I'm going to match that. I'm going to go kill your Sven, and he does a perfect fear, perfect chain stun, done by Roger. Nicely set up from the trees.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, it's...
Where's he going now? Look at Roger.
He's just into the face.
He is feeling himself.
Well, he's going for Collapse. He's found him with the root. I mean, he's got the kill. Roger, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, he's having some fun right now on his Willow. As, I mean, it's 20k up. They're into the base now with this move, and I don't see Yellow Submarine recovering in this game.
No. They fought, they tried, but at the end of the day, things went too disastrous in this early game. This Viper, Mio, the Meter Hammer, definitely did not pay off for him.
No. This was not a build I think many will be replicating in their pubs.
Or maybe they will.
Or maybe they will. Actually, they probably will. But it did.
I saw someone do it.
Maybe it will work out sometime. Maybe it works out, but here, didn't really feel it. Didn't really feel it.
No, Na'Vi really turning up here. After a very concerning first game, they show up with some nice traps, some nice play, and it looks like a different team than the first game that I casted today.
I mean, honestly, after game 1, I think the viewers as well, they'll be like, Na'Vi, LOL, KEKW, whatever the kids are typing nowadays. And then it's game 2 and game 3. It's just been brilliant from Na'Vi. You're seeing some of these plays coming out from them in game 3, and as you say it doesn't look like anything. You know, it didn't look like they were capable of any of this after what they showed us in game 1. But they are. Yeah, game 2 and game 3, Na'Vi looking very hot. And against the team, Yellow Submarine, as we were talking up at the start, this CIS lineup has had some really good showings at the tournament so far. But this game, Na'Vi just crushing them in these 2 games.
Yeah, the Haunt's out. It's an Arcane Rune Haunt, so why not? Gets all the information while they're rushing.
Oh, look, Rogers forced Mio to pop an early BKB. They've used a Supernova, but there's no one around. Na'Vi's able to step out to the side, stunning himself there on the lowest of Yatoro. Now the BKB comes out, trying to kill the Spectre. V-Tune getting low.
Broken.
They are able to take him out the once. Over to the side, Yatoro looks towards Roger, but he's back into the Shadow Realm. They've killed off the Viper. Yatoro goes down. They're going to call it. This game is definitely over. There's no coming back against Na'Vi's lineup right now, as that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi take game 3, and with that, the series is theirs. 2-1 against Yellow Submarine. And yeah, if they're able to pull out more of sort of the game 2, game 3 showings, Na'Vi could certainly be one to watch in this tournament, Paul.
Yeah, I think like never pick like they picked the first game, but just pick yourself just easier ways to fight and just team fight lineup.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing I see. Like game 2 and game 3, they're always able to look for these fights. Roger's on a much more comfortable hero than something like, the Rubik, something like that, which sure he can play, but Rubik is you know, very just. How do you even just say it? Like, it's just, you don't know how the hero can work sometimes. Sometimes you explode, sometimes you look absolutely terrible. When you're playing a hero like Willow, when you're very comfortable, you can do so much around the map, and it's just from the start to the finish of how Na'Vi just looks much more comfortable when they're playing these heroes that can just actually do stuff throughout all stages.
Yeah, I mean, the Willow is just insane. I mean, I feel like you see Roger do that sort of play where he's solo killing this incredibly farmed enemy carry in front of the entirety of the enemy's team, and you're like, well you pick Roger Willow every game. I mean, I'm sure that's something they do kind of try and do. It does get banned out, of course, a lot against Na'Vi. But no, and Yellow Submarine, a rough one for them at the end of it all after such a good start in Game 1. It looked like Yellow Submarine were going to continue to shine, but Game 2, Game 3, Na'Vi really upped their game, and they left no chance for Yellow Submarine in these two showings as Na'Vi, the series is theirs, 2-1 against Yellow Submarine.
Unfortunately, the hard road stops here for Yellow Submarine. Na'Vi put them down to a 2-1 scoreline and punched their ticket into the playoffs. And now we get ready for our second Game Fuel post-match of the final round of our Swiss format at ESL 1 Germany. I'd like to welcome back my panel here. We tried to give them as much love as we possibly could, the boys in the Yellow Submarine, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Na'Vi, the crushers of dreams, and the playoff champions here. I've got Dan Ogden Kyo. Lads, fortunately for Yellow Submarine, it went to 3 maps, but it just didn't come out for them.
No, I felt like Na'Vi adjusted really well to their drafting mistakes from game number 1. And just, you know, game number 2, they could tell that they wanted to play this more aggressive style. They said, look, if we're going to lose, let's do it the Na'Vi way. And then game 3, Roger, he's still 100% win rate on this patch. 8 times now that Dark Willow's come out, and really easy setup as well coming through with that Mars.
Yeah, I really liked how like Na'Vi actually, like they had like such a better draft. I think that was the main reason why they could take the games off and understand what what Yellow Submarine's gonna do is like another add-on, I feel.
Yeah, and I feel like the itemization was correct as well. You know, lots of good timings coming out. You could see the Lotus Orbs at the exact same point came out on the Undying and the Mars. You saw Mio obviously having a tough time. We were commenting on his posture. You could just see how in tune he was with the entire game, but yeah, just really solid arenas all throughout, and it was too much for Yellow Sub to handle.
Yeah, and speaking of our boy Mio, unfortunately, it just felt like this Viper wasn't his type of hero. You know, we usually see him on these Spirit heroes with a lot of mobility and a lot of move speed to walk around in these team fights and use the massive amount of mechanical skill that this player has and abuse that. But fortunately, Viper's just not really the hero. And to be honest, we talked in the green room, we didn't really like this Meteor Hammer build either from the Viper. It's not really like an item build that we see from these Viper specialists like Weehai usually goes to that rod of Atos, Greaves, BKB to try and be this tanky frontliner, where on the other side he tried to use this Meteor Hammer to get stuff done, but unfortunately for him it didn't work out. And I mean, Na'Vi, I think the biggest thing for them is, I talk about this quite a lot, it's all about these teams that learn across the entire tournament. Obviously they were 2-0 coming into the 3rd round, they've lost 2 series in a row, now they've won their 3rd. They're starting to understand their drafting mistakes, maybe they might make a few issues here and there, but they're really coming out on top when it comes into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, just to, sorry to piggyback on your Mio point, it just felt like he was way too static, right? Like, it doesn't provide much in terms of stats, the Meteor Hammer. You've got, like, what, a crown to build into it. And I guess they were thinking that they were lacking a little bit of push, but I feel like the big issue this game was Iceberg. He was creating so much space, he was doing a ton of damage, especially being able to pick off one of these heroes like the Viper. So maybe something like an Atos, just to enable you to man fight a little bit stronger, get a few more stats for yourself, and before that BKB comes online, you actually have a solid kill threat one-on-one against the NP.
Yeah, I really like this Greaves and like Atos like coming up from Viper, and I think because they had like a reasonable catch with like other heroes, maybe like Witch Doctor Casket or like a Bloodseeker actually went for the Atos, and if that's the case, maybe it might be better they like focus more on the team fighting items.
Yeah, and my thing was, like, if you want some tower push, you were assuming that's what it was for, right? Because you can already farm pretty well with Nether Toxin.
Yep.
If you're wanting that, why pick the Viper? You know, just pick another hero that has that tower pushing ability in your toolkit, and that's why we were thinking Pos 5 Viper was the way to go, because you counter the Spectre, you're able to put some decent harass on in lane, and you can pick something that fulfills that role.
Yeah, we've seen it across a lot of these games where we see a Spectre being picked up and people default back to that Viper. We've seen it a few times for Weehai where he does pop off on it, but fortunately for me it just didn't work out. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for our winner interview here with the boys from Na'Vi. I believe we've got V-Tune on the line here. V-Tune, mate, I'd like to say congratulations for your series victory and getting yourselves into playoffs. I want to touch on something a little bit about Yellow Submarine here. They are obviously your CIS brothers. Do you guys have any advice for those guys moving forward?
I don't know. I think like in first game we just pick super bad heroes, and all of carries was banned, and it was hard to pick a good carry versus their pick. And it's like was good, but it's not a free game. It's super hard game for him, and you need to play super smart to outplay them. But in next 2 games we knew what we're gonna pick, what we're gonna do versus them. They wanna fight for Bloodseeker. I mean, not fight. They wanna pick Spectre maybe in second phase, but we knew that they're gonna pick Phoenix, and we're gonna answer like with Nyx. And Nyx is super good versus this hero.
Yeah, cool. And you mentioned like a lot of, in the previous games, a lot of carry heroes were banned out. I'm assuming you mean ones in the meta. But are there any carry heroes out of the meta right now that you're feeling in the next patch you would like to see come a bit more, become a bit stronger?
I think it's not about carry heroes. It's about other heroes. Like if someone picking Bloodseeker, you can pick weak lane because he's gonna be super strong after lane phase and can crush all map. So I don't know.
Okay. I want to go a bit more specific with these carry heroes. I know you like play a lot of illusion heroes like PL Terrorblade. How come you don't really prefer to play Naga? And like a Void has been like a really popular in like all these EU tournaments. Is there any? Do you have any opinion about like playing Naga or?
Yeah, I'm playing Naga, but we didn't play with it at all in Navi, so we don't pick it. And I don't like Void. I know it's like maybe most broken hero in Dota right now, but I don't like this hero. This hero is like so stupid.
All right, Vichu, mate, before I let you go, I've got one last question for you, mate. Obviously, you're one of the newer carry players that we've seen through CIS in Europe. Do you feel like that you've learnt a lot from the players on your team now, especially, you know, players like Always Wanna Fly who've been around for a long time?
Actually, I don't follow carry players at all, so I can't answer on these questions.
All right, that's fair enough, mate. So V2, mate, we'll let you enjoy the spoils of victory here, and good luck in the playoffs as well.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
He's his own man, V-Tune, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't follow these other carries, I'm going to pave my own way. It kind of feels a little bit like the carries from Yellow Submarine as well. Yotaro and Mio, they've got a similar sort of mentality, so that's pretty cool to see.
I wonder why he named himself V-Tune, but I can exactly feel that he loves music.
Or,
from his
or
feeling.
cars. It kind of gives me a car mentality.
Yeah,
Maybe he really
yeah.
likes Mercedes-Benz as well. So
Ooh.
if you're a fan of V-Tune, make sure you get the voting.
Yeah, we might have to ask him next time we do have a winners interview with old mate V-Tune. But looking back here at Field of Stats from Iceberg, this is a player that every single time we talk about Na'Vi, we're expecting this guy to pop off. And Game 2 and Game 3, they really gave him heroes that he could utilize that mid lane matchup for him. Obviously, Game number 1, he didn't have the best matchup with that DP into the Ember Spirit. So you saw when Na'Vi lose, it tends to be off the back of maybe Iceberg not having the best lane or even the best draft sometimes.
You just need to give him a chance, and then he's going to be able to provide the value that you need from him. I'm kind of a little bit sad that we don't have the updated picture with his, you know, bleached little pompadour area, because he was looking pretty spick and span on that webcam.
Let's get him on an interview next time.
Yeah, that's true. We need to speak to Iceberg in the playoffs. That'd be really cool.
Exactly. We'll have to wait till the playoffs to see Na'Vi one more time as they get their ticket all the way into the playoffs here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to go yet another break here. But on the other side of it, we're going to have our third and final series of round number 5. It's going to be the grudge match. It's Viking GG taking on Ninjas in Pyjamas.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games now, knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. Don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that. Gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the parties on tap. Getting rowdy on it. Getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track. Yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Hello and welcome everybody back here to ESL 1 Germany. It's series number 3 time, and yet again it's another elimination / play-in series. We've got Vyke and GG taking on Ninjas in Pyjamas. Both these teams were asking for this matchup. They both want to get redemption against each other, and both of them want to get their ticket into the playoffs. Now we've got a bit of change on the panel here. I've got Godot as well as QO. Lads, series number 3 is on the cards. But first off, what are our thoughts on these two teams so far in this tournament?
I think these two teams kind of been developing a little bit. Viking GG has been a bit more established, but they started off pretty weak in this tournament because I felt like they were just too predictable. They were doing the same thing they were doing at BTS Pro Series, and NIP has been also kind of similar in that aspect. They've been playing similar lineups, and I think people are already kind of accustomed to what to ban against certain of these two teams.
Yeah, I was a little biased last series.
Yes, you were.
With the Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. But I think, yeah, like we have to see that drop, and whoever's having like a great looking draft, I think they're gonna get more advantage.
All right, well, what are we expecting from these drafts then, lads? Because, you know, a lot of these series today, we do feel like a lot of them will come down to drafts because as you get towards the end of these Swiss formats, it's when these games do become very, very even. And that's where it feels like this draft is going to start feeling more and more. We've seen Viking GG. They've been going for this slider at the start of the tournament. They ran into OG. Unfortunately for them, that did get dismantled by this Tree and Arc Warden matchup. So do we feel like that Toby's going to start to default back to that, or do we think that they've still got a few more kind of drafts up their sleeves?
Well, they've been opening very differently. In the last series against, I believe it was Hellraisers, they cleaned 2-0 in that game. And the way they opened up their draft, I think, actually, sorry, it wasn't Hellraisers, it was Cyber Legacy, NIP versus Hellraisers. But yeah, in those games, they opened up ET. They could play it as a position 5, they could play it as position 3. Toby went for that, and it was very well executed. They play normally these very heavy teamfight orientated lineups with the Chan, with the ETs, the Shadow Fiends, and I think that's the difference between them and NIP. NIP plays very individualistic, single target kind of lineups, but very strong lanes and very fast. Whereas Viking GG plays a little slower, but when they hit their timings, they're very strong when it comes to team fighting.
I'll say like individual skill-wise, Viking is better in my perspective with Boom and Toby. I think they are really aggressive laner, but I think the strengths of that NIP is how they strategize like their draft, like with Era being like a lot of experience in the pro scene, and all these like players, they are not straight.
What do you mean?
They're just not straight.
What do you mean?
Saberlight does like a clipping like every time.
So he plays wonky.
Era just wants to toss people back.
Yeah.
Like they're a little like not obvious, not straight.
Okay, so they play their lanes a little bit wacky and a little bit wonky. All right, but like I want us to focus a little bit on Shad here from Viking GG. He's one of those players that we look at a lot of these carry players and you can kind of pick their item builds that they've been going for a little time. And Shad's one of those players that uses the Hand of Midas on basically every hero. So do we think that that's something punishable by Ninjas in Pyjamas?
I think the heroes he picks benefits a lot from the Midas itself. The Spectre, the Sven, the Faceless Void. So I don't think it's necessarily punished, especially since Viking GG plays like a 4-1 style and they give him a lot of space. He makes a lot of use of the Midas itself.
All right, well, on the other side of this QO, we have the boys of Ninjas in Pyjamas. What are we expecting from these lads here? We talked a little bit about Saberlight playing these like kind of wacky lanes and stuff. Do we feel like that's going to come out in the drafts where Saberlight's trying to play something a little different, a little bit unconventional to try and throw Shad off his game?
He just needs to clip someone.
That's it?
Nah. But like I think, yeah, like those Enigma, like maybe like from Saberlight and Beastmaster. I don't know, that ET, the Meteor Hammer build was a bit little less impressive, but I want to see this Charlie like playing this all aggressive carry because I think he was popular for doing that.
Well, that's something that we need to point out here with Ninjas in Pyjamas is every single time that we saw these guys starting to pop off was off the back of Charlie, specifically his Lifestealer. So I'd imagine Viking GG have come into this series, they've seen everybody else play against Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're like, all right, let's just ban this Lifestealer, ban the Faceless Void, Charlie, you're going to have to play something else. And he's done decently well across a lot of these other heroes as well, his Faceless Void, stuff like that. And then obviously the big glaring issue here for Viking GG is, what do they do about the techies? I'm going to bet on this. Ninjas in Pyjamas will pick techies in this series.
I don't think so.
They're going to pick techies in this series.
I don't think
I'm pretty sure it's going to be game number 1.
I don't think it's a great hero against Viking GG. The way they play is very team-orientated and strong lanes, so it's unrealistic. I feel against Cyber Legacy or DCIS teams, they play very fast, but they play with heroes that aren't so much about grouping up and taking towers, so you can't really abuse the techies against a lineup like Viking GG plays. Well,
we're going to have to wait and see if my boy Teko makes another appearance here on the grand stage of ESL 1 Germany. And it is time for us to go to another break, and on the other side of this, we're going to have Game 1 draft here between Viking GG and Ninjas in Pyjamas.
chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought.
We're here, we're ready. Series number 3, Viking GG versus NIP. Game 1 draft is ready for you guys to enjoy here, and I've got my panel ready for you guys to enjoy as well. I've got Go.Kyo lads, NIP versus Viking GG, talking about some spicy stuff there in the break. I'm expecting a techies. What are you guys expecting?
Not a techies.
It's going to be techies, baby. I'm doing it. I'm feeling it. Let's go NIP.
Well, I mean, we see the openers already kind of stock standard by Viking GG. They always emphasize on team fighting and not necessarily strong lanes, but they have generally their offlaner as well as their mid who can kind of set the tempo of the game. And as you can see here, we already got the offlane hero for Viking GG. Right now, they can pair it up with anything in the second phase. They've played Lina, they play Snapfire. There's a lot of heroes that they can play in a position forward, so that pairs up really nicely with the Mars here.
I feel like Snapfire would be really good. Like when you're versing against Crystal Maiden, all you have to consider about is just kill this position 5, not a carry. As long as you kill him without losing too much HP, I think they're gonna be in like very good spot. So with the Mars and Enchantress, I think they pretty much secured like a off lane and safe lane already. Yeah.
So you think that this Mars is just good enough against the Crystal Maiden and the Spectre lane that NIP's not going to get off to a good start there for Shad?
Yeah, I think like with the Spectre and Crystal Maiden, most likely they're gonna be laning together, and Mars plus anything gonna win like a one lane, as Enchantress already like secures like a one sort of lane.
The one thing I don't like about the CM opener is normally when they pick CM or other teams pick Crystal Maiden, you have this idea of that you can tri-lane, aggro tri-lane with it, right? And make use of the Crystal Nova, but with Spectre into an Enchantress, you can't really do that. It's not gonna be that strong in the laning phase itself. And that means their flexibility when it comes to the lanes will be less, which is unusual because NIP is they don't play straight, as Kyo says, so you can't really go for that approach.
So you've got a few good adjectives for offlane players. You've got the dirty hero players and the non-straight players.
Yeah, like I mean, they're in Dota, like there's very, you know, like play with this imagination going on with their head, or there's like some people who wants to just be efficient and then play out the games. And I just feel like the bunch of players from like NIP, they're more creative.
So they think outside the box a little bit.
Yeah, and Viking is more straightforward. Like boom, he wants to really win with like his like mechanics. It's like yeah, just a Dota skill wise. So yeah, we just have to see whose draft is like better.
What do we take from this Alchemist ban, boys? Is there much to take from it? I think we've only seen it once here for the tournament at ESL in Germany. So, I mean, this hero to me has always looked bad. So, like, can we take anything away from this
Viking
Alchemist?
GG plays a lot of timing strats, right? So Alchemist kind of makes sense with how they play the game of Dota, but that being said, normally they don't tend to play this Alchemist mid. When they play these timing strats, they really like to abuse the Shadow Fiend, primarily with the fast Black King buff first opening item. But yeah, I don't really expect Viking GG to kind of play like they have in the previous series, because as we saw in the very last series they played against Cyber Legacy, they completely changed their opener, they completely changed the way they kind of see Dota, because they want to be less predictable. We talked to, I think it was Boom in one of the interviews, and they also were talking about that. So what I like is that they're going to be harder to read in the opener as well as in the second phase, which means it's going to be harder for NIP to adapt their lanes accordingly, because they don't really have that great read as they probably would in the previous Viking GG, how they were playing initially. So coming into the second phase here, I feel it's already kind of hard for NIP to draft into it, because as you said, their side lanes is going to be pretty hard to play into, right? And since they've already opened the Spectre, there's only really one way to go about this game, is you want to play strong lanes and allow Spectre to farm, and then he can just join in with the Haunts.
The problem is, yeah, the Viking GG will be seeing this NIP picking and like adapting into it. So yeah, I'm just a bit worried how NIP will solve out this current situation.
Well, what's a strong offlane that's left here for Saberlight? You guys talked about his Beastmaster a little bit here. I mean, I feel like there's quite a few that's sitting out for us. They're going to pick their...
Yeah, see, the thing is, a lot of heroes that Saberlike would like to pick in the offlane are very easily dealable with the Enchantress. Beastmaster just steals the boar, you can't go for that approach. If you go for the ET, you can debuff the actual damage. So there's only really, what, Magnus, which might be banned? No, it's not banned. I guess there's one, which is Magnus, but it's not necessarily a strong laner. But it's one of the heroes that Saberlight has played quite a lot.
Ooh, Shadow Demon.
Scary.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong lane coming in there from Viking GG.
I'm surprised Magnus is still not banned though.
Is it because both these teams don't want to have to play with the Magnetar? We've seen it a few times in that offlane, that position 5 role. It has been run over a little bit here. Obviously, it is a Saberlight hero, so maybe Ninjas in Pyjamas want to go for that, but I don't know. I feel like teams have been starting to move away from the Magnus a little bit here and trying to go for more bigger team fight.
Viking GG don't normally play it, but the thing about Viking GG is they play Rubik. So I like this opener third pick here by an IP. They've actually taken the approach of stealing the Rubik, as well as if they wanted to go Magnus, they could have, and they don't have to deal with the Rubik themselves. But they went Underlord, which it's a little questionable here, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Draw Ranger could be good, but like they're versing against Spectre, so they might not really prefer it. But we've seen that Mika playing Juggernaut against Underlord. I think he dominated that lane, had like really fast Battle Fury. Slark is another hero that I really like in this game, just because he's versing against Underlord and Spectre. Like rushing that shadow, Silver Edge will be like a big additional for the team.
What's the Shad hero here for Viking GG though?
Well, a lot of them are banned.
Yep,
Ooh.
Juggernaut.
Okay, so just going to go for the Juggernaut, taking a leaf out of Liquid's book here. I mean, it gives them the spin to get rid of all the negative attack. You can get out of the Pit of Malice as well from the Underlord, but do they have enough damage to kill this Underlord in lane? Like Enchantress plus Jug?
The Enchantress slow is insane. Like it's actually like, and then the right clicks coming up from the creeps and Enchantress right click and Juggernaut right click. If it all adds up, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have enough damage to right click him to like 60% HP and then speed it off to finish it after.
Yeah, their lanes are pretty strong, their side lanes. Who's got the last pick here as well? Is it
Ninjas in Pyjamas do.
Okay, at least they have Supreme's last pick here, which is, I think, really important because both these two players, both Boom as well as Supreme, they always play these very mechanical, skilled mid-heroes, and I think for NIP, especially NIP, they really rely on Supreme to kind of like relieve pressure in these side lanes. We've seen it time and time with the Queen of Pain, with the Storm, where he just has a good start and then he just runs around and creates enough space for Charlie to just come online. And I mean, it seems like one of those games where he can go for that approach here.
Yeah.
What are the final bans we're looking at, boys? Obviously, as we said, Boom and as well as Supreme heroes are still left here. Void Spirits get taken out. The Invoker gets taken out as well. You guys touched on the Storm Spirit. The Queen of Pain still there as well. Yeah, Lena's still in the pool.
I'm liking the Queen of Pain here. There's just a lack of disable coming from Viking GG, so NIP can abuse Supreme's Queen of Pain as well with the CM aura to help him out in the laning phase here.
Yeah, I think Boom is really popular for Queen of Pain. Like I think he had whatever the hero that he versed, he was always farmed, and he played with this like a small. He made this small angle work it out, so he can get his farm like up even if it's a bad game for him. Yes.
So they're going to get rid of the Viper here, so nobody wants to play against that anymore. It looks like Weeha set a bit of a precedent here.
I have a feeling if Boom goes Queen of Pain, NIP might just go for the lean or something like that.
Yep.
But there's no really good roaming 4 to abuse. From actually both angles don't really have a good roaming 4, so might be hard to go into the Lina. Whereas the Queen of Pain, you have that blink, you're always kind of like enabled to get away from ganks.
I really think like Vikings can just pick Lina. There's no counter. There's no good a good catch from NIP. Spectre on the Lord. Their damage isn't like a burst damage. Lina with this like a health talent with like a high level. I don't think he can ever get burst down like in here.
Tiny.
They went back tiny.
To the tiny.
Okay.
Ooh, that's weird.
Well, is there anything that Ninjas in Pyjamas can now pick to punish this Tiny? We've seen it a few times from a lot of these Tiny pickers. They're more than happy to go into these bad matchups because they feel confident in that hero. But, I mean, is Boom one of those players for you guys? Can he come out on top no matter what the matchup is going to be here for Ninjas in Pyjamas?
He did struggle in one of the series where he was playing Tiny, but there was another game as well where he played exceptionally well, so
I just don't like it against Underlord and Spectre. Like those two are the heroes that's Tiny's like really good against. I mean, really bad against. So, but like Rubik and Crystal Maiden are easily pickable. I think that's the main reason why they picked Tiny for mid, most likely.
So it just gives them that quick pick off on the Crystal Maiden. You don't have to worry about that freezing field. There's no more Crystal Nova you have to deal
Supreme's
with.
just going to go for that Lenor Quap, right? I mean, they're still both open.
Still in the pool, yep. Yeah. Still in the pool here. See what they're going to go for. They're going to go for the Queen of Pain here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. So rounding it out with a little bit more magic burst, a little bit more high tempo as well here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Is this enough though for them to hold off on the onslaught for Viking GG? Do they have enough space creators for this Spectre of Charlie? It's a real question, I think, here for
I
Ninjas
like
in
an
Pyjamas.
IP lineup, actually. I like how the Quap's going to match up into the Tiny. And I also agree with you. I don't think the Tiny's going to be that effective here, because against the Queen of Pain, you're just going to keep draining your regen, and then you can't really get that fast blink, and then you can't really burst two of these heroes. Once the Underlord gets items, it's going to be hard to like fight into them when they group up as well.
I just don't think this Tiny can play out his game against Spectre and Underlord.
So you feel like that, unfortunately for Boom, he's just going to have a rough time against all these heroes for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Lads, before we start heading into game number 1 here, who are we picking for predictions?
NIP for me.
What about you, Kyo?
I'll go with NIP as well. Yep.
Okay. I thought there was a little bit something extra there from Kyo, but unfortunately he doesn't give it to me this time. So Ninjas in Pyjamas are the pick here from the panel, so we're going to hand it over to our casters to see what their pick is. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Viking GG versus Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged. Fogged, what do you reckon from these lineups, eh? I'm seeing yet again another Spectre turning up today. Has the Spectre been truly punished, though, by what we've had Viking GG come up with in response?
For me, not so much. I actually really like what NIP's rounded themselves off with. I do feel like Viking GG, they have to play pretty perfect this game. I'm looking at their draft, and it's like very mid-gamey timing. I feel like if they make too many mistakes in that mid-game, I feel like the game is just over. Hopefully, they can even come out into that mid-game strong, too, because I feel like this Queen of Pain pick is pretty damn good. I feel like this is going to break a lot of that Boom aggression.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see sort of what sort of start he's able to have, and if indeed what you imagine what lane set up regardless, this Quap should be off to a good start and is going to be able to make moves in a way that there's not really going to be a core that's going to be that active in response that early against the Quap.
No, not really. And she doesn't have many stuns she's playing into either. It's Spear and the Tiny combo. Pretty much that's it. Disruption from Shadow Demon is like, so whatever. You can usually play pretty decently around that. So I feel like, for Supreme, it looks like a pretty damn good Queen of Pain game from the start all the way along to that mid game and everything. Looks really good for him.
So what are sort of the strengths of Viking GG's lineup? What do you think that they have got going for them that is what they have looked towards with the draft they've come out with?
They're still fast. I do like two other lanes. I'm still pretty happy with like the Enchantress Jug, this Shadow Demon, and this Mars. They can also do pretty decent versus like CM and Spectre, but I feel like NIP, they don't mind. Like even if these lanes do go too bad, you're playing for the greed on the side of NIP, so you're fine even if they do go down. And also, I did see this Underlord plus Rubik, or Underlord plus, I guess this game it's going to be an Underlord CM as the duo on the offlane. I saw this matchup versus the Jug, and the Underlord a couple of times, he just lived. Maybe the Enchantress can be the breaker, because last time I believe it was a disruptor in the lane where the Underlord tanked through it every time, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, no, definitely potential for Saberlight to be pretty strong down it. We'll have a look at so the other lanes too. This top lane where we're going to have the Toby Mars paired up with the Aramis Shadow Demon.
Now,
quite a bit of spam to pressure the Spectre early on. I mean, this top lane could be... I mean, do you think the Spectre's going to be fine? You're still farming here, or is it going to be enough between these two to cause issues for Charlie early on?
I like the two side lanes of Viking. I think they could they both could put on a lot of pressure. Like the Jug could kill the Underlord a lot of time. I could see the Mars and the Shadow Demon killing and putting pressure onto Spectre too. So I do like those side lanes. It's a little bit volatile in the bottom lane at least, but top one, I feel like Viking has to win pretty hard. They set themselves up for it, and Aramis has been one of those very impressive players for me a lot of the times that I've seen this team. He's always a standout. And I'm always looking forward to see like the Shadow Demons in particular. I love the hero, and I've seen I've seen Milan dominate on it recently, so looking forward to see what he can do as Aramis on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, let's see.
Into Spectre too. The Spectre matchup with Shadow Demon is actually pretty cool. You can kill Spectre by yourself a lot of times with illusions. The way that
that is very true. I mean,
Yeah.
the illusions that the SST is going to be creating at all points of the game are going to be, it could be used very strongly against NIP's heroes.
Yeah, like if you just like you ult the Spectre, get your own illusions of it, and have the illusions beating on the Spectre, the Shadow Demon will kill the Spectre a lot of the times in mid game as a support, which sounds kind of ridiculous, but you know, just Desolate is just that insane of an ability.
Already just kicking things off with Aramis, getting those stacks up as high as he can onto Charlie. And he's able to do a good job, of course, coming straight to the lane, not bringing any sticks with them, so they won't have too much to counter this.
He missed 2 last hits avoiding Shadow Poisons there, avoiding that 5th stack. So already you're seeing the damage coming out from the Shadow Demon, who's brought 3 mangoes and a clarity too. So that spam, it's going to continue, and Charlie's going to miss quite a lot of CS just dodging the Shadow Poisons.
Yeah, it's going to give a lot of space to Toby. He's going to have a good start on the Mars here. And not only in the CS, as you say, there's this definite kill potentially from Viking GG after they get themselves a few levels under their belts.
Yep. See how mid matchup ends up being. Boom, off to a fantastic start in these first 2 levels here. Actually dominating the first 2 levels pretty hard. I saw Supreme, he went for Scream of Pain rather than going for Shadow Strike.
Yeah, I guess it's what the temptation is there to get the Scream first because you know you're going to be CSing against a hero that hits harder, but what you would always favor the harassment of the dagger against a melee hero rather than the attempt to secure a range with the Scream.
Yeah, I didn't actually see lane positioning. I didn't see if it was like under his tower. Maybe that ended up happening. Maybe he overblocked. I actually missed the start of the lane because it does make quite a big difference. Because if he's able to have it in a good spot, you always go Shadow Strike and you harass. Yeah. But I guess maybe it was under his tower, like you were mentioning, and he just needed it to last hit. That'll hurt. I feel like that's going to be pretty nice for Boom.
Yeah, we'll see if things start to get a bit more rough for the Tiny now that level 2 dagger's on for Supreme.
Yep. That's where the harassment really starts to kick in. Boom already has the bottle finished up pretty nicely. He rushed it, just naked with a Calling Blade and a Fairy Fire. We'll at least have that. He'll probably need his supports to go check those runes for himself so he can keep sustained versus the Queen of Pain. Because Supreme's just going to spam him. And Supreme does have CM or on top too.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah. These daggers are going to be constantly out. Very little to slow that down from Supreme, especially with that Mango ready to pop too. Now we're seeing top lane continuing to be a bit of a scary place for Charlie. It's getting even CS to Shad down on the other half of Viking. So both carries getting a similar amount of pressure applied.
Yeah, the thing is that Jug can at least always pose a kill threat onto the Underlord, right? And the Rubik, while on the other side, Spectre CM, you'll never threaten this top lane. If Viking GG dies up here, that's a huge they never will die up here, yeah.
No. If you're dying to Spectre and laning stage, especially when you're these 2 heroes with, 2 ways to hold him back, Disruption or pushing him back with the God's Rebuke of the Spear. Yeah, they are not dying to this duo lane.
No.
That's going to be down to Supreme hitting the 6 and making the moves.
Yeah. So looking at the way that things are starting to progress, they're kind of winning all 3 lanes in a way. Mid is going to be a little bit volatile, but top.
There's that get the setup. I mean, this is what's going to happen. You've got to be so careful. And, you know, Misha, he wasn't really in a risky place, but he was still in a place that Aramis is just able to set up with the disruption. Combo comes through from Toby, and you can't run.
That's actually, it's actually a very, very scary lane to be up against. So many different forms of control for them to stack up the poisons. And we know once you hit that 5 stack, you're dead in 90% of situations. Yeah, they can actually, like, as soon as he gets the 2nd stack of poison, I feel like he can disrupt, and then they can spear, and he'll get 4 or 5 stacks guaranteed. That's very scary.
Perfect timing to... Oh.
He actually blinks in aggressively, but Celery is around the area here.
Wait, what? Wait, oh, he's in trouble. Oh, is he going to win this? Oh, he's able to live. But, well, long enough to at least see the death of Boom. Does still end up dying Supreme. But the mids trade their lives 1 for 1 there.
That looked a little awkward how that all started off there. But both of them did check They both had supports checking that 4-minute rune.
Yeah. But I mean, still, we should sort of consider overall Viking probably the happier side that, you know, at the end of the day, Tiny is getting just as much out of this lane as the Quap.
Yeah, I think you're very happy, all things considered. You've won all 3 lanes in a way.
Yeah, no, yeah, all three of their cores are in a very good position. It's obviously very close, very early, but
yeah,
no, it's absolutely been slightly a better start here for Viking across the map.
Saberlight looked like they actually wanted to go. Celery looked like he wanted to go for him, and Shad didn't. I think they could have if he had the enchant and the stun and a spin, but either way, Saberlight, he was full HP, would have been a tough kill anyway.
Yeah, I think it's only level 2 spin, right?
Yeah.
Once he hits the 5, then maybe. But yeah, 1,000 HP, it's a lot to get through.
The Centaur creep, you never underestimate how much damage they do, though. As you will miss the
Sure,
stun,
with an extra
but
bit of punches.
Yeah. They just didn't want to go for it anyway, as Saberlight, he'll be fine to continue laning down here, and he'll have very early arcane boots for him, too. That's going to be nice for him and Era to spam. Yeah, I feel like if you're Viking, you have to be very happy with the way that all this has turned out because of how well this Tiny has done in the mid lane. We do see Supreme now. He has hit the level 6 quite a bit earlier, so we can see him look to make those counter ganks. And we are seeing 6-minute runes still being ever so important. Both sides very dependent on their bottle.
I see he gets lucky at Supreme. It's going to be him. Bottle up there for the Queen of Pain. And maybe something that allows him to set up on the side lanes. Top lane.
Oh, Charlie cut the tree. Very nice. He cut it as he was getting speared. Doesn't get speared to the tree.
Bottom lane, we are seeing Stable actually has been forced to walk back to base. So Shad getting himself a lot of space here. Definitely more so than Charlie is getting top on his Spectre, as this Jog is having no issue whatsoever farming on this bottom lane.
And he's been given pretty much all the experience too. He's got a full level advantage over that Spectre. Celery's just playing on the side mostly. And now with Catapult Wave, they're trying to pressure.
Would you have expected this Jug to maybe have more of an issue? I mean, you are in lane against, you know, the aura of the Underlord and the Fade Bolt of the Rubik. Should that not be enough to stop a Jug free farming on the early lane?
Nah, not too much. The damage reduction is really bad on Rubik now, and you only get 1 point in Atrophy Aura from now on, or the way that I've seen all these Underlords played. You only end up losing like 15% damage, if that.
Yeah, you got pretty good stuff to play with his Jug.
They're committing on him bottom a little bit here, though, with that pit. Force him to spin away. Supreme's in the area.
I mean, they could try and dive. With the burst of the Sonic Wave, they'd have a shot at Shad, but Shad, he's aware. He's just running straight back to base. He's not sticking around. He knows that Supreme's on the hunt. And he has the ward. Such good the vision of them, so Shad able to avoid it. But now with Supreme heading back to mid, he can return to the lane. So there's just giving constant space to Boom. Boom is going to hit some good timings this game, some good levels. In fact, he's going to TP down bottom to try and go for Saberlight. And Shad leading in. Celery's got the control with the Troll Summoner. Boom actually in with the combo. He's able to toss back Era into the Omni Slash, and beautiful moves from Boom will mean that they don't just get the one, they get both of them there, with Boom having that fortitude to head over and get the toss back. He sees the chance for both kills, and they get him.
And they get the easy kill up top on the CM. She pokes her, she shows her face. She's just a free kill to this Mars as well as this Shadow Demon. Charlie also has to be a bit careful. If he stays up here too long, they're going to go on him again.
Gonna lay down the arena. They got the damage though. With the 2 points in dispersion, Charlie pretty beefy against this sort of burst, as he'll be fine. Does force TP reactions errors now moved up to this top lane, so just continue space for Shad to do whatever he wants down bottom. And yeah, mid Boom, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see quite a good Blink Dagger timing this game from him, with the way things are going so far for the Tiny.
Yeah, he's got these phase boots. He's got 2 very easy targets to pick off throughout the majority of this game, the Rubik and the CM. The 3 cores are kind of hard. Queen of Pain he can set up for some of the times if she misplays, but Spectre and Underlord are very difficult targets for Boom to punish too much. But yeah, he can snowball. I want to see him be extremely active here. And this is the way that I want them to play too on Viking. They have to claim themselves a nice early lead in the beginning of the game and then really press that lead forward. Don't give NIP space. Don't give them just this breathing room with this Spectre lineup that we've seen win most games as it gets to later stages. But I like this Shad. He's queued up the Battle Fury too, so he's going to be able to get that increased farm. And I've seen these Juggernauts. I've seen them match Spectres in late game too, so
Oh,
he
yeah,
can
I
set
think-
himself up for that too.
Yeah, well, if Shaq gets a good timing on it, he's not going to have any. He's going to be able to keep up with the Spectre throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and they won't have. It won't put up timing on them. I'm a little worried about them in like that mid game stuff, but this Battle Fury might make it so they don't have to worry about those timing because they have a Shadow Demon versus that Spectre, and they have the Jug matchup versus the Spectre.
You can see a smoke move from Viking. The Celery ready to leave the bottom half of the map and make plays up top with Boom.
Oh, they're all gonna clash. They're all gonna clash here.
Yeah, they're trying to go on Toby. See if Toby can turn this. He's able to lay it down the arena. Spear straight away onto Supreme. They're stepping in with the Avalanche. Supreme goes down. Haunt's going to come out. They turn over towards Toby. They'll take out the Mars. He's down. Now looking towards Celery. They've got the stomp onto Misha. Boom, has he got any more power to take down the CM? He's trying. Saberlight's also turned over. Has the pick control on a Boom, but Boom, he's taken down the CM. They'll run him down, the three of them. Boom trying to make him spend as much time as possible getting this kill, as he's going to be able to keep them busy for quite some time here with these phase boots.
Phase boot, Faded Brooch, Woodlace. He's going to make him work for it. He will eventually go down. One more poison, and he should pop. It whiffs.
He's still alive. Finally, he'll fall right underneath the tier 3 towers. He certainly keeps them busy. He'll be telling the team space is made, and Shab will say, no, yeah, you're right, my friend. He's getting all the space down bottom as this Jug, whilst Charlie was chasing for that. So Shad's still on track for a very good Battle Fury time in this game.
Yeah, that was huge space. That was really nice. They killed Supreme right at the start of it too, and they get all of that space from him. Up to a 1k gold lead. Celery's also pressuring top. Yeah, Viking doing really nicely here. Era, he does have Avalanche stolen, so they're looking for Celery up top. Got the 2 points in the heal, just picked up. Is it enough?
He's still alive. The
heal's
stomp
enough.
actually coming out 2 holding them back. And now he's going to look to try and turn. Saberlight instantly out with the TP. Do they have the damage to take him out before the Rift? They do. Viking GG putting a stop to Saberlight's escape.
And they're looking for more.
And they'll also look for more. Yeah, Aramis setting up with the Demonic Purge on Terra. He'll turn with the stolen Avalanche, but Boom's in with the original.
Dire's top tower is under
Viking making some fast moves, and with that setup, they'll take this top tower and at a pace a lot quicker than that of Charlie on his own down bottom. He's trying for that tier 1, but at this sort of move, they might be able to move for this. They're going to see the Shadow Demon taken out, but Supreme, he's been caught in the arena because of this. He's gone. So not only does Supreme go in, drop the Sonic Wave to kill a Shadow Demon, he ends up dying as well.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's not great.
That is not great.
That's
if he gets the kill and gets out, it's decent because of the way that the pace is going, but it's still not a very valuable kill. And Viking just walk in, they steal a nice stack as well as a second stack spotted. They're going to clear out this one too with the Wild Wing. And Boom
should be able to take some of this, but no, yeah, you're right. The Avalanche actually finishing off most of those creeps.
That's almost the blink done. 400 away. Keeping themselves at a very good pace here. This Tiny has the same net worth as a Queen of Pain. NIP are definitely going to struggle a lot now here because of this.
Oh, yeah. And Spectre is 1k behind a Jug, and a Jug that's 200 gold away from having Battle Fury. Shad at 13-minute Battle Fury. It's going to be this game. On top of the phase boost Wraith Band. This Jug's going to be far that this Spectre's not going to be able to keep up with.
Yeah, and I feel like they went through the hardest part of the game for them so far here already. These first 13 minutes, I feel like for Boom especially, that was going to be his hardest time in the game. Now he's off to such a good start. He's going to have the Blink Dagger, so he can always pick and choose the Rubik and the CM in the fight. He can always pop them now because they're so fragile. And a Blink also finished on Toby.
Oh
Everything really kicking in together for Viking. NIP. It's going to be a tough next few 5 minutes for them.
And because you have the Spectre lineup on NIP. I feel like you need to have someone that's leading the charge, making the plays right. And I'm guessing that probably would be, on paper, it would be the Queen of Pain. But Supreme, he's had a rough start. He's 1, 3, and 2. He needs to be in a strong place, right? Because he's got to be the one making the moves and leading the charge.
It's got to be him and Saberlight. I hate seeing Saberlight hitting jungle right now here as this Underlord. He has to be the one on lanes. Otherwise, they have to be someone on lane. Otherwise, people are just going to die.
Supreme.
He actually gets...
He's actually a bit lucky there. They're a little bit of a mess. Paramis dropping the disruption. Toby had actually hit the stun on the spear on the cliff, but the disruption still came through from Aramis. So a little bit of a whiff there this time from Viking.
Boom had the blink the whole time. He could have just blink avalanched on the disruption. That was really weird. They just messed up their coordination and just
Well,
they lost it
I'll tell you what
afterwards.
it was. I think it was the big brain play. Boom didn't want to reveal the blink for the Quap because he knows the Quap's game's already
But
over.
he did.
Oh,
He
you already
blinked in.
saw it? It was in
Yeah, he
red.
blinked
Okay,
in,
it was in
as,
vision.
he blinked in
okay.
after the disruption ended and just whiffed the avalanche.
All right, then.
Anyway,
Yeah, there's
whatever.
no excuse for that. That's very
They made
weird.
some mistakes, and now they're looking to still look to punish anyway here. They still have their ult on the Mars, so that's the big one.
So we're looking at these blinks.
I mean, Saberlight's still jungling because he wants to finish up this mech because he still feels fairly squishy.
Now they're coming out with the smoke on NIP.
Into Shad, though. I mean, Shad might just turn and be able to kill them here. This is a very tough smoke for them to actually step into, this triangle.
You don't have any sort of jump hard stun initiation from NIP either, so this Jug's going to be able to walk away all the time. What is there to stop a Blade Fury TP out? Yeah.
There is nothing. NIP trying to smoke and catch here. They will use the haunt to initiate.
Go on, Toby turns quickly with the spear to stop the Spectre, but arrows in with the Stolen Blade Fury. It's not
There's a
enough
glimmer
damage though.
already.
Now Boom, he's going to jump in with a combo, take down one. Supreme, he's looking for Boom, but the Omni Slash is out. Saberlight's trying for the rip, but no, he's not getting away from this Omni Slash. As they've got to run. NIP's got to get the heck out of here. They're trying, but Misha, he's chased down by Shad with the Blade Fury. They get themselves 3 kills. As that was a very poor move from NIP that ends up backfiring big time.
Supreme might still die here too. He
He
jumps
blinked in. They see him. He's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, this is, I mean, 14 to 5, 5k lead at 16 minutes. I mean, this is how you deal with the Spectre, Fog. You make sure he's on the lineup that's 5k behind at 16 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Viking, they're on all fronts. They're just smashing NIP right now. NIP, I'm really confused the way that they're actually approaching a lot of these fights too. Is Saberlight again? He walks forward and he's just dead again.
He's gone. I mean, 0, 4, and 0. Error. Trying to live here through the burst.
He's gonna jump back in.
Oh, he doesn't even need to for Error. He's going to turn back over. Aramis trying to step away. He's able to turn to get the disruption off. The ult from Misha does finish the kill. They're able to bring down a Shadow Demon, but they need a whole lot more than a Shadow Demon right now.
Looking for Celery. Celery has a Glimmer Cape. You're not chasing this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they'll get the tower now. Boom just jumps in as they chase the Enchantress that they couldn't kill. And he gets himself a quick, easy tower.
And meanwhile, you know, Shaddy's pretty much is well on the way to his next time after the Battle Fury down bottom. He's nearly hitting 10k net worth at 17 minutes in. He is having a perfect game as the Juggernaut. He couldn't be farming any faster.
I mean, Vikings just having a perfect game. NIP is just getting smashed right now. And the way that they're approaching the fights are really weird, too. Like, Saberlight, he's 0, 4, and 1 now, so it's much harder for him at this point to just be this frontline. But watching him just jungling for, like, some of those moments was really awkward. They had actually they had 4 heroes jungling at one point. So Viking, I think they just were like, we can pick and choose and do whatever the hell we want in the game.
At least something that the viewers can relate to. Like, once, you know, we've all been there. 4 heroes in the jungle.
Yeah, it's just like you have to show somebody in the lane. Otherwise, it gives the enemy team, they have the whole map to do whatever the hell they want with. And that's what I just saw in this game. It's nobody was showing in lanes. So it just, Viking they got to pick and choose whatever they wanted. And now they have this huge lead. It's going to be really hard for NIP to really make any type of active moves at all because they don't have initiators. The Rubik is a lift and a nuke, but they have to make these ganks like with a CM, a Rubik, and a Queen of Pain at this point, which just, it's not going to work when you're this behind.
Super hard. And Boom, he's got a DD ready to drop in the next fight. He's going to pass this. Did he pass his bottle over to Shad? He did. Shad, DD in the bottle ready to go.
They can just Roche. I think they actually could just start it.
They're definitely, they're tempted. I mean, I guess they can, but it's also why take the risk, right? You know, they already know they're in a great position. Do they want to try and go for a Roche? Haunts up, Sonic Waves
They're very
there.
strong around the area, though. With a healing ward on the side too, like it's still maybe a little bit early for it, but I did feel like they could.
I mean,
maybe they just want the fight anyway.
I think the thing is, it's like, but there's no rush to get Roche, right? They don't. It's not like NIP is going to come and take it. You know,
That is true. That is very true.
They're like, we'll just keep playing our game. You know, it's working so far. They're this far ahead.
Yeah, I guess what I kind of meant was that forcing the Roche just forces a fight, and then it forces NIP into your hands, and then Viking can pick and choose it, right? Yeah.
Like it would be the kind of the more aggressive move, and in a game where maybe they don't need to be going that fast, but they could because they are that far ahead. Like they have that opportunity. Without a doubt, I mean, Shadjo, he's got a completed Manta style. So already they haven't been able to kill the Jug. I mean, because of the power of the Blade Fury against their heroes. Now with the Blade Fury and the Manta style, he's going to be very hard to catch. I don't see much locking down this Jug at all.
No. They're gonna. I think they. Yeah, smoke.
No,
look for smoke or kills or smoke right to range. Okay, just into the range. All right.
Yeah,
They killed so safe. They're all full HP. That's the thing. It's like, it's so hard for NIP to commit into this one with no initiation.
It's still all in the jungle, NIP.
They're all jungling.
Get out of the jungle, boys.
They've got
Get
Orchid
into
on
the
the
lane.
Queen of Pain finally on Supreme. But again, just lacking an initiator. They have the front line with an Underlord, but like we said, Saberlight isn't really that front line anymore. Sure, he's got mech, but he just dies. He'll die almost immediately when he shows his face. Just an Omni Slash or just a spear backwards into combo. That game feeling pretty difficult still for NIP. They've got the Manta at least on Charlie, so he's still big, but yeah, it's the other two cores and the supports that really aren't keeping up in comparison to their counterparts.
Let's see. I mean, they're eyeing up Toby in the mid lane.
He's got a blink.
There we go. In with the jump. Horn as well. They're looking to commit for the kill. They'll get it. Mars goes down. So they can chase for more. Over towards Celery. Charlie's looking. You have Jug coming out from the side, though. Shad's going to be here. Can he help out Celery? The Sonic Wave comes out. Boom. It's going to jump to look to burst Misha on the backlines, but it wasn't quite enough damage. Misha's still alive for now. Now the Omni Slash comes into play. But already they've done the damage. They're trying to get themselves out. Are they able to do so? Saberlight with the Rift will take the rest of them out. So considering the way that the game was going, NIP actually able to come in with a pretty decent punch there, taking down 3. Toby having to buy back.
Pretty massive one there, too. They unfortunately do lose the Queen of Pain as she gets hit by the majority of the damage in the cleave. But they do at least, they get themselves some pretty big kills. And especially onto that, especially onto that Tiny. But that was everything committed. That was all of their ults, and they can only get 2. They really wanted to get more out of the
They got the Mars as well, right?
They did get them, did they? Oh yeah, they did, you're right. He did ball back. Good call. Good call, man.
Well, now Vikings trying for the top tower. So they are going to have to back away with Supreme coming back to the game in 5 seconds. And of course, Shad still has the Aegis, so still plays to be made with their Jug. But a little bit of a kickback there from NIP. Still, though, Vikings 6k ahead right now.
Yeah, they can play very aggressive here with this Aegis 2. With all those ults down, much more unlikely for Boom to have any trouble. As now Boom jumps in.
He's going to toss back Garrett into the Blade Fury. The Spear's going to latch onto Saberlight. Have they got the damage to finish these kills off, though? It doesn't look like it. They got enough, but they need the help for Tiny. It's going to come in with the disruption. Defensive disruption there helping out. The arena's down. Boom getting low. Supreme, can he jump forward for the kill? He's looking at Shad. They do get the pit on the 2 of them. Shad's out with the Blade Fury, but Toby's left behind. The Mars goes down. Supreme jumps forward. He's looking for Shad. Shad will go down the once. Can they do it a second time? They need to get everyone over here onto the Jug. They're doing exactly that. He's not got a Manta or a Blade Fury to use as NIP. They finish him. Time's being bought here with the defensive disruption. It allows him to get the Blade Fury off, but the damage is done. NIP turning the game around.
Turning the game around hugely there. That was without any of their ults. Charlie just standing in the midst of everything. He's getting to a point where he's too strong. And they also had, I believe, a stolen healing ward throughout the whole fight that Ara is microing in the back line, just pushing his teammates up to full HP. And we did say about Viking is we're concerned if they start making any mistakes. That's 2. And NIP, they capitalize heavily. They spectered everything out of it. Diffusal finish, Manta, almost level 18. Yeah, Charlie's huge now.
I mean, it really does, as you say, just go to show. It doesn't matter how far you might have an advantage at the start. If you lose a few fights against a Spectre, Spectre's going to do spooky things.
And we're seeing, Saberlight, now he's starting to look like this tanky beast for his team with the cloak, the Greaves in the front line. We're seeing how Boom, he can't go for these backline targets because Saberlight's just he's this tank in the front.
Come for Center in the mid. Actually, Misha dropping the ult to try for this one, but now the arena's down. They've caught Saberlight. Horn comes out to the side. Good Sonic Wave pushes back both Aramis and Boom. Charlie, they'll take down Aramis. They'll take down Boom. Now they'll look over towards more. Saberlight getting low, but they're losing everybody here on Viking. 4 dead. It's a triple kill for Supreme. It's another huge cleanup for NIP. And that entire lead that Viking had and that commanding start that they began the game with, it's totally gone. Back down to even, and already when you see that sort of a swing into a team with a Spectre, it's hard to sort of see this swing come to a stop. This is going to just continue right into NIP's domain now.
Yeah, now Charlie's just too much of a beast, and Shad, he doesn't show up for one fight, and they may have just lost the game because of it. And this is what we said, 1 or 2 mistakes. NIP, they're capitalizing so big on it that they're even just going to get a Rax advantage off of just those 2 small things.
Nothing the Viking GG can do to stop them it. Shad's going to come forward, instantly pushed back. They will rift out. They'll come back for the range racks later. They got what they came for, the melee racks. And now up 2K and the melee racks. 24 minutes in, this game taking a complete turn from what we were seeing 10 minutes ago. As Vikings, yes, certainly going to pay the price now for those mistakes that NIP well and truly punished.
And we're seeing how the grand scheme of everything, you know, the panel was mentioning how this Tiny can have some, he can have some explosive stuff happen on the CM and on the Rubik, but in the grand scheme of all these things, when the Spectre and the Underlord now start getting these items to tank up, Tiny's going to start looking pretty much non-existent. Boom's combo, it's just there to just tickle them, really, as the Greaves gets popped and it's fully counteracted. And that's his whole contribution as this mid-Tiny now at this point. How fast things have turned.
Still Shad at the top, but he's got to hold that spot. You know, Charlie starts to take over. It's still, you know, the strength that Jug may have against the Spectre if he's, you know, with the Battle Fury, it kind of feels most of those lie on him being a little bit ahead. You know, on sort of an even playing field at the end of the day. One's a Spectre, one's a Jug in the current patch, and we all know what Spectre likes to do. He likes to win games when he's at the top.
Yeah, and Spectre's not as reliant around things either as a Jug is, where Jug, yeah, you're still decent like right clicker and stuff inside of the fights, but you're still pretty reliant on Omni Slash. Spectre, you don't have Haunt, who cares? If your hero is there, you are doing so much. Haunt is just really to get you around into the fights and provide vision. Spectre overall just feels like a much easier hero to play, as we know. And now it feels sad. I think Viking is probably feeling like they're in the same position. Just what do we do now? We have to just kind of hope that our Jug, that Shad, can somehow carry us versus a Spectre, because our other heroes, we've just fallen off. There's just not much that they can really do with a Mars and a Tiny now at this point. They're just the initiators. Damage all has to come from that Jug. Aramis almost has Aghanims too. That's one of the other things.
Okay, it could be the Spectre killer, yeah?
It's the break. You break that Spectre.
Right, Horn out. Well, for now, the Spectre's going to break him.
Yep.
Charlie comes over and smashes the Shadow Demon to pieces. It's another quick haunt from NIP. Reveals their position, sets up for the kills. Up top, Toby and Shad do manage to push that wave out, but NIP will be able to tank that tower. Gold continues to roll in for NIP. And it's Viking GG, it's just a very hard ordeal now for Shad to carry this. He's showing top, they're heading up here. Of course, Blade Fury TP out will save him every time.
Unless he gets this shit on first.
See it. It's coming to maybe turn. I mean, with the Omni Slash, they're going for it. The arena down. He's able to get to one of them. Turns over towards Charlie, but the Blade Fury's out. Sonic Wave pushing them to the side. He's going for TP out with the rest of the Blade Fury, and he'll make it away. So Shad will live, but just unable to do the damage to kill these cores, and that as well was there in a situation where he did come in with pretty much a full Omni Slash. You saw the Spectre didn't get much lower than half HP.
No, she did not. It looked nice, but yeah, they tank right through it. And that is the Omni committed. So that's the big fight ability for the Juggernaut, besides just the right clicks, that actually commits into it. So about 100 seconds, where I do believe NIP have quite a strong window here. Roche is a long spawn, 2.5 minutes. Maybe a bit fortunate there for Viking. But I don't think NIP will mind either, because they will have Haunt they'll have everything available for themselves too. Aramis is really just trying to finish up this Ag. So, you know, this, like I was mentioning, this could do some decent damage. The 3 charges of Purge, you just keep purging that Spectre. There's going to be no Desolate or Dispersion, as it does break throughout the entirety of it. Also does some decent damage too. So maybe this could be that X Factor that does give them a fighting hope for this Jug, for Shad, as he's still very farmed up.
I'm going to try and start something up on this top lane by this bit. Viking GG. Toby with the arena up.
Charlie's in, on Celery.
Celery trying to get out with the Glimmer. Got the hold with the Frostbite. And Enchantress down, and now Charlie's looking to try and sweep over for more, but there it is. As you said, the Aghanim is finished on Shadow Demon.
And he's got the cast range, the special, you know, the Aether Lens, the Telescope, plus his talent. So he can sit really far back.
He has to play these fights perfectly against the Spectre, make sure that that full potential is used to slow down Charlie.
If he can get the positioning, which is probably the hardest part for the Shadow Demon, if he can get the positioning and get these purges on Charlie with illusions beating him, Charlie will kill himself.
Are scanning.
But just NIP, for the most part, will get the initiations because of these haunts.
Now, on the edge of this all with the Smoke Viking. Charlie. And a fine boom here. Starts things off with the Blade Fury. Moving towards him. First break's going to be dropped down on the Spectre. Haunts out. Boom. He's going to go down. Caught in the pit. He'll fall. Shad looking over towards Saberlight. Has the Omni Slash at the ready, but he's getting back with the Blade Fury. Toby drops the arena. Traps Saberlight in. Supreme's committed. Blinked into this. The Omni Slash comes out, but the Blink's back up. Supreme's away. He'll be fine. Charlie.
The Shadow Demon.
He's still ready to go back in on this, and with the Shadow Demon gone for 45, there's very little in the game that scares Charlie right now. He'll be tossed over to the side, but boom goes down. Charlie chasing him for more. He's over towards Toby. The Mars will fall. Celery also caught out by Era, jumping in, catching him with the spear. As that beginning of the game is just a distant dream here. Distant memory for Viking GG as NIP. They've taken over big time now. It's 9k lead, 24-20. And with this Spectre leading the charge, there's very little on paper that you can sort of draw from to see any way of Viking turning this back in their favor as NIP are. And they're going to be running this one all the way to the victory.
Yeah, just too many mistakes here in Viking. And I say that it's only really like 2 mistakes that they made in this game, it felt like. But when you're playing this type of lineup, you have your Jug and your Tiny. It's very volatile around that mid game, especially when you're playing versus Spectre and all that. As NIP, they kept their cool. They knew if they get to this point in the game that they were just going to straight up win it. And yeah, they've done a pretty decent job at it.
Yeah,
I like the targeting by Supreme there in that last fight.
Yeah, a very good showing of just how to sort of keep things cool and just wait it out if the start is rough. And it certainly was. I think we were at a point when it was like 16 minutes in, it was like a 7k lead. And then boom, just all downhill. NIP now into the pit. This Roshan should be theirs unless Viking can try for a perfectly timed snipe. NIP giving some respect around the pit. Celery.
All right, Aramis, he has his illusions. Let's see what he can do with them.
Supreme, he's going to jump straight in with the Hex onto Aramis. He's dealing with the Shadow Demon. He's dealing with it big time. Pushes him onto the Sonic Wave. He's still alive, though, Aramis. Supreme fully committing to try and kill this SD. Will get him. Down in the river, Shad. He's got no Omni Slash for 20 seconds, and they've already taken down 2 of them. NIP, they'll look towards Toby. The Mars will fall. Triple kill. They're just going to call it. They know that they cannot recover this game right now, Viking. As NIP will take game 1. They kept their cool through the struggles of the early game, and then they just turned it around in a fashion. The Viking GG, they just had no chance as this game was going on. There was never going to be a single point where their heroes were going to be able to do anything that they weren't doing when they were ahead.
Yeah, NIP definitely feels like just an understanding of the whole game in general started to kick in. Like, they smoked up, even though they lost like the Roche and all that, didn't matter. They find these certain pickoffs with the haunts, and then Viking, they make a huge error going in that top tier 2 when Charlie is just completely online, and Charlie just holds his ground and kills everybody. Spectre, again.
Spectre.
Seeming to be having a good day.
Yeah, probably the best showing that we've had so far, at least from Charlie, so definitely something to talk about there. 10-0-17 on his Spectre. He really did do it well, especially considering the circumstances of the early game. There was a lot of fight that they were bringing towards him, and he kept his cool right throughout it all. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1. Viking GG, they tried to play it fast, tripped up a couple of times, and NIP, they just kicked them aside and stepped on top of them all there with this Spectre as the game went on. 10-0-17 for him. Excellent recoveries from both Supreme and Saberlight after a very rough laning stage, as NIP will take your game 1 here against Viking GG.
Gonna see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire.
In their destined matchup, Ninjas in Pyjamas put themselves in good stead to make their way into the playoffs for ESL 1 Germany. They're only one map away here from winning this series and winning themselves a place in the playoff, the final place in our playoffs for ESL 1 Germany. I've got my panel back here to break down game number 1. I've got Go.Kyo. Lads, Ninjas in Pyjamas, they were behind for a decent amount of that game, but just a few mistakes there coming out from Viking just brought it back.
Yeah, at one point it was 7k gold lead. They had Aegis. It was only 16 minutes into the game and Jug was massive. We knew that the Tiny was going to kind of fall off on Steam, but they just lost so many fights just due to execution or just getting caught out or playing under the enemy ward, and they just got a good fight because of it. It felt really odd because after 1 or 2 fights, the game got racks, I think 6 minutes after that as well, at 25 minutes into the game.
I think that overall aggression at top lane was really crucial. Like, they didn't have a right heroes to play from even game or behind. I think like they needed to have that mentality where Jog needs to have a 5 or 6 item slot, and whenever they have an Aegis, they just play like still safe whenever they're going to high ground. We've expected before from the panel like about this Tiny's like a mid like a contribution in the team fights, and he's versing against a Spectre and Underlord. However, I mean, can he ever blink on top of anyone once he gets haunted?
Exactly, and we saw that a few times. The Haunt really being able to disconnect everything coming in from Viking GG. We saw a few times where the spears were getting blocked as well. The Tiny wasn't ever able to get those Blink Avatos combos off. Like, you know, we talked about it that there's some good targets for him to kill, the Rubik as well as the Crystal Maiden, but if he never gets his Blink Dagger off, it doesn't really matter. And then he can't, you know, utilize his combo against against the Spectre Underlord because they're so fat. There's no way for him to get into these team fights, and as QO said, the Tiny just kind of falls off in that mid roll, and you know, it was a good draft coming in from Viking GG. It was just they made a few crucial mistakes, 1 to 2 teamfight losses, and then the Spectre comes back and wins.
Yeah, a lot of things as well. Haunt kind of deals with the Juggernaut Omni Slash. It actually cancelled out, for example, in this fight here, the Haunt Illusion actually took the Spear, so the Mars, I think 2 or 3 fights actually didn't get the connection with the Arena Spear combo because of the Haunt. And on top of that, you got SDs where his W is very effective against Spectre and Underlord, but once they get their Greaves as well as the Manta style on the Spectre, it doesn't do anything anymore. And I felt a lot of these heroes just lost a lot of steam as well as the Tiny. And it just became a very easy game for NIP to play around that Spectre.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of the tale of all these Spectre matches, right? Like sometimes you really try and counter this hero. You know, the Phoenix is really good with a laser beam and stuff like that, and it looks pretty hot. But then you come into these games where you've got these, I don't want to call them pseudo counters, but counters that the Spectre can build against. And then it just gets to a situation where the Spectre's a Spectre hits that Skadi timing with a Manta style. She just gets really big. The Haunt just starts to deal with these supports way too much, and then kind of falls all by the wayside there for Viking GG. So looking forward to game number 2 though, QO. Obviously Viking GG, their draft was good here. Just a few more execution errors coming in from them. So how do they tighten that up for game 2?
Well, first of all, I really didn't like that Enchantress and Shadow Demon combo. Yes, it is like a strong in terms of laning, but I think that Shadow Demon was like a little unnecessary. Like they could pick up like one more hero that can go in with them, or like some like damage output hero, but Shadow Demon isn't the damage output. You need to have this like a strong AoE formation like of coming out from your team like to pull it off, but like they were like a little like single target. So yeah, that factor, and the tiny mid like last pick, I think that was a really big factor. Like when you could just pick like a Lina, some damage type of thing where you can continuously right click someone down, like even though you're farmed with the MKB. But tiny, like you need to have 2 items, EB and like Aghanim, or like that crystal is like sort of damage, but like both item builds doesn't seem to be like that effective that game to put tiny mid.
Yeah, I agree. With the Lina, it would have actually denied the option or even made it harder for them to pick a Queen of Pain into a Lina where it's going to be Lina favored. And on top of that, they can actually protect the Lina this game with the Shadow Demon pick that they had. And you have nice synergies with the spell amplification, as well as just removing the health instantly from the Shadow Demon spells. I'm just a little surprised because they lacked a bit of damage, and Lina would have been actually the ideal pick in that scenario.
Well, it seems like there's a few things that Viking GG have to fix up here for game number 2. So we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of this, we'll have game number 2 here between Viking GG, Ninjas in Pyjamas. We'll see you after.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. Dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We're coming up on potentially our final map of the Swiss group stages here at ESL 1 Germany. It's Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on Viking GG in a best-of-3 series. Winner goes into playoffs, loser gets out of the tournament. I've got my panel back here ready to break down game number 2 draft, which is just around the corner. I've got QO and Godot. I was going to say Qwot. Qwot and Geo. Lads, game number 2 draft. Viking GG. We felt like it was a pretty good draft coming out from them. Just a few issues towards the mid-game that their draft didn't help out a little bit.
I mean, I didn't like the tiny pick. We all were both wanting to have Lina instead, and I think that would have solved a lot of their problems. That being said, though, I kind of want them to open differently. I want to see Chens, I want to see ETs from Viking GG. They're very comfortable playing these lineups where they're really strong when it comes to grouping up and hitting these timings. But when you play with SD, Jug, Mars, like, it just doesn't really seem like there's any synergy at all in their lineup. There's no purpose. They're just playing Dota.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon, Enchantress, Juggernaut, especially with these three combo together.
All right, well, lads, we'll draft on the screen, so you guys don't have to talk about ifs and buts because you guys have solid stuff to talk about ahead of you. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they got the priority here, and they picked the second pick. And then, obviously, Viking GG chose Dire. So we've got a few more hero picks to go through here. Venge Drow is an opener from Viking GG. They really want to try and solidify that synergies and the timings that you're talking about, right, Darcy?
Yeah, this is what they're good for. But there's one problem as well. Venge Drow is not really a combo they have actually played much of. They have used it in the past, but not so much as of late. But it does suit the thing of trying to play around certain timings. That's where they really excel at. And it's also something that NIP plays, so kind of disabling them from actually going for that approach. That being said, is Magnus banned?
No, it is not.
And like because of that sort of concern, they started up banning Spectre and then picked this Drow Ranger. But if you like think about it, there's so many heroes that can actually just jump on the Drow Ranger, like Phantom Lancer, just like Life Stealer just jumping in. Like with the Drow, if you wanna be like win with the Drow Ranger, you need to use this timing instead of thinking about this hard out carrying their carries.
Well, what is the pick here for Ninjas in Pyjamas then? Do they try and go for a carry that can get on top of the Drow Ranger so it doesn't get banned in that second phase? Or is it something more of an offlaner here for Saberlight that can combine, you know, and enable a carry to try and get on top of the Drow like the Magnus?
Well, the thing about the Magnus is it's pretty hard to play Magnus into Venge Drow lineups because the timings from Venge Drow is really quick and you don't really get time to utilize the Empower effectively. On top of that as well, you don't really want to RP a Drow because you can just get swapped out, right? So it's pretty hard, but, well, they went with the Bloodseeker approach instead. I like that.
And I think we've seen this matchup twice, or once or twice. And what I remember was Bloodseeker having a very good lane against the Drow Ranger, and yeah. So like I think I've mentioned this like 3 times already about this offensive tri lane with the Drow Ranger, like and try to hold the wave at the bottom side. I think that's the one way to secure this Drow lane. But if they do that normal 2-on-2, I'm probably gonna expect the same like thing can happen against the Bloodseeker.
Well, Bloodseeker has really high armor as well, which is why it's so good against these physical right-click laners, such as the Venge Drow. And the Rupture also has a lot of good uses against Drow, because you can just Rupture him, even if you get swap, he's going to take that damage. You can also just use the Blood Rites to kind of negate the swap from happening, or just getting them both if they try to protect each other. So it's pretty commonly picked against Venge Drow, and that's why normally people haven't been picking Venge Drow instantly. They normally open up one hero like ET into the Drow, or just a strong laner into the Drow, and if they ban out the Venge, sure, it's not really a big deal, but there's a lot of lineups, such as Secret, that actually been playing the Drow without the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah. Well, speaking on that kind of tone where the Bloodseeker is kind of one of those stronger laners and Kyo like seeing these offensive tri lanes, does that mean Vikings going to start moving towards heroes that will play in that tri lane and then give themselves a good 1v1 matchup so Toby can play up against this Bloodseeker?
Well, you can't, in a draft like a period, you can't really expect them gonna be coming to our tri lane, so let's try to guess that and then pick like a right hero. I think what they will be doing is, oh, we already have like a one answer for the Drow, like let's just assume like they I don't know how to explain this like properly, but
to kind of assume that they're just going to go 2-1-2 the entire time and not expect the offensive tri lane?
Yeah, because like if you think about it that way, it's a bit like hard to draft, and not many teams in EU has done like a offensive tri lane beside this Secret or Liquid. I mean, yeah, some teams.
Yeah. I can get behind that. So a few more of these bans coming out here, lads. We've talked. I know a lot of people are getting kind of sick of this Techies memes, but this is the team that has picked the Techies. They are one map up here. We've seen it a few times from them. This is the second phase where they can pick it up. Venge Drow, pretty good here. You guys don't see any way that these Techies can come into this draft?
I think it's so hard to pick it into a Drow lineup as well. You can't really punish the lane as much. Maybe Techies Bloodseeker.
That sounds hot.
I don't like it.
You guys are always shooting down my dreams.
No. It's just because like if you pick Techies, highly likely that Drow's gonna have a good game.
Okay.
In like first 15 minutes, and with that Dragonlance and Yasha, if the Drow Ranger takes like a 1 or 2 towers together with the team, that's his winning condition. And I think all they have to do is just stop like a Drow from pushing. So let him do the jungling in the ancient area, but he doesn't farm that fast. So
okay.
Well, I like the bans here by NIP. They just don't want to really get snowballed out of control by just losing too many lanes, and then they're going to play around the Drow timings for Viking GG. And Toby is one of those players that has a pretty big hero pool. He plays micro-intensive heroes, he plays those Aura bot heroes, he plays pretty much all the nuisance heroes as well, such as the Bloodseeker if he was left open. So it's one of those players you really have to watch out for. But for Viking GG, you already have the idea of how you're going to play the game. All your other picks are going to depend on the matchups, as well as just adapting according to what you see. And they can go for the approach of just playing around teamfight with the Drow staying at the back, then just playing backup. But it's going to be different for NIP. They need a carry that kind of needs to get on top of her to be kind of stopping the timings, and a lot of them are already banned. We already saw Spectre being banned, Savannah is another one, CK is another one, which would be pretty damn good because of the illusions. You just can't really deal with it, and you can get on top, and it comes really quick online as well. And the Naga as well, which is surprising to see actually banned here, because it's a hero we haven't seen at all, I think, in this tournament.
Exactly, yeah, we have not seen Naga being picked just yet. But does that mean Ninjas in Pyjamas going to lean towards something like a Phantom Lancer? It's the only thing that really comes to mind, right, QO?
Yeah, but like Phantom Lancer has been a really bad hero. I think that hero needs too much time. Like even if it's online, like their carry is also farmed, and as long as you just make him half HP before he double walks, I think it's all good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think like NIP has to just even like Tosca looks good. Like Tiny. Yeah, Tiny's good too against the Drow Ranger.
Actually, another hero that we have seen in the past, I'm not sure in this tournament has happened, but Anti-Mage used to be one of the picks that people have been doing against Drow, even though he needs time to get to those later stages, like 2-3 items to deal with the Drow, but when he does, it's pretty much game over. And the way in IP, they emphasize a lot on laning, so if they get strong lanes, perhaps they can still draft into that Anti-Mage approach, which to be honest is the only hero I see left that can actually play for the later stages of the game against the Drow.
Phoenix pickup. And this looks pretty big here from Viking GG. It's made it this far into the draft. I'd usually see it first phase banned or picked from a lot of these teams, and now it's gotten to a point where it's, you know, it feels like these first 3 heroes, they're not egg hitters. There's no good way for them to kill it, right? Does that mean Ninjas in Pyjamas have to try and find a hero that can deal with the egg as well as dealing with the Drow?
I mean, it's always good to have like a answer for the Phoenix, but I just don't like Phoenix when there's no frontliner. And like with the Viking at the moment, Venge, Drow, they're all like a backline sort of heroes, and then yeah, they probably need to add up some Mars.
Mars is banned.
Like some like a frontline.
What are we thinking there for the offlaning? Is it just going to be like a Toby Slider? Is that a good enough lane against the PA, QO? You're a bit iffy.
Yeah, I'll say anything is okay against PA, but not with Enchantress PA.
Okay, so you think that lane's just far too strong here for NIP?
Yeah, or like from NIPs, what they can do is just go offensive trial and put Bloodseeker bottom.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, like the reason why I'm not a big fan of PA is just like this hero is heavily lane dependent, and if you go jungle without like level or gold, you're just gonna farm so slow.
Okay. So really feeling like they need to make sure that Charlie has a good PA game here, otherwise he's going to be a little bit behind. But
yep.
Trying to think what Viking GG are going to go for here.
It could be a slaughter game, honestly. I mean, they're not really so scared about teamfight right now because NIP is all this individual target kind of damage, and you have to deal with the egg, but then you also have the Gus to worry about. Wow, they picked the Storm already. Well, NIP does have the last pick in the draft, so regardless of where they pick Boom's hero, it's going to get counted. So they probably just want to pick a hero that's going to be good for the game. And I do remember Storm being banned in the later phase, I think, in the ban. The last game, so they want to just pick that up before it gets banned out. On top of that, there is some synergies here. They can play and protect the Storm Spirit pretty easily here. I just don't see the Slaughter being as good now, and it's possibly going to get banned anyways. I just want to see like some sort of team fights hero that can play the lane, like a Tidehunter, for example. Pretty good against the PA, right? In the laning phase, you can protect the egg, and you have superior team fights. So when you start grouping up around the Drow timings, there's just nothing you can do. And if they split, you have the Storm as well to deal with this split push from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Although they don't really have the best split anyways. There's no real tower hitter here from NIP, so it'd be pretty slow to do so.
Yep.
So I'm sure NIP just going to ban out some more offlane heroes here because it's almost guaranteed that Toby's hero will be left. He has played the Vengeful Spirit before, so you could pick that up in the offlane if they want to go for like another 5 or another 4 for Viking. But Lena gets banned out here from Viking, just making sure that lane is a little bit better for the Storm Spirit. I'd imagine Quap is the next ban, right? Something like that.
I mean, NIP emphasize on laning so much, which I'm worried because even if it has a good lane here, I don't think it's going to be great for the game itself.
Yeah, it was completely different last game. I think Boom was the one who focused on the lane, but NIP had to start with like a bad start. But yeah, like as long as you have a okay team composition, like I think it's good to have it. And right now, in my perspective, NIP's draft is a little more stronger. It's pretty even, but I think NIP got like a little more advantage here.
Oh, okay. They're going to get the Axe ban here coming in from Ninjas in Pyjamas. So, I mean, Slaughter's the only thing that's really left, right?
Tidehunter. Oh, actually, it's banned.
Everything is banned for PA.
I didn't realize.
In the second phase.
Oh, that's pretty bad then.
Timber.
I don't really like Slaughter though. You can't really protect the egg, and I don't think it's even going to be a great lane. Slaughter Phoenix into Enchantress PA.
Yep.
What would you be scared, QO, if you're playing this Phantom Assassin? Obviously, you're the Chad, so you're not really scared of much, but...
Yeah, I'm the Chad.
Well, what does Viking need then? I need something from you guys. I need the big brains. I need all the MMR to be coming out here on the panel, lads. Pudge? That'd be hot.
Maybe Brewmaster. He does play that hero, gives him team fight. Doesn't give him that lockdown.
Yeah, Brewmaster.
But they went
They're going to go
Slaughter.
Slaughter.
Yeah, I don't really like it that much, honestly.
It's one of their staple picks, so I guess it's more comfort over lane dominance here. So, on the other side of the coin, Ninjas in Pyjamas don't have much time left either. What are we expecting here, lads?
The standard Kino Pain.
Yeah, I agree as
well.
Yep.
Kino Pain. Yep.
Feels like a lot of these mid-player drafts in the last pick are either Storm, Quap, or Lena. Yep. So, I mean, with the other ones already picked and banned, it was pretty straightforward there for the Queen of Pain. But, lads, what are we thinking about these drafts? Game number 2. Who are we sitting with? Who are we thinking? What are we expecting to happen?
I think NIP looks strong because their lanes are too strong. You can't really execute your game plan as Viking GG unless they had winning lanes. And right now, I don't really see any. So I just feel like they're going to get run down by NIP.
Yeah, it's not like they're going to fall off like after the laning phase anyways as well.
So you think this PA's got a good enough mid to late game where Charlie can carry as a Phantom Assassin?
And I think Era was like showing that really strong performance on Tiny 4 once they're in the good like advantage. He's always gonna look for some like a repositioning angle instead of like trying to burst someone. So I like that part.
So you guys are feeling pretty confident here about Ninjas in Pyjamas. So I'll ask you one more time before we head into game number 2. Predictions?
NIP.
Yep. NIP.
Well.
All right, looks like my panel are all on the NIP train. It looks like NIP train could potentially be stopping at Windtown. So we'll see if you guys do get the same victory here that we've predicted on the panel. So we're going to hand it over to our casters for potentially the final time. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Yeah, well, what do you reckon, folks, here in this game too? NRP versus Viking. Do you sort of agree? Do you like what NRP's got going on?
I do like what NIP's got going, but I really like what Vikings got going on too. I think they've got a lot of minus armor. They've got good team fights, some pretty strong lanes. Everything does look like it comes in together for them pretty strongly as well too.
Yeah, I mean, what Viking open with this Drow Venge. I mean, this is something that we've sort of seen over the last few tournaments the top teams like to go in with. You know, it's a strong opener for a reason. Would you say sort of the ways that NIP have addressed that with the remainder of their draft have been pretty strong? You like the way that they've gone against it?
Yeah, I think PA is always going to be one of those heroes that's good versus Drow. Just get right on top of her. You already have the blur innately built in, so you can, walk in and get that. You don't really care too much about Drow throughout the majority of the game because you have you have that evasion always. So, yeah, I mean, it does look like they tick those boxes, but I do like the way that Viking finished up their draft. This Storm and this Slardar, super comfortable heroes. I know both these players love to play it, and I think it fits really nicely with their draft too. Yeah,
well, to the point because we saw in the draft that a lot of Toby's offlaners were banned out by NIP, but you would actually feel that the one that they were left with, the Slardar, is not really a bad one to be left with at all.
No, in fact, it's one of his, if I'm not mistaken, I should actually go glance through. I had their team up before. I'm going to look it up really quickly again. I think it was his most played.
Yeah. It's the one they left in.
Yeah, I think it's like the one that they were even, if I'm not mistaken, it was the one that people were even first phase banning versus them. They were opening with it most of their games. So, yeah, this is the one that they're the most comfortable on, and he's versus a melee matchup. So that's always really nice to have. Even though it's very high armor hero, it's still the same damage that the Slardar can do.
I mean, looking at some of the ways that these lanes are going to match up. I mean, do you see anyone having real struggles at the start of this game?
30 seconds to battle.
Real struggles? I don't know if anyone should really struggle. I guess it all depends on how like the tossbacks and stuff happen. I guess I would just say that NIP's top lane should suffer a bit. This Tiny plus this Bloodseeker versus Venge Drow. I feel like this is actually in a position where Venge Drow is fairly strong here.
Yeah, well, 2 melees trying to run at these heroes, but you're going to take a lot of damage, and if you're not actually able to close the gap and do anything with the burst, you're not going to get the opportunity to run away from those heroes.
Yeah, they have to just play it like really, like, Era has to play it really clever pretty much on his side as this Tiny, just with these talkbacks into blood rights and just positioning. And we have seen him have some pretty successful ones. I know Kyo was the one mentioning that on the panel. I know a lot of these Tinies, they just combo people, and it's like, oh, man, I didn't kill him. Era is actually one of those that always goes for the toss-back play, toss people Chronos, toss people into a secondary stun or something along those lines. So let's see how they end up putting their lanes. As they're actually, I guess they were expecting a little bit of a lane, like the Slaughter to be top, I guess.
Yeah, because they were both walking to swap, and then they just TP'd back to where they were coming from.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe they were expecting some type of like an aggro lane or something. Not too sure. And we'll see Era right away because of this. He has to just pull the top lane. And yeah, lanes will progress anyway. I guess it's just the way that NIP wanted it to have set up. I don't think Viking's upset about this at all. This looks great for Viking anyway.
I mean, sure, but I guess the PA is... I mean, but yeah, I don't know, actually. Both lanes aren't really amazing for PA to be farming into.
No, this one's not as bad, I guess, because you always have your daggers, you're close to your tower, you know, you have that extra armor. So yeah.
We'll see NRP get that first pull round, so we'll be able to deny a creep wave here. Celery's trying to step in and have a look at it. There is around to push Celery off to the side and make sure Saberlight has the space to pretty much deny this entire wave. Same to be set up top, though, with the way that the creeps are meeting. Shad also able to do the same.
Yeah, everyone's getting very familiar with how you can deal with these type of pullbacks, but this hurts Celery a lot. This is where it gives Era his opportunity to actually be a Tiny with boots. You know, you're not playing in the lane, you're just chasing Avenge away and just getting lots of hits onto her. She doesn't have the stun. Bottom, the constant battle between blocking the camp. Aramis will even put down a sentry just in case. Misha looked like he wanted to get a little more aggressive, but have to be a little careful. He is fragile on the Enchantress too. A couple hits.
And would you imagine this is going to be a game for Charlie's PA where he... Oh, see if they've got enough to... get him. Now Celery's into the trees and is away. But yeah, what would you sort of expect from Charlie this game? Just playing it slow and heavy on the farm, Battle Fury, or do you think we're going to see the Deso and getting active early?
Oh, that's actually a good question. In this game...
Do you want to try and out-farm the Drow, or do you want to try and get those, that Deso on and start jumping her as soon as you can?
I think I'm not too sure, actually. I think I might prefer the Deso, but...
Yeah.
It's just because I feel like Viking is gonna start kicking up the pace also this game, because they have the Slardar, Drow, Venge, like they can go for threatening Rosh and stuff like that early on. So I want the PA to be able to show up and fight. I feel like she won't be able to show up and fight with Battlefield for a very long time. So top, Saberlight. We'll be able to walk away, and he gets the connection, and he's speedy. Everyone's kind of low.
There's a couple punches back in onto Shad. Because how we're sitting in the mid lane. This time round, Supreme, he's able to have a bit of about a whole wave of advantage against Boom. As you can see, 17 for 7 against the 12 for 2. So early on with the dagger spam, it's proving a little too much for Boom, as Boom's having to play much more carefully than Supreme has to himself.
Interesting how in this matchup he does way better versus a ranged hero, but did worse versus a melee.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it really was just sort of the knock-on effect of just, not really sort of using your advantage on that first wave as we saw last game that did just give the start to Boom as a Tiny that allowed him to step up and CS for the rest of the laning stage.
Because he's actually like almost pushed Boom completely out.
Yeah,
he's crushing the lane this time around. And they're even double-checking the runes too to shut down Boom even more. And now Misha, he's even going to take a creep away and just mess with Boom a lot here. Just even just right clicks.
Cancelling these early clarities can be hugely annoying for the Storm. Yeah, I mean, maybe Supreme just needed a warm-up game, And he got it. He won it.
Boom is just pushed out of lane, and the Thirst stacks is there. Saberlight up top. He's going to be zooming around, so he's actually doing fine up in that matchup. You see Viking leading a little bit in the last hits here for the majority, but it will all even out soon. As Misha is leaving from that. Mid lane top.
Look at the combo with the Blood Right onto Shad. See if they can dive in to finish this one off. Saberlight's looking for it. And he's heading in. He's going to have Blood Right up again in a second. Era's the focus, though, from Shad and Celery. Looking to take down this Tiny. Can they get him? They do. Blood Right will hit on the two of them. Can Saberlight get some cleanup kills? He's going to try and run down Shad. One more will find it, but the magic missile holds him back. Shad able to put the salve, push him back with the gust. The body blocks here from Celery. I mean, Celery, he's putting the work in. Can he get out of range of the blood right? He can, Shad. Shad's gonna live. As Celery there with some excellent body blocks actually keeps the Drow alive.
I thought for sure Shad was gonna go down there for that exchange too, but very nicely done. And in mid, this time Supreme, he jumps forward, survives even, 3 HP.
All right. I mean, we'll see what he plans to do with this, as he hasn't got any regen.
Deadlight top again, getting gone on. Living away with one hit again. And he's going to TP in their faces. And their tower is getting beaten on by the catapult this entire time here, too.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing sort of both these lanes. Shad, his farm's been fine, but still time now where he's having to take the walk back to base. And yeah, this mid lane, the difference only going to get greater and greater between the two of them as Boom, he's got a whole lot of catching up to do. We're at a point where Supreme's about to hit the 7, and Boom, he's only just entered into level 5 territory. The XP difference is really starting to add up between these two mids.
Yeah, that's huge. Supreme can gank the side lane so easy. Everyone is actually fairly susceptible.
Yeah.
Slardar is your frontliner, but Slardar, he gets owned by the dagger pretty hard in the front. And then everybody else is just extremely squishy. And Supreme has a lot of different ways to get on top of them. Queen of Pain could really snowball and set the pace, set that tempo for an IP. Shad top. Bloodright will connect. They get the toss back.
Let's see what they can get done here. Saberlight trying to chase down Shad. Now Celery's attention is drawn over towards Era, but Era's out into the trees, puts the south. Mid lane, Tau taking a bit of a beating here. Put the fortification. Boom still hanging around, still not quite got that level 6 on Boom. And the Mud Golems. Look at this control there from Misha with the body blocks and the Mud Golems. Boom's in trouble. They're trying to get him out with TP backup coming in, but Boom goes down. They get the kill. Celery's got to be a little careful too. Supreme doesn't mind getting low here as he's still got a regen rune to play with in his bottle. As this Storm is getting completely crushed. Only level 5.5 at 7 minutes in, whereas Supreme, he's about to hit level 8. He's also 10 seconds off the Sonic Wave. When Storm's back in the game, Supreme's going to have Sonic Wave good to go. Boom cannot show himself mid.
No, Boom has to just jungle. I think a lot of the heroes of Viking might actually be pushed into the jungling in this next quick succession here. Because of how farm Supreme is. Yeah, level 8 is about to hit, so Max Scream, that high burst damage. And Misha, he's just playing around mid area. Like, they know they can just punish anyone who's here.
They can kill the Slardar.
He might just die.
Oh, he's definitely dead.
He is definitely.
The question is if they need to use a Sonic Wave. Yeah, he's not going to need to. He's not going to need to. The kills there. God. TPs are cancelled. I mean, yeah, I guess Supreme was really sort of saving it for the laning phase of game 2. You know, that game 1 laning phase of the quad was very underwhelming, but here in the second game, Supreme is just, he's destroying it. 2-0-1, it's 8 minutes in, and a tier 1 tower taken as well. That he couldn't be doing it any better this game.
No, he is absolutely smashing it. Charlie has gotten all the space in the world. Bottom 2 as they push Toby out of the lane, and everything really feels like it's going NIP favored. Top lane is the only one that's kind of going for Viking here. But it's not like Saberlight isn't having a good time.
Look at these moves.
He's pretty much got the veil almost done.
He's got an Invis rune. He's straight up top. There is a sentry down though. So stepping into it, it will be seen. And Celery, he's going to come in, but they might still have the opportunity to jump shot. They do. The avalanche is in. Sonic Wave's going to be used. Takes him down. Supreme continuing to rule the map.
Losing your tower this early on, this is going to test the Viking quite a lot here if they're able to recover.
Can this Storm come back this game? That's the real question.
It's also like, can the Storm come back? And also, like, they have a Drow, so they're very reliant about having their jungle open.
Oh, here we go.
Supreme.
See if they can burst him. I mean, his Blink's still on cooldown. He's got Misha coming over the side. Supreme, he's out. He's not out. They got him. All right, that's the start of a comeback, at least, for the Storm getting involved in a quad kill. They'll still lose Celery, but Supreme does die. And Boom gets himself a few hundred gold from that. And he's going to need more of that, but yeah, a quad kill is a quad kill.
Small gains. Then they're going to need them. Like I was in the beginning of saying, they have some very jungle-reliant heroes. Drow and Storm Spirit, they want to hit the jungle for a little bit here. I feel like NIP, they can take advantage of this a lot here. Just pressure all the lanes. As you know that they're going to have to rely on jungle.
Aramis is popping the egg.
They're not going to kill it. Oh, will they, Charlie?
But they didn't kill it. And now it's a 3-man crush. They've all dived in a little too far for this. The Saberlight goes down. They couldn't kill it in time. Aramis with, I mean, one of the best looking level 1 eggs I've seen in a while there. He gets away with it with 3 heroes coming right underneath him. I mean, it couldn't be any better, that Supernova. That's probably the best level 1 Supernova I've ever seen. 3 heroes underneath it, boom, the stun kicks off.
And that'll happen when, you know, Toby got pushed out of bottom lane. So Aramis got given bottom lane. So it's a pre-10 minute level 6 on the Phoenix, and it pays off.
They couldn't take
needed that. I really feel like they needed that pretty badly. As Shad, he actually shows his face up top. They might commit onto him. Misha wants to. Charlie, a bit reluctant to go for it. As Boom, he's looking to join over here. Hasting.
Supreme, has got Sonic Wave good to pop again and TP ready, so if they do fight top, he can join.
They're keeping Shad real low here, just spamming him. Charlie looking for a jump. Oh, Supreme's actually going to walk in and get a... Wait, what? I guess they were saving that rune for Boom, because the Celery walked over that bounty rune. Supreme just walks in and gets himself a free bounty. And a bottle refill. That was weird.
Boom. Poking at Supreme, but Supreme's got Sonic Wave if he wants to try and commit, but he won't. We'll let him be.
They're all getting pushed out of their jungle here. Shad's not getting the opportunity to hit creeps like he wants to. And they're going to lose their top tower, too. So their safe lane tower and their mid tower taken out at the 11-minute mark. Uh-oh, Viking. They're going to have some big plays in the mid game here with this Slardar and this Phoenix to kind of bring things back together. Because the Drow and the Storm Spirit are going to have a tough recovery.
Yeah, they need to catch up, and as you say, yeah, they're not relying on players to do that. They want to hit creeps.
Yeah.
So here we go. Shad is under this ward. Error. Avalanche and the Rupture's down on his Shad. They'll step in. Error is trying to get in for the toss. Can he get there? Celery's going to be there with the swap back. Saberlight still charging and looking for Shad. The Sonic Wave clips him. Supreme able to find the ult to finish him off. Celery's cleaned up the trees. Can they get Supreme? They can. Boom. Gets one. He's going to try for Misha. Can he get himself another here? Boom, he can.
Okay.
2 kills for Boom on the cleanup. I mean, he's making that recovery, Boom. He really is. These sort of kills, they're really closing the gap between him and Supreme.
Somewhat. Still quite a bit behind. Still like 1,600 gold, but small
a few
game,
more.
but
I thought it was going to be a whole lot rougher. The fact that he's got 3 kills when he had the start that he had. Now the comeback it's being done, bit by bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely just anything you can get here on the side of Viking, as you know you're going to be under the gun. Definitely still need to look to fight his form. I think the Slardar, Venge, Phoenix, and Storm have to look to fight his form as Chad just takes the space until he has Dragonlance. When he has Dragonlance, I think he can look to get involved because he has Venge with him, so he can always sit so far in the back. But NIP, I feel like they should just keep charging forward here. They have a huge window to take advantage. And they're going to see the Venge and the Drow here. Getting a beautiful wraparound here. Era.
So the jump for Supreme. No Celery. Avalanche setup. Era. Can he get the catch onto Shad? No, he doesn't want to dive the tower. I mean, they're just happy getting kills like this, securing space for Charlie.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And Charlie is getting all the space in the world right now in this top half. No way that Viking can cross anywhere towards him.
He is going to go for the Battle Fury build this game, though.
Yeah, he is, yeah. I
thought he was going to go for the faster pace one, but I guess he wants to be a little greedy.
Yeah, but yes, it's intriguing that we are sort of seeing more PAs like to go for the Battle Fury again.
Ooh.
That's top. Ooh.
Aramis.
He's going to be okay.
The Fairy Fire actually just saves him. He was dead without that Fairy Fire.
He lives.
And
All right. Didn't even need to pop the egg.
Yep. Very nice. What are we waiting for on NIP? There no blink yet on the Tiny, trying to farm that one up. Charlie trying to finish his, and yeah, it looks like they're a little bit more just chilled back and farming at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme's very close to the Orchid, so
yeah,
wants to get that done before he shows. And ideally hit that level 12 before he's popping the Sonic Wave once more.
Toby's got a blink. Pretty decent time for the Slardar here, 14 minutes. They can definitely look to, like we said, play us 3 or 4. As, oh, top. Maybe they even find Saberlight here.
So they can finish him. Magic Missile down with the Sunray damage and Boom's presence. They can. It's another kill from Boom, continuing to make that comeback. 5 kills on a Storm that got destroyed in lane. Boom's doing it.
He's saving for the last hit on all these kills. He's like, I need all the gold in this game possible. I need my Yules to deal with these silences that are going to be coming out. NIP under vision here.
Toby's going to get the jump in onto Era. Supreme trying to push him away. Sonic Wave down onto the 4 of them, but can he actually finish off any of the kills? He can't. It's just going to be a bit of a temporary pushback with the Sonic Wave. Just gives Supreme the space to grab those 2 bounty runes.
See that blink of Toby really paying off there, at least getting them that 1 kill already on Era. And Era, he also will get his blink after he dies this time around. Viking securing themselves their triangle for Shad to farm a little safer. We'll see NIP coming out a bit more ahead of this, and always have to be thankful, especially if you're Charlie when you are at this pace. This is pre-Battle Fury that he's able to farm at this rate. See what Viking does. They have a lot of options on Viking still, too. They have a lot of minus armor, like we mentioned, so damage won't be an issue for them for the majority of the game.
Yeah, no, these 3 heroes can kill alone, really. Toby,
yeah,
Celery,
they can kill
and Boom.
anybody.
They get a good jump.
And NIP's at the ready.
Yeah, they're prepared for this. They're all grouped up it around the river.
Era's got the blink. They're playing around the rune.
They've also got the silence. Straight away. Goodbye, Aramis. Toby. He's going to get the jump on Supreme, though. Supreme. He's going to get blown up. Well, they don't mind losing the Phoenix at all there. As Boom, yet again, another at least kill involvement to be found.
Yeah, Corrosive Haze is always going to give them that damage element. You know, it always will feel like they will have damage coming in. Especially whenever Shad does look to get involved. Because he's getting the space. He'll be able to farm as this drow, but definitely have to not feel as good about the space as Charlie. Like we said, he's gotten away with getting the Battle Fury, so he's going to just farm at a much faster pace than this drow. And this will probably pay off for him rather than going for the Deso.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it does mean. I mean, yeah, because the thing is, I guess when you look at NIP's heroes, they're having something like this Tiny with the blink. Like they're getting kills anyway, right? They don't really need the PA with the Deso at this point of the game to kill heroes.
Yeah,
they would rather have that investment in Charlie just being able to gear up and be the bigger carry as the game goes on.
Yeah, it definitely does make sense. Viking, like we said, a little bit more content with playing the farm, as still a little bit tough for them to kind of recover versus NIP. Looking to finish up at least the 1 item for Boom, so he feels a little safer. Aramis is trying to find his level 12 as well as his Yule Scepter, so just trying to find their protection versus the Orchid.
Let's see what NIP can find with the smoke. Viking looking kind of prepared. I mean, they're all together.
They're all grouped. Here. They are strong. If Shad is here too, they're extremely strong still.
They're going to smoke themselves. See who's able to catch who by surprise.
See if Toby can get the initiation he wants. They're pinging out the PA right now. Toby, he's going to run into Misha.
He's going to get ruptured. So they want to continue to try and push for this Viking. Celery steps forward. Era. He's going to have to toss over whilst the rupture's still going. Toby getting burst low. The Sonic Wave finishes him off. Boom. He's going to zip straight in looking for Supreme, but the silence is there onto Boom. He's been caught out by the silence. They're running him down, but he's got the Essence Ring. He's able to zip out in time. He'll live. The egg is successful from Aramis, and Charlie is right underneath it. The Supernova takes him out. Boom is still alive there on the side. He's going to be able to turn, get Misha. Viking GG, they're doing it in these fights here. They take down 3. Charlie turning up with the newly built Battle Fury and just dying to the egg. They couldn't get the egg down again.
That was... I'll explain it after they finish chasing Era, because if it wasn't on screen, that was one of the most confusing things I've seen. Aramis, he'll get the Yules.
Shaq can have the damage.
They might be able to Toby.
Well, yeah, absolutely. With this ult from Toby, they do indeed. This lead that NIP did have it is getting shut down right now. All the gaps being closed, but... Oh, yeah, so you can fill us in, because we were sort of... At least I was watching up towards the pit. Not too sure what our viewers got. But what happened around the egg?
So PA jumps onto the back, gets the cleave kill, right? And Drow is getting focused on by him. He gets Yules under the Phoenix egg. He lands, stands still panicking, completely panicking, Charlie.
Wait, what? Wait, he didn't move? He didn't attack?
He was kind of like running away back and forth, and then Supreme blinks into the egg and starts hitting it next to the PA. If Charlie had actually turned and started hitting the egg sooner, they would have killed it, and they would have survived it. So it's some really awkward stuff that kind of happened. I thought Charlie thought that he was totally isolated, and then Supreme just blinks next to him like, hey, I'll join you for the Supernova stun.
Looks like they will get this Roche. Something that's pretty important to do right against the Slardar Drow Venge lineup. You want to take this away from them at any opportunity, and they'll be able to do so here, NIP.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Now Supreme can play very aggressively with his blink-ins.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
definitely,
under
definitely
attack.
scary that Charlie does just show up and die, and Shad is now at that top of that net worth as the Straw Ranger, with a lot of enabling forces. That's the one thing. It's the Venge and the Slardo that really is just going to make Shad so strong in this game.
Yeah, I mean, already has been. These fights, we're seeing how strong that physical is against these heroes, especially the Quap Supreme. Having to be very cautious with the blinks, as they're just straight on top of him. Boom as well, despite being a little bit behind. He's not afraid to just zip immediately onto the Quap and set things up for the team.
Yup. Seeing things very much so even out. Viking, though, quite a lot in advantage of experience. I'm seeing level 14 Phoenix, level 14 Drow, level 15 Storm.
Phoenix.
This Phoenix got catapulted forward
I mean,
because of those two
these
fights.
eggs, yeah, these eggs Aramis is getting, yeah, he is certainly getting rewarded in the XP department. Pretty much nearly top level, really.
Yeah.
Right now, 14 at 21 minutes as this support Phoenix. He's loving life.
And he's got the Philly Stone, you know, the favorite for the 4 position. So, I mean, he's going to get some big growth here on Aramis.
That's pretty scary, right? You know, if they're not dealing with the eggs now, are they really going to be able to deal with the eggs later?
It will definitely be pretty difficult if you start to get all these items picked up, too. If he has the halberd to protect it, too, or he has a Yules for himself,
Yeah.
these eggs will definitely cause problems.
I mean, because you don't have heroes that are, especially impressive for the attack speed. I mean, I guess PA is sort of the exception, but still, that's not going to do it. The egg's going to almost certainly be fine, especially, as you say, when they have any sort of disarm. And they do have good heroes to hold people down around the egg. I mean, you even saw the pushback from the Gust, you know, the Crush, the Missile, the Vortex, lots of ways to keep that egg safe.
The Crush is a huge one because it actually applies attack speed slow as well. So if he's able to get like a multi-hero Crush, then for sure. As there's smoke ducking pick here. High levels, like we said, on Viking. Silence does catch the Phoenix for a second here. NIP still claiming this high ground. They're jumping in. They found Supreme for a moment. That's the Aegis.
And they do it a second time.
They've got a swap.
So if they can do anything with it, Avalanche from the high ground does come into play. Supreme is able to turn with the silence onto Celery. Sonic Wave pushes back on the 4 of them. Celery, he'll tick down for poison. He's dead.
Who actually used him? I'm looking around. I'm like clicking on heroes and I'm checking to see who used the Queen of Pain. I think it was it Boom? I think it was Boom who actually used him. Okay. Looked a little bit weird as well.
Oh no, did
a lot
not
of times.
did not use himself?
I'm not. I don't think so. No, he used afterwards.
Oh.
I also am like, whatever. I'm not gonna go into it so much, but I feel like a lot of times these Venges they forget that they can swap Yules to heroes because he could have swapped him out of the Yules and then they can just burst him.
Yeah, because they could have lined up a Crush or some sort of instant knockdown by the Venge. Yeah.
Either way, that's just an Aegis that does get claimed. They lose Celery, and back to farming for Viking. But also back to farming for Charlie, as he did have the BKB queued for a moment in case some stuff was going to kick off. He switched back, finishes the Deso, and then he's going to go back for BKB. Full green. Yeah, still paying off for him.
PA is definitely going to be the big problem scaling on.
Yeah.
I mean, to the point where I think that the biggest thing that is going to trip up Charlie are going to be these supernova stuns, really.
Yeah, I mean, their team doesn't have the best ways to hit it at all, really, unless, like you said, the Phantom Strike, where he's able to switch and keep hitting. And they all have to itemize for armor. Is always a big concern too on NIP. It's like you have to pick up your plate mails, you have to pick up your Lotus Orbs, etc., to deal with this Venge minus armor and this Slaughter minus armor. And yeah, this really does feel like this Phoenix is going to be the big X factor. They don't have that type of match on the opposing side, on NIP side of that big team fight that really brings everything in and together. They're more about getting people out of position with the Tiny or just starting with a number advantage.
Charlie's blurring top, but I mean, these two, they can't take down Aramis.
No way.
It's Toby and Celery on the move inside NIP's jungle.
They can kill anybody they see. With a bash prepped, with a stun, anyone will easily die.
It's close, yeah. 12 to 14, just 1k gold in it.
Tower is under attack.
Much closer game at this point than we did start seeing game 1. With NIP tailing ahead with their Spectre pick this time round. Both teams solid scaling potential. Shad's game still very strong despite being against a PA and a Battle Fury. He's still holding that lead in farm.
I feel like the fights are gonna get hard on IP. This Phoenix is gonna really break everything, and it's just the overwhelming damage that the Drow is gonna start outputting. I think is really gonna make the difference.
On to the side. The Ben, they're gonna look to try and go and save life, but he did get the blood right off in time. Now with the swap, saving Boom. They'll turn over towards the quad, but a quick Yule's up and Supreme's okay. They got what they came for though, Viking. Quickly in, taking down Saberlight, and they don't lose anything themselves.
It's so easy for them to just go in and get these type of kills. I feel like it's just way harder for NIP now to do so. NIP, I feel like they have to full commit when they go for these kills. I feel like Viking, they don't have to commit almost anything. They just pop a corrosive and some right clicks, and they should be able to take out most of these targets. And if they can start getting some map control for themselves, that Roche is going to start getting on the menu. And NIP, at the rate that Viking will kill it, might not be able to contest a lot of the times.
No. These fights are very hard for Charlie to do much in, especially before he has the BKB.
Oh, and Charlie?
Toby actually off the mark there with his ult. So, ooh.
What the heck is going on?
Little bit of a pause. What's happening here anyway? I mean, I imagine this is...
Looked like he disconnected because he started attacking the creep next to him and stuff in the middle of the
Well, he also ulted the creep.
Well, I think that one, I don't think that was a lag. I think that was just him. That was just him ulting. The blur went off as he was trying to ult, I think, or something, or like beforehand. So I misclick. That is a rupture used though, and they will be able to reset.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All these things adding up though. Viking finally have claimed themselves the tiniest of gold leads in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And just these, I mean, it's really the levels that I'm just looking at. I'm just keeping tabs of the Slardar, the Phoenix, and the Drow. Drow's almost 18. Slardar, he's already got the level 2 corrosive. Both supports have the level 2 ults too. Things just looking like they're getting together for Viking quite a bit more than they are for NIP.
Top, they're trying to commit him for this Aramis kill, but TPs are coming over. Supreme's got to be cautious as they're going to look to zip in upon him. Not going to be able to catch him once he's got the self-fuels. Can he get out with the blink? He cannot. Supreme goes down. Viking holding on to their tier 2s. And NIP, yeah, they're really struggling to find moves to make, and still just not at a point where Charlie is able to do anything as this PA. He needs his BKB. He's a recipe away from it. But even at that point, the minus armor, the fact that there is that stun of the egg, it's not easy for Charlie to commit into these fights. You know that any time that Charlie jumps in with a Phantom Strike onto someone and uses those high attack speed hits, Aramis is just going to be in with the counter play and drop an egg in a position where Charlie can't jump to, and suddenly Charlie has to use that BKB to run out of the fight. So it's going to be very difficult.
Era?
Running in the river, Charlie is heading over. Can Charlie help out this time? He's going to jump in, but he's instantly being caught out by the Yules. Now, boom, he's out with the zip, and he'll make it out. But as you say, they protect Terra, and they do kill Toby, and they're looking to quickly make a play off the back of that instant smoke. They want to try and hit Viking when there's no Toby. You know, this Slardar has been a huge issue for them in these fights, and without him, they can much more reliably jump someone.
Yeah, I try to get an aggressive ward down. They don't actually have one, unfortunately, and it does seem like Viking is seeing this, that this might be coming. They're going to all back away, wait at the base. I can't believe Era survived there long. That was very nice. But yeah, BKB still not at the ready for Charlie. Don't want to fully commit to any fight until they do have that completed.
No.
When Charlie does have that, then he can look to pick and choose the targets that he can pick off. But the thing is, for the PA this game, it's not the easiest targets, because a lot of times you're looking and you're like, oh, there's a Rubik or a CM or something fairly squishy on the enemy team. I'm just going to pop them. You don't have that. There's nobody. Like, even if you kill the Venge, there are illusions there, and then it's whatever. Like, the Venge is still there unless it gets taken by the Enchantress. So you just don't have great targets to just jump in and pop on Charlie at all in this game.
Hey, you
Toby's the most fragile, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, and as you say, even that, then you're just given the opportunity to just drop an ult straight down on you when you're in front of his face, and of course the swap's going to be in play. Bench is always going to be in there with the saves for whoever Charlie does choose as his target. Just find the nice old item. I imagine he'll. Is he not going to take that? The Orb of Destruction. I mean, they did find that on NIP. He's holding on to the killer for now. He's got to come out on Courier. He also found the Paladin. So he's going to opt for the Paladin, make sure he has some lifesteal.
Jump in.
And here we go. They're going to jump on the edge. Do NIP still want to fight this? They're going to try Aaron. And Charlie jumping in over towards Aramis, but Aramis is able to get the yours off. He's going to live. No, Charlie comes in with a huge crit. An 1100 crit takes down the Phoenix before Aramis even has the chance to think about dropping an egg. But boom, they're still cleaning up, Charlie. He's turning over towards Toby, but he's getting kited, crushed. Charlie, another crit comes to play. Another crit! He's getting the crits! He's getting the RNG! Get this man a lottery ticket! Charlie's just rolling them all high. As Charlie, he sometimes lives throughout it all there thanks to the Paladin sword.
And they get the Yules.
And the crits that they're finding. And with that, the fight is theirs. And NIP, they're back on track. They are back on track there.
And Royce respawns right in front of them.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what they believe in. Or who they pray to, but I need to know. Because NIP, they just had it all. They just had it all.
What the... I mean, you couldn't ask for just better RNG. Literally just better RNG on Charlie. The fight was actually looking a little
that crit on the Phoenix. Look at that. I mean, we won't see it here because he just died beforehand, but Aramis would have got the egg off and everything without that. But the credit is there, and then look how low he's getting. But he's jumping, he's critting.
The heals from the Paladin sword, like it literally, like we say, it's always the small things about Dota. That's what makes it so awesome. The Paladin sword saves him. The insane RNG of crits ends up starting to save him too, and just instantly popping the Phoenix in that position also saves them a fight. Just everything going in NIP's favor, and Viking maybe being a little bit sad, as it did look like they had a pretty good shot in that fight too.
This is the power of the PA. Viking, I'm gonna step in on this. They get Supreme, they do have the crush, but the counter heals are there. Erison on the backline, Boom's gonna zip forward, looking for the quap. Trying to finish him off, jump over to the side. BKB's committed, but he's already been disarmed, Charlie. He's looking for Shadow with the Sonic Web. They've got him, they're taking down the Drow. Charlie's able to jump over the side, away from the Supernova stun. Toby, he's looking for Supreme. Charlie, over to Aramis. Oh, the crits again, Charlie. He takes down Aramis. Viking, they're so scared of this PA right now. They know what Charlie can do. They don't want a piece of it at all. They're stepping away, and they've just truly been shaken up right now. They're down 8k against NIP. And Charlie, he is having a whale of a time.
I can't even believe how insane it is. And it's literally right after I was just mentioning how he doesn't have the best chance to just insta-kill people like that.
He's getting all the chances.
Is just the most real.
He's getting all the chances,
all the crits.
Yeah.
Oh, Basher now, full Basher handed to him up to level 22.
Look at these crits.
It's not the same PA anymore as it was 3 minutes ago. Holy
moly. He's in.
He's in.
He's diving in. He's right. He's feeling himself now that he's getting these crits. He knows that he's got the power. They're stepping away from him. And they're taking this tier 3 tower. Charlie's still with the Aegis. BKB's back online as well. And they're diving in. There's the crits again. Celery will be able to come in with a swap out. Charlie crush. Celery. He's dying though. In he goes. On the Shad. Shad. He's got to run. He's trying to get back to the base. Boom's got to be careful too. I'll turn on to Charlie. Charlie back over to Toby. The bash is there. Toby's down. Buybacks are coming out right now from Viking. GG, they're looking for Charlie. Charlie's out with the blink. He's still alive. They'll get him the once. Can they do it a second time here? Certainly going to try their best. They do get the grab. Charlie's in trouble, and Charlie goes down. Viking pushing NIP back. Cost on the buyback of Celery, but the racks are protected, and they'll be able to push NIP back for now.
Well worth the buyback. They also get themselves some nice Bloodstone stacks for the Storm. And I think Shad also has his Butterfly finish, so he still has that nice timing versus the PA, but damn. What an explosive last 4 minutes it really seemed for NIP, as they just opened the whole game wide up for Charlie to really lead the charge. And yeah, like you said, Viking, it seems like they're giving a lot more respect now to that PA after those last few moments, just being a lot more careful. But DD Rune, now let's see what they can capitalize on this next moment. It's 50 seconds still without that PA. Back the other way. Butterfly Drow pushing in.
Radiant Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pushing pretty fast here, this tier 2.
Vlad's also on Celery. All the auras in the world.
I mean, what the Viking have to wait for now? I mean, yeah, they don't seem to want to keep pushing it.
Maybe just hoping to pick up and spend some of that gold that they did just get off of these last few fights. I see Boom is sitting on like 3,500 in particular, so maybe his at least. And they are still giving respect to that PA heavily. I thought they might actually look to make a play before she does respawn, but they're being very careful.
Radiant are scanning.
Charlie's back in action.
Over here now.
Levels are strong too for him as well after all these kills. He's getting level 23 on the PA.
Yeah, wow.
Also the big one too, 23 on Supreme. I mean, we all know what happens when he hits 25 on the squad, gets that fear.
The best talent in the game. It really does still feel like it.
I mean, what is the play now for Viking? And my goodness, fogged!
Yes?
Guess what I've just seen?
What did you just say? Someone killed Rapier?
I spy with my little eye something beginning with C.
What?
There's a cheese in the pit, fogged!
No, there isn't.
Nobody grabbed the
Not
cheese!
again! No, we already had an Aegis.
It's been here for a few minutes now. No one's got the cheese.
Oh no!
Neither team knows.
I was like, starts with the C. I'm like clicking on everybody. I'm like, what neutral item did they get? What neutral item start with C?
They forgot the cheese.
Oh
It's sat there.
What is with people today? Oh,
dude, imagine the cheese on the
I
storm.
don't even want to mention.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that.
Well, whose fault is this as well? Anyway, it was NRP, right, that took the rush. No. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. They just had the Aegis on Charlie.
Yep.
But yeah, there's
They
a
left
cheese.
See, it's hard to not notice these things today. You know, after an Aegis was left on the floor, we just don't want to mention it. It's just it hurts the players a lot.
This cheese could change the game.
I mean, they just changed the game earlier this morning.
Dude, if Boom finds this cheese, he's going to be very happy.
I could be.
Something having a cheese on the storm.
I mean, if
on the drow. I mean, they got to find. The thing is, it's going to stay sat here. I don't think
it's going to get it till the next Roche.
No, yeah, exactly.
3 minutes. No one's going to look in there.
No one's going to go in the pit.
The person who's going to look in there, it's going to be like Misha or something. Misha's going to send a creep in there and be like, what the hell? Someone will check at some point in the game. In the next 2 minutes, they'll see it. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it wasn't even a chaotic Roche, was it, when they took it?
No.
They had all the time in the world to see that there was cheese, and they didn't. They just left it there. Disgraceful for getting the cheese. Here we had that replay earlier of NRP certainly feeling that big burst of strength they just picked up with these fights that Charlie set up to, diving in the base. And, of course, was punished. Was punished here in the way that Viking were able to push him out. There we go, back on with the game, and we'll see how long the cheese remains untouched. Let's see how mature it can become.
And let's see what kicks off in these next few moments. As Viking picked up a lot of items in the last quick span. They picked up the butterfly. The fight hadn't happened till. So they have a butterfly, another 3,000 gold on Shad, a full Shiva's on Boom. And Toby is about to hit level 18 on the Slumber. So he's going to have that level 3 corrosive haze. So they are at a pretty strong window on the side of NIP. It's the biggest thing that they picked up, really. Lotus Orb on Saberlight, Supreme also with the Shivas, and Charlie, I believe, has the Abyssal if he'd like to purchase it. So those are pretty big timings, too, for them.
And we go down bottom. I don't think they'll try and hold on to this tier 2. I mean, they might try and smoke and catch them on sort of off the back of getting it. Have they got a smoke? They do. Misha's got a smoke.
Are they waiting on anything here?
Bottom tower has fallen.
5 gold for Charlie's Abyssal if he wants to commit for it. He commits for it. So I guess that's what they were waiting for themselves. That's going to give them a lot easier control and lockdown to stick on targets on the Storm, on the Drow. Because Charlie has had a little bit of tough times just sticking on these targets.
There we go. Error's found it. So NIP will be able to claim it. And a bit of a relief for them as it was their Roche. It was their cheese to take.
The instant
they
chat
do still
whales.
get it.
They all
Yeah.
wipe their brows really quickly. We don't want Misery to see anything left in that pit ever again, I don't think.
No, he'll be having nightmares.
The smoke coming out, NIP. Minotaur Horn found on Supreme.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ara leading the charge, swaps in his craggy coat. So 34 armor,
Toby.
Tiny in the front line.
He's coming out a little bit on this bottom lane.
He gets to level 18. He wanted to get the
Okay.
XP. So level 18, he's got the bash primed as well too. Three of the bashes at the ready. Viking just waiting on the high ground here. High ground fight is still looking pretty damn impossible for NIP versus this egg. Both teams looking to fight on their own accord, on their own side. Looking at the 38-minute rune. Who's going to go for it? Saberlight's going to show that they're in the area, even though they already kind of knew anyway. Oh, Shad actually picks himself up a... Okay, he has an Illusionist Cave now. He had a Prince's Knife for a moment.
Dire are scanning.
And we do see Boom has a Witless Shaco on the Storm Spirit.
That's always a good one to get.
That's a nice one. Nice little
always a good one,
3,500 HP now with 43 armor.
Yeah, you still got enough mana to roll with.
Yeah, definitely. NIP, they inch over here and claim themselves another high ground for a second. A Celery.
Oh, Misha and Era stepping in on Celery. I'll take down the vent straight away. Boom's going to zip in and immediately zip back out, but the bash is there. Charlie's on top of him. Have they got enough lockdown? They don't. Boom's able to get out to the side. Charlie's going to turn his attention over towards Toby. Here comes the egg. And with the disarm, Charlie's in trouble. They can't do anything about this egg. They've got to get out of here. Boom's chasing over towards Era. Heals up as well. Toby in position. Era trying to get away, but the damage is done. Era's left behind. I mean, as you say, it's just very hard for NIP to find these fights each and every time. The egg's going to be there, and as soon as that egg's out, NIP's got to start running away.
And they got baited. Shad used an Illusionist Cape, sent it in. They blew everything on the Illusionist Cape. Rupture, Sonic Wave, absolutely every single spell was committed onto that illusion. And Charlie is isolated. He jumped in onto the high ground. He was alone on the Phoenix, and he does not have buyback.
No, he went all in on that Abyssal. Doesn't have
they do at
buyback.
least have repair kit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Let's see how much damage Vikings able to do.
Is under attack.
Thinking about jumping.
They're going to get Supreme. They're in straight away with the grab. Supreme is going to get the chance to blink out. He is. A little bit of time brought from there thanks to Saberlight quick with the Lotus Orb. Otherwise, Supreme may have just been left for dead there. I'm going to have to push him back. DD Rune to spawn down bottom. And how are we looking on the Roshan timer? 10 seconds until Roshan is up. And you can be sure that Viking are more than happy to fight around that.
Yeah, Egg is going to be up just in time for it as Aramis finishes up a secondary Shivas for his team. And we're really seeing, like we said, this Phoenix factor. And time again, Aramis has been showing it.
I mean, it just to the point where it feels like these team fights might not even be possible for NIP if they don't jump the Phoenix first.
But how do you jumping it's 21 armor, 2000?
Yeah.
He's so tanky for them to try to kill. It's such a tough task for them. As Viking will kill this Roche fast as soon as they get in.
Yeah.
Level 20 also finished on Slardar, so minus 24 armor, not just the minus 20. Throw them Vengeance. So you do see NIP, they have to pretty much play around this top side because that Roche will be such a threat for them.
I think for the most part, you're just trying to get that AC farmed up on Supreme and get your 25s on your PA and your Quap, really. That's going to be the next big step up for them. They really need that fear to come into play because that can be something that does become enough to sort of stop Aramis in his tracks enough, right? You get in, you push him back. There is that extra bit of opportunity to get some kills before the Phoenix can commit with the ult.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to just commit absolutely everything onto him to kill him beforehand. It's always the defensive swaps, though, to level 18 Venge.
Yeah.
So it's It's very unlikely they ever kill Aramis before he gets the ult off. And yeah, these fights are definitely going to look pretty Viking favored if it does pop, as 42 minutes hits. Illusion spawns bottom, but NIP, they have to stay around their triangle. They can't leave the Roche's perimeter, because Viking will kill it in a matter of seconds. As Viking, they're going to be the ones to smoke. Get themselves that Illusion rune for Shad, on top of his Illusionist cape. And those illusions actually punch pretty hard, as they see something here. Charlie, the blur.
Seller and Toby are still
The
trying to get in on
illusions.
this.
Illusion scouting. He's looking for a swap.
He's trying to find it. Won't quite get the grab. Maybe still then. Misha's still holding pretty close.
Oh, he's
Misha. He's gone for sure. BKB's going to be committed by Toby. Turns over towards Supreme. Supreme gets his own BKB out the side. The Supernova's there. Supreme's going to start hitting it, but you ain't taking that down. You got to get away from the egg, and they will. They'll step back. So now I'm in 100 seconds, no egg. I think you'd probably take the death of your Enchantress in trade for that Supernova being out of the game. And yeah, they're buying back.
Yeah.
You've got to go whilst this egg's down.
Absolutely. And they have Charlie, who's got hit 25 also. The swap.
See the swap. Misha, as soon as he buys back, he's going to get killed off over to the side. The ult setup's there onto Supreme. Supreme got the Minotaur horn, able to jump out to the side. Looking for the backline. Charlie, he's in onto Shad. Does he have enough damage? He's trying his best to kill off this Drow, but Shad forced to the side by the Hurricane Pipe, puts the Manta. Toby, he turns on to Charlie. The disarm's there. Charlie's in trouble with the Sonic Wave. Pushes them back, takes down the two of them. There'll be buybacks from both of them as well as from Charlie on the side of NIP. Supreme out with the blink. Him and Sableye able to step out to the side. Celery is stuck on the cliff for now. He'll TP over towards the outpost to make sure he can rejoin the team around the pit. And Viking, they're straight towards it. They know that NIP is going to need some time to refuel, get their health and mana up. There's going to be opportunity for them to take this Roche at such a pace that NIP cannot get her in time. Aegis, Cheese, it's all theirs. And the Aghanims, Boom's going to pick it up. He's got it on the Storm now, ready to go.
Oh, baby. Now they have a Storm with Ags, with the Phoenix. Like, they were already not killing the Ag, and now there's no way in hell they're ever going to get it. He also has a Hex finished up. Fights are seeming pretty impossible. Charlie even gets a full opening, like 7 hits onto Shad. But we see how tanky he is. They have to blow everything to kill him, and then just the buybacks come into play.
And now there's a silver edge on Shad. And the fact that he bought back meant that he could be a bit more carefree with just spending the gold. It doesn't matter, his buyback's on cooldown, so he can finish that silver edge. And of course, they give him the Aegis. So now much less of a risk for him. And the entirety, so much risk for Charlie after buying back on that last fight. He dies, the game's over.
And we see how easily he can die. As you know, it's not a satanic or anything like that for your PA. It's just the straight damage of just killing somebody during the 5-second BKB. And, ooh, Aramis. They're going to get him. He's got a buyback now.
Charlie's out immediately. He knows that he cannot take any chances. And that's as good of a disengage as you get there from NIP. You just you have to get yourself out in the PA, and Charlie does. He lives another day. He's back to base. And now they are in a position where Viking, of course, they currently have, I believe, 3 buybacks on cooldown. So a fair few kills now that if they get, NIP is going to be into quite a long position for like over a minute where they can play with only 4 heroes in the map.
Yeah, I think that for Viking now, you have to just play together. Don't have anybody split up anywhere at all. Just the 5 of you should go down a lane here with your double catapult wave and look to push. If you start splitting up too much, that's where you might lose those heroes and start playing at a disadvantage here. They've got everything they need right now. Aegis is in Cheese, level 30, or level 25, sorry, finished up on the Drow. CDR is at the ready. It's time to look to get a side advantage on the side of Viking.
Still trying to step up the base here, Viking. 20 seconds till arrows back in.
Looking at the cooldowns of Shad is just crazy here at the 25 mark, the cooldown reduction with all of his activatable items. He doesn't have to go for anything like an MKB this game either. Even though he's playing versus a PI, he has this break with the CDR. He has his multi-shot with such a low cooldown. He knows he'll kill him anyway. Supreme is sitting on 5,500 gold as well. Hasn't quite spent this yet. And Charlie's just really looking to finish up that rapier. He's got the good the nice 25 count for those big crits, but definitely seeing that he's lacking some damage still versus these heroes. especially versus that 51 armor drow.
I mean, Viking, how pressed are Viking to make a jump, or can they sort of just hold NIP here for, I mean, essentially the full 5 minutes until Viking actually have their buybacks available if it goes wrong?
They're still in a pretty chill mode. I think they want to, like you were just mentioning about like the buyback thing, that's one thing that they do want to press a little forward here with the Aegis, but you don't want to press too far forward. You only got a minute and a half left on it. This is just, they can just pick up their next few items here anyway with this, as they're going to get some big ones. It's like an Ags finished up now for Slardar, double Lincolns on their 2 cores. Fully restricts NIP into the base too, and okay, that's a Ninja Gear smoke. Sorry, Saberlight. Just looking to get some info.
25 on Aramis now, so.
Oh boy.
I mean, that egg is literally impossible to kill.
I'm actually surprised he took that talent, not the other one, because
we feel like he didn't even need it.
It felt literally unkillable anyway, but might as well just be careful.
Yeah, I guess you're not against the highest of HP of enemy cores anyway.
Yeah. Continuing to grow this lead. Do they have these items delivered yet here? Still not quite. Both Lincolns, if they would like to buy them, they can. They have the gold for them. Trying to catch if anyone does go outside. Boom.
This is very awkward. I don't think NRP can go into this. No.
No. Not into that area.
They cannot run into the jungle like this. I mean, especially when they're so close to Charlie actually having this rapier. He does need that. Without the rapier, the damage is just not there for heroes like the Drow, as you say. And he's getting that. Rapier is about 1,400 gold away.
Man, he's going to look so fragile. He better do a lot in that 5 seconds of his BKB when he has rapier. Because he doesn't have Satanic or anything for the reset. Once he's in, he's in. There ain't no resetting. You got to just kill everybody. And I see Viking, they have so many different forms of resetting. Aegis does get reclaimed, but now full Lincolns if Shad would like to complete it, with the CDR talent too on top. So lots more ways to protect him versus those Abyssals, versus those far jumps from the PA. It's NIP.
So close this rapier. He's got, if he just, he's actually.
Is he going to sell the cheese?
No, he won't sell the cheese, he won't.
I'm joking.
I mean, I would.
Never
I
sell
would.
the cheese.
Well, why not? It's 500 gold. Thank you very much.
Ever.
If I'm not hungry, I'm taking that money.
Never sell the cheese.
It's still 500 gold, right, nowadays?
It's I don't know because
You don't sell the cheese.
I don't sell the cheese, but I'm 99%
I'm pretty sure
it's
it gives me 500 gold when I sell it.
Yeah.
I mean, the great thing is, if you sell it,
500.
it's very hard for your team to tell that you sold the cheese. And just be like, oh, whoops, look at that. I used it last fight. What a shame.
He sold it. No, I'm kidding. He gave it to Saberlight. He's
Here
got
we
the
go.
rapier.
Rapier PA in action.
Cheese on Chad. So he's going to be able to get the cheese off in between hits. Unless it's a rapier crit into a back-to-back crit, I think he'll get the cheese off in between.
I mean, 2 rapier crits, does that kill anyone at this stage?
I think 2
How
rapier
big
crits
is a crit?
Versus the Drow would be the most reduced. I think the Drow might even survive.
550% of...
I'm not doing math right now. They're smoked. They're looking for a fight.
I mean, it's a 3k crit. It's a 3k crit.
It's big. Drow will take 3 crits, I'm pretty sure, at least.
No, she dies in 2.
She has
7.
74%.
Oh, okay, she died. Yeah, you're right. She might even need 4, actually. Yeah,
maybe need, like
she might need 4. 3 or 4. 3 if it's a good crit, 4 if it's a bit of a meh crit, depending on the base roll of the attack. So, 3 or 4 crits. And now, what are the chances of him getting those crits? 15%. That's a very small chance of getting 4 crits in a row. But it can happen.
It can happen.
It's not impossible. It's just very improbable.
Yeah. There's just... I mean, everyone just got a lot of armor. I mean, he'll kill Celery. He'll pop Celery. He won't pop anyone else. As we see, Shad still hasn't finished up that Lincoln's. He's about to have the gold to be able to do so, and bam, he does. He passes off the cheese as he doesn't have a slot for it to Aramis. Both teams just trying to get the high ground of the fight. Let's see the initiation. Toby is level 25.
Oh, Boom's in. He's going to go with that straight away. Toby's in with a follow-up crush. They're taking down Supreme. Supreme is gone. Charlie off to the side. He's looking for his target. Charlie, what's he going to jump for? Pots the BKB. He's going to... Charlie, what's he going for? Oh, one crit. Celery, he got one shot, baby. 3,800 damage there. Straight up. 100-0. Charlie takes out the Venge.
All right. Oh, I love trying to keep track of these types of fights where people just literally get one shot
Oh,
in.
Boom, he's in. Charlie's waiting.
He's in?
Wait, what's he doing? What's he
out of
doing?
mana.
What is he doing? What the hell is he doing? What is he doing, Fog? What was it? What?
Isn't on it.
What was that? What was that? What was he doing, Fog? He doesn't have ages. He doesn't have... What is he doing? Why is he doing that? He just zipped in all mana. Didn't even TP. He wasn't even trying to TP. What was he actually doing?
I need a replay to have any clue of what he was doing.
The hell
I think he
was
thought he
that?
was gonna like one-shot hero. I think he thought he had like full mana and he was gonna one-shot heroes that were running back to base or something. That was
what the.
That was really bizarre. I mean,
That
70
was-
seconds. He doesn't want to waste buyback. So
No.
NIP, they're gonna press forward and try to force this buyback. That was weird.
I can only imagine he was trying to zip TP and he just didn't double tap the TP or something.
Well, I don't know.
All right, mid. They got him with the fear. Buyback
He's got
comes
A on
out
this.
from Boom. Aramis is going to be protected. Hex onto Era. With the side, Charlie. He's got his BKB back up. He's ready to fire. Toby popping the BKB as he tries to charge in, but now he's been ruptured. Toby's got to hold back. I mean, they'll play it cooler, NIP. That's 2 buybacks out of Viking. And Roshan is up.
Roshan's up.
Do they want to try?
Charlie.
Well, this is risky, though. They're trying to take it. They're heading over. Phoenix
There's
Egg
illusions.
is up in 20 seconds. So.
Okay. Oh god, these fights. This is gonna be such chaos.
That's getting
NIP trying to
crazy.
get the positioning. BKB still on cooldown for Queen of Pain, but everything at the ready for Charlie.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
They're trying to take his outpost back. I mean, they obviously see this. NRP could mess with this if they want to. They're actually going for Roach. Vikings going to try and take Roach underneath the
They
noses
kill
of
it
NRP.
real fast.
Charlie, he's in. They're trying to burst Aramis. They've done so.
They got
Aramis
Aramis.
is down. The swap didn't come in time. That's the Phoenix out for 2 minutes. Aegis will be picked up by Shad. Over to the side, push them back. Charlie, is he able to get back? And he is. Jump straight over to Toby. Toby is down. Buyback straight away from the Slaughter. And Shad is in the pit. He's feared as well. He's struggling to get out of this. He's trying to run, but Charlie's in on top of the bench. Charlie getting low. Charlie getting pulled back by the Vortex. Charlie, he's going to die. He's hexed. He's dead. The Rapier has hit the ground. Buyback coming into play for Charlie. Misha's
Misha
recovered
got
the
it.
Rapier, but the Yules is there. He's going to dispel the Ghost Scepter. Misha's going to get taken out. The Rapier still on the floor. Boom, he's in. Picked it up. Boom's going to take it back. It's the Fear. Supreme. Charlie. Shad is running here. NRP. Supreme's hunting.
He's got another Silver Edge in a second, the cooldown reduction.
Shad's away.
Shad
So
is gone.
they got the Rapier, but now they're in a position where they are down 2 heroes, whilst NRP's got everybody up.
Yeah. Trying to wrap my head around who got what. Okay. Ags on Drow. Refresher
on the
Shard
Drow.
2. Phoenix didn't get Egg off. Phoenix died. Still has Gem. Or Gem is on floor.
Aegis and Cheese have been popped. So the cheese that Aramis has, that's actually one of the earlier cheeses. The recent Aegis and Cheese were both burnt through in that Roshan fight.
Okay. Absolute chaos.
I mean, overall, Viking GG are 22k ahead. I mean, obviously, like that, the Rapier coming into that.
And gifted Aghanims.
And the gifted Aghanim. I mean, that's pretty much
pretty
most
much the
of that.
difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, what the Rapier is 12.4k swing, and then the Ags is. Does the Ags count as 4.2k swing, or does it consider the gold you have to spend for the synth recipe?
I think it considers the synth.
Gold.
They usually see
Yeah.
a massive swing.
So then
when it gets picked up.
that's like an
That's pretty much
18k
it.
swing.
Yeah.
So 18 at that 21k is it's the Rapier and the Ags.
But it's huge because now Phoenix is back up, Venge is back up, and Charlie, he does not do damage
have a
anymore.
Rapier.
He
No.
needs the Rapier in order to do that damage.
He's got to get a new one.
Back to farming. And Viking, see what they can do to take advantage of that. As now they have the Refresher Shard on the Phoenix too. So in that last one, he didn't have the Aeon Disc ready. And now he can actually pop the Refresher Shard if he's getting gone on again, and he can pop it just for the Aeon Disc to protect himself. Or just a double egg if he finds the opportunity. Very close game, and we're getting close to this amazing time that everybody loves in about 3 minutes. Tier 5 items on the horizon.
And if what's the dream here? I guess it's what Shad getting a ballista.
Yeah.
There's that, and then you're never pushing into that's it, right? How do you ever push into a drow with ballista?
I mean, she doesn't even have to be in the fight. She can multi-shot
Just
from
out of the
like
base.
literally
Just-
at the other side of the map. It's insane the range that it adds onto it. Let's see if we make it to that point. There's still 3 minutes.
Would you rather ballista or Apex if you're a drow?
Ballista, dude. It doubles.
Just
The
the
multi-shot
range,
gets
yeah.
double the bonus.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's
insane.
like,
Yeah.
it's insane. And you push everyone back, but we'll see if we get to that point. 2.5 minutes. We're all hopeful for it. Don't know if NIP is. It doesn't feel like theirs would be
Charlie
nearly as strong.
needs that rapier, that second rapier. He's nearly got the money for it.
If Charlie can get a Deso, the Stygian Desolator at 60 minutes, that would be pretty nice for him. But Viking, they're looking to punch here.
Actually, isn't Stygian Desolator a bit underwhelming? How much is the armor reduction? It's
15, I think it is.
Okay. It's acceptable.
Acceptable. I think it gives like 150 damage too, right?
No, it's not 150. I think it's like...
Are scanning.
Well, I can check this out, can't I?
75. Wait, it's only 10 armor. Wait, this item sucks.
Yeah,
You're right.
dude, I told you it sucked.
This
What
item sucks.
What did I tell you? I
Buff.
told you it's rubbish.
I thought it was 15 and 150 buff.
10.
Double it.
It's pretty bad, isn't it? I think
It
I
is
remember
pretty
it's
bad.
legitimately like one of the worst ones.
Yeah, I actually thought it was way stronger. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get it either. I always see them get the Apex and the other stuff. But we will see soon. NIP pushing out here. Both teams are very hesitant to look for this.
Yeah.
Toby, he's a little bit more ready to look for the fight. Got the
How
bash
close
primed.
is Charlie's got the rapier money.
He's
just
got
got to
it?
get over to the
Okay.
shop. Get to that. Get to Viking GG's secret shop right now.
His courier's there. No, his courier's on
there.
his shop. He's getting it. He's got the relic. It's coming.
Okay, they got it. As long as everyone gets back to base, NIP is going to be fine to try and put a hold together here. All right, so backup rapier has been completed.
1 minute. Come on, Viking. 1 minute for you to get all those items, and then just trap them in their base. Don't let them hit neutrals.
Honestly, I think if you're Viking, you want to play it safe. That's legit. That's legit how you want to play it, right? You know that you have heroes that are going to be so good with some of these potential items. You get 60 minutes. So
I would imagine.
Why force it? Just wait.
Yeah.
Wait for the 60-minute right now.
I would imagine too, because they're very close to level 30s too. Like a tome's going to come up, but
Well, they
NIP,
should-
they're going to punch back.
Ooh. I mean, they know that Vikings trying to do this. Hold on to their jungle. Was the rupture? Down to Toby. Toby is getting critted down low, but the vortex. He's got the he's got the four of them. Is there the four? They're over the cross. Charlie, he just gets shredded. But the damage from this drow, Charlie is dead. That's another rapier hitting the deck. Who got it? Did anybody recover the rapier? It didn't. They didn't. It is gone. Charlie is dead for 2 minutes. They're trying to run, but Boom is chasing him down. Misha, the Ghost Scepter to protect him, but they've lost their 2 cores for 2 minutes. This is it. Viking, they can clean this one up.
Is under attack.
We are going to get denied the pleasure of seeing the 60-minute items, unfortunately, but this, I mean, it should be game over. There's 3 heroes dead for 100 seconds. I don't really know how you don't win it here, so I'm sure Viking will.
They're pinging the new rapier that's on the ground over there, but they don't need it. They can just look at tier 4s. Yeah, they've got it.
There we go.
Dude, I mean, I saw PA run in. Charlie gets 1 attack off, gets Silver Edge hit by the Drow, and dies instantly.
Well, Supreme's got a buyback, but I don't think it will matter. It did not matter. GG's cool, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, going to Viking GG. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3. And, wow, what a game 2. It really had it all. I'm pretty sure Boom's probably going to be quite relieved that they did win that, because that death down the mid was a little awkward. A little like, whoa, what's going to happen now? You just lost the storm for 100 seconds. But they were able to do it, and they were able to burn through 2 rapiers on the Charlie PA.
Yeah, I think they should all be high-fiving and giving a lot of thanks to Aramis, as he came in super clutch on this Phoenix. I felt like he kind of recovered the mid-game that was looking really problematic for them with 2 eggs, the top egg and then that mid egg that really changed everything, it felt like. Yeah, I like their draft overall, though. I did like this Venge Drow Slardar trio that they ended up with versus what they were against. But NIP did feel like they had a little bit of they hit a little bit of a block just because of that Phoenix.
Absolutely. Definite issues there because of that strong play from Aramis. And all in all, just a very chaotic game 2 of this best of 3 as Viking GG are able to close it up. And we saw here these earlier moments of NIP actually fighting Viking GG right up to the fountain. But my, did this game take quite a bit of a turn with it ending up at a 45k gold lead for Viking GG after those last few fights. I mean, if they picked up that rape as well, there would have been over 50k ahead. So some crazy stuff. Viking, they come out on top in this game 2. We're getting the game 3. I know you won't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, so I won't tell you to not go anywhere. I'll just say I hope you don't. Because game 3 is coming around the corner between Viking GG and NRP, and I'm sure it's going to be just as much of a blast as this one. As the series stands 1-1.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good. My grand prize, catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished, I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it, back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie, just to be cold? Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience, ain't no conversation. Feel good, sometimes make you feel good.
With some newfound vigor, Viking GG hold on to that map and hold on to the series. We are even Stevens here for our final series of the group stage of this Swiss format of ESL 1 Germany. It's 1-1 apiece here between Viking GG and Ninjas in Pyjamas. That means the game number 3 is on the cards, and it all comes down to this. A playoff slot is on the line for both these teams, and they're looking to make that game number 3 just as exciting as game number 2. So now, I've got my panel back here to break down that game number 2. I'm super hyped that we get another 9 mapper here for ESL 1 Germany, but these lads not really looking forward to it. But let's break down that second game, boys. Viking GG, I mean, there was a lot of situations there when Ninjas in Pyjamas could have closed out that game, but I mean, it all comes down who gets the GGs type.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a thrown game. There was 3 key factors in this game that I could call out where NIP just threw their lead away. Number 1 was when they kept trying to kill the egg and it just managed to blow off at the very last second. I think it happened 2 or 3 fights, which allowed them to at least come a little bit ahead when it came to the laning phase when they were pretty behind. The second key factor was when Storm kept getting kills on Supreme when he got completely crushed by him, which allowed him to kind of recover back in the game where he was just literally neutral creeping the whole time. And the third key factor is, I mean, Charlie just overcommitting, going all the way past the racks at the bottom. I think it was about 33 minutes into the game, and they lost the Aegis. They pretty much all died, and they lost a 7k lead or 9k lead and the 2 lives, which was pretty important.
There was a few things that you touched on a little bit in the green room as well, QO. Being our PA specialist here, so you talked about some of these item pickups coming in from Charlie. You were hoping that he would go towards that Satanic. You know, it felt like it was getting to a desperate situation where he needed that Divine Rapier, but as soon as that first one dropped, you really wanted him to go to the Satanic, right?
Yeah, because if you don't have that item, like once you have this lead, you're still gonna be low, so you won't be able to teamfight properly. So like I really felt like more than the Divine, like a Satanic was like really important item choice in that game. And yeah, throwing's part of the competitive game, you know, diving the fountain, like it's part of the game. But where I felt awkward was them trying to hit the egg. That's one of the factor. And Charlie also tried to aim this Draw Ranger when he didn't need to do that. I really hope that like him to have this Satanic and kill all these like a frontline like heroes with like a 2 or 3 hits like with the teammate. And I don't think Drow can even like hit him for more than like 3 or 4 or 5 times. But once the Drow Ranger has the Lincolns, I don't think he had any access to kill this Drow Ranger.
Well, this was kind of the GG moment here. We thought it was a 5-man Vortex. Unfortunately, it was only 4. Misha there was trying to heal his teammates with his sprites, but unfortunately, they don't really do all too much when Drow's hitting everybody from the backside. And I mean, it was just one of those games where we're yelling and screaming the entire time in the green room about not knowing where this game's going to go. We don't know who's going to come out on top. And fortunately enough for Viking GG, they bring it back to even here in the series against NIP. But, I mean, do we feel like it was just maybe them just overcommitting a little bit too much, getting a little bit too excited about getting the 2-0, diving a little bit too far? Or do we feel like it was a little bit of Charlie being outside of his comfort zone on this Phantom Assassin?
Yeah, you go.
Not just Charlie. I feel like the losing that, you know, the concentration level from the Supreme was like really big too. He was on a high lead, and if they kept up that pace for like another 5 to 10 minutes, I think they would have had like a 1 or 2 core like items. But yeah, maybe Boom played really well. He catch this moment where like Supreme's making slight mistake and always like catching him up after.
Yeah,
I think that was a big.
Another thing to mention is Charlie just kept coming to fights early game. I felt like this game, he went for the Battle Fury. The team was doing pretty well without him. If he just kept farming and hit those timings early, if he wanted to go Deso second item, he could have got it about maybe 3 to 4 minutes earlier, and then he could have got the BKB earlier. With the Desolator, he could have fought better as well. I just felt like he was playing a Lifestealer, pretty much. Just get one big item, and then you try to contribute in the fights. And, I mean, maybe, as you said before, it's just not his comfort heroes.
Yeah, well, also on the other side of this coin, it really did feel like the Viking played extremely well. Aramis, as you said, there was a few issues there where they weren't killing the egg properly, they might not focusing it, but boom, man, like being crushed that hard by a Queen of Pain and then coming back and getting those 2 easy kills, he was able to get that Yule Scepter fairly early on, and then he just, in these team fights, was just doing so much work that obviously there was a little misplay where he zipped a little bit too far, got hexed and died, but towards the end, 4-man Vortexes, and he was just playing extremely well in this Storm, and his target prioritization was on top.
Yeah. Yeah.
86% kill participation as a Storm, that's pretty damn good.
In a 60-minute game.
And that was a game where he got completely crushed mid as well. He just forced the jungle for about 7 minutes or something. But yeah, as you pointed out before, just the recovery kills at Supreme just pretty much allowed him to get back into the game.
Well, unfortunately there for Ninjas in Pyjamas, they do not close out the series 2-0 and they send us to a third. We've got Vike and GG taking on Ninjas in Pyjamas for the final game here of our group stage for ESL 1 Germany. You do not want to miss this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We could not have asked for a more fitting finish here to our group stages at ESL 1 Germany. It's been 9 maps for our round number 5, and we're getting ready for the third map here between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Viking GG. Winner of this map goes into the playoffs to join the big boys of the European and CIS region. Loser has to exit the tournament. Now, I've got my panel back here ready for game number 3. Draft, lads. It's very, very close to us. What are we expecting? Usually we see metas develop between two teams in a best-of-3 series. What's going to change?
Well, I don't think Vikings should really change, right? I mean, although I do believe it was a bit of a throw, I still think Viking GG had like their chemistry kind of lineups, their synergy picks, so I don't think they should change that much.
Pick up the eggs and cheese. That's what we have to change throughout this tournament. I think that's really important.
Throughout today, right? It's been
a
kind
lot
of
of blind moment. Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe people need to have like a Roche pinger or something like that so they can see where those things are dropped in the pit. But lads, we've got our draft in front of us here. Viking GG, they open with the Vengeful Spirit here. We were watching this develop in front of our eyes. The Venge gets picked here, and then Ninjas in Pyjamas go, well, we're going to have to pick the Drow Ranger or pick a hero that can deal with the Drow Ranger, and they just take it for themselves.
Well, I think they had a shot with the draft they had last game, but they might be a little demoralized or mentally just kind of done because of how the game progressed. And I feel like Viking GG, with what they had, they really performed execution-wise really well with what they had. But they instantly went with the Seven, despite the fact that the Venge was their opener. I'm a little surprised because normally you still want to pair up with something else. Could be Shadowfiend, could be TA, it could be Medusa, but they went with the Seven instead.
Yeah, like just Drow Ranger pick just seems like they just want to take it off away from their enemy team. I think one of the main reason is because Charlie plays all this aggressive hero, Ulsa, Lifesteal, something that just jumps in, and Drow Ranger is usually good against it.
Yeah. So it looks like they do want to get rid of that. I'm surprised they didn't pick the Phoenix for their third pick, did Viking GG. So it seems like they really wanted to have this Fen as the counter to the Drow. Obviously, he's got that Aghanim Scepter in his back pocket. So if he does get to a position where he can utilize that, then he will be able to jump on top of Charlie's head. But we'll have to see if it does get to that situation, because now the Phoenix is picked up from Ninjas in Pyjamas, and they're going to have to make sure that they focus the egg this time.
Yeah, I think it'd be wise if NIP just bans out the slaughter here. You don't really want Viking GG to get their... Sorry, the other way around. We don't want NIP to take the slaughter, so Viking GG should ban it out. It's going to be pretty good against Sven in the laning phase. You can play the Drow with the slaughter's amplification, obviously, from his ultimates. And on top of that, it's a pretty nice pair up with the Phoenix as well, if they want to run the Phoenix as a position 4, which they normally tend to do. But all in all, though, I mean, both lineups here can develop pretty easily. You want to play around the Drow lineup again, like in the previous game where Viking GG picked it up. But showing the Seven really early and the Venge makes me a little worried, because now you don't really have a Venge kind of synergy pick, and Venge with the Seven in the laning phase is not really that strong either. It's very punishable, unless you play that position in 3, which they have done it before, so it could be a flexy Vengeful Spirit pick here.
Yeah.
Looks like they've cottoned onto that as well, QO.
Sorry?
The IO ban, Ninjas in Pyjamas, looks like they're very understanding that this IO could be the 5 and the Venge could be a flexi for Toby.
Yeah, like, I think the Timbersaw hasn't been banned.
I think it was banned last game.
It was.
In this game, they didn't ban it, so I think if the NIP can open with the Timbersaw in the third pick, I think that'll be really good.
Well, they've got one more ban before they do have to pick yet again here, so... I mean, I was going to say, like, what is really glaring out for you guys? It looks like the Bat Rider is one for Ninjas in Pyjamas that you want to get rid of. So you're thinking of Timbersaw, QO?
Yep. Let's see.
I'm just thinking about the Saber Light heroes that's still left in the pool. Magnus would be one. And Magnus, even though you're playing with Drow, against Sven, it's still pretty good. And then you also have Beastmaster, which is bans. I'm just a little surprised because normally they play very single-targeted lineups for NIPs. So when you pair up a Phoenix, you definitely want someone who can start the fights and create space so that the Phoenix can actually land his egg, as well as just utilize the Sunray from the back. So you have someone enabling you to kind of distract for you. But a lot of the heroes that Saberlight picks are either banned or just in generally not really good with the Phoenix itself. So I'm really curious to see what they open up for Saberlight here. And I think they should try to open up in the second phase right now. There's just not many options here. The only one that we really can tell is Magnus, but...
What about something like an Axe for them? Like Timbersaw, as QO said, I think would be pretty good against the Venge as well as the Sven lane.
Well, the Timber isn't really Saberlight's hero. I think that's only one concern. I think he was playing a lot of utility heroes such as like Darkseer, Magnus, Panda, even like Beastmaster. So
What about something like a Pangolier here for Ninjas in Pyjamas? We haven't seen much of it, if anywhere. I think we've seen 1 or 2 picks there for the Pangolier. It's something that these teams haven't been touching all too much. It's a good chaos creator for the egg, right?
Not really. I just think like it's going to get...
I'm just throwing out heroes, boys. We're throwing out heroes.
I mean, Slider was the one I was recommending before, and Viking GG realized that they banned it out, which is very clever here. But yeah, the problem about Pangolier is not really a front line, and his lane is not that strong against double stunner. Yeah, so they got that front line. It's not really the hero I was expecting, because I wanted a hero that could kind of just start the fights. But I guess you got someone who can sit in the front and not really just get bursted down. You can go Greaves, which kind of synergizes with your lineup right now, because you want to play around the drown, just keep him alive, right? So negating Sven's damage would be very important in this regard. That being said, you can build Lotus Orb as well in the later stages, which will be very good against the 2 opening picks from Viking GG. And we already have an idea on how NIP wants to play. Now, the thing is, how does Viking GG get past the laning phase, and how do they get the winning condition? What's the hero they're going to play as a winning condition to deal with this drought? Because I think right now they're so reliant on the Sven. They need Boom to go on those heroes where he can just get the backline right and really kind of create havoc, or at least start a lot of tempo. And I feel like Storm was kind of one of those situations in the previous game where even though he had a hard lane, he still did a lot of work and set the pace of the game.
What are we thinking about a Snapfire here for Viking
Yeah,
GG?
that's what I was like exactly thinking. There's not many offlane heroes left, and Undying?
Not super into that pick right now against the Drow Ranger, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Well, I think they just pick it for that like Underlord countering purpose with the Sven.
So it's a Solari hero here?
Yeah, I'll probably expect
Yeah,
that.
it should be. I think Venge will be the position 3 now because of this pick.
So they're just going to make the audible with the Venge being the offlaner here. Probably just going to build auras and stuff, right, lads? Trying to build the Sven buffer.
Well, I don't mind the Venge 3 here because he can build buffer, but he can also just swap the Drow into a bad position as well, which allows this event to get an easier time to get on top of her, as well as just being kind of a, how to say, a front line in a sense. Because once you swap someone in, you're going to get targeted, but at the same time, you can't really just target the Venge here. That being said, though, I really like NIP's lineup right now. I think their lanes are so strong. They have a very easy to execute teamfight lineup as well.
Okay, so this is basically confirmed that Toby will be playing the Vengeful Spirit. I mean, he could play an Undying, but we've seen it from Zai before. I mean, he did win that game, but it's team secret, so little asterisk to every hero player pick that we've seen. So, I mean,
it's very risky.
It
you know,
is.
It's the last game of the day, and the loser has to go home. So, I don't think they will gamble to put like Undying position 3.
So what rounds it out for both these teams then, lads? So we've got the last 4 bans here for both these teams. So what are we thinking that they need to get rid of? It feels like it's still going to be another one of those mid matchups going forward here.
Oh, this looks pretty rough because we kind of know how these 2 players play their mid heroes. They like these flashy kind of mechanical mid laners that can kind of bully either one. So we're expecting Lenas, we're expecting Queen of Pains, Tinies, Shadow Fiends, TAs as well, but I just feel like Viking GG needs a hero that can get to the back line here.
Storm Spirit again?
Yeah, it could be. They'd have a lack of control right now coming from NIP, despite the fact they have root and whatnot. But I don't see it fixing the issue right now, and especially if you pick your hero. I think NIP has the last pick in this, right?
Yep.
So they can go for the same approach, and I really feel like in the last game, they just had to fix the execution. They can go into this game knowing the problems and just try to adapt to what they did wrong in the previous game.
Well, they banned Storm themselves here, so you guys rattled off, you know, a few heroes, Queen of Pain, Lenas that are still sitting around. I'd imagine Viking GG, they've got to have to be careful of this counter pick as well, so they don't want to find a hero that gets too countered.
Yeah.
Come on, lads, I need a hero. I need a hero. I'm going to start tossing out some random names. You guys say yes or no. We've got Templar Assassin. We've got Kunkka. We've got Shadow Fiend. We've got Techies. No, not Techies.
I think Kunkka makes like the most sense here. Kunkka or Snapfire mid.
Snapfire mid would be hot. Unfortunately for us, we're on in
though.
Southeast Asia right now.
He's not the type of player that's going to play these type of heroes. He's just going to play comfort heroes that he's been playing throughout the tournaments. So I'm expecting something like a Queen of Pain if it's still left open here. Yeah, probably Queen of Pain is what I'm thinking that Viking GG will pick up here. If not, they'll probably pick a synergy hero with the Venge like a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I could see the Shadow Fiend being hot here. Gives them a lot of magic burst as well. Gives them that AoE team fight that they're looking for. What about you, QO? What's bounced around your head right now?
Yeah, like as I mentioned, even Pango Lear could be like okay choices here.
I mean, if we were, again, we harken back to Southeast Asia quite a lot as the region that we are in and the region that we look at quite a lot when we look at competitive Dota, but I would say Earth Spirit. Invoker. Okay. Well, it's a boom hero.
Yeah, you're right. But it will be counter-matched up now. That being said, though, you do have a buffer strat right now. You got the Alacrity, you have the Venge, who's most likely going to go Solo Crest later on. You play around your Sven timings. He's probably going to go for the Quaswex build as well, as we saw Topson play it before. It's going to be a very similar way of playing the game for them.
I really like TA, like Templar Assassin. Like, I think once the Underlord has its ATOS, they have like enough lockdown.
Brood Mama. Okay. Final map of our group stages, and we got ourselves a Supreme Brood Mother, lads. Up against the Invoker, it's the age-old counter. Does this mean that Shad's going to have to go mid?
Sven has to go mid.
He's going to have to, right?
Yeah, he has to.
So that means that we're going to have Boom in the side lanes with probably an Undying support. Is that good enough against the Underlord, what, Phoenix lane? Yeah, Area will be playing the Phoenix there as the 4, and Misha will be playing the 5 Treant. Lads, we've got an interesting draft here. Are you guys excited for game number 3? I need you guys hyped up a little bit.
I'm just wondering how this lane's going to go, because Shad, I think, is just going to be fine in mid against the Brood Mother. You just max cleave. You shouldn't really get destroyed at all, and there's no really roaming 4 here coming from Ninjas in Pyjamas to really help out the Brood snowballs, so...
And we've seen it before. We've only seen Broodmother win one of these games so far. We have seen Broodmothers, yeah, they do okay in that mid lane, but it's closing out the game here. And that's the biggest thing for Ninjas in Pyjamas, especially against that second game. So, lads, before we head into game number 3, I need predictions. Final time for today.
I think Viking.
You gonna go Viking?
I'm going with Viking.
All right, looks like my boys are here ready and raring for the reverse sweep for Viking GG in their final series of ESL 1 Germany. So we're going to head it over to our casters for the final time today. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Yes, the deciding game now between the two of them. Fog, we're getting a Brood Mother coming out here at the end of the night. Now, how do you sort of feel about this Brood? We've seen Brood look a little underwhelming in some of the games as of late. Is this a good Brood game in your eyes, or do you think they've got the counters?
I don't like the hero right now, honestly. I said it yesterday, too. I felt like the hero just... If there's any one hero that you can lane versus it, which they do have in this game, I feel like the hero just immediately just starts to feel weak. You end up farming at the same pace, if not slower than that opposing person, and you don't contribute too much. I can never see what this Brood actually brings to the table besides just like trying to kill one target, and then if you don't kill that target, you're just a useless Brood. So we'll see if they can actually make it work, because I think they do have some pretty good things wrapped around it. That's the one thing. It's like, this is exclusively going to be like that Brood in that one area, and then they have this Tree, Phoenix, and Drow that's really strong trio together.
Sure, in terms of sort of the lanes and the combo. I mean, overall, would you sort of go against the Brood draft? You do prefer what Viking's doing here, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, I love what Viking actually has here right now. I actually think this Undying pick for me was the thing that sold it for me. And most people absolutely hate the Undying, but when I see an unavoidable position where you have 2 strength heroes put in the off lane, immediately I'm just like, Undying looks like he's just gonna win the game. He's gonna win the safe lane so hard by himself. Because I look, Underlord and Phoenix, both strength. If he's actually top, he gets these decays, he'll crush them. And I can assume that's probably how they set it up, unless they do a full aggro try, which might change things a little bit.
Fight me.
At the moment, even bringing Shad down for some first blood opportunity. You're already skilling the stun too, so really wanting to make a go with this.
Yeah, skilling stun's always fine, even if you're mid. It's
Well,
not
even if you're laning against the Brood, you still have the stun
like
for the well, just range and what.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just better. Like even just in harassment, like, there's no point. The cleave just does nothing for you in the lane in the level 1. You just push it into him, right? Like you'll get some harassment damage, but the stun can even do so. You can just do so much more. It's always better to have.
Oh, it doesn't look like NRP's going to fall for this trap. Charlie's staying close to the tower. And neither will be found.
And yep, we'll see Celery go back up top. And he does have an Invoker in his lane, which might make him just a bit weaker. But I think he's going to be able to dominate both of these heroes kind of by himself. Undying versus 2 strengths is, like I was mentioning, it feels so damn good to play in that position as Celery. And there are other lanes that look fine. Like the Venge and the Rubik, this is a little bit of a weird lane, but it's all adjustments that have to happen because of this Brood pick.
Yeah, you don't think sort of then ending up with like the Venge in the offlane is the worst thing in the world? You're still fine with the core Venge here?
No, it still fits fine in their draft.
Yeah, let's see. I think definite focus on Supreme to see what he can do as Brood. See if he can sort of sell us this hero.
Yeah, let's see what happens up top here. Era's going to have to do work with his Fire Spirits in particular, the first few usage of them onto Celery to make sure he can't bully them away. Some decent stacks coming up onto Saberlight though. We've seen that Cold Snap, but the Fire Spirits are kicking in. Celery's still committing
good
forward.
Damage though.
Yeah.
That's the Saberlight. Yeah, Celery's doing a good job of just forcing him back. Another decay, and yeah, Saberlight's got to step right back. No salve on him right now. It's just Tangos.
He's looking at it. Look, this is what I'm talking about.
He's,
right?
yeah,
like, look
entirely
at this.
zoning
He's the
them,
boss.
yeah.
He's zoning 2 heroes as an Undying. Doesn't get the he hasn't gotten a single double decay either, which is pretty important to point out. That he's able to do that even without that. So.
Oh, and now the Cold Snap. I mean, a tornado.
It's a level 2 though.
Yeah, I was a little ambitious on that tornado there. Not nearly going to have enough range.
And they were forcing it a bit hard there too. Boom had double creep wave. I guess he really wanted to punish with his level 2. Celery's just dead. He ticked down. His decays fell off.
All right, easy kill for Era. Quite the definition of it. So he just steps up and gets an Undying as he undecays.
Quite a big mistake there, because he was doing such a good job zoning the both of them, and now they'll catch up because the wave pushed in so hard into them. The ideal for him would have been to zone them while the lane stayed all the way back toward his tower for Boom to free farm. This actually looks pretty good for NIP now up top, and I'm going to start looking at the other lanes a little.
Oh, we see mid, pretty even. Just going back between the two. Shad, it's certainly taking quite a hit though, as Supreme's been able to do a good job of hitting on to the Sven top lane. They will manage to get Saberlight this time round.
Okay.
Cold Snap of the Tornado whilst he's got a few of those decays on him, and he's gone.
Yeah, still good damage. The lane positioning is still great for NIP, so Ara's still getting that XP. Underlord will get it when he comes back too. But all things considered, you know, it still is like, it's an Quas Wex Invoker in the safe lane with an Undying, so winning the lane is still pretty difficult for you, even if you do have this king of versus strength heroes with this Undying.
I'm seeing down bottom, looks like Charlie's having a bit of a slow start. He's got a good creep wave coming in on him, but he's definitely having the slow of the starts when it comes to last hitting.
Yeah, they cut all the trees. We see Toby cut every single one of them with the Calling Blade, so the tree can't play on the left side, and Aramis just isn't playing on the right side. Sticks on the left side, has a null finished up too, so a little bit of base damage that they're just crushing.
Kill on the
Again,
top lane.
Okay.
I mean, they're getting the kills.
Very nice.
It's each and every time, just the Tornado and Cold Snap at this early level doing
the decays,
all the work. Whilst their strength is as low as it is.
They are out of mana up top now, though, and out of regen. Celery, maybe go Suicide if you can. Find that tier 2 to Suicide, too, to be able to refresh himself up. Maybe Era goes and hunts him, though. Era does have Tranquil Boots.
Bottom lane, they're trying for Aramis with the multi-shot, and they got him.
Nice.
They needed that as well. Charlie was definitely feeling the pressure being applied, and error.
Somebody's dead.
All right, I mean, error. Yeah, two kills already as this Phoenix. I mean, the battles are all happening up at this top lane. I mean, we've seen what a farmed Phoenix has done already this series, so see if Era's able to sort of step up and do the same.
He's played the lane really well, actually, on Era. Very surprising. I actually thought this top lane was going to be a total disaster,
as
but
well.
Yeah, he's been crushing it, really. Avoiding the double decays, playing around and dying, getting the kill. Yeah, he's been doing everything right on this Phoenix. And Shad's actually getting bullied pretty hard in mid. He might actually die.
Oh! He's dead. Supreme. Very, very nice. I mean, and you said as well, you know, this is, you know, we're seeing a lot of Brutes come out and a hero goes mid against them where the Brute's not able to make these sort of plays. And you know, sure, Sven's got the cleave and such, but Supreme able to play around that and in getting these sort of kills in the lane. I mean, then you are at least utilizing one of the strengths of the Brute that we haven't really seen a lot of teams being able to do, even with these late picks.
Yeah, Saberlight top will go down again to another
bottom
EMP. But yeah, that's exactly what we have.
Bounty Root.
Misha. Toby.
And Aramis is going to give Charlie a good bit of a slap here on the way out.
He's
Fadeball
got
back
boots.
up in a second.
He's going to chase him.
It's not going to be enough to kill him though, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pretty close. That'll do it. Very nicely done there. Toby able to get the reach with the wave, and Aramis picking up both of the kills as the Rubik.
Bottom lane looks like a lot of fun to play in. Super volatile lane. Nobody really getting any last hits. 16 on Toby, 13 on the Drow, just constant battling. The battling definitely is paying off for Viking here. But yeah, this mid is definitely a concern though, right? Like you're mentioning, it's the first time we've seen the Brood actually able to take advantage of that laning matchup, and he's not even versus something he can take advantage of. I'm actually so surprised how he did this versus Shad.
Yeah,
Shad's just eating too much harass from the spiders, it seems.
Top lane, this time around they will be able to get Boom. Boom himself. As was falling low on the man, he's going to be able to come back to lane at least with some items. Definitely starting to feel a little bit of the weakness of the side lane Invoker now.
Yeah, I mean, his base damage is always pretty terrible, especially versus an Underlord. Shad, he'll actually pop the God Strength mid, just force the wave out as much as possible here. Try to back up and farm for the jungle afterwards, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he's trying to keep up with this Bruise farm.
Yep. Is under attack.
As, yeah, I mean, imagine we're going to see sort of the standard build from him, Diffuse or BKB Axe.
Yep. I don't think he should stray away from that at all. It's kind of, I like that he at least has the treads. I saw the other day. So I didn't build boots. It felt pretty awful.
Down bottom.
Toby.
So they've got enough damage for this. They've got the Leech Seed, but Toby able to step back. Good stats here early on. 11 armor on Toby.
They're giving some respect on the side of NIP to this lane of Viking. With these arcane boots finished, they have level 3 magic missile too. It's so much burst damage between the two of them. And the repositioning is big too. The lift just throwing them closer.
Going on to Boom again. This time Celery dropping the Tombstone. Era still trying to look towards the Invoker. They'll turn and go for the Tombstone kill. Sablelight's going to be able to get it. Era tries with the dive out, but the Cold Snap catches him. Still
Fire
alive
spirits.
though, and pushing Boom back. Boom tries to turn, but he's been dusted. The Firestorm's down as well as the Sunray. Era's going to be able to help get the kill. Sure, Era falls, but Era really doing the work here. I mean, him and Saberlight killing off Boom 2 times in a row now. Really shaking up this Invoker's early game.
Yeah, the only thing that he can get, like we were mentioning, is just kills. That's the only way that this Invoker's going to get any farm. So if he dies, yeah, he's getting no last hits and no farm. And yeah, last hitting is always just going to be something that's kind of off the menu up for this
Bottom
Invoker.
lane. Looking for Misha. Gets the heal off though, and he's actually able to turn. Does end up dying, but again, it's resulting in Charlie being able to get kills. And very important that Charlie does manage to find these opportunities because of the fact that this farm have been slowed down.
So many trade kills on both
top
sides.
lane, Celery, he's going to go down again. Saberlight and Era. They found the Undying is trying to run, but the Sunray is out. Celery's got anything else to offer? He has not. As once again, a third death on the Undying in this top lane. As the battles continue.
Feels like these teams are getting a little bit more fight hungry, as we usually don't see this many kills. 8 to 7 this early on. Look, Phoenix is level 6 at 8 minutes 30 seconds.
That's the big thing here up on this top lane.
Underlord's level 7 too, so just like these two up top are absurdly high level in comparison. Boom just hit the 6, Undying's only level 5. These two are going to have quite an influence on the game as we see rotations.
Bottom. Toby. He's looking towards Charlie. Celery's going to step in another spot, trying to get Charlie back close to Celery and Aramis. They have the magic missile. Do they have the burst with the Soul Rip? They do. Good move from Celery. Comes down to the bottom and cleans up the duo lane of NIP.
Now he's level 6. This is the highest level supports I've ever seen in the game.
All these kills.
3 supports are 6 pre-10 minutes on the supports. Yeah, that's some good stuff. As an early rotation from Celery, I think he wanted to break away from top, moving around. Supreme now is getting a lot of damage onto mid with Era hanging around him. This Phoenix, with this early level 6, just chilling. They actually get the tower because of this easily.
I mean, this is looking like a very good start for the Brood.
Yeah.
Right, well, we've seen Brood before. You know, they sort of just keep their own half. He's able to take. He's taken away the Ancients from the Sven.
Oh my!
I mean, this is going perfectly for Supreme. I'm going to try and put a stop to him.
Do they have the damage? They've got some slow with the Undying, but that's it. The treads, the move speed, it's too high. Able to disengage.
Now Supreme absolutely just causing a nuisance already.
Yeah.
Down bottom, Era's trying to play with the two of them. That's the 3 booms coming over. See if they can go for Era. Tornado's out, and that'll do it. Snap the nuke at the Fade Bolt, and not a chance for Era to pop an egg on the high ground. They take him down. Top lane though, pressure's been put on by Saberlight, getting some hits onto this tier 1 towers. NIP do continue to just pressure these towers a lot earlier than Vikings are going to be able to do so.
Yeah, that's because they can take, they take that mid tower early. They get this huge move into the Ancients area of Viking. Viking has to respond with 5 heroes. So yeah, Saberlight gonna get all that space up top. These 2 early tier 1s are gonna set for quite a pace. Saberlight actually has the mech done. That's gonna make things really problematic for Viking to actually look to take any head-on fights, because they don't want to take head-on fights for a while. Shad's got Midas. I imagine he wants to continue to farm because of this, but he's actually running at bottom.
Yeah, I mean, he has
this
got
might
God
kick
Strike.
off for badly, though.
NIP's more than happy to fight it. They turn up straight away. Misha's going to get the overgrowth out onto the turn, and that's going to be Toby going down as well as Celery. I mean, that just, it did feel like a strange push to be made there by Viking.
Yeah.
NIP more than happy to turn up. Era's just going to continue chasing them down. Do as much damage as he can to Shad. I mean, Shad, he'll live, but on very low HP there with the damage being kicked out. And just like that around the mid lane, Supreme, he's got his defusal done. So you can't come anywhere close to here. He's diving towers, cleaning up kills. NIP is starting to take control of Vikings' half of the map very early on this game.
Yeah, this is actually looking to be pretty problematic. They're doing moves that they feel forced to do and getting punished for it as Saberlight.
They will manage to burst Saberlight here, put a stop to the push down bottom.
Oh, his mech was still on Courier. He actually didn't have it yet. It was flying. It was actually very close to him.
Charlie trying for the kill. It already behind the tower. Supreme. He's diving in deep. He's going to get the kill. He's having a nuke down Aramis. Now coming in, Era still fine to play around to. He still has the egg if he feels threatened. But just huge amounts of pressure from NIP that Viking GG is having to react to.
They're going to at least be able to hold this tower, but yeah, some painful time to hold it. It really does feel like they're going to have some time to farm, but I don't know how much time they're going to be given from NIP with the way that they're playing. With this Brood, the way that Supreme's going to look to play super aggressive. They always have the winning team fight too. With this tree, with this Phoenix, they are overwhelmingly strong. Especially with Saberlight having this mech early too. It does feel like NIP, they have a huge window now for this next, it feels like for the next 8 to 10 minutes, where I don't know how Viking can actually just look to straight on fight them. This Broodmother is just way too big. She just pierces into the backlines. And there's a lot of squishy backline heroes on Viking, 4 of them in fact, that she can easily kill. Like, look at Boom. He's always at a threat here. Supreme's on top of him.
Straight in with the spirits too. Toby's going to go down by the looks of it. The Sun Ray and the Urn burning him. Another connection by the Fire Spirits. Can Toby live? He cannot. Era gets another. 7 kills now on the Phoenix at 13 minutes. Era just continuing to make some incredible levels of magic happen. Ooh. And now they have found the Spider. Can they kill Supreme? Tornado, EMP down. Cold Snap as well. Supreme trying to run. Can he make it out of Asia? He's getting away with it. He's out to the side. The 4 heroes chasing him.
Firestorm.
Stolen Firestorm. It's not enough. 38.
Sunstrike. Oh, it
was so close.
So close, but so far. Supreme, he lives. He's able to run away from all 4 of them.
Look at how much pressure he's causing, though. Like
he's doing so much. Oh, this is some great brood play.
This is really good brood play. Yeah, he broke Boom at the back line to force his whole team to start reacting to him, and because of this, Toby just gets burnt down by Era, because all the attention's getting like ping ponged back and forth. They don't know where they want to choose to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is some top tier brood play for sure here from Supreme. And during the entirety of it, you know, Charlie, he's just farming on the side as he's had a bit of a tough game on the Drow. He's getting all that alleviated by this nice Supreme brood who's off to a great start and off to very good item timings. Viking.
They're trying to hunt him. They want to get the spider.
Pre-BKB, they definitely can.
Here we go. Can they burst him this time? Yes, they can. Supreme goes down. I mean, that's exactly what they were looking for there. They're trying to splat the spider.
Yeah, pre-BKB, they can still easily kill Supreme. Supreme has to get some time to be able to farm that when they do hunt him. But like we said, it is all time for Charlie to get that space and catch up. But Viking, I think all things considered, not in a horrible spot. Shad, he's got the Echo Saber already finished. He's fine. It's just the other 2 that are a little bit concerning, but I feel like it's all really about the Sven, because I think that's why they kind of drafted like this too, where it's all about the Sven, where they're going to Alacrity him, they're going to Solar Crest buff him, they're going to throw everything onto the Sven to just try to have him carry.
Yeah.
So if they're a little bit behind, it doesn't feel as bad. So little concern for them.
I mean, he gets BKB Ags, and then the game does become hard for heroes like this Drow. And even for the Brood, you know, just having that sort of reliable way of closing the gap when the BKB is down on Brood. And suddenly Supreme isn't going to be able to run away all the time.
Yeah. And they always will have the War Cry in particular. That's one of the bigger abilities I always see versus like Drow versus Broodmothers and stuff like that. This armor bonus, this speed bonus for your team to just get on top of heroes or just get out or just even survive a little bit longer. If you can survive during these BKB durations, especially on the Brood, you can turn. So Viking still in a comfortable spot. Who paused this time? It was Viking again. It seems like Boom's been having some issues with his internet today.
Boom.
Looks like I think it was the 3rd pause for him.
Come on, Boom. How's he doing? He's gonna go straight for the vessel. It's that Brood, of course. Stop that lifesteal kicking in with the ultimate. As we'll see it again here on the replay. Just that great escape from him. A Sunstrike so close.
All right, and we're fixed. Oh, instant pause back from NIP. But yeah, I want to see Boom. Do I even want him to? I'm fine with Vessel. I might even want him to just go straight for the Solar, but I know Toby's probably going to be the one to do that for the Sven. Either way, it's going to be all these auras and everything just to buff up the Sven as much as possible. Yeah, both teams having some Discord issues, it seems. We have any? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Nope, we're good.
We are good.
GH?
GH?
Why did he say GH?
Why did he say GH? Oh, there we go.
He just wanted to say GH. You know, sometimes you can't help yourself. You just say
Shout
GH.
out to GH. He might be watching.
Shout out GH.
Hello, GH.
It's late, isn't it? Isn't it late over there for all you guys now?
Oh yeah, we'll be late for GH. It would probably, but he's up all night playing Dota.
It's got to be like 1 a.m. for him or something.
And would he miss an amazing ODPixel and Fog stream? Of course he would not. GH, he watches all the time. I'm sure he's our biggest fan. Hello, GH.
It actually might be true.
He better be watching.
He better be. I think he's actually in a pub right now. Let me check.
He probably is actually.
Late night Dota, the best kind. As yeah, the gold shrinks down. Shad gets more time to farm another ancient stack. It's under vision the whole time though, so they see that this Sven is not in fighting position for bottom.
No.
NIP, they know that there's only going to be 4 down here. They only have 3 at the moment. But like we said, this Tree, this Phoenix, this Underlord, these are the big ones to kick off the starting of the fight. Let's see.
Seller is trying to step in, looking for a chance to drop that tombstone.
Oh, look at this poor catapult. It's Alacrity. You'd think it's going to attack fast, and then it gets Fire Spirit, and it does nothing. So there's the first medallion. Okay, it's going to be the Undying who gets them. Yeah, they're all going to buy they're all going to buy Solar Crests and Lotus Orbs and stuff. Is Supreme.
Oh,
they spotted him for a second.
Oh, Tornado's off the mark. He's juking around. They don't see him up here.
Oh, and the rift on the spiders.
Oh,
They're bringing
that's
the
smart.
team, the backup.
Oh, the surprise! Oh, my goodness, is there! The egg's out! The pit as well! They can't hit the egg! The overgrowth stopping them from holding the attacks in place, and they're dead! Rubik goes down, Supreme's over towards Celery, Toby's trying to run. He'll make it away. But there we go. They have to concentrate. No, Shad, he might be able to turn this. Is it on to Saberlight? Boom is dying to Supreme. It's a triple kill for Saberlight.
Is doing some insane work. Look at Celery go.
Supreme's going to be able to get it.
Okay, he'll get it.
And Shad is now, he's getting kited up big time by this Nature's Grasp. He's going to turn and run.
He got the Midas usage off. He's trying to run.
Ooh, they're chasing. But Aramis is back in, yeah. NRP can't dive this any further. But a very nice little play that the Spiders and the Dark Rift, you got to watch out for that. They were desperately trying to kill the Spiders. They couldn't get the right one. There's too many of them.
No, the Fade Bolt, I believe it didn't bounce to the to said Spider that was rifted on. That was one of the spookiest ganks I think I've ever seen, but Viking actually reacted pretty decently during it. The Undying instantly dropped a Tombstone on the high ground. Rubik instantly stole Treant ulti and popped it. So all things considered, they did react pretty well to how much of a panic, like, oh my god, they're on top of us, it was. And they did get Shad away. That's the biggest.
Just making sure that this Sven lives. That needs, that BKB timing, the all important.
Yeah. But even the BKB timing, like we said, he's playing versus Treant.
Sure,
they have a lot of different ways to play around it.
Yeah, Overgrowth and Supernova is still going to trip him up.
Yep. It's always like I always call these two when they're on the same team, it's the anti-carry, because you feel like you have to go BKB and Manta, which never feels really that great. However, he can just do Aghanims because he's Sven, and you can just stun out of roots for some reason. So that's always an option that he does have for him after that BKB. Misha gets a deep ward down, watches Shad, and yeah, with that, they already knew the Rosh was pretty free for themselves, but they can quickly finish it off.
Pretty much gets Supreme his own BKBs, nearly got it done.
It's gotten delayed a lot, though, it feels like.
Yeah, it's only been slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still, it's good timing. I mean, there's this Brood, and at least what he's been able to sort of take away from Viking with these moves onto their half of the map.
Yeah, and he's all the way to level 17 too, so he's very high leveled, and yeah, he can traverse very quickly. Short of the BKB still.
Fire is chasing.
Fight's happening bottom. Tombstone's on the high ground too.
Look at that. Aramis is TPing out. He doesn't want to be a part of this. He is away. Celery also going to try for the TP out. If they've got anything to stop it, they're going to blow the Overgrowth. Secure themselves the kill on the Undying and on the Tombstone. So they'll be able to take that out too. So some nice money here for Charlie, picking up a kill and the Tombstone bonus.
They're going to smoke. They didn't actually check to see if there was a... There is. So Viking, they're going to be prepared for this one. Shad, he has the BKB at the ready.
Yeah, and they don't quite have the BKB on Supreme, so it's a little risky.
Radiant structures
down bottom. Charlie actually taken out here by Toby and Boom.
Okay.
He was pushing on alone whilst the rest of them started to move over into the triangle of Viking GG, and he loses his life to the two of them. NIP trying to get revenge here. Boom, he's out with the Ghost War because there's anything to catch. The dust is out. Shad's there on the side. He's popping the God Strength. Shad wants to fight. He's going to turn straight away on to Saberlight with the telekinesis. Saberlight's held in position. Saberlight goes down.
He's got him. Okay. Bumped up to 18 now, too, on the Sven. Gets himself a nice little kill. Sweet.
And of course, we're going to go straight into that Ag's next, Sven.
Yeah. That was the one thing I was just saying. It's like, yeah, Sven, you don't have to worry about going Manta, because, yeah, you can just stun out of roots. So that's going to be really nice when he gets BKB and Ags. He doesn't have to worry so much about the Overgrowth plus Egg combo as much.
Yeah, we see Supreme is queuing up the AC next. I mean, could he sort of just, like, what is it about this game that means that he can afford to play without the Aghanims?
Maybe he's just thinking that a team has to play around him this game rather than playing around their Drow, because Charlie's just so broke. So I think that she's just, or that Supreme's just thinking that the Brood can just be that centric force around her, rather than looking to play all around the sides and everything. Definitely hurt his mobility a bit, but make him just stronger himself when he's just fighting toe-to-toe versus somebody.
Dire's
We'll see if it
middle
pays
tower
off.
is under attack.
Trying their best to force this tower down. Viking ready to fight in 30 already though. Fight's going to kick off from NIP. They'll look to catch onto the Venge, but Toby forced off to the side. Supreme is trying to move in with the BKB.
Okay.
He's really committing for this, but Toby's able to swap himself to the side. He's fine. So BKB charged down. They don't get a kill, but they do secure the space for the tower to be taken.
A very overzealous BKB though. These, 10-second BKB is not something you want to just liberally use just like that. That was a very aggressive one. No way he gets that kill. As we've seen the way that they itemized on the side of Viking, it's literally just any type of buffs and force staffs, etc. for the Sven. So if they have force staff, they have swap on bench most of the time.
Still Charlie finding himself some space at the top part of the map. Gonna go for that Shadow Blade next. Make sure that it has some sort of way to break away from the Storm Hammer initiation of Shad.
Yeah, Shad is still really keeping up in that. 341 last hit. So like we said, it's really the biggest, it feels like the biggest 4 protected one ever on the side of Viking this game.
It's definitely not a bad game to do that. The Sven is very strong against these heroes.
Is under attack.
When he has that BKB Ags done, there's going to be little that can hold him back reliably.
Yeah, there's just now going to have to be the itemization from NIP of where you address that. Your Lotus Orbs, your Blinks, everything that you were talking about earlier. As they're getting online towards the Lotus Orb is nearly done on Saberlight. They already have a couple other things to deal with that already on other heroes.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has
There
fallen.
we go, tier 2 down. NIP still trying their best to keep the pressure up, play fast with this Brood before the Sven becomes too much of an issue.
Yeah, Supreme's trying to catch any of these squishy heroes, the Rubik and the Undying, whenever they are on their warding expeditions, but can't quite do so. And they know where Shad is farming. The circle was drawn around him down bottom, so they can look to set up around him soon. I think Misha could look to be a bit sneaky on this Chain Protector to catch this Sven a bit.
Notice the Aegis gone though on Supreme, so having to be that little more cautious if they do want to try and force things. Viking back to the base. Shad's out on top, and that's the Ags done. So you have the Ags complete now, Shad.
I feel pretty comfortable if I was on Viking right now too with this timing on the Sven. Like it doesn't feel like the Brood has done the damage. Like 2k gold lead, it's whatever. You have a level 20 Sven with an Aghanim's BKB Echo, and you have so many buffs for him. Alacrity, you have your Venge, you have so many different things that can amp him up.
Yeah.
Charlie is not nearly. Charlie's actually like almost half the net worth of the Sven. He's gonna get deleted.
Yeah, he is indeed very, very far behind Shad.
Supports really feel like they're going to have to carry the fights on NIP. This Treant and the Phoenix.
There we go. I'll start things off with a quick catch on to Misha, but the Lotus was out in time. Gives Misha the chance to pop the overgrowth. The X there as well on the high ground. The Supernova's going to be successful. Stunning Shad through his BKB over to the side. Supreme, he's on top of Boom. The Invoker's taken out. There'll be a buyback from Misha. Saberlight still alive. They continue to kite up Shad. Another jump forward again, though. These Lotuses, Saberlight, I mean, he's done it. He's absolutely done it there. Saberlight's Lotus Orbs just making that fight look incredibly easy for NIP. The first one straight up tripping up the Sven, allowing Misha to get off the overgrowth, therefore giving the space for Era to get this incredible supernova off. I mean, and again, just at the end, even when he's dying, they're just securing the kill on the Sven. The Lotus Orb just destroyed Shad's gameplay.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It really, I was really feeling like, oh my god, this is where Shad's going to turn up. He's going to do some big damage, 10-second BKB, and then it's literally the perfect situation for NIP to get their overgrowth post BKB off, and then another Lotus Reflect afterwards, and then Charlie comes in to clean up. It literally, I could not have been better for NIP the way they set up that fight.
And look at the goals. I imagine he only just got the Lotus Orb.
He had just
got the Lotus Orb. I mean, that item just ruined Viking GG, ruined Shad in particular in that fight. He was all good to go. He was massive. I mean, we've just been talking up his net worth, and both usages perfect.
Yeah, it's not even like it was like on the target for a long time and Shad didn't see it or anything.
There.
It was like split second midair, so he couldn't even like BKB or anything like that. It was perfect, like actual just perfect from NIP the way they set up the fight. Up to 5k lead, and Charlie, like we said, he was the big winner at the end of it, coming up and cleaning up the big kill. He got his Shadow Blade finished up now too.
They're trying to come out with a Smoke Viking. I've got God Strength and BKB back up, so Shad's ready to go for another round. Already though, starting to think Shad, who is he going to find? He pops the God Strength, he's going straight over towards Charlie. Looks towards Charlie, but Yule's up. As he's up in the air, Shad still looking for this Drow. He's in onto Charlie. Charlie stuns there. Shad gets the kill, but the Supernova is going to be successful again. Going off. Misha has the Overgrowth. Shad's still holding onto his BKB. Now he'll pop it. Moves over to Saberlight with another stun. Well, they've lost Toby on the Venge. Trying to finish Saberlight. The heal from the Sunray, not enough to keep him alive. So Viking will be able to punch back, get themselves the 2 kills, push NIP away.
That time we saw his power. That time he wasn't perfectly kited and controlled. He could stick on his target. We saw the tree and we saw Misha actually stop canceling his overgrowth over and over again, but couldn't stop the Sven from sticking onto Charlie and onto Saberlight. But now,
Supreme.
No God Strength. This is where NIP is really strong with this low cooldown.
Trying to keep all the lanes pushed into. They'll be able to catch mid, bring in the bomb lane. DD rune top 2 as we get Charlie back in action.
Oh, good timing too. DD rune Roche is up. I think Supreme can just take the DD and go into the pit soon. They have how much, they should have a good idea of how long God Strength is down for too. Let's see, if they spot the DD, let's see what their move is. Pretty sure they can.
Yeah. They're gonna go for this Roche. Will be scouted by the Sunstrike, but very hard to make a move around here. Aramis and Toby are heading over, but you need the Sven.
They're
The
not
Sven
gonna
is
make
the
it
one
in
that
time.
can get in.
They might kill those tree and protect it. No, I'm just kidding.
No, Toby's in trouble here. It's been pitted. Nature's Grass down too, just holding Viking GG at bay.
All eyes on Shad.
Can you get in time?
They get the last hit.
Ooh, the Wave of Terror last hit. That is pretty pog. Very nice. Very nice there.
Small, small little gold.
The Wave of Terror.
Oh, don't forget the cheese. It's okay, they got the cheese. All right. Don't forget. I had my eyes on it this time too. Let's say.
They got mid.
Jump.
Supreme is going to get the chance to put the BKB. Shaz put the God Strength, but now he's got to run. Tombstone up on the high ground. Celery's been left behind. Supreme focusing on to him, but the swap's there. Toby's able to come in with the save. Celery off to the side. Now Shad is in with the stun on the 2 of them. Arrow's able to get the Supernova off in the Overgrowth.
He's rooted.
Again, the Overgrowth for the Supernova. Is it going to be successful? It is not. It is down and out. Did do the damage though. Shad very low. Caught in the pit once more. He's pushed off to the side. He's going to be able to live. And where is he? Supreme. He's found him. Another blast at the spiders takes down the Sven. Supreme trying to chase Sunstrike on Saberlight, gets it. Boom's able to take down the Underlord with a beautiful Sunstrike. Supreme still kiting from the side.
Aramis might get him here.
And there's still Charlie around. Charlie's trying to take the attention away from the bruised Supreme. He's able to crawl away.
The Vessel's going to take him out.
He's dead?
He's dead. And so is Charlie. What the hell?
Oh my goodness, Viking GG. I mean, that spider's dead for 80 seconds.
Dude, look at how much damage Rubik did. Look at the firestorms. 7,800 damage from Aramis in the fight. He got like 5-6 firestorms off on these targets as their BKBs are ending. I think like 2 or 3, 4 Spirit Vessel charges coming out from Boom. They ended up cutting the fight long enough.
That's pretty insane. I mean,
they actually came out ahead.
Even with sort of their Sven, he struggled. You know, Sharp was not having a good fight there. They were kiting him, they were killing him. It didn't matter. The rest of the team coming into play, some smooth moves. I mean, a lovely, lovely Sunstrike on Saberlight in the midst of it all as well from Boom.
Aramis has just been holding on to Firestorm is literally the best spell he can steal right now, and he's just been holding on to it. The damage that it does is absurd in the fights.
Yeah. And the fact
he shredded them.
I mean, the fact they got that egg as well. It was so close.
It was so close.
It was just about to go. They got the last hit on it.
That was when everybody's hits count, not like when it's just your carry. Everyone was trying to hit at the Venge from the high ground, the Rubik. They all were doing their best because Shad was rooted. And that's, I mean, like I said, pretty huge. They get a big win in experience, 8,000 experience lead, or 8,000 experience swing, and now they get a 2,000 gold lead too. And we show that Shad, he may be the beast that they have to throw all the attention onto, but the rest of them, they do still pack a punch inside the fight. This Rubik is now quite a big thing you have to deal with his own Lotus Orb.
Oh, Misha. Easy catch here outside the base. Actually popping the overgrowth.
Stolen, and he gives it away. Aramis can insteal.
Oh.
That's huge, because now the Broodmother, you don't have a way to play around it. If you BKB, you get rooted. That's not only just a regular root, it's a Rubik root, so it lasts even longer.
Why did he overgrow?
I don't know.
We'll never know. But now, as you say, Aramis, he's on the lookout for a big play with this.
Yeah. This could be a game-winning overgrowth here inside these fights too, because it's not only just it does good damage, but the duration of how long it holds you in place, like it's a 5-second BKB piercing root as a root.
Yeah, I mean I guess it's getting pretty late in the day. He must have it's something that sort of happens, I guess, when you just forget there's a Rubik there, right? Because if he's aware of a Rubik being right next to him, he's not popping overgrowth for the way out.
No,
but he did, and Aramis has got it.
Dire are scanning.
Now they're pretty damn strong in these next few fights because of that here. There is a Phoenix that they still have to worry about, but they've shown they can kill the egg. And it does feel like they'll always have the vision in the fights because of the way Celery's been playing too. He always gets the Tombstone off on a high ground, it feels. And this Tombstone, for those who don't know, gives you the best day and night vision in the game if you put it up on those high grounds. You always see everything in the fights.
It feels like for NIP now being knocked down a little bit. I mean, it is getting to the stage where this Sven is just going to be a lot easier for Shad to play the fights. I mean, the Brood and the Drow, things aren't going to get easier for these heroes. I mean, maybe if Charlie did have some sort of insane level of farm, but playing from behind as this Drow and with the Brood as your only real strong source of power, it doesn't look easy for NIP in this circumstance.
No, they already have all the tools on Viking to buff up this Sven to absolute maximum. With the Solar Crest, I believe they have Solar Crest and Medallion to throw on him, and they have all the rest that comes from the Venge naturally. So, yeah, it's looking real good now for Viking. It's looking pretty hard actually for NIP unless they get some huge wraparound here from Supreme.
NIP's going to try that.
He spent his gold. He actually buys the Basher. Supreme, he has no gold for buyback if he dies. It's all in.
That's, yeah, we'll see if that pays off. We'll see if that pays off. If going for that Basher full in, no buyback could be pretty risky at this stage.
Yeah, he went for all the spider damage, all the spider talents too, even though he's gone full right click himself.
Yeah, I mean, he did. But then, I mean, I guess well, yeah.
That sounded like some interesting inner dialogue with you, Owen. I mean, you know why he goes.
I'm just trying to run the numbers here, really.
Yeah.
And
it is the standard Brood stuff. Like the other talents aren't
No, they do
great.
check out. You want the attack damage with the AC or on the spiders. It's nice. Cooldown reduction is cooldown reduction.
CDR.
You take cooldown reduction over. Whoa!
Yeah. Well,
what's going on here? Saberlight. He's in trouble, but on the side, a beautiful pit. It's actually called the three of them, but the egg's down. They've got to back off him. Viking's got to back away from this egg. They're not in position to take this. As they'll lose Toby on the Venge. NIP, they're going to try and chase for more. Supreme running in. Shad's watching from the side. Shad, what's he want to do? Oh, it's a three-man stun. It's a three-man stun for Shad. He's straight in. And now he's over. The overgrowth. It locks down the Brood. The stolen overgrowth. And it locked down the Brood that doesn't have any buyback fogged.
Oh, God.
It actually did it. You said
stolen
it.
Overgrowth
You
might
said
be
it.
game winning.
And
oh, God.
It just killed the Brood that doesn't have buyback.
Oh, God.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I wouldn't want to be that trim right now.
No,
Questions would be being asked. Why does the Rubik have overgrowth?
Yeah, but you know what? He did use the root right before Rubik did, so maybe Misha can just be like, hey, he stole it right then. What are you talking about? He just got lucky. It was a great steal. Even though he did have that overgrowth from the fight before from bottom.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, we were just saying it. Like, as soon as Supreme charges in, as soon as he has the BKB, you're going to see that Rubik do it. And perfect execution is all the way up to an 8k gold lead now and finishing up some big items. Boom with the Shivas. Shad. What did he just sell? His Midas. Oh, he sold his Midas. He's going for the Satanic. Okay.
Selling your Midas. What is that?
Only at 35. It just paid itself off.
How can you sell such a sacred item?
much more comfortable positions to fight here. And like we said, the way that they did that fight too was very good. The disengage from the egg and the re-engage. That's what we're looking at here for Viking.
They're going to try and come out with a smoke.
They've got God Strength available again, though.
Oh, they're looking for Toby. Or are they? They kind of split up here. Coming off to the side. They were looking towards Celery at the same time, and now Sableye, he's been split between the two fights.
Shad's in on Charlie.
Straight away, over he goes. Charlie, he's off to the side with the BKB, steps away. They're kiting out the Supernova. As Viking GG wait it out. Now Shad's ready to go back in. He's heading in. Supreme's looking for Toby. He'll find him. Already with the first jump, Shad takes down one. He's looking for more. Or NIP going to give it to him. They're running away.
He walks into the pit on Shad. He's going to lay it here.
He's still looking. NIP's got to stay hidden. Stay away from the Sven.
Misha, he's walking up.
Uh-oh. Shad's in. He's on to Sableye. Sableye didn't get the chance to put the Lotus Orb on himself, but the Overgrowth buys a little bit of time. Shad, he's going to be able to still move in and take down the Sableye Underlord. That's a buyback coming out from Era. And it will stop Viking GG chasing for more, but doesn't allow them to save Sableye. So he's down for a minute.
They keep getting Toby, but it's not the big kill. They don't want to kill the Venge. The Venge doesn't matter so much. It's the rest of them.
Yeah, we saw that last fight around their triangle. I mean, they were very split. Some of them were chasing Toby down to the river, and some of them were turning towards Celery, up towards the top lane.
Yep.
Kind of little miscoordination there from NIP, and it's starting to hurt them. There's 9k lead for Viking GG. This Sven getting stronger and stronger.
He's got Satanic. It feels like they couldn't focus fire him anyway. Now it really feels like there's just no damn way. He just has way too many buffs thrown onto him. Alacrity, Solar Crest, Medallion,
Living
not even
Armor.
including his own. Living Armor, especially. Yeah, they did steal it in the last one too. Just
you take that into account against the Drow as well. It's that and Warcry. What's the Drow going to do?
not a lot.
Not a lot.
It hasn't felt like she's been able to do much this game anyway. Honestly, for Charlie, he's
it's been
having
hard.
a pretty tough time. And, time is, balance in all things. Time is relic for both sides. Aramis, he's zooming over.
Who takes the relic on Vikings? You put it on the Rubik.
Absolutely.
Oh, but who's going to carry the telescope?
You give it to the Undying. He doesn't need anything.
Oh, that's actually a good
question. job is to carry telescope.
That's a good question. I was going to actually ask someone smart. If you get Timeless Relic on Undying, does Decay count as a debuff? So does it increase the duration that you're stealing strength from someone for?
Who cares? Because that sounds awful.
What do you mean it sounds awful? You have the strength for longer.
Wow, you keep it for an extra 5 seconds. Oh, and that sounds so bad.
But it's not an extra 5 seconds. Steal duration 45. What's Wait,
either way, they're giving it to the Rubik. It's actually good on Rubik.
Hey, Supreme.
As Tombstone's on the high ground, he gets taken out instantly. What the hell? Timeless Relic on for Decay? I was thinking something big.
No,
brain.
it's a
Decay?
25% debuff duration. So 25% of... You take the DK talent plus 40, that's 85. So 25% of 85 is 11.75. No, it's not. It's 20. It's a lot. It's quite a lot of seconds.
It's 100 seconds, pretty much.
So it's like 100.
That sounds terrible, Owen. How is that I just thought you were gonna give me something like.
I hope he's alright.
Big alarm! What the heck?
I mean, I hope he's alright because that doesn't sound.
That is very
serious.
That's very concerning.
You don't type second big alarm. I mean, I hope he. Whoa. Well, okay.
Fire alarm.
Wow.
Okay. Well, big alarm. Both are pretty concerning anyway.
This is even more concerning now. I don't know what he was correcting. I hope it was the big and not the alarm, because did he just mean to say sec big fire? Then that's very concerning. I hope he meant to say sec fire alarm. But then I don't know how you misspell fire as big. I don't know. I just hope he's all right. We'll see. Nothing else has been said here.
I actually cannot believe you asked me about
I'm sure he means fire
of...
alarm rather than big fire, because if there was a big fire, you would not wait to type big fire. But if there was a fire alarm, you would type fire alarm. So
I'm still
sure
just mad at you about this question. I thought you were going to give me a good, crazy...
Wait, so you're going to... So you... Well, I guess you... Well, I'm seeing these pro players, they don't take the plus 40 decay duration, so I guess you just don't take that tool.
That talent's terrible.
Right. Why? What? So what is bad about having?
You're not
with a
doing
strength
that.
stick?
Well, you're not doing that many decays in fights. Your decay is actually a very useless ability in fights. In fact, you're actually just a soul rip and a tombstone 90% of the time in fights.
True.
Decay is like a laning ability.
I mean, I guess that's why you never see these pros get ags about.
No. Remember when Zai played an Undying
either
offlane with
way,
Ags and they still did not?
Either way, would Timeless Relic increase the DK debuff duration?
I guess it would. I guess I have to answer.
Because it's a debuff and it's a buff for yourself, right? So does it maybe not work because it's a weird ability, you know? Well, there we go. Anyway, looks like it was just a fire alarm rather than a big fire, fortunately. So
that's
Celery's
good.
good. Yeah.
Was he good? Okay, we said go. Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Wow.
Rubik has the Timeless Relic, and all things are, you know, that's at least all good.
Yeah.
And he's got an Aghanims too on top, by the way. Another thing we didn't point out, Aramis.
But you say he's
absolute beast.
He's still just looking for. I mean, he's got the Firestorm obviously at the moment, but I guess you would pass up on the Firestorm for an Overgrowth steal. That's the big one. Yeah.
I think it's like priority is. I mean, if you can ever get Egg, that'll never happen. But Egg, Overgrowth, Firestorm, and Pit. I think Firestorm is a little bit ahead of Pit in most situations, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, and I guess the Ags that's game is really just for the frequency of steals, right? There's not really any Ags upgrade spells that you can take, right? Am I missing any?
Nothing massive, I guess, in a way. Yeah, no, not really, no.
You can get the Ags spider webs. There you go.
He only has it when he has the spider webs, though. As soon as he gets rid of it, it's gone.
I know,
So
it's
like,
useless. But he could get it and then put a bazillion webs down and then really confuse people.
That's true.
Just hit him with the good old 24 web drop or however many webs it is you get nowadays with Ags. I think it's about that. Is it 24 you have?
18? 24? 18? 18.
Oh, it's 18. Okay, 18.
They give the Spell Prism also to the Broodmother, so
yeah.
That cooldown on ult is really low. 30 seconds, 14-second duration. He's also taking the talent. Right-clicking Beast. Smoked up. But look at where Celery's standing. He's at the position just to break smokes. And he's even sending Illusionist Capes to scout things out, too. So he's swapping between the Telescope and the Illusionist Cape on the Undying.
Oh, that's nice. Very smart. Bit of item micromanagement there.
I feel like people also always
got the Crimson.
I feel like people always forget that how good Telescope is just about the scan cooldown. Is another thing, too. It's pretty massive.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, I'm sure half our viewers forgot it existed.
I'm pretty sure you did.
For a moment did. I was like, oh yeah, it does have a scan cooldown reduction. Yeah. Oh, it is 50%. That's a big
pretty
number.
massive. Yeah.
50%. Yeah. Dude, that's going to be so great for my guild challenges, actually. We need a telescope. You get the points right for scanning enemy heroes.
That's true. Yeah,
you need telescope, easy guild levels.
That's pretty true.
So the Viking GG guild is going to go up stonks after this game.
Roche starting to be a threat. You see level 25 coming out on several heroes. Boom. Radial Deafening Blast will definitely be pretty huge in this one. AoE Disarm.
And NIP's definitely having to be a little more scared than Viking GG is right now.
Yeah.
It's just very... I mean, NIP, they need a perfect overgrowth for Supernova. Without these two ults, they just don't stand a chance in these fights against the Sven.
And if Aramis steals Overgrowth too, the fight's pretty much over too, so they have to be very careful with how they do execute this.
So I'll be looking for a swap.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Poke him with some little spiders, but he doesn't care. Tornado to scout. Sunstrike to scout for the swap. Can't quite get it. These Lotus Orbs, just watching Saberlight, even to protect versus the swaps.
I mean, dude, if you're boom now as well, do you really need that BKB, or could you just get an Ags? You're pretty tanky, right? Does he have to get that BKB?
It's just safer. It's like, is he actually ever even going to use Cat? Is Cataclysm going to hit anyone? I mean,
it's a stolen overgrowth.
If he gets the overgrowth,
Cataclysm. You know, then they got some stuns. I mean, anything sort of the Rubik steals. Oh man, Cataclysm could be game winning.
Game's not about him. Game's about the Sven.
Sure, he
Right,
just needs to make sure he can BKB and Alacrity the Sven.
Yeah, I think that's the majority of it. It's about. He's already been doing his job without Cataclysm. It's like Cataclysm might just make him mess himself up. I'm fine. I'm fine with either, to be totally honest with you, but I think BKB's just safer because then he can just, in case like something bad happens, like it's always a bailout.
I've got the nullify done on Supreme.
Is that is buyback? He does not have buyback then.
He's close to it. He's close to
Okay.
it. He's a couple of kills away. You get 2 kills in the team fight. He'll have buyback.
Okay.
Maybe even 1 if it's a big one. Saberlight.
Saberlight. He's gonna get EMP down. That's gonna hurt. He's got Greaves at least, so it doesn't hurt that much. But yeah, we're seeing how important the Roche is. Both teams just hanging around it. Side lanes just pushing naturally. Eventually, it does look like Vikings side lanes are gonna push in a little bit harder, at least on the top one.
I've got the Daedalus done on Drow, so now getting to the point, you know, Charlie will kick out some damage. As long as he's able to find a place in this fight where Shad's just not charging in on him. And he does have the items to duke it out, BKB, Shadowblade, Hurricane Pike, all sort of things to at least, you know, not make it too easy for Shad to confidently commit and feel safe with where he's going, but at the same time, I mean, Shad is just that farm. Like, he doesn't really care where he's heading when he charges in with the stuns.
I would tell my teammates to move away from me if I was Charlie right now, so I can hit 25 and get my CDR talent.
Yeah.
Just move out of experience range for it. He's not going to get it off of these 2 camps here now because of that. And the scan is out. They know the Niagara, of course. They're looking a little eager to actually commit now, finally. 25 also picked up on Aramis. And he'll get a pit
things
steal.
on Saberlight. Saberlight is swapped down. He's got the backup. Tornado holds some of the back, but Supreme still in with the BKB onto Toby. Toby trying to run. Oh, they've got the damage.
He'll go down. That is the BKB
down.
used. Let's see if they look to commit. They have a ward up there, but it's tough to walk in.
And they're making the space to just go for Roche now.
Okay.
They're going to commit with the God Strength. Take this out. Can NIP do anything about this? No BKB for 25 seconds on the Brood.
Oh, an Arcane Rune. Oh, they didn't actually give it to the Rubik. And
They're going to try it. They've got the Overgrowth. Can anyone get in there? No, they can't. As Roshan has taken out the... What?
He just got left, though.
No, why? Wait, why?
He didn't have space. He picked up Refresher Shard and instantly used it, and then he just had already
he
been
panicked.
walked out.
How did he not pick it up, though? No, there was 2 of them in there. Wasn't there? What is it with Roshan pits today? Everyone's just having a nightmare around them. Aegis' cheese that just can't pick them up. They can't hold them. And
What did they actually grab, though? He grabbed Refresher Shard and instantly used it on the Sven.
Okay.
Who has the cheese?
Drow,
Did he use it as well?
Drow has a cheese. Is that from
I
them?
guess Drow. I think that was
that
the
is
Drow
from
that got
there.
the cheese. Yep.
They got the Aegis and the cheese NIP, and they legitimately might win the game because they've got Aegis and cheese, and they're ready to go.
Shad is ready to fight, though. I don't know if they know that the God Strength was refreshed immediately.
To Toby. Trying to chase him down here. Viking's still looking from the side.
I mean, this Aegis is really just allowing NIP to play this crazy here, walking up.
Celery? Let's go with the Ghost.
Silver Edge finished on Shad.
Supreme
Trying to
come
wrap
back in.
around here.
Toby swapped himself indeed. Toby's just going to die straight away. Shad comes in the side, focusing out Saberlight. The Sunstrike, boom. Saberlight's out. He's got a buyback available if he wants to. Supreme hiding on the cliff for now.
He's rooted forever in the Cold Snap. And now another pit. That pit lasts forever.
Shad's
There's
back
no
in.
BKB when he's back up.
Takes him out the once. Can they do it a second time? Look at
It's still there.
The root. Shad's in again. Is there anything to save Supreme? There isn't. Shad gets the job done. Doesn't matter about the Aegis. They can kill him twice. No problems.
This pit lasts an eternity. Aramis just dropped the pit and it lasts literally forever. And it just roots for like 6 seconds. Well, not like 6 seconds, but like 3 seconds, which still feels like 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, actually. Especially with these BKBs getting low. Well, they're down. Yeah, they are down for 5 seconds.
I was watching him inside the fight too, just to see how he was going to steal. He was looking just for Firestorm because he has the 25 talent too. So 40% spell amp if he's able to get that too on top of how much it already do.
40% it is, isn't it?
On top of 15% of the Timeless Relic too, plus his Supremacy. So you can just already start to feel how much damage these spells are going to do. If he gets Firestorm, it's going to burn people like 20
so the burn damage of Firestorm is 4% of their HP per second. So 4% plus 40%. That's 44% of their HP per second.
They just
that isn't how it works. But if it did, but it feels like that.
It
it's
feels
that
like
much
it.
damage.
The
damage
damage is
is
going to do that
insane.
much if he gets it. Yeah.
It isn't quite that because that's not how it works. But it is still insane damage.
Yeah.
No, Aramis is he's having a right treat when he goes to steal a spell from Saberlight. He always gets something good.
Yeah.
The ultimate would be the ultimate disappointment.
Yeah, it actually would be the ultimate disappointment.
It would be the ultimate disappointment.
Charlie also used the cheese, I believe, in the last fight too. So Aegis and cheese was used, and they only just got Toby, and that was in them charging to make that aggressive move. Still feeling Viking very, very comfortable in this. Has more growth. You said, boom, you didn't want him to buy the BKB. He didn't. He bought bots, and now he has 7,000 gold. See what he goes for now.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they're getting rich. It's getting to the later stages of the game. 50 minutes in here, 32 to 31. Still a 15k lead for Viking, and you do have to look at this Sven. And in this game, it looks like Sven should be able to carry this.
Yeah, with all the backup behind him too, and how much growth they still have is the crazy thing too. Like this Venge, this Rubik, the Invoker, they still have a lot of ways to get stronger and stronger. Well, I do feel like NIP, they still have room for growth, but they're starting to hit these slight peaks on some of their core heroes.
Oh yeah, Shad needs to swallow that Ags and get working with his 6th slot.
Yeah.
He's still got money to spend.
Oh, yeah, he should. He should already. He has 9,000 gold.
Dude, why eat the Ags, my friend? Let's get some of that money spent on the Basher at least. You get Ags and a Basher, and you still got buyback. You're good.
Why not? Or an AC. I guess the Venge is going to build the AC eventually. That's fine.
Yeah.
Go more greedy on yourself. But yeah, definitely spend your gold. Okay, he's got the Ags Blessing coming out soon.
There we go.
And the Basher as well. There you go.
Any big buys for NIP on the horizon?
I'm seeing the Courier go out. I think it's just the Abyssal. That's just it. I didn't see anything else. They all are saving quite a bit of gold here. These gold differences at the end of the game always get a little weird because people are carrying like 5,000, 6,000, so. And yeah, he has switched. The BKB was bought, and now he switched and are going into the Octarine on the Invoker, so. No Aghanims. He just wants one. If he's going to get an Aghanims, it's going to be from Roche.
Yeah. Next up we are going to have the Aghanims and the Refresher Shard.
Yep. And both teams are giving each other the respect in the fights.
Oh, honestly though, I think if you're Viking GG,
what's that?
You probably want to end this game before the 60-minute mark. I don't think if you're Viking GG, you want to run the chance of this drought getting a Ballista. Is that not like a legitimate worry if you're Viking GG that maybe that sort of thing could happen if you don't end the game before 60 minutes?
It definitely could be. Mirror Shield is also insane versus Sven. It blocks the Ag stun.
I think you want to try and close it up if you're Viking GG.
But they also do get a lot of if they get let's say. There's so many different ones. Like we're still 8 minutes away, but like if Fallen Sky to dive into base is always amazing. Like you always get these like force boots, which lets you get rid of an item slot. It's because you have a boot as your neutral item, and then you have a real item picked up, like a rapier or something. They still have a lot of growth.
Imagine Woodland Striders with the Sven stun.
Yeah.
Does that work?
What do you mean?
Well, you pop them and then you stun in, and it leaves a trail of trees as you fly across.
I guess
it would do, right? Wouldn't it?
I guess it would.
Woodland Striders Sven. Let's go.
But they're going to end it 30 seconds before the 60-minute mark, just like last game.
I think they should. Honestly, Ballista Drow, that turns games around. You don't want to give there any chance for Charlie to find the Simon at the 60-minute mark. As much as you say, there are strong items for Viking GG. I think you don't want to let that risk happen.
I guess. But then you have fun. Right. You have all the fun with all the new items.
Yeah, but this is elimination game, isn't it? Right.
That is true.
One of these teams is through to the playoffs, or one of these teams is going home. That's it. Goodbye. You don't want to be the team that we're saying goodbye to. You want to be the team that wins and continues here at ESL 1 Germany.
That is a very fair reason to see why both teams, you know, being so passive right now and just kind of chilling out, waiting for these next few items. What do we have finished up, or what's coming out on Shad next? Is this a refresher?
Viscel's done on Sven.
Oh, okay. Because he still needs to get a refresher too on this Sven at some point.
Well, I mean, Roshan's going to be up. He's going to get a refresher shard. I think rather just spend the money on the Moon shard next. He's queued up. He wants the Lincolns. What was he want a Lincolns against specifically? The Abyssal on the Brood?
That would be like the only targeted thing, yeah.
Yeah, what would you even swap out for the Lincolns? The phase boots?
Yeah.
Also, are you a fan of him
using the Mindbreaker, right?
Yeah, instead of the Paladin.
I was thinking the same thing for like the last 5 minutes. Yeah.
So, I mean, sure, but you get the silence on a hit. But most of the time, the person you're hitting is also stunned for 2 seconds. So it doesn't matter if they're silenced, if they can't move or do anything.
It does give 25%. It does give 25 attack speed. People also forget about that.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's probably the reasoning.
I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah.
I don't see another reason to why he would be holding it.
Taking that over the Paladin. Yeah. When you
I
have
guess
Satanic.
this big. You can get the big silence and kill the Phoenix, and then the Phoenix has to Yules and drop down, right?
Yeah, but when he's
argument,
it's true. I guess because he's playing with the Silver Edge, he's able to get in and get that hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you come in with a Silver Edge hit, break, silence, it's good initiation.
All right, let's see. All smoked up. Claiming the high ground here before NIP. This could catch NIP off guard.
Oh, they're not ready for this one. Stun over to the side. Shad, he's in onto the Brood, but he has been disarmed. Charlie able to push up off the side. Sunstrike off the mark. And push back Supreme with the Deafening Blast to buy back straight away from Misha.
I think we might have a chance for 60-minute items.
Into 60 minutes. One other thing as well that I guess is quite nice about it is you get that magic damage against the high armor heroes like the Drow. I assume is
it's like 20 magic though. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
But it's damage that's not being nullified by the high armor, so I guess it adds up.
God Strength CD. NIP all gathered together with this smoke. Celery's got the high ground vision down already. Roche. Forge Spirit in the pit.
Radiant's top tower is under
Look at the positioning here. Just all so defensively positioned on the side of Viking. 45 seconds for God Strength.
4 minutes till the big items are out.
Yeah. We see top. They actually have to use their glyph to keep their tier 2 alive. They're going to start living armor, healing it up. And Roche will spawn. Viking are aware. NIP should be aware.